This is an unjust game for selecting deities, where the victor ascends to divinity and the vanquished become mere steps for the gods. The game is governed by three fundamental rules. First, each participant initially possesses the character of their own name. Second, by slaying others, one can acquire the character of their opponent's name. Third, by assembling characters into a complete sentence, one can manifest the meaning of that sentence. Once one collects enough characters, they shall gain the corresponding authority. With the rules delineated, the game commences. Chapter 1. The Transformation. Today is a dreary Monday. Zhou Yi languidly rests his chin on his desk, gazing out the window, yet all he perceives is a gray wall, encircled by the teaching buildings that confine the classroom, slicing the sky into narrow quadrants. The teacher at the podium adjusts their glasses, holding a roll call sheet, their lips mechanically moving as if mimicking the tick-tock of an antiquated clock, casting a drowsy spell upon the class. Everything around him is steeped in lethargy. Zhou Yi, in a daze, feels as if the world is gradually sinking into a placid pool of stillness. His daily existence remains unchanged. Yesterday is today, today is tomorrow. Zhou Yi fidgets with the pen in his hand, his life revolving like the hands of a mechanical clock, ensnared in a cycle from Monday to Sunday. Change, he yearns for a hint of change. As he gazes at the segmented sky somewhere within him, a cry echoes, for change is the nemesis of monotony. This moment, Zhou Yi is unaware that his name has been summoned to embark on an unknown journey, the path of injustice unfurling before him. In a moment of reverie, he hears a distant call, a voice that seems both present and elusive, whispering the ancient truths of true names. Guard your name until only your name remains in this world. Upon the ruins, establish a new order. This voice reverberates in Zhou Yi's mind, at times clear, at times indistinct, as if he were dreaming with open eyes. Shinsinyu. Present. A familiar voice pulls Zhou Yi back from his reverie. Instinctively, he glances up to see Shinsinyu sitting in the front row by the podium. Her long, dark hair cascades down her back, her posture exuding elegance, resembling a rose growing against the light. Shinsinyu is recognized as an exemplary student, and the teacher's tone unconsciously rises when calling her name, prompting all to lift their heads, momentarily shaking the lethargy of the classroom. The roll call is arranged in alphabetical order, and Zhou Yi's name, beginning with Z, places him as the last. Yongkuan. Present. Finally, it is almost Zhou Yi's turn. The teacher exhales lightly, signaling that they are at the last name, their lips parting to speak. Zhou. Until this point, the day has been rather ordinary. However, the gears of fate have begun to turn, and the transformation will descend without warning, cleaving existence into two wholly disparate realms. Yet, every story begins with an unnoticed fissure. For Zhou Yi, the moment of transformation has arrived. At this instant, the game begins. Time seems to be abruptly severed. The teacher's roll call abruptly halts, their mouth frozen on the sound of Zhou, as an eerie silence envelopes the classroom. This silence, starkly different from the previous lethargy, feels as though everything has vanished, a void devoid of all sensation. Sound, light, scent, all perceptions are instantaneously stripped away. Zhou Yi feels himself cast into an absolute void, suspended in an endless expanse of blankness, devoid of others or objects, lacking direction and even the sensation of his own body. As if even breath has ceased, the only thing that exists is his consciousness that a voice echoes through this world. The unjust game is governed by three rules. First, each participant initially possesses the character of their own name. Second, by slaying others, one can acquire the character of their opponent's name. Third, by assembling characters into a complete sentence, one can manifest the meaning of that sentence. The rules have been introduced now. The game commences. As the voice fades, a transparent book hovers beside Zhou Yi, its pages light and translucent, seemingly devoid of thickness, fluttering gracefully like a butterfly around him. On the cover of the book, he perceives four indented characters, Bu, Ez, Dian. Subsequently, two characters emerge in his consciousness, Zhou and Yi, representing his name. The characters Zhou and Yi emit a gentle glow, moving about him like lantern-fish, their luminescence not illuminating the surroundings, but rather radiating inward, a sacred light that conceals its brilliance. The trajectory of the floating characters is chaotic yet orderly, gradually gravitating towards the dictionary. There appears to be an innate gravitational pull between the drifting characters and the floating dictionary, drawing each other in an elegantly elliptical arc, akin to planets. Slowly converging on a destined path, at last, Zhou glides past the cover of the dictionary, which opens effortlessly, its numerous pages flipping back and forth as if stirred by the wind, finally settling on a page. Zhou Yi observes that the indentation on this page mirrors the shape of the character. The character Yi swiftly rushes toward the dictionary, as if drawn by a magnetic force, fitting seamlessly into the indentation, transforming the previously recessed character into a pronounced relief. Next, The dictionary swiftly flips open once more, halting at another page. Zhou Yi sees that the indentation on this page corresponds to the character Zhou. The character Zhou likewise enters the indentation, revealing its embossed form. Zhou Yi comprehends that the embossed slots represent the characters he possesses. He initially holds the characters Zhou and Yi, which constitute his name. The other pages of the dictionary, with their recessed characters, contain unrecorded words. Suddenly, Zhou Yi recalls the 3 rules he had just heard, and he realizes that this aligns with the first rule. Each participant initially possesses the character of their own. Name, Chapter 2, The Rules. Zhou Yi regains his senses from the void, taking 2 deep breaths, his left and right hands clasped together, then reaching toward his face. He confirms repeatedly that he can indeed feel his body. Has he returned? Where was he just moments ago? Before he can ponder further, he instinctively notices another glaring anomaly. The other students in the classroom have vanished. The teacher who had been taking attendance is nowhere to be found, and his classmates have inexplicably disappeared, leaving the classroom desolate. Sunlight filters through the window, illuminating the dust motes in the air, yet casting no shadows of any person. An eerie silence, more surreal than a dream, envelopes the entire classroom. Zhou Yi glances at his phone screen. It is still the beginning of class. Where have they all gone? His gaze sweeps across the room, finally settling on the first row beside the podium, where one solitary figure remains the only other presence in the classroom. That silhouette is familiar to Zhou Yi, and he instinctively attempts to call out the name, Shinsinyu. Upon hearing her name, Shinsinyu seems to come back to reality, slowly turning to face him, their eyes locking. Zhou Yi rises, his movements somewhat stiff due to lingering disorientation, gesturing toward the vacant classroom with open palms. Sinyu, where is everyone? It's just the 2 of us? Shinsinyu's eyes still held a trace of lingering astonishment, yet it was swiftly subdued by her formidable rationality. She exhibited a composure far beyond expectation as she approached Zhou Yi and directly inquired, "Just now. You heard it too, didn't you?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that in the face of such an abrupt change, Shinsinyu would display no signs of trepidation. She wasted not a moment in surprise, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. This calmness deepened his admiration for her. "What do you mean?" Zhou Yi could surmise that Shinsinyu was referring to the voice they had just heard, yet he sought confirmation. Shinsinyu fixed her gaze on him with certainty, stating, "The unjust game." "Indeed, you heard it as well," Zhou Yi replied, unfazed. Realizing that the voice had not been a mere figment of his imagination, they both had comprehended the rules of the unjust game. Shinsinyu nodded, recalling, "There are 3 rules to the unjust game." Zhou Yi looked at her, tentatively continuing, "Did you see it? That dictionary, you have it too, right?" "I did see it. In that dictionary space, I possess the characters shun, exine, and you." Zhou Yi nodded in affirmation. "Mine are the characters Zhou and Yi." Shinsinyu pondered. "So this is the first rule. Each individual begins with the characters of their own name." Zhou Yi immediately posed a question, pondering a peculiar aspect. "What about the other classmates? Why are there only the 2 of us here?" Both furrowed their brows, surveying the empty classroom, and almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Because each character can only belong to one person." Zhou Yi's eyes widened in realization. "Right, characters cannot be duplicated." Shinsinyu followed the logic, elaborating, "Exactly. For instance, if someone is named Shun Liang, since the character Shun is with me, his name cannot be displayed." A frigid chain of logic rapidly formed in Zhou Yi's mind. If individuals share the same character in their names, only one can remain. That he glanced at the vacant seats, tentatively speculating, what happens to those whose characters are overridden? Will they vanish? Shinsinyu observed the desolate classroom. "It appears that way." Zhou Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Then where do they go? Could it be?" He refrained from voicing the remainder of his thought. "They die?" Merely the suggestion sent a chill down his spine. Shinsinyu shook her head. "I don't know." Zhou Yi continued to reflect. "So, individuals with shared characters can only have one person remain to acquire the characters from the so-called dictionary, just like us." "It is highly likely that this is the case." Shinsinyu nodded in agreement. "Then for those with the surname Zhou, I'm the only one left." As this realization struck him, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in alarm. "What about my father?" "Yes, your father." Shinsinyu quickly responded. He promptly retrieved his phone, dialing his father's number from his contacts. Zhou Yi did the same, attempting to reach his family. However, on both ends of the line, apart from a persistent empty tone, there was no response whatsoever. Shinsinyu ended the call, exhaling softly. "This means our paternal relatives have likely all vanished." Zhou Yi strove to maintain his composure, struggling to articulate, "What on earth is happening?" Shinsinyu merely shook her head, contemplating, "The unjust game is evidently connected to the dictionary we just encountered." "The dictionary? The one we saw earlier." Zhou Yi immediately grasped the crux of the issue. "We have become entangled in these rules." Shinsinyu remained equally composed. "What lies behind these rules?" "A game," a trial, or merely a dream? Zhou Yi sought to unravel the enigma. Shin Sinyu's gaze grew resolute. We can only rely on the rules to unveil the answers. Zhou Yi exchanged a knowing glance with her. You mean the third rule? Precisely. The third rule states that by forming a complete sentence with the characters, one can manifest the meaning of that sentence. In other words, through the unjust game, any wish can be realized. Indeed, since any wish is possible, it certainly includes clarifying what has transpired. Zhou Yi's thoughts crystallized. Shin Sinyu nodded. According to the rules, if we can assemble the characters sure, jia, da, and in, we should be able to discern the truth. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. All the answers reside within the dictionary. He paused, adding, but the prerequisite is that we must first obtain the corresponding characters, and currently, we only have the characters of our names. The sole means of acquiring characters is through the second rule. Shin Sinyu maintained her objective rationality. Zhou Yi instinctively narrowed his eyes, precisely reciting the second rule. Second, killing another person allows one to acquire the characters of their name. As the words left his lips, the temperature in the classroom seemed to plummet, the air thick with a silent horror. They gazed at each other in silence, exchanging unspoken nuances. Those words that could not be articulated found their highest form of mutual understanding in their shared gaze. Shin Sinyu paused for a mere second. From this moment onward, we cannot reveal our names to anyone, especially yours. That we must conceal our names. Zhou Yi promptly agreed. After uttering this, he pressed his finger to his lips, allowing the weight of the statement to settle. Shin Sinyu nodded, continuing, from the first, second, and third rules, a slight extension of thought reveals the lethal interconnectedness of these three rules. Zhou Yi slowed his breathing. Others are the hunters, and we will become the objects of their desires. Shin Sinyu offered a smile tinged with amusement. Or, to use a more precise term, we are the sacrifices. Although it is somewhat unsettling, it is indeed more accurate. Zhou Yi chuckled lightly. Shin Sinyu elaborated. For instance, if someone wishes for their desires to come true or for things to be effortless, then killing me to acquire the character Xine, or killing you to obtain the character E, becomes an indispensable link. We become the offerings for their wishes. The unjust game can fulfill any wish, and that is the most exquisite temptation. Zhou Yi drew a breath, belatedly sensing the allure of this entangled fate. The three rules of the unjust dictionary were intricately linked, each life marked with a corresponding price tag, making the realization of wishes a glaring bait, luring everyone to the execution platform of kill or be killed. Others are sacrifices. Shin Sinyu plainly articulated the conclusion. The entire classroom seemed to grow colder, an unprecedented sense of loneliness enveloping them, as if in this world, suddenly only they remained as the sole humans, with all others becoming potential hunters or prey. This is unjust. Zhou Yi mused, savoring the term. I must admit, it is rather intriguing. Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu tacitly ceased their discussion, avoiding each other's gaze, allowing one another the quietude to digest the rules of this new world amid the silence. Eventually, Shin Sinyu turned away from Zhou Yi, adopting a resolute tone, delivering a final summary, thus establishing their initial pact. From now on, you cannot tell anyone. Your name, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Your name is the exit. Chapter 3. Others in the classroom. An oppressive silence enveloped the air once more, leaving only the heavy breathing of Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu. An hour had elapsed since the sudden disappearance of others. During this time, they had attempted to reach out to numerous contacts in their mobile phones, yet remained devoid of any responses. Friends who had greeted them just this morning were now entirely unreachable. This further solidified their belief that those not listed in the dictionary had vanished like their classmates moments ago. They were gripped by a strange illusion that it seemed as if only the two of them remained in this world. Impatience crept in. Zhou Yi broke the silence, moving cautiously to the window to peer outside. The longer they waited, the more perilous their situation became. Many others might have already begun to act. Others? Shin Sinyu quickly adapted to the rhythm of conversation. You mean those who possess characters? Zhou Yi affirmed with a nod. Though it is merely the two of us at present, the rules dictate that there must be more. Shin Sinyu contemplated, saying, indeed, typically, every 2 or 3 characters form a name, corresponding to an individual. As she spoke, Shin Sinyu retrieved her phone to search and continued. For instance, using the most commonly referenced Xinhua Zidian, there are approximately 11,700 characters. Dividing that by 2 or 3 yields roughly 4 to 5,000 individuals. Zhou Yi regarded Shin Sinyu with appreciation, seemingly taken aback by her swift comprehension and precise insight. The remaining number of individuals was indeed crucial information, determining the scale of the world and the likelihood of encountering adversaries. Zhou Yi's mind raced. Let us also check how many surnames there are. Each surname should correspond to at least one person. Shin Sinyu promptly searched, revealing there are roughly 5,000 characters associated with surnames. Zhou Yi stroked his chin, conjecturing, thus, based on the total number of characters and surnames. The number of those possessing characters may be around 5,000. He suddenly grasped an astonishing conclusion. If this hypothesis held true, then only 5,000 individuals remained in this world. With this ratio, there would be merely one person in the dictionary for every 200,000. The others have disappeared, Shin Sinyu remarked, frowning. With only a 1 in 200,000 chance, it is no wonder we could not find anyone after so much effort. Zhou Yi quickly connected the dots. Shin Sinyu seemed lost in thought, her expression contemplative. What is on your mind? Zhou Yi inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Oh, I was reflecting. Shin Sinyu paused, pressing her lips together. From a probabilistic standpoint, it is already miraculous for the two of us to remain. Zhou Yi felt a ripple of emotion. While Shin Sinyu may have been merely analyzing probabilities objectively, her words conveyed an inexplicable bond of fate. The weight of the word miracle was indeed profound. Zhou Yi instinctively rubbed the back of his head and continued, I suddenly thought of something. What is it? Shin Sinyu asked immediately. Given that others exist, is there a possibility for collaboration? Perhaps we could discover a way out of these rules. After speaking, Zhou Yi frowned, realizing the impracticality of this notion. Shin Sinyu contemplated before speaking thoughtfully. I understand your point. For example, if we could gather 6 individuals whose names contain the characters Shi, Jie, Hui, Fu, Yuan, and Zhuang, we could form the phrase the world returns to its original state. According to the third rule of the dictionary, that should restore the world. Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads in unison. Shin Sinyu considered and articulated her rejection of the proposal. However, according to the second rule, acquiring these characters requires the death of these 6 individuals, and they would certainly not agree to such a so-called collaboration. Zhou Yi, somewhat reluctant, continued to ponder for an alternative, suggesting, alternatively, if we could find individuals with Fu and Hui in their names, we could assemble the meaning of revival, which could also bring them back. He quickly realized that this would also necessitate the killing of those 2 individuals, who would undoubtedly refuse. Zhou Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. It has become a Russian nesting doll situation. Shin Sinyu pointed out the crux of the issue. The idea of collaboration is overly idealistic. Everyone is a stranger to one another. To put it simply, if your name contains Shi, would you willingly accept being killed and entrust your fate to complete strangers? Zhou Yi paused, hesitating to respond. Yet he was acutely aware that his silence was already an answer. Shin Sinyu furrowed her brow and continued. The allure of the Unjust Dictionary is its promise to fulfill any wish. This temptation is immense. Under such temptation, trust becomes exceedingly fragile, and the chain of suspicion will only cease with the death of one party. Thus, collaboration is simply unattainable. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, wishes were once mere desires. One never truly believed they would come to fruition. Yet now, the Unjust Dictionary offers a path. Shin Sinyu keenly observed. This implies that any wish can now be realized, with a clear pathway to its fulfillment, through murder. Zhou Yi comprehended the underlying implication of Shin Sinyu's words. Thus, suspicion is inevitable. Shin Sinyu concluded incisively. In the rules of the Unjust Dictionary, there is no such thing as a shared human destiny. A person does not represent humanity, but rather stands for the individual. Zhou Yi fell silent, closing his eyes to meticulously re-evaluate the 3 rules, contemplating all potential solutions to the conundrum, and ultimately sighed, as if arriving at a profound realization. Then there is but one path, killing everyone to save everyone. Shin Sinyu was momentarily taken aback, and then naturally pondered another question. So, what do you think the others are doing now? That is also a concern of mine, Zhou Yi replied. What are you worried about? Have you heard of the Battle Royale game? Zhou Yi suddenly introduced another topic, subtly indicating the intricate connection between the 2 issues. The game known as CHJ is a Battle Royale type, wherein 100 players parachute onto a gradually shrinking map, scavenging for weapons, equipment, and vehicles to eliminate other players through combat. As time progresses, the safe zone continually diminishes, compelling players to confront and engage in battle, with the last surviving individual or team emerging victorious, thereby achieving the ultimate goal of eating chicken. Shin Sinyu certainly comprehended Zhou Yi's implication, and she replied with a knowing expression. In a sense, our current predicament indeed resembles the dynamics of the CHJ game. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement and then inquired, what is the first thing players do after parachuting into the CHJ game? Eliminate nearby opponents. At that moment, a shout echoed from outside the classroom, a voice belonging to a third individual, distinct from the 2 of them. An hour later, they finally heard the voice of this third person. Someone's killing. Help. Somebody come. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, frantic cries resonated from outside the classroom. A voice they recognized all too well. Chapter 4. Homicide. Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu exchanged a knowing glance, and Zhou Yi cautiously leaned toward the window. Quickly discerning the source of the commotion, it was Li Zhanxin, the school's broadcaster. Each time Li Zhanxin made an announcement, he introduced himself, which meant everyone recognized his name and voice. He rushed towards them from the direction of the square, shouting and glancing back frequently, evidently in a state of fright. The two did not respond. They remained hidden in the classroom. However, as Li Zhanxin entered the teaching building, he hastily sought refuge in a nearby classroom, which happened to be the very one Zhou Yi and Xin Xinyu occupied. Li Zhanxin burst into the classroom, immediately secured the door, and upon turning, noticed Zhou Yi and Xin Xinyu, leading to a moment of mutual bewilderment among the three. Zhou Yi stepped protectively in front of Xin Xinyu and approached Li Zhanxin, cautiously asking what happened. Li Zhanxin, leaning against his knees to catch his breath, urgently replied, "Someone's killing. There has been a murder over by the square." Xin Xinyu quickly dashed to the classroom door, locking it before returning to stand behind Zhou Yi, questioning Li Zhanxin. "I need to confirm. You heard it too, right? The Unjust Game? The Unjust Game? You both heard it as well." Li Zhanxin exclaimed in surprise. "I thought I was hallucinating. Do you also possess a dictionary that can record words?" Zhou Yi tentatively asked. "Indeed, within the realm of consciousness, I can visualize it by merely closing my eyes." Li Zhanxin replied, astonished. "What about the others around you?" Xin Xinyu continued. "They all vanished." Li Zhanxin said, somewhat shaken. "I was at the broadcasting station when I inexplicably heard a series of rules, and by the time I regained my senses, everyone around me had disappeared." Zhou Yi pondered silently. Their three experiences were identical. Consistent with his earlier conjecture, it appeared that all remaining individuals had indeed heard the three rules of the Unjust Game, each possessing a dictionary capable of recording words, while those without such dictionaries had vanished at that moment. Li Zhanxin continued. "Initially, I brushed it off, thinking they had left without saying goodbye, and even questioned my own hearing. But when I stepped out of the broadcasting room and saw no one, I began to panic." "And then, what about the killings?" Zhou Yi inquired further. Li Zhanxin swallowed hard. "I couldn't find anyone anywhere. The school was utterly deserted. It was bizarre. I could only wander aimlessly around the school, feeling as though I were in a dream. At first, we were equally perplexed," Zhou Yi consoled. "Eventually, at the newsstand in the square, I spotted a figure from a distance. My heart suddenly eased. I finally saw someone and rushed towards them." Li Zhanxin abruptly closed his eyes as if recalling a haunting memory. "What did you see?" Zhou Yi immediately asked. "As I approached the newsstand, I distinctly saw that person stabbing another in the chest with a utility knife," Li Zhanxin replied, clutching his head, seemingly unwilling to revisit that scene. Zhou Yi quickly deduced. "That corresponds to the second rule." Xin Xinyu astutely asked, "Are you certain he is dead?" His body vanished, transforming into two shimmering fragments. Li Zhanxin responded in astonishment. It became words. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. Li Zhanxin shook his head in distress, unwilling to reflect further on the matter. Hastily stating, "I saw it clearly. It aligns with the rules. The rules are genuine." "Was he one of our classmates?" Zhou Yi pressed on. "Are you asking about the deceased or the murderer?" Li Zhanxin's lips moved soundlessly. "Both," Zhou Yi insisted. "It should be both. I recognize one of them. The one committing the murder," Li Zhanxin affirmed, shaking his head. Xin Xinyu immediately inquired, "What is his name?" Li Zhanxin paused to recollect, then confidently stated, "Shi Lian. He is a senior in our college." "I know that name." Zhou Yi seemed to connect the dots. "You know him too?" Li Zhanxin asked. "Our school's online gaming club held a CHJ competition, and Shi Lian was the captain of the winning team. He is quite adept at the game," Zhou Yi recalled, having heard about this individual from his roommate during that period. "Therefore, he is well versed in the strategy of striking first," Xin Xinyu noted keenly. Li Zhanxin then posed the most critical question. "Will he continue to kill?" The three of them exchanged glances. The unspoken implication of this question was clear. They were the individuals closest to Shi Lian, and if he chose to continue his spree, they would inevitably become his next targets. "We have three people. Should we fear him?" Li Zhanxin attempted to bolster morale, yet his legs trembled involuntarily, revealing his inner trepidation. Xin Xinyu shook her head pessimistically. "It's not a matter of numbers. You overlook the rules. He possesses the words of another, and if he can form a coherent meaning, he will gain the corresponding effect. According to the third rule, it must form a complete sentence, right?" Li Zhanxin furrowed his brows in confusion. Xin Xinyu smiled gently and replied, "Not necessarily." "Not necessarily?" Li Zhanxin inquired, somewhat perplexed. "In the dictionary space we were in earlier, each of us possessed words corresponding to our names. You must have noticed that on the page of each character, there are grooves for the phrases associated with that character. Therefore, it is highly probable that as long as we can assemble semantically coherent phrases, we could achieve the corresponding effects." Xin Xinyu reflected. "Phrase effects?" Li Zhanxin appeared somewhat surprised. Xin Xinyu continued to explain, "Yes, my name is Ding Xiaoyin, comprising the characters Ding, Xiao, and Yi." Zhou Yi, as an observer, clearly understood that Xin Xinyu was concealing her true name. Xin Xinyu went on, On the page for the characterine in the dictionary, there are numerous phrases related to it, such as shanine. These phrases are obscured, and since I only have the characterine, if I can fully assemble the phrase shanine, I should be able to obtain the corresponding effect. Shanine? Does that mean invisibility? Li Zhanxin asked curiously. I don't know. Before assembling the phrase, the dictionary does not reveal its explanation, Shen Xinyu clarified. Zhou Yi nodded. Having also noticed the phrase effects Shen Xinyu mentioned, on the 2 pages of the dictionary containing Zhou Yi's characters, there were corresponding phrases beneath, all of which were obscured, with their explanations also shrouded in an invisible code. Li Zhanxin's expression shifted to one of realization. So that means if we can assemble the phrases, we can gain the corresponding effects. Shen Xinyu scrutinized Li Zhanxin closely. You must have noticed, right? Li Zhanxin sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I truly did not notice. Really? It was quite obvious, Shen Xinyu teased with a sly smile. Li Zhanxin chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Zhou Yi and asked, she just mentioned her name is Ding Xiaoying. What is your name? Zhou Yi blinked calmly and replied naturally. My name is Guo Rundong. Li Zhanxin appeared somewhat disappointed. Li Zhanxin, Ding Xiaoying, Guo Rundong. Our names cannot form a phrase. Just then, the floor of the classroom suddenly shook violently. An earthquake? Zhou Yi instinctively asked, but he soon realized that the tremor was not due to an earthquake. It was the walls of the classroom that were moving. What is happening? Li Zhanxin grasped the nearby desk firmly. The 3 of them clearly noticed that the 4 walls of the classroom were closing in towards the center, visibly converging upon them. We have been discovered. Shen Xinyu immediately reacted. Discovered? But what is happening to the classroom? Li Zhanxin asked, bewildered. Zhou Yi observed the encroaching walls, pressing in relentlessly towards the center. His brow furrowed. The walls seem to be manipulated. If this continues, we will be crushed into a pulp. Manipulated walls? Li Zhanxin shook his head in disbelief. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated to the center of the classroom, attempting to delay the inevitable crushing, but this could not fundamentally resolve the problem. They would eventually be reduced to a mere mass. Shen Xinyu remained composed, looking at Li Zhanxin as she analyzed. You mentioned that person is named Shi Lian, correct? Li Zhanxin nodded. Yes, Shi Lian. Sure. His name contains this character, Shen Xinyu observed keenly. Zhou Yi contemplated and added. He also killed someone to acquire that person's name. Zhou Yi turned to Li Zhanxin and asked, do you know where he committed the murder? At the newsstand, Li Zhanxin promptly replied. Zhou Yi's eyes brightened, and he nodded. Understood. The victim was Yang Yele, a classmate of ours who worked part-time at the newsstand. Shen Xinyu's eyes widened slightly. The character Lei Anshur. He must have formed the phrase Lei Shur. Each character in the Unjust Dictionary has corresponding phrases, and as long as one can fully assemble the characters that constitute a phrase, one can unlock the explanations and obtain the corresponding phrase effects, referred to as UCI. Zhou Yi continued. Indeed, in terms of effects, this phrase likely grants control over stone walls. Damn it! Li Zhanxin kicked the nearby desk in frustration. We have lost the initiative. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he surveyed the walls compressing in on them. If we were in an open space, we could still flee. But now trapped in this classroom, we can only be slowly exhausted. The walls continued to close in rapidly, deforming the desks and chairs in the classroom, leaving them with an ever-diminishing space to stand. Soon, only a mere inch of space remained in the center of the classroom. Despite the shrinking area, they maintained a cautious distance from one another, standing face to face, never allowing their backs to be exposed. In this dire situation, Li Zhanxin unexpectedly exhaled deeply, swiftly removing his glasses and smoothing his hair back, transforming his appearance entirely. If this continues, we will all perish, Li Zhanxin stated sternly. Shen Xinyu chuckled lightly, appearing unsurprised. What? Can't maintain the facade any longer? From the beginning, you pretended to be confused just to extract our names. I see through it. I thought you were disguising it well, Li Zhanxin replied, almost in an admission of guilt. Zhou Yi's gaze was sharp as he fixed it on him. You did not come here aimlessly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found this classroom so coincidentally. I distinctly remember that the school's surveillance room is adjacent to the broadcasting room. I suspect that from the outset, you went to the surveillance room, saw us on the monitors, and thus arrived at this classroom with precision. Very astute, Li Zhanxin acknowledged. Continued, from the surveillance room. You can see the location of everyone in the school. Initially, you might have intended to seek out Shi Lian or Yang Yilei. But Shi Lian took the initiative by killing Yang Yilei first, thus seizing the upper hand, leaving you with no choice but to find us. Li Zhanxin shook his head. That is not correct. I first went to the surveillance room merely to confirm whether everyone had vanished. At that moment, I was just as bewildered as you were. Li Zhanxin looked up, recalling, indeed, the other individuals in the school had disappeared from the monitor. I sat in the surveillance room, lost and aimless for a considerable time. It was only when I noticed movement on the screen from the square, though the image was somewhat blurred, that I saw someone in motion. I immediately magnified the footage and witnessed Shirlian repeatedly stabbing Yang Yilei in the chest. Were you terrified? Zhou Yi inquired, gazing at Li Zhanqin. No, I remained composed. Li Zhanqin smiled with an air of detachment. In that instant, I suddenly grasped the 3 rules of the dictionary and comprehended the true meaning of injustice. I realized how foolish and perilous it was to waste time in a daze. Losing the opportunity meant losing everything, and I had to act immediately. So, you came to find us, Shin Xinyu deduced astutely. Li Zhanqin merely smiled. I can surmise that what you just mentioned are not your real names. You have been guarding against me from the start. Zhou Yi and Shin Xinyu exchanged glances, neither denying it, as there was no longer a need for denial. Li Zhanqin shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. After I eliminate you, I will naturally see your names. As he spoke, Li Zhanqin drew a sharp knife from his back pocket, taken from the toolbox in the surveillance room. He tightly gripped the knife, pointing its tip directly at Zhou Yi, and continued, however, your concealment of names further confirms one thing for me. What is that? Zhou Yi asked, intrigued. Li Zhanqin's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Your names must be of use to me. Otherwise, there would be no need for concealment. In this confined space, for walls surrounded them, and a menacing knife approached. It was inevitable that one among them must perish. They were ensnared in an inescapable deadlock. Zhou Yi and Shin Xinyu braced themselves back to back, prepared for defense. Li Zhanqin, wielding the knife, cautiously advanced, narrowing their escape route. Li Zhanqin aimed the blade at Zhou Yi, intending to eliminate him first, given the apparent advantage of male combat prowess. With the weapon in his grasp, he undoubtedly held the upper hand. Should he succeed in killing the other two and acquire their names, he could possibly form a phrase of powerful incantation, his sole means of breaking through the walls. Li Zhanqin approached with greedy eyes, the glint of the knife reflecting a chilling ferocity. His intent to kill was unmistakable. Zhou Yi found himself retreating to the wall's edge, feeling the pressure of the encroaching walls, as if someone were pushing him toward the razor-sharp blade. Li Zhanqin closed in, their proximity a mere arm's length apart. The walls tightening around Zhou Yi and Shin Xinyu, leaving them with no escape. Don't blame me. Li Zhanqin raised his right hand sharply, then swiftly thrust the knife toward Zhou Yi's chest. Zhou Yi immediately raised both hands to defend, using all his strength to block Li Zhanqin's wrist. Li Zhanqin quickly swung his left hand, striking Zhou Yi's right hand and exposing his chest. Li Zhanqin's eyes turned bloodshot, his mouth agape with greed as he lunged the knife toward Zhou Yi's chest. Stop! An authoritative voice echoed, seemingly out of nowhere, resonating within Li Zhanqin's mind. Chapter 6. Yizhan, Xinu, is, in itself, a complete incantation. In the dictionary space where the transformation began, Shin Xinyu received 3 pages of her character booklet. She soon noticed that both the pages for the characters Xinu contained the same phrase, Xinu. Shin Xinyu inherently possessed the 2 characters of Xinu. The phrase, Xinu, was prominently displayed in the dictionary, annotated with its corresponding explanation, Xinu. The heart has a voice, yet words remain unspoken. It can convey and receive heartfelt sentiments, facilitating communication through the heart. Thus, from the very beginning, Shin Xinyu's name was innately endowed with the complete Xinu incantation. Consequently, in comparison to Zhou Yi and Li Zhanqin, Shin Xinyu possessed a deeper understanding of the rules governing incantations. As Li Zhanqin's knife was about to pierce Zhou Yi's chest, at this critical juncture, Shin Xinyu's incantation came into play. Utilizing the Xinu incantation, she communicated through heartfelt resonance, commanding Li Zhanqin to cease his actions. Though her command bore no tangible power, it served as an unexpected shock. Li Zhanqin had never experienced such a heartfelt exchange. To him, an inexplicable and mystical voice emanated from his mind, commanding him with utmost authority to halt. Instinctively, he faltered for a mere second. From Zhou Yi's perspective, Li Zhanqin abruptly paused, his expression momentarily blank. In a life-and-death scenario, that fleeting second proved sufficient. Zhou Yi promptly seized Li Zhanqin's wrist, firmly grasping the knife in his hand. By the time Li Zhanqin regained his senses, the knife was firmly in Zhou Yi's grip. As he looked at Zhou Yi lunging at him, he had yet to comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, Zhou Yi had already gained control of the knife, thrusting it toward him. In the brief lapse of distraction, Li Zhanqin's earlier advantage had vanished entirely. Without hesitation, Li Zhanqin immediately clasped Zhou Yi's wrist, their hands entangled in a fierce struggle, each striving for dominance. Shin Xinyu swiftly charged forward, deftly extending her hand to cast a cloud of chalk dust into Li Zhanqin's eyes. Seizing the moment while he rubbed his eyes with one hand, she resolutely retrieved a compass from her pocket, its sharp point poised to pierce his temple. From the very instant Li Zhanqin had entered the classroom, Shin Xinyu had locked the door behind her, and in that fleeting moment, she had casually brushed chalk dust from the blackboard and retrieved the compass from the teaching toolbox by the door, concealing it within her pocket for this very moment. In essence, from the moment Li Zhanxin stepped through the door, Shen Xinyu had been orchestrating his demise. Li Zhanxin emitted a pained howl, clutching his temple with his right hand while his left struggled to fend off Zhou Yi. His vision blurred by the chalk dust, he momentarily succumbed to blindness. Faced with Zhou Yi, he had nearly lost the will to fight. Act quickly, there is no time to waste, Shen Xinyu urged Zhou Yi. The walls, closing in tightly around them, left them with scarcely an arm's length of space. The classroom's desks and chairs were contorted by the pressure, debris of wood and metal littering their surroundings, as they were on the brink of being crushed into a pulp. It was a matter of kill or be killed. This was the only unyielding law. Zhou Yi gripped the hilt of his knife, stepping forward decisively, gazing at the disheveled Li Zhanxin, with a blend of cruelty and compassion. He declared, "In this unjust game, you may find your release. I shall carry your name with me to the end and save you." Just then, as the blade was about to strike, perhaps out of sheer desperation, Li Zhanxin suddenly smiled with resignation, lowering his right hand and calmly closing his eyes. "How dull. To lose like this," he murmured. With his eyes shut, relying on instinct, Li Zhanxin lifted the blade with his left hand, pressing its tip against his chest. The encroaching walls pushed his body forward inexorably. "My friend, I know not your name, but your promise in this unjust game is the greatest mercy," he uttered, as the walls forced them closer together. Zhou Yi, holding tightly to the knife's hilt, plunged the blade into Li Zhanxin's chest. The sensation of the weapon sliding into flesh radiated through Zhou Yi's hands, a feeling he had never experienced before. Yet within this new realm of rules, he understood that he must remember this sensation, for it would accompany him to the end. Li Zhanxin smiled one last time, saying, "I hope you can break this injustice." The sharp blade pierced his heart, and Zhou Yi ended Li Zhanxin's life. His body transformed into 3 pages of a calligraphy exercise, shimmering with a soft light, identical to the pages seen in the dictionary space. Zhou Yi, quick to react, grasped the character for cut. "It's your turn," Shen Xinyu exclaimed with anticipation. The walls tightened their grip, resembling the belly of a constricting python, sealing them within an impenetrable cocoon. Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu were pressed together, their overlapping chests making it nearly impossible to breathe, soon to be crushed into a puddle of blood. Zhou Yi clutched the character tightly, instinctively closing his eyes as his consciousness returned to the dictionary space. The Unjust Dictionary opened before him, quietly resting upon the page for cut, which swiftly flew into the dictionary, locking into place and revealing an embossed character. Zhou Yi successfully recorded the character for cut. He immediately flipped to the page for easy, noting that a particular phrase stood out prominently. Combining the characters for easy and cut, he formed a complete phrase, Yizhan. Zhou Yi received the blessing of Yizhan. The corresponding explanation in the dictionary unlocked, revealing the effect of this blessing. Yizhan. All obstacles become easy, all can be severed. It enables the application of weaknesses to any object. Attacking the weakness will ensure a clean cut. "Are you done yet?" Shen Xinyu urged. In the utterly sealed space, the unyielding walls consumed their last foothold, their flesh and blood unable to withstand the pressure, the creaking of bones audible as the force reached its limits. Suddenly, Zhou Yi opened his eyes wide. The surrounding walls resembled the throat of a monstrous beast constricting around them, devouring their final life force. Yet he perceived a faint white point at the center of the collapsing walls, akin to the most vulnerable seam in a suit of armor, a weakness. With determination, he extended his right hand, crossing his fingers, with his thumb pressing against the second joint of his index finger, the remaining 3 fingers straightened neatly. Raising his hand like a sharp dagger, the weakness was within reach, and with a decisive motion, Zhou Yi executed a swift strike. Yizhan. Chapter 7. The game of strategy with a powerful shout. Zhou Yi's right hand traced a sweeping arc, directly targeting the wall's weakness. The surrounding walls were cleaved apart, creating an opening in the sealed classroom. Zhou Yi immediately grasped Shen Xinyu's hand, leading her through the breach to freedom. Zhou Yi distinctly felt that since acquiring the blessing of Yizhan, his physical capabilities had markedly enhanced. His body now exuded strength. Able to deliver cuts with his bare hands, his speed, power, and agility significantly elevated, possessing at least the physique of a warrior. He soon comprehended that the blessing not only conferred a fixed effect, but also fortified the recipient's physical attributes to match the level necessary to wield the blessing's power. The blessing of Yizhan was combat-oriented, thus elevating Zhou Yi to the stature of a warrior. In contrast, Shen Xinyu's blessing, Xinu, was of a unique ability type, resulting in a more limited enhancement, merely elevating her to slightly above the average human level. In a sense, Zhou Yi, having received the blessing, became the embodiment of the meaning of Yizhan. They escaped the classroom, yet the danger was far from over. No sooner had they exited than the walls of the entire building seemed to awaken, stones from all directions hurtling toward them. Zhou Yi observed that just moments ago. Each classroom was compressing inward, and once they escaped, the walls of the teaching building ceased their inward contraction, seemingly acquiring a distinct target for aggression, launching a fierce attack against them. A distant shout emanated from within the walls. Lish. The incantation of Lish proclaims, a barrier to defend. Unyielding stone cannot be shattered. It can guide stones to move, forming a robust stone wall for defense. Zhou Yi immediately grasped Shin Sinyu's hand and sprinted towards the exit of the teaching building, eager to reach an open space. However, his intentions were clearly discerned, and the surrounding walls abruptly shifted, instantly blocking the entrance and trapping them firmly in the central hall of the building. Come forth, Lien. Zhou Yi called out to the walls encircling the hall, reminding them that they were once classmates and that it was unnecessary for them to engage in a deadly struggle. After his words, the wall above the exit slowly shifted, revealing an outwardly pushed stone platform, resembling a stone chair. A robust figure emerged from the wall. Looking down upon them, it was Lien. Unnecessary to engage in a deadly struggle? Lien coldly chuckled. What about the announcer who just entered? Is he still alive? Zhou Yi quickly clarified. He intends to kill us. We are justified. Lien dismissively waved his hand and expressed some regret. I had initially thought there was only one person. That was a miscalculation. Earlier, at the newsstand, Lien had only seen Lzhnxn entering the teaching building, believing Lzhnxn to be the sole intruder. Thus, he unleashed Lish, controlling all classrooms to converge and eliminate the opponent without direct confrontation, avoiding the risk of being counterattacked. It was only when a slash severed the wall that Lien realized there were others within the building, and they had banded together to form a complete incantation. Zhou Yi shielded Shin Sinyu behind him, defiantly gazing at Lien, now entirely surrounded by walls. Although both sides possessed an incantation, it was evident that Lien held an overwhelming advantage in terms of positioning. Lien tapped his forehead with a finger, recalling. That slash was called YZHN, correct? What? Zhou Yi feigned ignorance despite hearing the question. The ZHN character resides in your possession, Lien asserted. Zhou Yi merely stared at Lien defiantly, refraining from answering. Let us strike a bargain. Lien waved his hand, and the previously sealed entrance gradually opened a gap, allowing light from the outside to stream in. If you hand over the ZHN character, I shall let you leave. The ZHN character? Zhou Yi hesitated on the surface. Shin Sinyu instantly understood. Lien and Zhan, you wish to complete Lien ZHN. Given the current situation, Lien had already assembled the incantation of Lish, which provided formidable defensive capabilities. If he were to acquire the incantation of Lien ZHN, it would undoubtedly possess continuous attacking effects, granting Lien both offensive and defensive prowess. Indeed, Lien did not deny it. He rose from the stone chair. Give me the ZHN character, and you shall be free, a win-win situation. And what if you renege after receiving the character? Zhou Yi retorted immediately, continuing. You must allow us to exit first. We will provide it to you after we are out. Impossible. You have just killed someone, and I cannot trust you. Lien stated resolutely. We acted in self-defense, Zhou Yi reiterated, pointing at Lien, but our circumstances differ. My character is of no use to you, nor yours to me. He stepped forward, gazing directly at Lien. Thus, between us, there is no deadlock of life and death. Lien shook his finger in denial. It's merely temporarily useless. What about the future? Zhou Yi understood Lien's implication. As long as they survived, the characters they acquired would multiply, allowing for greater combinations, making any character potentially useful, rendering the notion of useless characters obsolete. This was a curse stemming from the Dictionary of Injustice. Harmony is temporary, while conflict is eternal. The so-called security and trust cannot be established. Lien continued. In the present, you may kill him for self-defense, and in the future, you may do the same to me. I do not claim you are malevolent. Rather, once entangled in this rule, only injustice remains, making trust impossible. Disgusting, Shin Sinyu remarked, looking disdainfully at Lien. You just killed someone as well. Do not play the victim here. Lien paused for a moment before slowly admitting. Indeed, I accepted all the rules in an instant. Which is why I swiftly killed Yli. He was a moment too slow. In this deadly game, the one who seizes the knife first becomes the victor. Having reached this point, Zhou Yi comprehended fully. None could be easily deceived by mere words, and further negotiations would yield no concessions. He resolutely stepped forward. In that case, we cannot relinquish our knife. Very well, the deal is off. Lien did not appear surprised. He swiftly lowered a hand, and the opening beneath them was immediately sealed by the walls. Stepping back, Lien resumed his seat on the stone chair, the platform gradually merging with the walls, enveloping him in the solid structure, causing him to vanish from sight. I shall entomb you here. Li In slowly retreated into the wall, uttering softly, Lish. Chapter 8. Offense and defense. The towering walls surged forth, resembling a legion of enraged stone giants, encircling them from all directions. Zhou Yi and Shun Xinyu stood at the center of the hall, as stone pillars emerged from the walls, akin to giants delivering merciless blows against them. Zhou Yi stepped forward, firmly holding Shun Xinyu's hand behind him, raising 3 fingers on his right hand. YZHN. With a swift motion, Zhou Yi executed a decisive slash. The encroaching stone pillars crumbled in response, and the surrounding walls disintegrated, scattering fine debris across the floor. However, the assault from the walls was relentless. The severed stones quickly reformed into solid pillars, once again hurtling toward them. Zhou Yi raised his hand and wielded his blade, parrying the relentless assault of stone pillars. However, it was evident that his 3 fingers had begun to tremble, and if he continued to expend energy at this rate, his stamina would inevitably falter, and the unending walls would eventually entomb them. Zhou Yi, you are considering my well-being, aren't you? Shun Xinyu suddenly spoke from behind him. What? Zhou Yi replied in confusion. You have been solely on the defensive, Shun Xinyu pointed out. The incantation, Yizhan, leaned towards offense, yet Zhou Yi remained on guard. Conversely, Lei Shi was defensive in nature, yet Shi Lian attacked ferociously. Their offensive and defensive strategies were almost completely misaligned. Since Shun Xinyu was behind him, Zhou Yi had no choice but to fend off the incoming stones, shattering them to protect her, which forced him into a continuous cycle of defense and depletion. Shun Xinyu astutely observed, Yizhan is a spear, not a shield. Continuing to expend energy this way plays right into his hands. Zhou Yi's right arm began to tingle, and his 3 fingers quivered incessantly. After enduring numerous assaults from the stone pillars, his right hand was nearing its breaking point. At that moment, Zhou Yi felt a sharp pain in his left hand, the one that held Shun Xinyu. She had drawn a compass, slicing into his forearm, blood seeping from the wound. Does it hurt? Shun Xinyu asked calmly. What? Zhou Yi turned back, puzzled, gazing at her. Being struck by a stone would hurt far more. Perhaps even hitting you in the face, crushing your entire body, leaving your backside where your head should be, Shun Xinyu replied coolly. Zhou Yi understood well what she meant. If he continued to defend, they would surely be buried here. Shun Xinyu suddenly released his left hand. Do not concern yourself with me. Attack. Forcing him to defend is the best way to protect me. Xinyu? Zhou Yi looked at her, his gaze gradually solidifying. His eyes, sharp as a hawk, scanned the surging tide of stone walls, attempting to locate the hidden puppeteer. His true form is concealed within the wall. I can find him. Focus on your offense. Shun Xinyu closed her eyes, her perception, akin to an unseen web, spreading and penetrating through the layers of rock. Good. Zhou Yi responded without hesitation, exhaling deeply as if he had made a momentous decision. He withdrew his left hand, quietly closing his eyes, his arms hanging naturally by his sides, an air of solemnity enveloping him. In an instant, Zhou Yi abruptly raised his right hand, intertwining his thumb and pinky, pressing down on the first joint of his pinky, the 3 middle fingers standing tall in a row, resembling a poised dagger. As he chanted, Yizhan, all twists are easy, all forms shall be cut. To invoke the incantation requires recitation. In a sense, incantations are contracts established through chanting, gaining the power to wield Qi Li. Shi Lian sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere, instinctively feeling a surge of lethal intent. Zhou Yi had become exceedingly dangerous, and he had to eliminate him immediately. Indeed, offense was the best form of defense. Shi Lian had no time to spare on Shun Xinyu and had to meet Zhou Yi's assault with full force. He summoned the 4 walls, drawing forth their strongest segments to form 4 colossal stone pillars, which he hurled from every direction towards Zhou Yi's center. Zhou Yi's eyes snapped open, and he bellowed, Yizhan. His 3 fingers descended with grace, carving 3 elegant arcs that struck the weak points of the southeastern and southwestern pillars. Those 3 pillars crumbled instantaneously, leaving only the northern pillar, which extended from the wall to obstruct Zhou Yi. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Yi supported himself against the pillar, leaping onto it and swiftly moving towards the northern wall. Utilizing the pillar as a springboard, he closed in on the northern barrier in the blink of an eye. Here, Zhou Yi keenly focused on a specific point of the wall. Through the incantation of Xinu, Shun Xinyu discerned Shi Lian's position and relayed it to Zhou Yi with precision. Shi Lian was located slightly left of the center of the northern wall, where Zhou Yi detected a faintly visible weakness. In mere moments, Zhou Yi had reached the northernmost structure of the teaching building. He extended his right hand, fingers crossed and bent, while the remaining 3 fingers aligned and stretched outward, resembling a sharp blade. You shall not. Shi Lian reacted swiftly, directing the stone wall to defend. The walls to the east and west converged towards the north, forming two massive stone pedestals that struck towards the center. The encroaching pedestals bore down upon Zhou Yi like colossal stone giants, their grip inexorable. Zhou Yi leaped from the stone pillar, slicing through the air with two strikes to obliterate the eastern and western pedestals. He then swiftly descended, delivering a decisive strike against the wall before him, cleaving open a gap in the northern barrier, revealing half of Shi Lian's face encased within. Shi Lian's eye widened in shock and fury as he gazed at Zhou Yi. Impossible. My barrier is impregnable. Shi Lian's brow furrowed deeply, and the northern wall rippled like water, rapidly sealing the fissure. The strongest sections of the wall gathered before Shi Lian, reclaiming the stone pillars beneath Zhou Yi's feet, causing a visibly arched stone barrier to rise before him, transforming the entire wall into an unyielding shield. As the stone pillar beneath Zhou Yi collapsed, he found himself suspended in midair, and before him, he glimpsed that faint white point. Before Zhou Yi plummeted to the ground, he twisted midair, leveraging his descent to dive forward, his three middle fingers raised like a hand blade, exerting all his strength to deliver a final, sharp strike. Whether successful or not, this was Zhou Yi's last attempt at a decisive blow. All twists are easy, all forms easily cleaved. The barrier stands as defense, unyielding stones fortifying, lay sure. The strike serves as offense, while the barrier serves as defense. Yijan and Lei Shi returned to their rightful places, their incantations colliding in a fierce clash of spear against shield. Zhou Yi exerted every ounce of strength within him, thrusting his right hand forward to deliver a decisive strike against the stone wall, targeting the vulnerable point of the stone shield. He could sense that his hand penetrated the wall, which felt as pliable as sand, allowing him to slice deeper, albeit with increasing resistance. Zhou Yi's mind fell into a state of singular focus. The only thought that occupied his consciousness was to reach the innermost depths of the stone wall. He emptied himself of distractions and poured all his might into pushing his right hand further within. The gravel and stones within the wall clung to his arm, resembling countless leeches that latched onto his flesh, rendering his right arm nearly numb. He could hardly discern whether he still had any feeling in his hand. He continued to strike without regard for the consequences. At last, his fingertips seemed to encounter the softest part of the wall, akin to the fragile membrane of an egg, ready to burst. In an instant, his three fingers sliced open a fissure. The entire wall began to quietly crumble, the once solid stone becoming loose, and a great wall suddenly started to collapse. Zhou Yi withdrew his right hand from the wall, having exhausted all his energy, and his body began to fall through the air. He plummeted toward the ground, accompanied by the debris of the crumbling wall. Chapter 9. 3 hours earlier in the square's newsstand, Yang Yi stretched languidly, reclining comfortably on the bench while flipping through a novel. He worked part-time at the newsstand. The meager salary was secondary to finding a free place to relax and indulge in reading, allowing an entire afternoon to slip away in blissful tranquility. If given the choice, Yang Yi would not mind spending his life this way. It would be a delightful existence. Just moments ago, while dozing off, he seemed to have dreamed of something. Faintly hearing the 3 rules of an unjust game and catching a glimpse of a dictionary, as if the sound had roused him from slumber. Surely it was just a dream? Yang Yi mused, touching the back of his head, but the voice had felt too vivid, entirely unlike the usual dreamlike sensations. The unjust game had merely 3 rules. First, everyone begins with a character representing their name. Second, killing another grants one the character of the victim's name. Third, forming a complete sentence with these characters allows for the realization of the sentence's meaning. Through the unjust game, any desire can be fulfilled. Yang Yi pondered the mysterious voice, convinced it was merely a dream, yet found the rules intriguing enough to consider writing a novel based on them. Perhaps one day, he would explore this concept further. However, he wondered why the school seemed so eerily deserted. The square was devoid of any presence, and today was not a particularly special day. Yang Yi dismissed the thought, finding solace in the solitude, as it meant no interruptions to his reading. Shaking his head, he adjusted the novel in his hands, reminding himself to remain focused. Distractions could wait until he turned the last page. On the other side of the school, at the basketball court, Shi Lian was engaged in a basketball lesson. The moment he released the ball, time appeared to come to a standstill, and an uncanny silence enveloped the court. Shi Lian found himself engulfed in an endless void. As a voice echoed, "The unjust game has only 3 rules." When Shi Lian regained his senses, he noticed that all his classmates had vanished, leaving the expansive court eerily empty. The ball he had thrown hung in the air, but his teammate was nowhere to be seen. The ball fell to the ground, untouched. Confused, Shi Lian stood frozen, the ball bouncing off the ground repeatedly, each thud mirroring the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat. He felt disoriented, unable to distinguish whether the sound was the ball or his own pulse. After an indeterminate period, Shi Lian snapped out of his stupor and hurriedly took out his phone. attempting to reach his family and friends. However, no responses came, and an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over him, as if he had been forsaken by the entire world. Surely, there must be others? Were the rules truly real? What was happening in this world? His mind swirled with these questions as he aimlessly wandered through the school, an oppressive fear weighing upon him. He yearned to find someone to share his bewilderment. At last, in the square's newsstand, Zhou Yi spotted a figure in the distance. Seemingly reclining within the booth, a book held before them. He felt as though he had found a lifeline, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the newsstand. Need anything? Feel free to browse, Yang Yi said casually, shifting his book aside, before returning his gaze to the novel. Zhou Yi felt dazed, as the other seemed entirely unaware of the strangeness of the situation. Tentatively, he asked, "Did you hear that? The rules from earlier?" Yang Yi glanced up, perplexed. "What rules?" "No, the unjust game," Zhou Yi replied, anxiety creeping into his voice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the frantic journey through the school. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. "Wasn't it a dream?" "You heard it too." "Not a dream, not a dream." Zhou Yi shook his head vigorously. "They've all vanished. Everyone is gone." "Gone?" "Yes, all gone." Yang Yi finally grasped the emptiness of the square. "People are missing?" Zhou Yi nodded fervently. "Yes, after hearing the rules, everyone disappeared." "Did you see any characters?" Yang Yi recalled. "There seemed to be characters. Mine was Yang Yi, which is my name." "The rules are real. The rules are real." Zhou Yi was now utterly convinced. "My character is Zhou Yi, just like the first rule states. We possess the characters of our names." "Are the rules real?" Yang Yi echoed in confusion. In that moment, they both raised their gazes and locked eyes, their expressions weaving a complex tapestry of understanding. With the realization of the rule's authenticity, Zhou Yi sensed an imperceptible shift in their relationship. The second rule states that killing another grants one the ability to acquire the very characters of the victim's name. Zhou Yi instantly became apprehensive, as his name contained the character Shi, while the opponent's name included Lei. Both names shared the phrase Lei Shi in their lexicon. Warily, Zhou Yi observed Yang Yi Lei, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, instinctively taking a step back. Could it be? Would he truly resort to murder? At that moment, Zhou Yi distinctly saw Yang Yi Lei suddenly extend his left hand towards the table to seize something. Zhou Yi's gaze followed to the table, where he was alarmed to find a box cutter lying there. He intended to kill. He sought to claim my characters. In an instant, Zhou Yi grasped the meaning of such treachery. With his extensive experience in survival games, he comprehended that in a life-and-death contest, the one who seizes the knife first emerges victorious. Almost as if driven by a primal instinct, Zhou Yi lunged for the box cutter, snatching it before Yang Yi Lei could react, and swiftly slashed it toward Yang Yi Lei's throat. Yang Yi Lei was bewildered by Zhou Yi's sudden move towards the table. He had merely intended to retrieve a packet of tissues to offer to Zhou Yi to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yang Yi Lei had planned to say, "Here, wipe your sweat." However, he could utter no more words, for Zhou Yi's blade had severed his throat, blood gushing forth from the wound. Confused by the unfolding chaos, Yang Yi Lei instinctively pressed his right hand against his neck, while his left hand clumsily extended the tissues toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stared blankly at the packet of tissues before him, then lifted his gaze to meet Yang Yi Lei's wide-eyed, bewildered expression, which bore an innocence that seared into his conscience. In that moment, he comprehended that he had taken the wrong life. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. This was the rule of the Dictionary of Injustice. Stealing himself. A malevolent glint flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes as he firmly gripped the box cutter's handle and repeatedly thrust it into Yang Yi Lei's chest. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Each apology was accompanied by a stab. Yang Yi Lei lay motionless on the ground, his eyes forever wide with shock and innocence, the blood completely saturating the tissues he clutched in his left hand. Yang Yi Lei's lifeless body transformed into 3 pages of a calligraphy exercise, and Zhou Yi immediately recognized the character Lei. He swiftly took the 3 pages, then naturally closed his eyes. In the realm of his consciousness, his dictionary absorbed these 3 characters, and he soon realized he had completed the phrase Lei Shi. Zhou Yi sat for a moment in front of the newsstand. His hands stained with blood. No longer lost or fearful, he grasped the meaning of the rules. He resolved to treat it as a survival game. Others could no longer be regarded as human. Zhou Yi exhaled deeply, vowing to eliminate all opponents and gather every character for his dictionary, believing that all his desires would be fulfilled. At that moment, he caught sight of a shadow racing towards the teaching building. Chapter 10. Reflection. Zhou Yi swung his right hand in a decisive strike, unleashing a torrent of contract energy that directly struck the weakness of the stone shield, causing the entire wall to crumble. The surrounding high walls collapsed in a cacophony. Zhou Yi plummeted from the air, and Zhou Yi, caught in the wall's debris, was struck in the chest by the blow. Both men fell to the ground amidst the scattering rubble, a cloud of fine dust enveloping the area. Shun Xianyu immediately sprang up to catch Zhou Yi's falling body, but her strength was limited. She could only act as a cushion, and Zhou Yi landed heavily on the ground. The surroundings fell eerily silent for nearly a minute, and as the dust settled, Zhou Yi lay flat on the ground, utterly exhausted, having expended all his strength with the last strike. Shi Lian reclined against the remnants of the wall. A gaping wound across his chest from where Zhou Yi's hand had pierced through the stone shield, leaving a grievous injury that drained his strength. The strike had nearly been fatal. Had Zhou Yi not restrained himself at the last moment, Shi Lian's fate would have been sealed. Feeling vitality ebbing from his wound, he found himself unable to even apply pressure to staunch the bleeding. I have failed, Shi Lian could only utter weakly. Extending his left hand to reveal the 3 characters of Yang Yi Lei, using his final strength to plead, "These 3 characters are for you. Grant me mercy." Shun Xianyu helped Zhou Yi to sit against a wall, then cautiously approached Shi Lian, gripping the compass with its sharp point aimed at his head. Advancing step by step, it was evident that Shin Xianyu had no intention of sparing Shi Lian. A pale smile crossed Shi Lian's face. I never expected to meet my end so soon. Upon realizing his impending death, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Calmly closing his eyes, "It's all right. Continue your cycle of injustice. You too will face death at the hands of others." As Shin Xianyu neared, she unhesitatingly lifted the needle, poised to strike. "Wait," Zhou Yi suddenly called out. Shun Xianyu furrowed her brows, turning back to him with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Zhou Yi shook his head firmly, sitting up with determination, his gaze fixed on Shi Lian, radiating a divine resolve. "We will not be slain by anyone. I shall gather every character and bring an end to this unjust game. I will resurrect you all." Shi Lian's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "What?" Zhou Yi solemnly raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers in a gesture of initiation for the Yizhan technique, declaring with gravity, "I will assemble the dictionary of injustice and become the deity that saves all." Shi Lian laughed unexpectedly, a smile that tore at his wound, yet he laughed unabashedly. "You, dreaming of becoming a god, await my salvation at the end." Zhou Yi gazed steadily at Shi Lian. In that fleeting moment before death, Shi Lian felt an inexplicable easing of his discontent, as though a divine hand were caressing him. Shi Lian shook his head and finally revealed a smile. "I am waiting for you." Shin Xinyu intuitively stepped aside, retreating a short distance. Zhou Yi swung his hand, delivering a decisive strike that pierced directly into Shi Lian's heart. This strike was gentle as water, akin to a sudden spring rain, bringing a painless end to Shi Lian's life. With a smile still adorning his face, Shi Lian lay against the wall, his body resembling 2 pages from a calligraphy book, like 2 deceased butterflies quietly resting on the ground. After a brief pause, Zhou Yi regained his composure. He distinctly sensed that Yizhan not only fortified his physique, but also enhanced his recuperative abilities. Moments ago, he had fallen from approximately 2 stories high, and had it been his previous physical strength, he would have surely sustained fractures. Now, after merely resting for a moment, he felt almost entirely unscathed. Thus far, 3 individuals had perished in this school: Yang Yelei, Li Zhanxin, and Shi Lian. Zhou Yi and Shin Xinyu had acquired 8 characters: Yang Yelei, Li Zhanxin, Shi Lian. They allocated these characters between themselves, each receiving 4. Shin Xinyu obtained Li Shilianai, along with her own name Shin Xinyu. However, these characters could not form new phrases, only the established Lei Shi and Xinyu blessings. Zhou Yi received Yang Zhangxin, together with his own name Zhou Yi. These characters similarly could not form new phrases, only the established Yizhan blessing. The surroundings fell silent as Zhou Yi and Shin Xinyu sat face to face on a somewhat intact wooden board. Just 3 hours prior, they had been in class. And now this place had transformed into ruins. They reflected on the dramatic turn of events, having narrowly escaped death only to end another's life. They profoundly understood that within the 3 rules of this unjust game, humanity had been utterly stripped away. They were acutely aware that the conflict that had just transpired in this school was but a microcosm of the unjust game. One could easily imagine that at this very moment, those whose names were inscribed in the dictionary were converging in various corners, engaged in a deadly game of kill or be killed. This unjust game had only just begun. Suddenly, they gazed at each other, their eyes betraying an unmasked sense of testing. Despite having fought side by side, they now realized they had overlooked a fundamental question. Shin Xinyu spoke first, her eyes fixed on Zhou Yi, sincerely asking, "Zhou Yi, can we trust each other?" Zhou Yi nodded immediately. Having fought together, he recognized that without Shin Xinyu's calmness, he might have faced death twice. Without hesitation, he earnestly replied, "As you just said, our survival together is a miracle in itself. In gratitude for this miracle, I promise that I will never harm you, no matter the circumstances." Shin Xinyu playfully winked. "In this world, you may be my only acquaintance. If you were to die, it would indeed feel desolate." A wave of emotion surged within Zhou Yi. He was at a loss for words, merely deflecting. We have just escaped death. Shin Sinyu smiled reassuringly. Zhou Yi, promise me, don't die. Keep that character hidden. It is truly significant. Rest assured, we will survive until the end. Zhou Yi firmly declared, patting his chest. Shin Sinyu leaped off the board, moving forward. Shall we go? Let us go. Zhou Yi replied, rising to follow her. His gaze imbued with a sense of destiny. To gather the Unjust Dictionary, I shall become the ultimate deity. Chapter 11. Outside after a brief respite. Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu resolved to depart from the school. The teaching building had been reduced to ruins, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. The traces of conflict could attract others, and remaining in the school posed a danger. In a forest filled with hunters, the first priority was to conceal oneself. Zhou Yi, being an outsider, attended university in Nanjing, while Shin Sinyu resided within the city. After some deliberation, they decided to return to Shin Sinyu's home. After all, home was the most familiar sanctuary, and the external environment was fraught with uncertainties. Returning home would afford them a degree of safety. As they exited the school gates, they found the streets utterly deserted, the city never having felt so desolate. However, they quickly noticed the chaos outside. The roads were littered with the remnants of multiple car accidents, vehicles strewn about haphazardly, many having collided in massive pileups. It was easy to infer that the drivers had vanished suddenly, causing their vehicles to continue moving forward by inertia, resulting in a series of catastrophic crashes. Navigating through the wreckage, they encountered shattered cars, some reduced to charred metal, while road signs and surrounding greenery lay in disarray, as if a war had just swept through, imparting an overwhelming sense of apocalyptic reality. Before long, they confronted a pressing question: how would they return home? At this moment, it was highly probable that taxi drivers and public transport operators had also vanished. Even if some had survived, they would likely be in hiding. This meant that the entire city was devoid of taxis, and public transport was effectively paralyzed. Let us drive, Zhou Yi suddenly suggested. Do you have a car? Shin Sinyu inquired. Zhou Yi pointed to the road, a hint of amusement in his voice. Aren't all these cars here? As he spoke, he approached a vehicle parked on the roadside. It appeared to have been traveling at a slow speed, having only lightly grazed the guardrail, and seemed capable of starting normally. Shin Sinyu understood immediately. She picked up a piece of the broken guardrail and handed it to Zhou Yi. Here, as your key. Zhou Yi shook his head, raising his right hand and extending a finger. I have this. With precision, he struck the front window of the driver's seat, shattering the glass. Then, he reached inside the vehicle and opened the driver's side door. Zhou Yi smiled and remarked, this is how it is portrayed in movies. I have always wanted to give it a try. At this moment, they became acutely aware that the constraints of the previous world's rules had completely vanished. The new reality was governed by merely 3 rules, with no other limitations, compelling them to swiftly adapt to this entirely novel world. Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu boarded the vehicle, and as he fumbled to start the ignition, it was evident that his actions were rather clumsy. Do you have a driver's license? Shin Sinyu inquired with a hint of concern. 2 years of having a license, but no actual driving experience. Zhou Yi jested as he finally located the ignition button. Shin Sinyu silently offered a prayer and fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat. Zhou Yi pressed the accelerator, and the car gradually began to move. Although he was not particularly adept, he quickly managed to control the steering wheel and was able to navigate the road with some semblance of normalcy. Being a novice driver, Zhou Yi was aware that minor scrapes were inevitable. However, the vehicle had already sustained one collision, alleviating any worries about potential damage, allowing it to proceed without issue. Their speed was slow, attributed not only to Zhou Yi's inexperience, but also to the continuous accidents on the road, which presented a significant obstacle. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly much faster than traversing on foot. As Zhou Yi gained confidence in his driving, his speed gradually increased. Despite encountering numerous obstacles on the road, he adeptly maneuvered around them. He had never anticipated that his inaugural driving experience would occur on an entirely deserted road, making it an ideal practice environment. Following the navigation system, they advanced towards Shin Sinyu's home. The functionality of the navigation indicated that the network system was still operational, although many had vanished. The well-established base station system suggested that the network could remain functional for some time, alleviating immediate concerns regarding connectivity. Shin Sinyu, observing her phone, felt reassured as Zhou Yi drove steadily, allowing her to lower her guard and scroll through her device. Suddenly, she announced, someone has created a forum. A new one? Zhou Yi asked, gripping the steering wheel as he sought confirmation. Yes, the theme of the forum revolves around the concept of the Unjust Dictionary. Zhou Yi immediately grasped the implication. It was evident that someone among the survivors had established an online forum dedicated to discussions about the Unjust Dictionary. The purpose of this forum was clear. The survivors lacked a public platform to collectively debate the rules of the unjust game and to strategize their next steps. Shin Sinyu continued, The number of followers is increasing, and the posts seem to pertain solely to the Unrighteous Dictionary. Let us refrain from clicking in, Zhou Yi advised. His brow furrowed with caution. Shinsinyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, accessing it could reveal our location through the visit history. This was the reason she had hesitated to enter the forum. They might even trace our names, Zhou Yi added, his tone laced with vigilance. Could this forum be a trap? Shinsinyu gazed intently at the forum's homepage. Yet, I am genuinely curious about what discussions the survivors might engage in together. Zhou Yi remarked, instinctively glancing at the phone screen. Yes, if there are crucial agreements within, we might miss out, Shinsinyu expressed with some anxiety. Are there any other phones in the car? Zhou Yi pondered, considering the possibility that the previous owner's phone might still be inside, allowing them to access the forum without exposing themselves. Shinsinyu quickly began searching the front and back seats, but found no sign of the previous owner's device. In this day and age, it was expected that everyone carried their phones. If none was left in the car, it implied that personal belongings had vanished alongside their owners. Is this car capable of connecting to the internet? Shinsinyu suddenly contemplated, glancing at the vehicle's screen. Let us give it a try, she exclaimed. Fortunately, the car was equipped with a screen and software connectivity features, permitting internet access. Shinsinyu entered the forum's URL on the car's display and successfully found the forum's entrance through the vehicle's port. I'm in, she confirmed after a final check. Good, Zhou Yi nodded. Suddenly, the screen flickered to black before immediately displaying a skull graphic. The blood-red skull bouncing across the screen like a vengeful spirit from a horror film. Subsequently, a blood-red countdown appeared in the bottom left corner, emitting a brief flash of light, with the number 16 drifting to the center of the display. Zhou Yi instinctively recoiled, causing the steering wheel to tilt and the car to lurch to the left. It's definitely a phishing site, Zhou Yi steadied the vehicle, feeling a mix of disappointment despite having anticipated this outcome. We need to switch cars, Shinsinyu stated calmly. It appears that this so-called Unrighteous Dictionary forum is merely a bait. Curious individuals who click on it would likely have their locations recorded, allowing the creator to pinpoint their whereabouts, indicating their next move is all too predictable. Zhou Yi turned off the screen, letting out a sigh of relief as he realized that in this new world, maintaining constant vigilance was the first lesson they had learned upon re-engaging with the outside realm. Chapter 12. Ambush. Zhou Yi and Shinsinyu exchanged their vehicle for another, becoming noticeably quieter. The earlier encounter with the phishing site had awakened their understanding of the necessity for vigilance in this new world. The survivors were all hunters. Fortunately, they had not been reckless enough to access the website using personal devices. The only consequence was the need to switch cars, which was an acceptable risk. They continued towards Shinsinyu's residence, approaching a major thoroughfare leading into the city. Before them lay a crossroads, where most vehicles heading towards the city would inevitably pass. Typically, this intersection would be heavily congested, but this time it was remarkably clear. Zhou Yi arrived at the main intersection and halted at a red light. As he pressed the brake, he suddenly realized that traffic lights had lost their significance. There was no longer any need for him to stop for a red light. With a hint of jest, remarked on the importance of adhering to traffic regulations, expressing her habitual inclination to wait for the traffic lights. Zhou Yi shook his head, acknowledging that old habits cannot be altered instantaneously. As he prepared to accelerate, disregarding the red light, suddenly called out, "Wait." Her voice resonated with an intense urgency, as if a tempestuous inner voice urged her not to halt, but to press forward recklessly. Immediately alert, keen gaze fell upon the road ahead, where she noticed something amiss. She raised her finger towards the main intersection, exclaiming, "Look." Zhou Yi followed her gesture, initially seeing nothing out of the ordinary. After a moment of scrutiny, he discerned the anomaly. As the leaves from the roadside trees fluttered down, he observed a fine, sharp line suspended in the center of the road, seemingly severing the air before plummeting to the ground. With a sense of urgency, Zhou Yi slammed on the brakes, realizing that a trap had been set on the main thoroughfare. Had he not paused at the red light, they might have been caught in the deadly snare, resulting in catastrophic consequences. This road was a crucial route into the city, and the perpetrator had stealthily laid this perilous thread, ready to claim unsuspecting drivers who failed to notice it. The assailant needed only to remain concealed nearby, reaping the rewards of their grim handiwork without revealing their presence. Zhou Yi's mind raced with the realization that the trap's creator was likely lurking in close proximity, poised to spring into action. They would need to swiftly eliminate any evidence of their presence to continue ensnaring other motorists. It became evident that the road remained clear due to the assailant's meticulous efforts to remove any prior accidents, allowing drivers to pass unhindered, only to fall victim to the trap thereafter. With astute awareness, rolled down her window to sense the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, she spotted a figure atop a nearby factory roof and urgently called out, "Over there." Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, the figure had already vanished into thin air. Zhou Yi, upon closer inspection, noticed that the treacherous line across the road had also been swiftly retracted alongside the disappearing silhouette. It was clear that the adversary did not seek direct confrontation, but preferred the subtlety of traps, opting to remain hidden while harvesting from their victims. Once discovered, they would retreat without engaging in any combat. The line, which could be easily manipulated, likely stemmed from the capabilities of a dictionary, suggesting the assailant possessed the ability to control such threads. A cunning hunter, Zhou Yi thought, his heart racing as he kept his foot firmly on the brake. Within less than an hour after leaving the school, they had encountered both a phishing website and a deadly road trap. Although they had narrowly escaped, luck alone would not suffice for survival. With predators lurking at every turn, they too must become hunters. Choosing a secluded alleyway, Zhou Yi drove cautiously, minimizing noise to avoid drawing attention. Having just evaded the lethal thread, he felt increasingly on edge. There should be at least 16 of them, suddenly stated. What? Zhou Yi asked, perplexed. Nanjing should have at least 16 survivors, she replied, her brow furrowed. You mean the count displayed on the screen earlier? Zhou Yi quickly realized, recalling the number that had flashed on the car's display. This figure likely represented the individuals who had clicked through, indicating that the trap was specifically targeted at Nanjing's population. This strategic placement suggested that the assailant was calculating and methodical, aiming to maximize their reach within the city. S statement implied that survivors would initially seek out nearby resources, meaning that the impending conflict would likely unfold between those residing in the same city, caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse. The existence of at least 16 hunters meant they would have to navigate through this perilous scenario. Reflecting on the earlier thread, mused, it doesn't seem like something an ordinary person could set up. Perhaps it is a capability of the dictionary? Zhou Yi inferred. Very likely, she concurred. They are manipulating the threads to create traps, hoping to gather from those who have already secured their phrases. Zhou Yi and exchanged thoughts as the navigation system indicated they were minutes away from their destination. The evening sky grew dim, casting a somber shadow over the city. They yearned to return home, to a place of psychological safety, and Zhou Yi, unconsciously, accelerated. More of these individuals may be lurking ahead, Zhou Yi sighed gloomily. At that moment, he failed to notice a figure emerging from the alley's blind spot, crossing the road unexpectedly, directly into the path of the vehicle. By the time Zhou Yi recognized the pedestrian, it was too late. Even as he slammed on the brakes, the car's momentum carried it forward, colliding forcefully and sending the individual sprawling 2 meters away. The individual lay motionless on the ground after being struck. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Collision. Zhou Yi, filled with trepidation, halted the vehicle, instinctively yearning to alight and ascertain the situation. However, Shen Xinyu restrained him, urging him to remain still. Through the windshield, they observed the person sprawled on the pavement from a distance. Shen Xinyu scrutinized the scene, noting the absence of blood surrounding the individual, suggesting he might not have sustained any injuries. He should be alive, Zhou Yi speculated, perplexed. Isn't it better if he were dead? Did you really just kill him? Shen Xinyu sharply retorted, he is definitely still alive. He hasn't turned into words. Should we go check? Zhou Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to exit the vehicle when the person suddenly sat upright after a brief pause. He is alive, Zhou Yi confirmed with astonishment. The individual brushed off his trousers, appearing utterly unfazed, then began to twist his body as if loosening his joints before bizarrely waving at the two in the car. Zhou Yi immediately became vigilant, swiftly illuminating the area with the headlights, casting a bright beam upon the figure, allowing them to observe his every movement. Typically, an individual subjected to such bright light would instinctively shield their eyes, yet this person stood there, seemingly in a daze, staring blankly at the light. Suddenly, he exuberantly raised a hand and exclaimed, I'm off work. It was then that Zhou Yi noticed a company ID badge hanging around the man's neck, indicating he was likely an office worker from a nearby building. He seems fine, Zhou Yi remarked, furrowing his brow. He appears somewhat daft, Shen Xinyu observed, gazing quizzically at the man. Should we hit him again? Zhou Yi whispered tentatively. Shen Xinyu shook her head, affirming, I sense no hostility. She had been utilizing her Xinyu blessings to perceive the man's thoughts, but discerned nothing, only a vast emptiness devoid of joy or sorrow. The impact earlier had elicited no response from him whatsoever. Zhou Yi expressed his surprise. It must be the effect of the dictionary, but I cannot fathom what ability it possesses, Shen Xinyu analyzed. Should we confront him? Zhou Yi pondered uncertainly. At that moment, he quietly released his grip on the steering wheel, ready to employ Zhan against the individual, but soon discovered he could not inflict any weaknesses upon him. Despite casting Zhan, there were no signs of weakness manifested on the man's body. No weaknesses. How is this possible? Zhan can impose weaknesses on any object. Is he not a tangible entity? Yet I clearly collided with him. What is his ability? Shen Xinyu furrowed her brow, suggesting, let us steer clear of this intangible enigma. Zhou Yi expressed concern. Will he attack us? I feel no hostility, Shen Xinyu reassured him, having sensed the man's thoughts since the onset. She was certain he bore no murderous intent. His mindset was uniquely peculiar, reminiscent of an infant just learning to walk, yet simultaneously transcendent like a centenarian, devoid of any discernible emotions. Zhou Yi maneuvered the steering wheel, circumventing the pedestrian ahead, and passed by the man at a distance. As anticipated, he did not obstruct their path after they drove past. He merely turned and continued to walk across the road. The two parties navigated around one another, each proceeding on their respective journeys. As they approached the intersection, Zhou Yi caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the man turning back, gently waving goodbye, his lips seemingly forming the words, "Farewell." What an odd individual, Shen Xinyu remarked, a chill creeping through her as she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a strange, eerie coldness. Zhou Yi continued driving until they reached their navigational destination, Shen Xinyu's residence, which was situated in an upscale villa district. He parked at the entrance of the community. Although he was merely a student, he was aware of the exclusivity of this area. It was a prestigious residential region in Nanjing, where purchasing privileges were exceedingly stringent, requiring a certain political standing, with many officials' families residing here. In other words, this was a community where wealth alone could not secure a residence. Those who lived here were the elite, with deep-rooted political connections. You live here? Zhou Yi inquired, taken aback. Yes, is that surprising? Shen Xinyu nodded. Your family? Zhou Yi frowned, recalling he had heard whispers at school of Shen Xinyu's illustrious background, allegedly the granddaughter of a high-ranking official in the political and legal system. Yet he lacked further details about her family. Shen Xinyu shook her head with a sense of liberation. There is no longer such a thing as family. We are all the same now. Zhou Yi, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement, refraining from pursuing the topic further. He parked the car outside the community, well aware of the stringent security measures in place that would prevent entry into the villa area. After exiting the vehicle, Zhou Yi closely followed Shen Xinyu through the security identification at the entrance, entering this valuable enclave. In the past, Zhou Yi would have deemed this place unattainable. Yet upon entering, he found nothing particularly remarkable. While the internal landscaping and infrastructure were indeed well maintained, it was merely a collection of houses. The true value of these residences did not lie in their concrete and steel, but in the societal labels affixed to them. Now, these labels held no significance. The rules of the dictionary had shattered the distinctions of privilege and wealth. In the current world, past identities and riches had become inconsequential. To a certain extent, this marked the most equitable moment for this land, where individuals could only engage based on their names, with all social attributes stripped away. A name constituted one's entirety. Shen Xinyu's home was located at the southernmost end, a standalone villa, and Zhou Yi accompanied her southward. As dusk descended, the community was enveloped in profound silence, devoid of any signs of life. Zhou Yi surmised that all the inhabitants of this neighborhood had vanished. However, Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu remained vigilant. After enduring numerous trials and ambushes, they dared not lower their guard until they truly returned home, for perhaps unseen dangers lurked in the shadows. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Shen Xinyu's residence, and the journey had been uneventful, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shen Xinyu utilized her fingerprint recognition to unlock the door, leading Zhou Yi into the hallway. As they traversed the corridor, illuminated by rows of street lamps, they ventured deeper into the villa. Zhou Yi marveled at the grandeur, noting that the hallway was larger than his entire home. Yet, Shen Xinyu suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. And with a note of alarm, she exclaimed, "Something's wrong. There's someone here." Shen Xinyu's intuition detected the presence of a third individual in her home. Although that person was deliberately concealing themselves, she could still perceive their faint thoughts. A commanding voice echoed, filled with wrath. Another concern that should have raised Shen Xinyu's awareness was the illumination in the corridor that had already activated before their arrival. In the past, her mother often occupied the house when she returned, making the lit hallway unremarkable. However, now that her family had vanished, the lights still shone, indicating that someone had infiltrated the home before their return. Someone? Who? Zhou Yi responded in astonishment. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous sound erupted within the villa. As if a storm had struck, the power supply was abruptly severed, plunging the corridor into darkness. A hulking figure darted through the villa, and from the inner door at the corridor's end, a powerful hand reached out, seizing Shen Xinyu's arm and pulling her into the inner sanctum. The assailant moved with astonishing speed. Before Zhou Yi could react, Shen Xinyu had vanished without a trace. Zhou Yi found himself alone in the corridor, engulfed in impenetrable darkness. Chapter 14. Junlei. Zhou Yi grew cautious, raising his hands in a defensive posture amidst the gloom. It was not difficult to surmise that the adversary possessed a dictionary phrase, imbued with an effect linked to their swiftness. The surrounding darkness indicated a calculated ambush. The assailant had been lying in wait within Shen Xinyu's home, poised to strike. With Shun Sinyu's fate uncertain, Zhou Yi knew he must proceed with utmost caution. Only by defeating the hidden foe could he hope to rescue her. Here it comes. Zhou Yi sensed an overwhelming pressure surging toward him from the corridor's end. The speed of the approach akin to a bolt of lightning. No, it was indeed a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a streak of electricity bore down on Zhou Yi. As it closed in, the lightning swiftly transformed back into human form, and a fist was launched directly at Zhou Yi's abdomen. Zhou Yi braced himself, his hands positioned to absorb the impact. The moment their fists collided, an immense force bore down on him, as if he had been struck by a bolt of thunder. He struggled to maintain his footing, barely managing to deflect the onslaught. Zhou Yi swiftly organized a counterattack, his left hand morphing into a palm to grasp the opponent's fist, while his right hand, with 3 fingers raised, delivered a slicing strike. Yet, in that instant, he felt the fist he had seized slip away like a flash of lightning, leaving his left hand grasping at nothing. And his right hand's strike fell short. Zhou Yi flexed his left hand, feeling a tingling sensation. Realizing what had occurred, he understood that the opponent's form had transformed into a bolt of thunder. He was nearly certain that the adversary's dictionary phrase was indeed related to lightning. Shinsinyu. Shinsinyu. Zhou Yi called out in his mind, believing she would recognize his thoughts. If she were still conscious, she would surely hear him. Zhou Yi. Shinsinyu responded mentally. He immediately inquired, "How are you? Where are you? Are you unharmed?" "I was pulled into a room, and I am uninjured," Shinsinyu replied, her voice indicating no immediate danger. "Did he lay a hand on you?" Zhou Yi questioned, puzzled. "No, I just exchanged blows with him. His ability is likely linked to lightning." Zhou Yi conveyed the insights he had just gained. "You mentioned lightning? That seems plausible," Shinsinyu acknowledged. Zhou Yi suddenly remembered something and warned, "Right? Sinyu, you have the characters for Lanshur. Use Le Shur to protect yourself." "No, I cannot use Le Shur," Shinsinyu quickly refuted. "Why can't you use it?" Zhou Yi asked, perplexed. Before she could answer, a crackling noise erupted in the corridor, reminiscent of high-voltage wires short-circuiting. As the air filled with the sizzling sound of electricity, Zhou Yi became even more convinced that the opponent's abilities were indeed tied to lightning. Flashes of electric currents momentarily illuminated the dark corridor, allowing Zhou Yi to realize that during their conversation, dozens of iron chains had appeared, sealing off both exits and trapping him in the middle of the hallway. Clearly, these chains were electrified, and Zhou Yi could even detect the scent of singed air. If he were to make a misstep, he could easily become a charred remains. Zhou Yi shed his woolen coat, wrapping it tightly around his right hand. The wool possessed insulating properties, and he intended to use it to minimize the electrical damage when he executed Ijan. Zhou Yi unleashed his technique, spotting a rapidly moving white, the weakness he aimed to exploit. However, due to the adversary's incredible speed, the weakness was also in rapid motion. One-finger stance. Zhou Yi gradually grasped the essence of Ijan. His right-hand strike was segmented into 5 stages, from 1 finger to 5 fingers. The fewer the fingers, the swifter the speed, the greater the number, the stronger the force. He was able to balance the demands of speed and power in combat by utilizing varying finger formations. The opponent's speed was evidently formidable. He needed to employ the swiftest one-finger stance to barely keep pace with the rhythm of the lightning. Suddenly, a chain imbued with electrical energy lunged toward him. Lightning can adhere to metal, suggesting that the opponent is capable of directing lightning to manipulate the metal it clings to for offensive purposes. Zhou Yi raised his index finger, curling his middle, ring, and little fingers at their second joints, while his thumb lay horizontally against his palm, his right hand resembling a swift revolver. With a rapid thrust of his index finger, he struck the weak point of the iron chain, severing the attacking link in a single blow. Despite the barrier created by the woolen fabric, Zhou Yi could still feel a tingling sensation in his right hand as it made contact with the chain. It was not merely the numbness from the impact, but rather the paralysis induced by the electric shock. From the earlier encounter, it was evident that his adversary possessed a lightning attribute, exhibiting effects that enhanced both speed and striking power through the manipulation of lightning. Thus, it became clear that his opponent excelled in both velocity and strength, marking this as a contest of combined might and swiftness. The stalemate could not continue, for even if he could repeatedly sever the chains, the numbing sensation from the lightning would gradually erode his right hand. It was time to determine the outcome with a decisive strike. Zhou Yi forcefully tore open the woolen coat, shredding it into strips, which he then wrapped around his right hand like bandages, both augmenting his strength and providing a degree of insulation against the electricity. Taking a deep breath, he considered the confined space of the corridor. While it limited his own movement, it similarly restricted his opponent's evasion. Thus, by executing a wide-reaching strike, he intended to traverse the entire corridor, compelling his adversary, however swift, to confront his blow head-on. With a stance of 4 fingers, Zhou Yi aligned his thumb with his palm, raising the other 4 fingers straight, forming a powerful, broad blade-like hand. The 4-finger stance could unleash a formidable strike, embodying a forceful and assertive technique. His opponent, clearly aware of Zhou Yi's intentions, showed no inclination to retreat. Logically, given his extraordinary speed and ability to channel lightning for assaults, he could easily withdraw from the corridor and continue to wear Zhou Yi down with electric strikes, thus gaining the upper hand. Yet, it was evident that his opponent did not deem such a tactic worthy, displaying great confidence in his own strength, and opted instead for a decisive confrontation. The adversary slightly crouched, naturally extending his right hand in front of him, while his left hand covered it, fingers intertwining with those of the right. He called out in a deep voice, "Junlei, Junlei," swift as lightning, breaking through all obstacles. This ability allowed him to transform into lightning for rapid movement and to direct it for powerful assaults. A flash of lightning illuminated the previously dark room. Zhou Yi could clearly see the electric charge in the air gathering in his opponent's hand, a multitude of currents flickering together, resembling a cacophony of birds. Their sounds sharp and chaotic, indicating a deadly strike poised to unleash. Here it comes. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened. His opponent charged forth with the momentum of lightning, a surge of electricity enveloping his hands, as his right hand lunged forward in a stabbing motion. Zhou Yi raised his 4 fingers to meet the attack, unleashing a dominating strike. The collision of their attacks was inevitable, destined to reveal the victor in that fleeting moment. In such a scenario, victory or defeat also represented life or death. At that critical juncture, the inner door of the corridor burst open with a loud crash, followed by a commanding voice. "Stop. Cousin, both of you stop." Chapter 15. Triangle Shin Sinyu burst through the corridor's inner door, calling out loudly to the 2 men, "You both stop." Zhou Yi, though puzzled, had profound trust in Shin Sinyu and instinctively diverted his strike to the right, avoiding a lethal blow. The opponent, noticing this, also evaded the attack, redirecting his electrified right hand to the left. Consequently, the 2 men shifted positions, their attacks narrowly missing one another. Zhou Yi's right hand embedded itself into the wall on the right side of the corridor, while the opponent's Junlei created a conical recess in the left wall. "Cousin?" Zhou Yi withdrew his right hand from the wall, questioning Shin Sinyu, in confusion. "Who?" The man with whom he had just clashed adjusted his sleeves as the corridor lights swiftly regained power, returning the surroundings to normal brightness. Approaching Shin Sinyu, he remarked, "Sinyu, one cannot bring unsavory individuals into our home." Though the words bore a reprimanding tone, they lacked any trace of reproach, instead imbued with a sense of careful concern. Only then did Zhou Yi get a clear look at his recent adversary. The man wore a crisp white silk shirt paired with dark striped trousers, complemented by a substantial and vibrant green belt at his waist. He emanated an air of authority, his gaze sharp and capable, exuding a noble presence that suggested a background of privilege. At first glance, he bore the distinct aura of a high-ranking scion. "Unsavory," Zhou Yi retorted, feeling somewhat indignant. "He is my classmate, Zhou Yi," Shin Sinyu interjected, mediating the situation. She then turned to Zhou Yi, extending her hand in introduction. "This is my cousin, Lei Wanyang." In the earlier encounter, Zhou Yi had suspected that the opponent's abilities were related to lightning. Thus, Shin Sinyu immediately hypothesized that he might be her cousin, Lei Wanyang. His name contained the character for lightning, and given the villa's high security, it was improbable for an outsider to bypass the system without triggering alarms. Moreover, the most critical factor was that, despite the potential for lethal harm, Shin Sinyu had remained unharmed, indicating a familiarity with the individual. At that moment, Shin Sinyu was nearly certain that the individual was indeed Lei Wanyang. However, when she attempted to communicate with him using Sinyu, Lei Wanyang decisively rejected her. Shin Sinyu quickly realized that Lei Wanyang's target was Zhou Yi, having seen Shin Sinyu return home with him. He did not trust this stranger and intended to eliminate Zhou Yi in the corridor. Shin Sinyu took immediate action, knowing she had to halt the impending confrontation. Initially, she considered the dictionary's incantations. Possessing the characters for pile and stone, she formed the incantation, pile stone, which allowed her to manipulate stone walls. However, she distinctly noted the differences in the incantations within the Unjust Dictionary. In the realm of the Unjust Dictionary, the blessings associated with Shin Sinyu's name, Sinyu, starkly contrast with those of Leisure, which lacks the radiant patterns. It appears that the blessings of Leisure, upon utilization, may be consumed. Shin Sinyu astutely surmises that only blessings directly linked to one's name can be employed without limitation, while those unrelated might merely serve as disposable commodities, vanishing after use. Exercising caution, Shin Sinyu resolves against using the blessing of Leisure, choosing instead to await a comprehensive understanding of the blessing mechanism or a more pivotal moment for its application. However, without the blessings, Shin Sinyu is left to forcefully breach the corridor's inner door through sheer physical means. She swiftly retrieves a solid wood chair from her home, leveraging the momentum of her body, crashes it into the door, timely intervening to thwart the deadly clash between the two men. Upon hearing Shinsinyu introduce his name, Lei Wanyang's brow furrows momentarily. Xiao Yu, you must realize the significance of names in our current predicament, he implies with unmistakable distrust towards Zhou Yi, indicating that he is unwilling to disclose his name so readily, showing no effort to conceal his skepticism. No issue, he is indeed trustworthy, Shinsinyu responds with a smile. No one is truly trustworthy, Lei Wanyang immediately counters. It is evident that having obtained a complete blessing suggests Lei Wanyang has survived a brutal encounter, rendering him acutely aware of the fragility of trust in this world. Shinsinyu gazes at Lei Wanyang earnestly, stating, I vouch for you both with my surname. Suddenly, Lei Wanyang raises an eyebrow, casting a glance at Zhou Yi before seemingly resigning himself to the situation with a sigh. Very well. He reluctantly accepts the arrangement, yet adds, Xiao Yu, in this world, trust is not to be trusted. If betrayed, it is solely your fault. Shinsinyu waves her hand, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. All right. We're all exhausted. Let us take a break. Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang remain locked in a cautious stalemate, eyeing each other warily. Shinsinyu cheerfully steps forward, first grasping Lei Wanyang's hand, then Zhou Yi's, intertwining their hands together, placing hers atop, and exclaims with a bright smile, We three shall look out for one another henceforth. Upon uttering this, Shinsinyu's demeanor shifts to one of solemnity as she calmly declares, I pledge my support for you both. Should anyone attempt to harm the other, I will not hesitate to eliminate that individual. Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang are taken aback, sensing the resolve in Shinsinyu's words, and they choose to remain silent. The two men, once strangers, now form a sharp, yet stable triangular relationship, unified through Shinsinyu's mediation. At this moment, their hands rest together, symbolizing their collective bond. As night deepens, the events of the day weigh heavily upon them. They finally return to the familiarity of home. Despite the lurking dangers, the comfort of their abode offers a semblance of psychological safety, leading them to feel an overwhelming fatigue. Shinsinyu assigns a guest room to Zhou Yi, and they each retreat to their respective quarters for rest. Lei Wanyang, however, does not hasten back to his room. Instead, he lingers in the corridor, examining the remnants of the battle etched upon the walls. The right wall bears the marks of Zhou Yi's Zhan, with an arm-shaped indentation left by a deep thrust. The left wall displays the damage inflicted by Lei Wanyang's Junlei, a thunderous strike that created a conical breach. The shapes of the destruction reveal that Zhan is characterized by penetrating depth, while Junlei exhibits a more expansive devastation. Furrowing his brow tightly, Lei Wanyang reflects silently. Had Shinsinyu not intervened in time to halt the confrontation, the outcome could have been dire. It is certain that regardless of who might emerge victorious, the clash would leave them both irrevocably scarred, perhaps even leading to mutual destruction. Zhan, quite intriguing, Lei Wanyang muses as he gradually raises his hands to adjust his collar, then turns to stride back towards his room. Chapter 16. Justifiable Defense. Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang find themselves acquainted through their initial skirmish, gaining insight into each other's temperaments and the nature of their blessings. The trio temporarily resides in Shinsinyu's home, which is well stocked with provisions and fortified with a robust security system, providing a safe haven, at least for the short term. They settle in before deliberating their future plans. From Shinsinyu, Zhou Yi gathers a brief understanding of Lei Wanyang's background. Lei Wanyang is Shinsinyu's cousin. Their mothers are sisters. Although Shinsinyu refrains from elaborating on familial ties, Zhou Yi discerns that Lei Wanyang's father holds a high-ranking position within the political and legal system, and the two families share a long-standing camaraderie, with their bloodlines and interests deeply intertwined. During their first encounter, Zhou Yi sensed an air of arrogance around Lei Wanyang, now recognizing it as confidence cultivated in an elite environment, a demeanor characteristic of a life paved with ease. Lei Wanyang's acquired blessing is Junlei, with the character Lei being his own name and Jun presumably derived from a slain individual. The origin of the Jun in Lei Wanyang's name remains a mystery to Zhou Yi. They share an unspoken understanding not to inquire about the origins of each other's names, as it undoubtedly entails a brutal confrontation, with lives lost at each individual's hands. At the time the dictionary's upheaval occurred, Lei Wanyang was employed at the prosecutor's office, having achieved his qualification at a young age, with a promising future in the legal field ahead of him. When the rules of the Unrighteous Dictionary were announced, all societal norms disintegrated, leaving only 3 true principles in existence. Upon grasping the rules of the dictionary, Lei Wanyang accepted them with equanimity, instantly comprehending the intertwined logic of survival encapsulated within those 3 rules. Lei Wanyang swiftly opened his eyes, surveying the office around him, only to find that his colleagues had vanished. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he stepped out of the office and soon spotted a figure in the corridor, who was also gazing back at him. Both men, having discovered the absence of others, instinctively ventured out in search of their missing companions, only to meet each other in the hallway. There was another survivor in the procuratorate. Song Jun. Lei Wanyang recognized his name. They had entered the procuratorate together and had developed a good rapport, often practicing fencing together at a nearby dojo after work. Unfortunately, Song Jun had never bested Lei Wanyang in their duels. Upon their first glance in the corridor, an unspoken understanding passed between them, acknowledging the uncertainty of their predicament and the unpredictable events that lay ahead. "Hey, Wanyang." Song Jun spoke first, his voice tinged with apprehension. "The rules, the others. We won't have to." His words stumbled, overwhelmed by the multitude of questions that raced through his mind, each left half-formed. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lei Wanyang approached Song Jun with a composed demeanor. "I heard the rules as well. The others have likely disappeared. Rest assured, we will not turn against each other." Song Jun exhaled, a hint of relief washing over him, though confusion still lingered in his eyes. "Is the rule truly real?" he inquired. "It should at least not be false," Lei Wanyang replied, surveying the empty procuratorate. "Do you possess the characters for Lei Wanyang in that dictionary?" Song Jun quickly asked. Lei Wanyang nodded. "I also saw Jun Lei. Your Jun character, my Lei character." Instinctively, Song Jun stepped back, fear etched across his face. "You." Lei Wanyang shook his head with a sense of pride. "Fear not. We are both prosecutors, and we shall not engage in unlawful acts." Song Jun nodded slightly. Yet his caution remained palpable. He maintained a distance from Lei Wanyang, cautiously inquiring, "What shall we do now?" Lei Wanyang turned and walked forward. "To the security room." "The security room?" Song Jun jogged to keep up. "There must be more than just us. Others could be gathering characters. We need to arm ourselves." "Gathering characters?" Song Jun's eyes widened. "That means killing," Lei Wanyang said matter-of-factly. Following Lei Wanyang to the security room, they found an array of self-defense weapons, including standard-issue knives, pepper spray, and electric batons stored in lockers. Although firearms were absent, these restricted weapons still possessed a degree of deterrence, particularly the electric baton, which could incapacitate an opponent temporarily. As Lei Wanyang entered the security room and approached the locker containing the equipment, he began selecting suitable self-defense items. Song Jun hastily reached the locker first, choosing an electric baton and testing its weight in his hands. "This one feels good. I'll take it," he declared. Lei Wanyang remained silent, examining the police gear and trying on a riot helmet. "Do you think the people outside are really killing?" Song Jun asked, moving to another locker to select his weapon while conversing casually. "The rules are very clear," Lei Wanyang replied tersely, focused on assessing the weaponry. "If they gather enough characters, we will be at a disadvantage." "Exactly. We cannot wait for our demise," Song Jun remarked anxiously. "Right. Hence we must choose some self-defense weapons." Lei Wanyang continued. "Having these weapons is better than having none." As Song Jun idly conversed, he had unknowingly circled behind Lei Wanyang. His expression suddenly sharpened. "Actually, we have characters too, Jun Lei." In an instant, Song Jun raised the electric baton, activating it, and swiftly lunged at Lei Wanyang's lower back, exclaiming, "Don't blame me. One death is better than two." The baton struck Lei Wanyang's back, rendering his body instantly rigid. After successfully landing the blow, Song Jun internally sighed with relief. He had been seeking an opportunity for a sneak attack. He understood that their names could form a phrase, and eventually, one of them would have to perish. Seizing the moment when Lei Wanyang was immobilized, Song Jun glanced at the standard-issue knife in the locker, preparing to deliver a swift final blow. "What is the second clause of the criminal law?" Lei Wanyang suddenly spoke, his tone calm and untroubled, showing no signs of having been stunned by the electric shock. He turned naturally, effortlessly dislodging the baton from his back, displaying no signs of the paralysis one would expect from such an attack. "You?" Song Jun exclaimed, astonished. Lei Wanyang slowly removed his coat, revealing the protective gear he had donned underneath. He had anticipated the possibility of conflict among survivors even before exiting the office. "You were prepared all along." Song Jun instinctively stepped back. "What is the second clause of the criminal law?" Lei Wanyang repeated, exuding an overwhelming presence that commanded respect without anger. Song Jun quickly recalled, "Self-defense. You mean self-defense." Lei Wanyang seized a police baton from the locker, gripping it firmly. "We are not to turn against each other. Henceforth, everything I do will be in self-defense. You have been luring me, leaning against me this entire time. Enticing me." Song Jun realized, understanding that Lei Wanyang had been providing him opportunities for his attack. "Why? If you wanted my character, you could have acted directly from the start." Lei Wanyang stepped closer to Song Jun with a calm demeanor. "I sought to conduct an experiment." "An experiment?" "I wished to ascertain how far trust could extend in this new world of rules." Lei Wanyang let out a disdainful sigh, proving that trust was not a reliable foundation. Song Jun persistently inquired, "What if I choose not to take action?" Lei Wanyang chuckled candidly. "As I have stated, there shall be no infighting between us. only rightful defense. You will not strike? Lei Wanyang refrained from further entanglements, tossing a police baton to Song Jun with a piercing yet earnest gaze, proclaiming, "Come. Let us engage in one final bout of fencing." What transpired next remained shrouded in mystery, known only to Lei Wanyang. Ultimately, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Lei Wanyang suddenly appeared at the entrance of the security room. He gently patted the slightly soiled collar of his shirt and, without a backward glance, closed the door behind him. Chapter 17. The public forum Zhou Yi and his companions had just settled in when they awoke the following day to discover a significant event unfolding online. In brief, an individual had combined the two characters for public forum to create a complete blessing for the public forum, which had already been utilized. The blessing of the public forum was exceedingly clear in its intent. As the name suggests, it aimed to establish a communal forum on the internet. Unlike the phishing website Zhou Yi encountered the previous day, this forum was endorsed by the Unrighteous Dictionary, representing a truly communal space with operational rules that were genuinely open and transparent. This forum operated autonomously under the principles of the Unrighteous Dictionary, ensuring that backend permissions did not belong to any individual. Consequently, participants need not fear the appropriation of their location or true names, allowing them to share information freely. Such a level of security was unattainable in any privately established forum. Given the current circumstances, the survivors genuinely required such a public space to converse about their situation and exchange information. However, the forum's creator did not entirely act out of altruism. He established an entry condition stipulating that anyone accessing the forum must pledge not to harm the creator under any circumstances. This demand was not without justification, as the blessing he had formulated served a public interest. Given that he had facilitated this communal benefit, it was entirely reasonable for him to seek protection for his safety in return. Thus, the majority of individuals acquiesced to this condition and entered the public forum. It could be said that the creator had, through these four characters, secured a promise of safety in this chaotic world, which was a commendable transaction. Zhou Yi and his companions quickly assessed their current characters against the four characters of the public forum, realizing there was no strong binding relationship with the blessing, and thus they were untroubled by the access condition. Consequently, they swiftly connected to the public forum via their mobile network. Their usernames were randomly generated phrases. Zhou Yi was dubbed the potato that does not eat tomatoes. Shin Xinyu became the moon that loves to sing. And Lei Wanyang was known as the Angry Martian. At this juncture, each individual's name was a closely guarded secret, and the forum automatically disregarded their true identities, further bolstering trust in the forum's security. At that moment, those who had accessed the forum first had already engaged in vigorous discussions. After exchanging information, they confirmed a crucial fact. Every survivor had heard the 3 rules of the Unrighteous Game. Each individual initially possessed a character corresponding to their name. Killing another allowed one to acquire the character of the deceased, and forming a complete sentence with characters would manifest the meaning of that sentence. Furthermore, all individuals without names had vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind, indicating that their personal belongings had also disappeared upon their demise. When Zhou Yi joined the forum, the World Channel was analyzing the effects of the Unrighteous Dictionary. Through the sharing of acquired phrases, several key conclusions were quickly reached. Those who remained after the upheaval possessed unique characters corresponding to their names and received a copy of the Unrighteous Dictionary, referred to as Mingku. Every character in the Unrighteous Dictionary had associated phrases, and by assembling semantically coherent phrases, one could unlock the meanings of those phrases and gain their corresponding effects. After discussion, the participants collectively named these phrases blessings. Depending on the number of characters within the phrases, the efficacy of each blessing varied. A blessing consisting of a single character was termed a zigao. Phrases of 2 or 3 characters were called xiaiju or sanxiaiju. 4-character idiomatic blessings were dubbed yu zhao, and proverbs with more than 4 characters were known as yin song. If a complete sentence was formed, it was referred to as ju di. The greater the number of characters in a blessing, the more potent its effect. The distinctions between gao, ju, zhao, song, and di were immense, and once a complete di was established, it resulted in an irreversible effect. It can be said that the semantics of the blessing itself constituted the mechanism of effect, while the number of characters represented the purest numerical enhancement. To activate a blessing, one must recite it, which, to some extent, implies that blessings are essentially a form of contract. By chanting, one establishes a covenant with the dictionary, thereby acquiring the qi necessary to utilize the blessing. Due to this reason, when Mingku utilized blessings in close proximity, it inevitably revealed the blessings themselves, and consequently, their own characters. Thus, to some extent, invoking a blessing became a game of concealment and exposure. Furthermore, some individuals discovered that the characters corresponding to their names were their life characters, and only blessings linked to these life characters had no usage limitations. Otherwise, blessings without a life character, once used, would deplete the characters associated with them. This aligned with Shen Sinyu's conjecture from the previous day when she sought to use the Lei Shi blessing. However, since this blessing did not connect with her 3 characters, using it would result in the depletion of those 2 characters. Nevertheless, the ultimate fate of the characters that vanished after the use of non-life blessings remains uncertain, as there are currently no practical cases to reference, only the knowledge that the used characters would inexplicably disappear. Furthermore, after an in-depth exchange of information, everyone discovered that, based on the current distribution of the names of survivors, nearly all notable individuals are concentrated in various densely populated cities. Moreover, individuals residing in close proximity can form a congratulatory phrase using their names. This suggests that the distribution of survivors has a certain underlying connection and is not entirely random. Names capable of forming such phrases exhibit a degree of entanglement and are more inclined to be situated near one another. After validating the distances, a conjectured range emerged. Within a radius of 10 miles, one is certain to find a congratulatory phrase. Thus far, based on shared experiences in the current forum, this range has proven to be accurate, with no exceptions to date. Of course, arriving at the conclusion regarding the localized distribution of congratulatory phrases inherently encompasses an unspoken truth. A day has passed since the upheaval, and everyone active on the forum must have inevitably taken the life of another nearby individual, thereby acquiring a complete congratulatory phrase. In essence, it is highly probable that those who remain alive possess at least one congratulatory phrase. This simultaneously implies that within a single day following the upheaval, at least half of the population has been killed. In summary, the emergence of this public forum is timely, providing a channel for global communication amidst the chaos following the upheaval, allowing all surviving notables to exchange crucial information securely. Most critically, participants collectively analyzed and deconstructed the mechanism of the unjust lexicon, reaching a consensus on certain key conclusions. In the midst of chaos, consensus becomes the sole order. However, regarding the future direction for everyone, no unified conclusion has emerged within the forum. Although some have suggested that individuals whose names carry the potential to restore the world to its original semantics should step forward to initiate this restoration, the proposal has garnered little resonance, with no one proactively supporting it. It remains merely an idealistic vision. Thus, fundamentally speaking, the public forum serves merely as a platform for sharing information and dispelling doubts, rather than a venue for collective decision-making. Under the rules of the unjust lexicon, an individual does not represent humanity. Rather, an individual represents themselves. Collective decisions are seldom adhered to. Zhou Yi and his companions, while lurking in the forum, have acquired substantial intelligence regarding the unjust lexicon. Although most of the information aligns with their initial speculations, the group's consensus has transformed these speculations into certainties. Even from this perspective, engaging with the public forum has proven necessary. With complete information at their disposal, they now ponder their next course of action. Chapter 18. The rescuer. After lingering in the mansion for an additional day, Zhou Yi began to feel anxious. Although the mansion currently offers relative security and is well stocked with provisions, capable of sustaining them for an extended period, he is acutely aware that he cannot remain there indefinitely. The rules of the unjust lexicon are abundantly clear. There must be individuals actively collecting character tablets to continually expand their congratulatory phrases. Consequently, the longer they stay, the more individuals will obtain increasingly powerful phrases, complicating the external environment. If they continue to linger in this haven, they will inevitably be harvested. Nonetheless, they lack a clear destination. Collecting character tablets necessitates taking the lives of others, even though they are psychologically prepared to kill without remorse. They remain entirely ignorant of the locations of others and have no means of knowing where to match the character tablets. Zhou Yi understands fully that they cannot continue to waste time in this manner, yet he has no clear direction on where to go. At that moment, an unexpected visitor abruptly entered the area outside the mansion. Lei Wanyang was the first to notice the anomaly. He had set up motion detection alarms at the entrance, which would promptly alert him upon detecting any approaching movements. While the three were dining in the restaurant, Lei Wanyang suddenly glanced outside with heightened alertness. Someone is coming. He then swiftly rushed to the balcony, positioning himself by the window to observe the source of the alarm. Zhou Yi immediately grasped the situation, silently following Lei Wanyang. As they both leaned against the window, gazing towards the entrance, Shen Sinyu, lacking combat capability, quietly retreated behind the living room sofa, striving to conceal herself and avoid adding to their burden. Through the window, they observed a young male sprinting towards the mansion, evading imaginary threats as he zigzagged from side to side, frequently glancing back, appearing to be fleeing from a pursuer. Despite the distance, Zhou Yi discerned that the young man's movements were exceptionally agile, as if propelled by an unseen wind, his figure light and nimble. Clearly, This was the effect of some form of congratulatory phrase. Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang exchanged glances. Within that brief moment, the man was rapidly approaching the mansion's entrance. At this juncture, Zhou Yi could see that while the individual moved swiftly, there was an element of awkwardness in his actions, as if his left side could not exert full strength, suggesting an injury to his left leg. The sprinter hesitated at the mansion's entrance, uncertain of his next move. Zhou Yi glanced behind him, confirming the presence of another pursuer whom the young man had been anxiously watching. A single glance sufficed to ascertain that the pursuing individual also possessed the effects of a congratulatory phrase. The pursuer was a petite girl, gracefully hovering in the air, her movements light and brisk, reminiscent of a fluttering butterfly. In stark contrast to her diminutive stature, her gentle yet continuous gestures seemed to manipulate the surrounding air currents, generating powerful air blasts that cascaded downwards, compelling the fleeing man to dodge left and right. The situation was evidently clear. These two individuals had encountered one another, each equipped with their own corresponding congratulatory phrases, and they engaged in combat. However, the girl, capable of flight, clearly held the upper hand, leaving the man with no option but to flee. Although the man moved with remarkable speed, his pursuer clearly possessed an aerial advantage, relentlessly pursuing him without allowing him to escape, ultimately cornering him here. It appeared that he had sustained injuries. What now? Zhou Yi glanced at Lei Wanyang and inquired. This question was evidently aimed at deciding whether they would remain passive spectators or intervene. Given the current circumstances, if the situation continued to escalate, the man on the ground would inevitably be killed by the aerial assailant, who would ultimately seize the man's inscription. Lei Wanyang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the mansion as he observed the unfolding events. In a fleeting moment, the aerial assailant's hands wove intricate patterns, conjuring a swirling mass of energy, which he then unleashed from above. In an instant, a barrage of air projectiles rained down upon the man below, akin to a downpour of bullets. This must be some form of air manipulation spell, Zhou Yi surmised as he watched. The man on the ground swiftly executed an extraordinary series of movements, navigating through the rain of projectiles with remarkable agility, evading all attacks. Such nimbleness, likely a mobility-enhancing spell. Zhou Yi mused, furrowing his brow. The aerial assailant did not relent, continuously summoning air projectiles that bombarded the ground. The man, sensing the imminent danger, adeptly maneuvered within the limited space to evade the relentless onslaught. However, the sheer density of the descending projectiles proved overwhelming, and after several exchanges, the man's stamina visibly waned, causing his evasive maneuvers to slow. Soon after, he was struck by an air projectile on his right leg, rendering his body momentarily rigid. This outcome was anticipated. The aerial assailant wielded an insurmountable advantage from above and could launch widespread, continuous attacks. Even though the man was swift, he struggled to withstand the exhausting onslaught. It could be surmised that the injury to his left leg had arisen from a similar predicament. Compounding matters, the man now bore injuries to both legs, further diminishing his agility, making escape from the aerial assailant virtually impossible. He was destined to be struck by an unrelenting barrage, and if Zhou Yi and the others did not intervene, he would have no hope of survival. Shall we take action? Zhou Yi gazed at Lei Wanyang, who had raised 3 fingers. Since the matter unfolded before them, even if it was not from a desire to assist, they could not allow a third party to claim those inscriptions without contest. Lei Wanyang frowned. This is peculiar. What is it? Lei Wanyang gestured towards the man on the ground, affirmatively stating, I recognize that man. His name is He Bu, and he is an officer at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau? That is quite a distance from here. Why would he come to this location? Zhou Yi expressed his surprise. Indeed, why specifically here? Lei Wanyang shook his head, indicating that there was undoubtedly more to the story. Should we rescue him? Lei Wanyang's gaze sharpened. We must, as he has access to the Public Security Bureau, and we require his assistance. Require his assistance? Zhou Yi's eyes widened slightly. The city's surveillance system and facial recognition capabilities, Lei Wanyang revealed only the crucial information. Zhou Yi immediately grasped the implication. The Public Security Bureau possessed the authority to access all city surveillance footage and utilize the facial recognition system. By combining these two capabilities, they could monitor the movements of individuals throughout the city and identify them by name based on the footage. In other words, if they successfully gained control over the Public Security Bureau, they would hold the key to the whereabouts and identities of all citizens. Under the rules of the Unrighteous Dictionary, the Public Security Bureau was indeed a coveted stronghold. Zhou Yi's curiosity deepened, since Lei Wanyang had already recognized He Bu's identity as a public security officer. Why had he not intervened sooner? Observing He Bu's struggle to move, Zhou Yi began to speculate that Lei Wanyang was waiting for the aerial assailant to incapacitate He Bu before stepping in to save him. This strategy would maximize He Bu's sense of indebtedness while also making him easier to control in his weakened state. judging by He Bu's earlier movements. Capturing him under normal circumstances would not be a simple task. At present, the aerial assailant hovered in the air, hands forming a fierce vortex, exuding an aura of a decisive strike. It was time. In an instant, a flash of lightning darted past the window as Lei Wanyang sprang forward, appearing before the injured He Bu in the blink of an eye. A thunderous force, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, shattered the vortex descending from above. Lei Wanyang positioned himself protectively in front of He Bu, casually adjusting his collar, and turned back to speak calmly, just in time. Chapter 19. Against the sky, Zhou Yi leaped from the window, swiftly maneuvering to the entrance, vaulting over the door to stand beside Lei Wanyang. The aerial assailant arched an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. She swiftly lowered her left hand, elevating her height in the air, creating a safe distance from Lei Wanyang. As Zhou Yi approached, he finally discerned the aerial assailant's appearance. She hovered 5 meters above the ground, petite yet resilient, clad in a loose purple coat with a hood drawn tightly over her head, revealing a pair of hollow, melancholic eyes. Though she looked down upon them, there was no trace of arrogance, only an overwhelming sense of coldness. At first glance, she exuded an elegant sorrow, her eyes seemingly incapable of laughter or tears. Lei Wanyang raised his head, adopting a teasing tone. "Little sister, assaulting an officer could land you in prison." The aerial assailant remained silent, swiftly conjuring another air mass, which descended as a barrage of projectiles, relentlessly targeting Lei Wanyang. Lei Wanyang, with lightning coursing through his right hand, launched a thunderous strike, shattering the oppressive air mass that bore down upon him. Through a brief encounter, he had nearly confirmed that the YKNGZH possessed the ability to manipulate air. "Oh, it seems the situation is more complex than mere police confrontation," Lei Wnying remarked with a hint of mockery, as arcs of electricity pulsated around him, a surge of current coalescing in his right hand. He gestured upward, unleashing a swift bolt resembling a nimble thunderbird, its wings carving a sharp arc as it soared towards the YKNGZH. Unfazed, she gracefully lifted her arm, crossing her hands to form a complete triangular gesture, aimed at the incoming thunderbird. In an instant, a protective air shield enveloped her, coalescing into a spherical wall of air that secured her surroundings. The thunderbird collided with an invisible barrier, its amassed electrical power dissipating instantly and surrounding the YKNGZH in a cocoon of lightning. Yet, despite this, the electricity could not breach the air wall. The YKNGZH momentarily paused, then decisively swung her arm downward, causing the air wall to rapidly expand and break free from the confines of the electrical circle. As her arm descended, both the air and lightning spheres dispersed, leaving her unscathed in the air. Lei Wnying frowned. The thunderbird, though merely a probe, was still a formidable long-range attack. It was a manifestation of concentrated lightning, shaped into a hummingbird and swiftly launched to deliver a blow. Upon hitting its target, the gathered electricity would rapidly diffuse, inflicting extensive electrical damage. The fact that this technique was effortlessly countered by the YKNGZH was alarming. The current predicament was particularly disadvantageous for Lei Wnying and his companion, as the YKNGZH enjoyed a clear aerial superiority, with only their throwable ranged attacks capable of inflicting damage. However, both Lei Wnying's JNLI and Zhou Yi's YZchen were heavily inclined towards close combat, where their true damage potential could be realized. The YKNGZH slowly raised both hands, her lips parting slightly, YKing. She then quietly brought her palms together at her chest, and with a melodious clap, a wave of air rippled down from the heavens. YKing, the essence of air becomes a blade, solidifying in the void. This ability allowed her to control the movement of air currents, transforming the intangible into tangible masses. Lei Wnying instantly felt an overwhelming pressure as a massive, invisible air blade descended from above, aimed directly at his head. Underestimating the situation proved unwise. Lei Wnying stood firm, taking a step forward, and in an instant, his entire being morphed into a sharp bolt of lightning, cutting through the air to meet the descending blade. With a powerful slash, he cleaved the air blade in two, standing unharmed in place. After this exchange of offense and defense, Lei Wnying discerned that the intensity of the YKNGZH's air blades was not particularly formidable. Even her strongest attack could be deflected with relative ease. However, the relentless nature of her assault resembled an endless drizzle in early spring, gradually eroding the resolve of her opponent. Moreover, with her undeniable aerial advantage, a prolonged contest would gradually sap Lei Wnying's stamina, rendering the situation increasingly dire. Observing the unfolding scenario, Zhou Yi raised his right hand, curling 3 fingers in readiness to join the fray against the YKNGZH. Lei Wnying confidently interjected, "No need, you secure the ground." I shall handle the skies. The YKNGZH furrowed her brow slightly, crossing her hands to form a flat surface, directing a current of air downward to generate an impenetrable wall that descended toward the ground. Lei Wying, unhurried, gathered electricity in his right hand and slashed upward, easily dispersing the oppressive air wall. Yet, despite the YKNGZH's low attack intensity, her aerial dominance was undeniable. Even Lei Wying's most powerful long-range attack, the JNLI Thunderbird, struggled to breach her air shield. Although he remained composed for now, it was evident that if this stalemate persisted, the YKNGZH would gain the upper hand. Zhou Yi analyzed the situation, feeling a pang of anxiety for Lei Wying. Without the ability to leverage JNLI for close combat, breaching the YKNGZH's defenses would prove exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, Lei Wying gestured toward the metallic fence surrounding the area, curling his fingers to direct lightning. The metallic tips of the fence instantly crackled with electricity as he withdrew his hand, 3 tips detaching and hovering in his palm. JNLI allowed him to manipulate electricity to control metal, a fact Zhou Yi had learned during their initial encounter. It was clear that Lei Wying intended to utilize the metal for long-range attacks. However, the destructive capacity of these tips was limited, far inferior to the Thunderbird strike, and Zhou Yi could not discern Lei Wying's true intentions. Indeed, with a sudden motion, Lei Wying shot one of the metallic tips forth, the powerful current guiding its trajectory directly toward the YKNGZH. She remained unfazed, effortlessly crossing her arms to form a triangular shape, and an air barrier materialized around her, easily intercepting the projectile. The tip, having lost its force, fell harmlessly to the ground. Lei Wying continued to channel the lightning, the current surging into the second metallic tip as it launched forth with a whoosh, resembling an arrow released from a taut bow, aimed sharply at the sky. Although this second tip was faster and carried more electricity, it too failed to penetrate the air barrier. Upon impact, the accumulated lightning dissipated harmlessly, and after a brief stalemate, it fell to the ground. As Lei Wying reached for the third metallic tip, it was evident that he aimed for a far more potent ranged attack. Yet, Zhou Yi remained concerned. JNLI was primarily a close-range strike technique, and even with enhanced electrical intensity, its effectiveness would wane if merely thrown from a distance, unless he could engage in close combat. Wait, could it be? Zhou Yi observed Lei Wanyang's right hand and comprehended the situation at once. Lei Wanyang was enveloped in a whirlwind of lightning, unleashing the utmost intensity of Junlei, a strike that would represent his most formidable attack. With a flick of his right hand, he hurled a golden spearhead towards the direction of the Yuquangs, and in the very moment the spearhead departed his fingertips, he inexplicably vanished from sight. The Yuquangs sensed a surge of potent electricity emanating from the ground, promptly crossing her hands to form an unyielding triangular shape, reinforcing the defense of the air barrier. Even the most formidable lightning, relying solely on long-range projection, would find it impossible to breach the air barrier's defenses. In close combat, however, the aerial advantage presented an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the instant the golden spearhead struck the air barrier, a sharp bolt of lightning erupted from it, and to everyone's astonishment, Lei Wanyang appeared mid-air, instantaneously materializing before the Yuquangs. Standing atop the spearhead he had previously thrown, he sharpened his right hand into a piercing point, vibrant lightning coalescing at his fingertips. Junlei, without hesitation, he thrust towards the air barrier. Zhou Yi had already discerned the implications when he saw Lei Wanyang's right hand contact the golden spearhead. Junlei could transform into lightning. And in that fleeting moment, when Lei Wanyang released the spearhead, his entire being morphed into a streak of lightning that adhered to the tip. As the spearhead struck the air barrier, he reconstituted his form from the tip, executing the instantaneous movement technique of lightning interaction, unexpectedly achieving close contact. The Yuquangs, clearly unprepared, could only maintain her triangular stance to uphold the air wall's defense. However, the damage inflicted by Junlei's close-range thrust was immense. The air wall was utterly incapable of withstanding such a forceful blow. Lei Wanyang's right hand pierced through the air wall, directly impaling the Yuquang's right shoulder, shattering her triangular gesture and causing the air wall to collapse instantaneously. Utilizing the momentum from his thrust, he sent the Yuquangs plummeting from above. Though the Yuquangs fell rapidly, she retained her agility, gracefully extending her left hand to press against the ground, creating a cushion of air beneath her. Although she was cast down, the impact with the ground did not result in significant injury. Lei Wanyang used his foot to kick the golden spearhead into the ground, employing the method of transforming into lightning once more to return smoothly to solid ground. The Yuquangs, supporting her right shoulder with her left hand, grimaced at the grievous injury inflicted by Lei Wanyang, her right arm rendered nearly immobile. Glancing at the wound, She spoke with a hint of melancholy. You didn't aim for the heart, did you, Prosecutor Lei? A faint smile crossed her lips, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Lei Wanyang furrowed his brow. You know me? The Yuquangs nonchalantly shook her head. It matters not. She gently raised her left hand. Her entire being gradually ascending. Sooner or later, after today, it will be the same. Wait, don't go. Lei Wanyang hastily approached, eager to inquire further. The Yuquang soon floated once more into the air, casting a glance at Lei Wanyang. Only one piece of advice. Leave Nanjing at once. With that, a gust of wind swept by, and she vanished along with it. Standing amidst the dissipating breeze, Lei Wanyang detected a familiar scent, yet the memory eluded him. Chapter 20. The fall. Zhou Yi assisted Hebu into the mansion, as Hebu's legs had been directly struck by energy projectiles, rendering him unable to move properly. Zhou Yi urged him to rest in a chair, providing temporary solace. The prosecutor's office, where Lei Wanyang was employed, maintained professional ties with the Public Security Bureau where Hebu worked. Thus, they were acquainted, albeit limited to a colleague relationship, devoid of any deeper rapport. Hebu appeared ungrateful for Lei Wanyang's assistance, remaining vigilant and keeping his gaze fixed on him. Under the rules of this unjust game, aid might merely signify another form of harm. Noting Hebu's wariness, Lei Wanyang remarked, "You are of more use to us." This was a half-hearted attempt at reassurance. Hebu furrowed his brow slightly before breaking into a sudden smile. What? The illustrious prosecutor Lei has designs on the Public Security Bureau too? Also, Lei Wanyang raised his voice. You arrived too late. The Public Security Bureau has already fallen. I barely escaped from within, Hebu exhaled. Has the Bureau truly been breached? Lei Wanyang inquired immediately. Hebu nodded, not by one, but by a group. Lei Wanyang was taken aback. A coalition? They have a clear objective, control over the city's surveillance and facial recognition privileges. Hebu cast a furtive glance at Lei Wanyang, revealing that possessing these two privileges would enable them to ascertain everyone's location through surveillance and their identities via facial recognition. This had been Lei Wanyang's initial plan. The Municipal Public Security Bureau was a critical battleground in this game of rules. Displaying no sign of disappointment, Lei Wanyang nodded. No wonder you sought refuge here. This mansion district held political significance, housing many officials' families, and the surveillance authority of the Municipal Public Security Bureau did not extend here, allowing Hebu to evade their monitoring system. I didn't expect to be inadvertently rescued by you all. Hebu shook his head. Lei Wanyang frowned. What about that group? There are 4 of them, possessing devastating destructive capabilities, easily breaching the Public Security Bureau's defenses. I barely managed to escape using Jibu. Hebu sighed. As you may already know, one of them is a woman who can float, and she pursued me all the way here. For individuals? Yes. At that moment in the Public Security Bureau, I heard an explosion at the entrance, clearly indicating someone was breaching the door. I immediately concealed myself in a compartment. Hebu recalled. Lei Wanyang understood that Hebu's account omitted prior details. Undoubtedly, before this group attacked the Public Security Bureau, a violent struggle had ensued within, culminating in Hebu killing a colleague to obtain his writing, thus forming the Jibu spell. However, Lei Wanyang chose not to inquire about this aspect. A silent understanding shared among all survivors, refraining from probing into the origins of their respective accolades, which undoubtedly stemmed from a bloody and brutal accumulation of past events. Hebu continued, stating that after the gate was blown open, 4 individuals swiftly entered, 3 men and 1 woman. Through the gap in the partition, I observed them. The foremost was a man with his hair tied into a noticeable braid, a detail that lingered in my memory. At this point, Hebu suddenly lifted his gaze towards Lei Wanyang, seemingly seeking his reaction, recalling that he had previously been apprehended by the Bureau. A braid? Lei Wanyang mused. Are you referring to the suspect from that rape case we handled before? Could it be him? It should be him, Hebu replied with considerable certainty. Lei Wanyang recollected. He was sentenced to Tiger Bridge Prison. I remember the details of the cases I handled clearly. If it truly is him, it means he has escaped. In this world, an escape from prison no longer seemed like extraordinary news. Hebu remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Lei Wanyang stroked his chin in contemplation, stating, thus, it is highly likely that these 4 individuals have escaped from prison. He expressed a sense of awe, noting the rapidity with which they had banded together. They possessed an intimate knowledge of the Public Security Bureau, the leader, the braided man, directly headed to the monitoring room, while the other 3 scoured the Bureau for any hidden individuals. Their organization and premeditation were evident, managing to unite swiftly and seize control of this stronghold, presenting a formidable challenge. Lei Wanyang furrowed his brow. Hebu hesitated momentarily before finally articulating. There is another crucial point. They seem to be searching for a specific character, one that is pivotal and should form a powerful incantation. A powerful incantation? Lei Wanyang inquired with curiosity. At that moment, I overheard the braided man at the monitoring room entrance, exuberantly declaring, 8 doors do, just 1 character short. Lei Wanyang repeated. 8 doors do, 1 character short? That constitutes a 4-character incantation, namely Yu Zhao. Indeed, the efficacy of a 4-character incantation must be extraordinarily potent, Hibu reflected, drawing in a sharp breath. What could it be? Lei Wanyang pondered, asking, did you hear anything else? Hibu shook his head, no. The flying woman quickly located the partition, and I seized the opportunity to employ Jibu and fled to the entrance, subsequently pursued here by her. After today, it will be the same. Lei Wanyang echoed the words of the aerial figure before their departure, sensing that, unbeknownst to them, numerous forces were already covertly at play. The Public Security Bureau had been preemptively occupied. What do you plan to do? Hibu cautiously asked, aware that there was an underlying implication that he had become of no further utility to Lei Wanyang, who might directly seize his character. Lei Wanyang smiled. In terms of unjust rules, it does indeed chill one's blood. However, I am not devoid of compassion. He patted Hibu's shoulder, reassuringly saying, rest assured, your character holds no value for us. In the absence of conflicting interests, I will not take your life. Hibu paused in surprise, hesitating before finally stating, you must have noticed me earlier. You waited until my legs were injured before you intervened. I find it hard to believe you harbored no thoughts regarding me. Lei Wanyang, unperturbed, nodded. I relish the sensation of control. I prefer to ensure that situations remain within my grasp. Before extending aid, I must guarantee that nothing escapes my clutches. He gazed at Hibu with confidence. Does this explanation suffice to convince you? Hibu instinctively retreated, quickly responding with defiance. I will not accept this favor without a price. He raised his right hand, revealing 2 character tablets, one inscribed with the character L and the other with Qing. What is this? Lei Wanyang inquired, observing the tablets. Hibu paused briefly before elucidating. Another colleague at the bureau, named L. Jiqing. This is his character tablet. Consider it a token of gratitude. Lei Wanyang did not press for details regarding the circumstances, but rather accepted the 2 characters without any pretense. Passing the character Qing to Shin Xinyu, believing it would serve her better. Hibu prompted, what do you intend to do next? And you? Lei Wanyang retorted. Hibu momentarily faltered, unable to conceive of a suitable course of action. Join us, Lei Wanyang proposed. What? Hibu was taken aback. Others have begun to unite. We too must gather some allies, and your familiarity with the Public Security Bureau will prove invaluable. Lei Wanyang continued, do not worry. There is no need for mutual trust. We will part ways eventually. However, our paths align for now. Why should I accompany you? Hibu countered, simply because you have no alternative. Hibu was caught off guard by the bluntness, yielding yet maintaining his pride. Then what shall we do next? Lei Wanyang glanced towards the distant street. I am uncertain. But the most pressing matter now is to eliminate those bothersome eyes. You mean the surveillance? Hibu comprehended Lei Wanyang's intent. Yet he was aware of the challenges in disabling the surveillance, which was pervasive, and destroying it all would be time-consuming. Lei Wanyang confidently shook his head, raising a finger that crackled with electricity, resolutely stating, electricity is the lifeblood of the city. Soon, Lei Wanyang arrived at the distribution box near the mansion. Raising his palm as charged energy amassed within, he directed the current into the box, unleashing a surge of lightning into the public grid. In an instant, excessive electricity coursed through the circuits, causing the power supply to the surrounding surveillance cameras to overload, resulting in a blackout across a 10-kilometer radius. Observing the smoke rising from the distribution box, Lei Wanyang lamented slightly. Tools that cannot be acquired must be destroyed. Chapter 21. Explosion of soil in the monitoring room of the Nanjing Public Security Bureau. Have you found that character? A man with a ponytail caressed his braid as he assertively occupied the main seat, his deep voice directing attention to his companion. The surveillance has been located. The individual is at Galu, and a Bao has already gone to retrieve it. The man beside him, adorned with silver-framed glasses, adjusted his spectacles, exuding an air of confidence. Can a Bao handle it alone? I wish to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, the ponytailed man stated with gravity. There will be no unforeseen events. The bespectacled man replied with unwavering certainty. I have accessed historical surveillance. I have identified the name of the person at Golu and the name of the individual he murdered through facial recognition. I am well aware of his incantation, and a Bao's incantation will undoubtedly restrain him. At that moment, the surveillance room's screen flickered, and a particular area abruptly succumbed to darkness, plunging into an unmonitored state. The man with glasses furrowed his brow. What area is that? He quickly realized it was the direction in which Qing Kong had pursued. Well, there it is. The ponytailed man expressed his evident irritation. Please assist a Bao. That character must be retrieved. The man with glasses hesitated. What about Qing Kong? She is inconsequential. The ponytailed man decisively stated. Very well. Qing Kong's incantation allows her to soar. She should not be in mortal danger. That character is critical. It must be brought back. The ponytailed man surveyed the city's surveillance panorama. Before the hunt, we must first encircle the prey. In the Gula district, at the Zhou Yi residential complex, a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the third floor of a residential building. The entire exterior wall was blown apart, shards of glass and debris scattering in every direction, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. Inside, a young man with a buzz cut was washing his face, utterly bewildered by the explosion. He hastily grabbed a towel to cover his mouth and nose and dashed out of the door, sprinting up the stairs to the second floor. Why the sudden explosion? Have I been discovered? But when was I exposed? The young man was utterly perplexed, instinctively seeking a safe haven. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive explosions followed, occurring sequentially from the third to the second and then the first floor. The violent shocks caused the staircase beneath him to tremble, the entire building teetering on the brink of collapse. There was no mistake. The explosions were directed at him. The young man distinctly sensed that the consecutive detonations were precisely targeting him, indicating that he had become the focus of someone's incantation. Although he could not fathom how he had been exposed or how his assailant had pinpointed his hiding place, such matters were no longer significant. Since his adversary had taken the initiative to strike without mercy, a deadly confrontation was inevitable. Moreover, he had an ominous feeling that the next explosion would be even more violent, specifically aimed at the staircase where he stood. The young man quickly squatted low, placing his right palm on the ground, and with calm assurance, uttered, "Tu Kun." In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the staircase floor exploded with formidable force, surpassing the previous detonations. The entire staircase collapsed, debris scattering in all directions, and one earthen sphere was propelled through a ventilation window. The soil orb landed in the open space outside, its exterior crumbling to reveal a humanoid form, and the young man punctured the earthen shell, emerging unscathed. As he stepped out of the corridor, the young man immediately noticed a fellow with an explosive hairstyle standing a short distance away, seemingly waiting for him. The individual, grinning with a pronounced canine tooth, introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bao." The explosions The buzzcut young man remained silent, recognizing that this individual, Bao, was indeed the mastermind behind the recent explosions. However, the other appeared to be a naive hooligan, leaving him puzzled as to how he had been targeted and found with such precision. Bao raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. "It's your turn." He then blew a breath, and an explosion echoed from the ground below. The young man swiftly stepped back, evading the explosion's reach. Given Bao's name, the nature of his incantation was unmistakably linked to explosive effects. Bao continued tauntingly, "Let me help you with your introduction. Your name is Chen Shikuan. And 2 days ago, you killed a man named Huang Tu, using the incantation Tu Kuan." Chen Shikuan's expression shifted dramatically. This seemingly frivolous youth had accurately recounted his past, revealing an intimate understanding of his circumstances. Was it the effect of an incantation? Did he possess an ability to perceive the hearts of men? Or perhaps his incantation had additional effects beyond explosions? Regardless, this seemingly carefree youth was far from simple. Without hesitation, Chen Shikuan stepped back with his right leg, bracing himself with his left leg extended forward, quickly lowering his center of gravity. He placed his hands on the ground, immediately invoking the incantation of Tu Kuan. Tu Kuan, bind the earth, confine it within a pen, solidifying the ground to form a robust earthen prison. In an instant, 2 massive earthen walls rose from the ground, converging towards Bao, who stood in between. Bao grinned arrogantly, extending his index fingers towards the 2 earthen walls. With casual gestures, 2 explosions erupted simultaneously, causing the walls to collapse, rendering the attack ineffective. Bao raised his right index finger triumphantly. "This is my incantation, Dian Bao." Dian Bao, a precise point of detonation, capable of generating immense explosions at designated locations. Following this, Bao's raised finger swiftly shifted to directly point at Chen Shikuan's chest. With a snap of his fingers, akin to igniting the fuse of a bomb, an explosion erupted with a deafening roar. Chen Shikuan quickly placed both hands on the ground, erecting a sturdy earthen wall to shield himself from the blast. However, the explosion's force shattered the wall, sending him staggering back 2 meters despite the barrier. Bao playfully raised his index finger and remarked, "The term explosive engineering must sound familiar to you. After all, explosions are essentially used for earth and stone blasting. How could a dirt wall possibly withstand a bomb?" Chen Shikuan covered his chest with one hand, feeling the impact of the recent explosion reverberate through his torso, causing significant internal injury. The sensation was akin to receiving a punch from within, with no visible wounds on the surface, yet the pain was undeniably real. The force of the explosion lay in its shockwave. Should he endure another, his insides would surely collapse. Bao's finger was poised to descend. The second wave of explosions was imminent. Chen Shikuan crossed his hands, interlacing his fingers, then flipped them over to press against the ground. Earth prison. He traced a circular outline in the soil around him, which began to swirl and flow. rapidly forming a hemispherical earthen sphere. He secured himself firmly at the center of this half-sphere, creating a robust earthen shield for defense. Truly, what a superfluous act. Bao pointed his index fingers at the earthen sphere and began snapping his fingers in rapid succession. A series of explosions erupted against the surface of the sphere, relentlessly bombarding it. In the face of such explosive force, the earth was as fragile as scattered tofu. In mere moments, the once intact sphere was shattered into countless pieces, with debris swirling in the air, leaving behind a vague, humanoid shape at the center. Bao aimed his index finger at the heart of this earthen figure. It's over. Chapter 22, Death Struggle Bang. A deafening explosion shattered the humanoid earthen shell into fragments, and the once solid earthen sphere disintegrated into a cratered pit. However, as the dust settled, Bao suddenly realized that the shell was completely empty, revealing only a hollow casing. Where could he be? Bao swiftly scanned the barren ground, which offered no hiding spots. Wait, Earthbind. Bao quickly deduced that there was only one possible location and immediately glanced down at the ground beneath him. Yet it was too late. Suddenly, hands erupted from the earth, tightly grasping his feet. In an instant, Bao understood. When Chun-Chi Kuan activated the earth prison, he had stealthily burrowed into the ground. While Bao focused his bombardment on the earth prison, Chun-Chi Kuan had covertly approached him from beneath, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The current situation was dire. Chun-Chi Kuan had closed the distance, firmly holding Bao's feet. If Bao attempted to use a detonation at this close range, the explosion's shockwave would inevitably injure him. Earth prison. Chun-Chi Kuan quickly invoked the spell once more, causing the ground within a 2-meter radius to erupt into a circle of arched earthen walls. These walls surged from all sides, converging tightly around Bao, resembling a multitude of muddy wraiths emerging from a sewer, completely encasing him. If this continued, it would not be long before he was entirely enveloped by the earth prison. Bao's feet were firmly held by Chun-Chi Kuan from below, leaving him unable to escape the confines of the prison. More critically, at such a close range, if Bao detonated the earth prison, he would undoubtedly be caught in the blast, sustaining severe internal injuries. Little brother, be good and don't move around. It won't do any good for either of us. Chun-Chi Kuan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that once the earth prison secured Bao, he had numerous questions for this enigmatic individual. Bao arrogantly smiled. Be good? Those who engage in explosions despise that word. For Bao, it was either surrender or fight back, and the choice was evident. He spread his arms wide, aligning them in a straight line, with his index fingers pointing in opposite directions. His thumbs and middle fingers snapped in unison, causing 2 explosions to erupt in response. Next, Bao spun his arms around, snapping his fingers repeatedly as he rotated, triggering a series of explosions that obliterated the arched walls of the earth prison. However, such close-range detonations inevitably affected Bao himself. The shrapnel from the explosions flew forth with the velocity of bullets, inflicting secondary damage akin to a hail of gunfire. Bao's clothes were torn to shreds by the shockwave, and shards of debris struck his forehead, causing blood to seep forth. His once vibrant hair was now caked in dirt, resembling a lifeless twig. He stood there, disheveled and battered. Yet, Bao grinned greedily. Explosions cannot be contained. That lunatic! Chun-Chi Kuan exclaimed in astonishment. There's even crazier. Bao revealed a canine tooth, enduring the pain as he lowered his body, both index fingers pointing towards his ankles, precisely where Chun-Chi Kuan held him. Wait, you wouldn't dare. Chun-Chi Kuan immediately grasped Bao's intent. Bao was prepared to sacrifice his feet to detonate his own hands, exchanging feet for hands. Given Bao's reckless disposition, Chun-Chi Kuan had no doubt that he would follow through with it. Without hesitation, Chun-Chi Kuan released his grip, allowing himself to sink into the earth, swiftly evading the explosion point targeted by Bao's fingers. Such cowardice! Bao cursed in disappointment, then redirected his fingers, targeting the nearby ground, quickly snapping his fingers to trigger 2 explosions, creating 2 craters on the surface. Hiding like a rat, Bao disregarded his injuries, stretching out his arms, fingers pointed at the ground, then joyfully snapping his fingers, continuously bombarding the entire area beneath him. As Bao unleashed his relentless assault, he laughed with wild abandon, his laughter mingling with the sounds of explosions, creating a frenzied symphony. Chun-Chi Kuan remained hidden underground, feeling a sense of bewilderment towards this reckless young man who had come out of nowhere. However, if the explosions continued, the relentless shockwaves would inevitably harm Chun-Chi Kuan's insides. It was time for him to make a choice, surrender or fight back. And now the moment had come for him to act. At this moment, Chun-Chi Kuan recalled his previous participation in an extreme challenge. The rules then dictated that 2 individuals would drive their vehicles towards each other, and the one who swerved first would be deemed the loser. The current situation mirrored that scenario. In past extreme confrontations, he had consistently emerged victorious. Regaining his composure, Chun realized he had been overly impatient, as an extreme sports athlete. He was fearless and sought adventure and excitement. This was his true essence. Yet, he found himself underestimated by a young man. So, let the contest begin. Chen Shikuan surged up from the ground, erupting from beside a Bao's feet, with both standing merely an arm's length apart. As Chen broke free, he simultaneously raised earthen walls around them, encasing them in a confined space. A Bao swiftly pointed a finger at Chen's chest, while Chen promptly embraced a Bao. The two locked tightly together. At such close proximity, should a detonation occur, both would either perish or be gravely injured. However, should a Bao hesitate, the earthen walls would instantaneously close in, forming an airtight prison. While Chen could easily escape the confines, a Bao would be ensnared within. Let us see who will yield first. A Bao raised his finger, the snap on the verge of completion, showing no intent to retract. Chen held a Bao firmly, showing no inclination to loosen his grip, with neither willing to concede. Thus, let it be a fight to the finish. A Bao's snap was nearing its climax, and the incantation would unleash a violent explosion, resulting in mutual destruction. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Chen Shikuan was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the source of the sound, only to feel a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, his body instantly collapsing, as if all strength was drained from him. It dawned on Chen that he had been shot. But how could this be? Surrounded by towering earthen walls, how could a bullet bypass them to strike him? Could the bullet have curved? Was this the power of the incantation? What was it? Chen's thoughts began to fade as he helplessly fell to the ground, his awareness dissipating. The earthen walls collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering like sand without a foundation. His pupils could no longer focus, his gaze became vacant, and he saw a bespectacled man slowly approaching him. The man reached his side and adjusted his glasses, remarking, even under the disadvantage of the incantation, they could still contend to this extent. It seems everyone is an uncertainty. Chen Shikuan's eyelids grew heavier, lacking the strength to keep them open, the surroundings darkening into oblivion. The ground transforming into a soft, inviting bed, luring him into slumber. Am I to die? How unfortunate, as he had hoped to gather more words. To make a carefree wish, to wander through scenic landscapes, experiencing unique days. How wonderful that would be. He longed to traverse all the places he had yet to visit. In his final moments, only his hearing remained, and the last words he heard were, "A Bao, you are such a good boy, the character coin has been obtained." Chapter 23. 8 Doors of Confinement within the office of the Nanjing Public Security Bureau, for individuals gathered in one room. Qin Kong had returned safely, her right arm bearing clear puncture wounds, silently occupying a corner. A Bao, despite bringing back the character coin, bore injuries from the explosion, his body marked with numerous wounds. Both had sustained injuries and had narrowly escaped death. Due to the unjust rules of the game, the surviving guests concealed their identities, opting to address each other by code names until their true names were revealed. The bespectacled man, codenamed Doctor, fetched a medical kit and carefully tended to their wounds, temporarily settling them down. Although they were injured, it was merely superficial, as the incantation could enhance their recovery, and they would likely be fine soon. The man with braided hair, codenamed Braid Master, paid little heed to their injuries, his focus solely on the character coin that a Bao had brought back. He promptly incorporated Kuan into the dictionary, and along with the previously acquired character's 8 doors of combat, they formed the incantation 8 Doors of Confinement. The effects of the incantation from the Unjust Dictionary were then unlocked. It was a 4-character incantation, 8 Doors of Confinement. A barrier-type incantation, it would sequentially open the 8 doors of the city, Jiangmen, Xiangmen, Shengmen, Shangmen, Dumen, Jingmen, Jingmen, and Simon, placing all individuals within the city into a state of confinement, preventing anyone from leaving. Only one person could pass through each door, and after an 8-day countdown, all but the 8 survivors who passed through the doors would perish in confinement. Braid Master laughed with delight, just as I suspected. 8 Doors of Confinement is a barrier-type incantation. The key is ready. Time to close the gates. Doctor stepped forward, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. The surveillance data has been analyzed. After taking control of the Public Security Bureau, Doctor accessed the surveillance footage from the last 3 days in Nanjing, identifying the surviving guests through facial recognition. Moreover, he deduced the incantations they possessed based on the images of those they had killed to obtain their characters. In other words, Doctor was nearly aware of the names and incantations of everyone who had appeared in the Nanjing surveillance footage. Thus, the 4 of them possessed nearly all the intelligence on the city's inhabitants. In confrontations among guests, intelligence often proved to be a decisive factor. Knowing others' incantations in advance allowed one to prepare countermeasures, avoid unfavorable conditions of location, time, and weather, and even choose incantations that could counteract others. This is the essence of knowing oneself and one's opponent to achieve victory in every battle. Their intent to activate 8 Doors of Confinement was to fully leverage their intelligence advantage, despite their current control over the surveillance system. The remaining vigilant survivors would soon become aware of its presence. They would undoubtedly avoid the monitored areas and might even flee Nanjing at once. Once these individuals scatter from the city, gathering their writings would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Knowing their incantations would facilitate matters further, thought Bian Yi with a nod of satisfaction. The doctor, adjusting his glasses, furrowed his brow in hesitation and expressed his concern. Must we proceed in this manner? There are only 8 exits, yet we already number 4. Fighting would indeed be more entertaining. The others hide and seek, making the collection of writings painfully slow. Bian Yi arrogantly replied, 8 exits are excessive, for would suffice. We shall eliminate everyone else and hunt down all the writings in this city in one fell swoop. The essence of the Ba-min Kuan-do lies in the entrapment. Once this incantation is invoked, no one can leave Nanjing, and all must vie for the 8 exits, inevitably leading to direct confrontation. The doctor still harbored reservations. Can we hold the exits? Bian Yi clenched his fist with unyielding confidence. Rest assured, my incantation is invincible. The doctor understood the futility of dissuading Bian Yi and merely nodded, stating, regardless, our safety is paramount. We must ensure each of us occupies an exit. Bian Yi did not linger on the matter, striding to the center of the surveillance room, inhaling deeply as if to draw in the very air of the city. He uttered a deep, ancient syllable, akin to a beast's growl or a sacrificial prayer. Ba-min Kuan-do, commence. In an instant, an invisible yet suffocating pressure erupted from his center. The cold marble floor beneath him illuminated with an immense, intricate dark golden hexagram, its patterns swirling as if alive, radiating light that pierced through the floor, the walls, and the entire building, expanding outward to envelop the contours of Nanjing City. At the city's edge, a vast, translucent dark golden energy curtain silently descended, resembling a gigantic, inverted barrier that encompassed the entire city. The sky appeared to be shrouded in a dark golden filter, rendering the light oppressive and eerie. The distant sounds of the Yangtze River seemed to be isolated in another realm, utterly vanishing. Simultaneously, light pillars erupted from the 8 cardinal points of the hexagram. At the presidential palace, the most magnificent light gate suddenly illuminated. At Xuanwu Lake, waves converged to form a shimmering light gate. At Sun Yat-sun Mausoleum, a radiant gate emerged before the Grand Memorial. At Shirtu City, a shadowy light gate quietly opened beneath the weathered ghost-faced wall. At Ximeling, a light gate manifested amidst ancient trees in the dense forest. At Confucius Temple, a vibrant light gate stood by the once bustling Qinhuai River. At Jiming Temple, a faintly resonant light gate appeared beneath the ancient Yaoshi Buddha Pagoda. At Yong'an Cemetery, a foreboding light gate opened among the silent gravestones. A wave of pressure descended upon Nanjing, akin to a droplet disturbing the surface of a lake, sending ripples outward. All surviving individuals within the city jolted simultaneously, receiving the signal of Ba-min Kuan-do. For the next 8 days, they would be unable to leave Nanjing. Only those who successfully passed through the 8 exits when the countdown concluded would survive, while all others would perish within the battleground. Ba-min Kuan-do is, in essence, 8 arenas of life and death. The doctor unfurled a map of Nanjing on the conference table, marking the 8 locations of the presidential palace, Xuanwu Lake, Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum, Shirtu City, Ximeling, Confucius Temple, Jiming Temple, and Yong'an Cemetery, sequentially numbered from 1 to 8. He paused at the presidential palace, adjusting his glasses as he stated, tomorrow. The first exit will open at the presidential palace. Really, we must wait until tomorrow for the spectacle to unfold, Bian Yi remarked, growing impatient. The doctor glanced at the corner, pondering. A Bao and Qin Kong are both injured and will require 2 more days to recover. We shall observe the first exit's developments and watch others contend for it. Bian Yi waved dismissively. There's no need. I can seize that exit myself. The doctor furrowed his brow. But what if? Bian Yi interrupted with unwavering confidence. My incantation is a 3-character phrase. No one in Nanjing can rival me. The doctor wished to say more, but ultimately relented. Then I shall assist you from the shadows. Bian Yi scoffed lightly, eagerly clenching his fists. Let us begin. Chapter 24. Deployment in the Hall of the Residence. The air seemed to freeze instantaneously. This was not a physical stillness, but rather an invisible, suffocating pressure that descended like a deluge of seawater crashing overhead. Zhou Yi, Lei Wanyang, Shen Xinyu, and He Bu, who had just bandaged his legs in the corner, involuntarily stiffened. Their hearts felt gripped by an icy hand, only to release and bring a wave of dizzying palpitations. What is this? Zhou Yi clutched his chest, his face pale, as the earlier force penetrated the walls, disregarding defenses and directly impressing itself upon the consciousness of every survivor. Shen Xinyu, eyes closed and brows furrowed, seemed to be listening to the silent tumult. It is not a thing, it is a rule, a mandatory decree that blankets the entire city. Lei Wanyang shook his head. Bamen Kuendo? It appears they have assembled the Kuan. In an instant, Lei Wanyang transformed into a flash of lightning, darting to the window, his sharp gaze scanning the distant horizon of the city. He clearly discerned, at the edge of his vision, an almost imperceptible yet utterly enclosing pale golden veil rising silently, resembling a colossal, intangible cage that firmly trapped the entirety of Nanjing City within its confines. Meanwhile, 8 beams of light, straight as swords, soared into the heavens, piercing the heavy sky like 8 colossal nails proclaiming a death sentence, firmly affixed to the map of Nanjing. The Presidential Palace, Xuanwu Lake, Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum. Shirtu City. Lei Wanyang's voice was low and icy, as if he were reading a verdict. He accurately announced the corresponding landmarks: Jima Ridge, Confucius Temple, Jiming Temple, Yong'an Tomb. 8 gates. Open, rest, life, injury, do Jing Jing death. What a splendid 8 gates dilemma. Zhou Yi hastily approached Lei Wanyang, equally taken aback by the 8 disquieting beams and the luminous shroud enveloping the city. A chill surged up his spine as he exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the intensity of the 4-character incantation's blessing? It appears that the effect of the 4-character incantation, in terms of both its range and potency, far exceeds that of the 2-character incantation. Zhou Yi vividly perceived that the intensity of the blessing significantly escalates with the number of characters, representing the purest amplification of value. Hibu leaned against the sofa, his complexion more pallid than his leg injury, his voice trembling slightly. 8 days, only 8 days. After 8 days, the countdown ends. All who fail to pass through the 8 gates will be slaughtered by the array. Each gate can only be traversed by one person. They are utterly insane. Zhou Yi thought of that group. They seized the Public Security Bureau, captured the word trapped. All to initiate this hunting game that would transform the entire city into an arena. Lei Wanyang slowly returned from the window to the center of the living room and calmly uttered a name, Wanchongba. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Hibu. Hibu nodded. It is indeed this name. We have dealt with rape cases where the perpetrator also had braids. He should be the leader of that group. Named Wanchongba. Wan. Such a rare surname, Zhou Yi pondered. Their ancestors bore the compound surname Wanyan, belonging to the nobility beyond the borders of the Qing dynasty, which was later simplified to Wan. Hibu recalled the circumstances of the case. Lei Wanyang smiled contemplatively. I have a deep impression of him. During the case, he always felt that a century earlier, we were all his family's servants. Such a person. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The Qing dynasty has been gone for over a century. Shen Xinyu suddenly exclaimed with clarity. Such individuals believe that the world owes them. No wonder he would initiate the 8 gates dilemma. Everyone in his eyes is merely a tool. Lei Wanyang approached the coffee table, where a map of Nanjing lay spread out, and stated, the locations of the 8 gates are distributed throughout the city. His fingers swiftly traversed the map, precisely indicating the positions corresponding to the 8 beams of light. The Life Gate at Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum, the Death Gate at Yong'an Tomb. How intriguing. The Life Gate is at a mausoleum, and the Death Gate is also in a cemetery. A wry smile curled at the corners of his lips, revealing a dark humor. Shen Xinyu approached as well, analyzing. 8 days' time, 8 survival slots. This signifies that any plans for peaceful collection of characters, any thoughts of avoiding conflict, have utterly collapsed. She gazed at the 8 glaring markers on the map, trapped, quite literally. We are ensnared. The only way out is to compete for those 8 gates. 8 gates. Only 8 individuals can survive. Zhou Yi repeated this chilling number, his gaze sweeping over his companions in the living room. Shen Xinyu, Lei Wanyang, Hibu, and himself. There are 4 of us here. Zhou Yi did not continue, but the implication was clear. Even within their makeshift group, fundamental conflicts existed before the ultimate path to survival. The foundation of trust appeared exceedingly fragile in the face of absolute survival slots. Hibu sensed the complexity in Zhou Yi's gaze. Struggling to sit upright, he forced a bitter smile. It truly is a raw display of the survival of the fittest. His position was exceedingly precarious. Undoubtedly, if someone were to be sacrificed within the group, he would be the first to be discarded. Lei Wanyang did not look at Hibu. His finger lingered over the location of the Presidential Palace, then slowly moved toward the Life Gate at Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum. The Life Gate may not be secure, and the opening may not be a smooth path. The positions and names of the gates themselves constitute a psychological game and a trap. Nevertheless, he raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu. Passively waiting is a path to death. We must take the initiative, identify our targets, and unite to seize 4 gates. 4 gates? Hibu was unexpectedly delighted. This meant he was also considered. Next, we must devise a detailed plan. Shen Xinyu's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. She gently placed her hand on the map, covering the area representing Nanjing, as if to grasp this ominous place resembling a cage. either become the hunter or the prey. Within the villa, the air was so heavy it seemed it could drip water. The Eight Gates dilemma had simplified the rules to their essence. The victor lives. The vanquished perishes. To survive, they must first win this brutal struggle. Outside the window, the 8 beams symbolizing the paths of life and death stood silently against the night sky, casting the entire city in a ghostly light. The brief respite had ended. A more brutal and bloody game of survival, accompanied by the ticking countdown of 8 days, officially commenced in every corner of Nanjing. And the 4 of them stood at the center of this storm. Chapter 25. Opening the Gates. The 8 Gates Dilemma. Day 1. Nanjing awoke in an eerie silence. A pale golden light curtain enveloped the city, completely isolating it from the outside world. 8 beams of varying colors stood like colossal pillars supporting heaven and earth. Marking different corners of the city, they were both beacons of life and the harbingers of death. Before the gates of the presidential palace, 3 parallel arched doors stood tightly shut. This edifice, which has witnessed the tumultuous changes of modern times, has now become the first gate of life and death in the 8 Gates Dilemma. The grayish-blue brick walls, the solemn arched doors, and the flying eaves cast deep shadows under the dim light. This place was once the epicenter of power, the birthplace of historical turning points, where countless significant figures took the stage for their final bows. Today, it would transform into a more stark arena of survival. Before the main entrance, approximately 20 paces from the Grand Gate, a robust figure stood resolutely like a mountain. Wan Zhongba had been waiting here for quite some time. His arms crossed over his broad chest, muscles rippling with explosive power. His signature, glossy black braid casually draped around his neck and rested upon his chest, subtly swaying with his steady breaths. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze surveying the expansive square and the looming shadows of the surrounding buildings. As if he were in his own backyard hunting ground, awaiting prey to approach. An air of arrogant dominance radiated from him, overshadowing even the invisible pressure exerted by the 8 Gates of Peril. The doors would open at noon, and only the first individual to successfully pass through would temporarily escape this desolate city, winning a brief reprieve. Not far away, in a secluded alley just a street away from the presidential palace, a modest old bookstore door creaked open. A pair of silver-rimmed glasses emerged, glinting faintly in the dim light. The doctor was concealed within, calmly observing Wan Zhongba and all movements in the square through the lenses. He served as Wan Zhongba's eyes and mind, responsible for monitoring the situation, capturing any potentially valuable information, and providing support when necessary. Time flowed slowly in the oppressive silence. Wan Zhongba's sturdy fingers rhythmically tapped against his arms, counting the seconds. About an hour remained until noon. Wan Zhongba was unhurried. Although no one had yet appeared to seize the door, this was to be expected. It was the first day, and the opening of the first gate prompted everyone to remain hidden, cautiously observing and testing the waters. The square seemed empty. Yet Wan Zhongba could distinctly feel countless unseen gazes focusing on him from the shadows, like icy probes of tension, greed, and murderous intent, intertwining into an invisible net that enveloped this square, soon to become a battleground. The 8 Gates of Peril were indeed necessary. A cold smile crept across Wan Zhongba's face as he thought of forcing those lurking rats into the open. Time would turn fear into madness and hesitation into desperation. And surely, a first brave soul would emerge. As if in response to his thoughts, a faint yet sharp sound sliced through the air. Almost imperceptibly, a nearly transparent silver thread, glinting with lethal light in the sun, shot forth from the shadow of a building, aiming directly for Wan Zhongba's neck. The speed and angle were clearly well calculated, intended to be a fatal strike. Finally, it had come. Wan Zhongba's smile morphed into one of intrigue. He did not move his feet. Instead, his right hand, crossed over his chest, shot out like lightning. His fingers spread wide, striking out like an eagle's talon, grasping the incoming silver thread midair. With a soft sound, the razor-sharp thread, capable of slicing through steel, was caught barehanded. Following this, he sharply flicked his wrist, sending a tremendous force surging back along the thread. With a resounding snap, the thread broke, its severed end torn apart by the sheer strength. As the thread snapped, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, stepping into the light at the edge of the square. Clad in a flowing silver robe, smooth and shimmering like mercury under the sun, the figure's massive hood obscured his face, revealing only a vague outline of his chin. He moved gracefully, as if attending a grand banquet rather than preparing for a life-and-death struggle. The silver robe swayed silently with his movements. Wan Zhongba narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over the figure, a smile of control spreading across his face. Su Sushu, you killed to obtain the strangle blessing, did you not? Wan Zhongba's intelligence was impeccable. The doctor had utilized the monitoring system to compile nearly all the blessings within Nanjing, rendering everyone transparent before them. Su Sushi was known for his stealth and cunning calculations. The trap encountered by Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu on the road had been set by him. like a spider in the shadows of the city. He patiently wove an invisible web of death. Beneath the expansive hood, Zhou Yi remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the revelation of his identity and blessing. He took a few steps closer to Wanzhongba and approached the entrance of the presidential palace. A low voice emerged from beneath the hood, calm and measured. Indeed, the intelligence is quite astute. It is indeed Strangle. He readily admitted it, even with a hint of pride. Strangle, entangling nets, tough as steel, capable of generating and controlling resilient. Sharp threads at one's fingertips. The spider's hunting method lies in weaving webs. Zhou Yi's voice carried a confident calmness, even in the meticulously woven web of death. Prey far larger than himself could not escape the fate of being ensnared. He slightly raised his hands, the broad silver sleeves falling back to reveal long, pale fingers with distinctly defined joints. At that moment, these hands began to curve with an astonishing finesse, almost like a dance. As he moved his fingers, a shocking scene unfolded. Centered around Wanzhongba, within a radius of several dozen meters, the air suddenly filled with countless intersecting silver threads. These threads, as fine as hair, yet incredibly resilient and sharp, gleamed with a cold, lethal light under the sun. Some spanned between buildings, others slanted between the ground and street lamps, and some even hung low in the air, intertwining to create a densely woven web of death. It turned out that from the moment Zhou Yi learned that the gate would open at the presidential palace, he had already infiltrated this place. In the shadows, with his silent strangle, he had woven the entire square in front of the presidential palace into his absolute hunting ground. The web of threads was now in motion. Zhou's voice was devoid of any tremor, as if he were initiating a preordained program. With a subtle twitch of his fingertips, the immense silver web seemed to come alive. Countless filaments abruptly tightened and shifted, producing a faintly grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Standing at the edge of the web, Zhou's gaze, concealed beneath his hood, fixed upon Unrighteous Game. I harbor no intention of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with you. Yield this entrance to me, and you shall have 7 more doors to hunt. We shall coexist peacefully. What say you? His tone bore a hint of negotiation. Coexist peacefully? Ha ha ha. Unrighteous Game's laughter was boisterous, for in the face of this overwhelming snare and Zhou's seemingly ultimatum-like words, he found only amusement. He gradually lowered his arms crossed before his chest, sinking slightly, his feet firmly planted on the bluestone ground, emanating a terrifying aura akin to an awakening primordial beast. Erupting with a thunderous intensity. Do you think that laying this broken web will make a difference? Unrighteous Game's eyes sharpened instantaneously, brimming with a fierce battle spirit. No matter how intricate the web, how could a spider ever hunt a tiger? His fists gradually clenched. Muscles throughout his body tensed like steel cables, veins bulging, a faint reddish glow, imbued with a searing heat, radiating from his skin. Unrighteous Game's voice resounded like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of Zhou's and all hidden observers. The tiger's hunt requires no finesse. He suddenly spread his arms wide, fists clenched, as if to encompass the entire universe. A pure, primal force surged forth, raw and unbridled, reaching for the heavens. Allow me to demonstrate my incantation. Bzhngdu. Unrighteous Game's roar resonated like the beating of war drums, heralding that the true battle had only just begun. Chapter 26. Bzhngdu. Unrighteous Game's shout erupted like thunder, echoing across the vast, oppressive expanse of the presidential square. Bzhngdu. The moment the final syllable fell, a cataclysmic shift engulfed him. A torrent of power surged forth, manifesting as a visible, steaming, faint red aura around his body. The bluestone slabs beneath him silently buckled, fissures forming intricately. Bzhngdu. Eightfold mastery in combat. The pinnacle of martial prowess. It enhances 8 combat techniques. Bing, Guan, L, Bing, Y, Dn, Bn, Shn. A synthesis of offense and defense. An epitome of combat excellence. Confronted with Zhou's meticulously crafted web of silver strands, Unrighteous Game exhibited no trace of wavering, only an indifference and disdain reminiscent of crushing ants. Bzhngdu Bing style. His deep roar resonated like a muffled drumbeat, his right arm rising sharply, muscles rippling, his presence akin to a colossal hammer poised to shake mountains. There was no elaborate technique, no unnecessary trajectory. It was the simplest, most direct, and most domineering straight punch, thrusting towards the densely woven web of death. The air was violently compressed, a visible white shockwave fanning outwards, as if the space before his fist collapsed, creating a momentary vacuum. Those once resilient silver threads, upon encountering this pure, overwhelming force, shattered like a spider's web in a tempest. With but a single being punch, All the filaments within a 30-meter radius before WNHNGB vanished, as if wiped away by an invisible hand, carving a straight and empty passage through the impenetrable silver web. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding emerging upon his composed visage, a chilling dread creeping down his spine. Could it be that the disparity in the word count of incantations was the crux of the matter? A tumult surged within Zhou Yi's heart. His GOS was already an exquisitely refined two-character incantation, sufficient to ensure his prior victories in hunts. Yet at this moment, in the face of WNHNGB's three-character incantation, purely reliant on brute strength and numerical augmentation, the lethal array he once took pride in appeared utterly feeble. The absolute numerical enhancement brought forth by the incantation was laid bare before him. In an instant, Zhou Yi resolved that he could not afford a head-on clash. He must focus on attrition, buying time until the door opened, for that was his sole opportunity. His fingers danced, as if playing a desperate melody in the void. The remaining threads no longer sought to strangle directly, but, like countless agile serpents, slithered from all angles toward WNHNGB's wrists, not seeking to inflict harm, but rather to bind and exhaust WNHNGB's strength, waiting for the singular chance, the noon hour, when the door would open. WNHNGB, evidently seeing through Zhou Yi's intentions, unleashed both fists, striking with the rapidity of thunder, yet with the weight of a falling mountain, swiftly clearing the remaining threads around him. Each punch detonated with a crackle of air and the shattering of vast webs. Those strands attempting to ensnare him were shattered upon contacting the faint red aura, each inch succumbing to the violent force, unable to approach him. Zhou Yi's threads, like moths drawn to a flame, were eradicated before WNHNGB with visible speed. In the expansive square, fragments of shining silver strands fell like scattered snowflakes, drifting gently in the sunlight. Cold sweat beaded on Zhou Yi's forehead, his control growing increasingly frantic, as the rate of thread generation could not keep pace with their destruction. The battleground he had meticulously woven was being trampled down inch by inch in the most barbaric manner. The sun climbed higher, the scorching midday rays searing the earth, and the hearts of every illustrious guest. Time was running short. A warning bell rang loudly in Zhou Yi's mind. He sensed the invisible force of the rules gathering in the air, converging upon the main entrance of the presidential palace. However, WNHNGB stood resolutely before the door, and if this continued, even if he could delay until the door opened, he would never breach WNHNGB's defense. He needed to create at least a fleeting moment of opportunity. A glint of resolute determination flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. He ceased attempting to generate new threads and instead forcefully pressed both hands downward. GOS inning. With a low growl, all the shattered, broken, and yet to vanish fragments of silver threads in the square seemed to respond to an invisible summons. Wildly converging before him, the severed threads intertwined, twisted, and knotted together, and in the span of a single breath, countless delicate silver strands coalesced into a massive silver cable, as thick as an infant's arm, shimmering with a piercing, cold light. This cable embodied Zhou Yi's entire strength of incantation, representing the ultimate form of his Jiaozi, and was his final, desperate gambit. Go! Zhou Yi's arms bulged with veins as he exerted every ounce of his strength to thrust it forward. The silver cable surged forth like a silver dragon emerging from its lair, accompanied by a chilling shriek and an aura of destruction, aimed directly at Wan Chongbei's chest. This strike encapsulated all his power, swift, precise, and lethal, targeting the heart. However, in the face of this ultimate blow capable of piercing steel, Wan Chongbei's serene smile remained unchanged. Eightfold Douyu technique. Wan Chongbei barked, his feet firmly rooted as if anchored to the ground. The faint red aura enveloping him instantly collapsed inward, condensing into a layer of what appeared to be a solid bronze sheen on his surface. He did not even bother to block. Instead, he boldly thrust out his chest, muscles bulging like forged steel, bracing for the incoming silver cable. Clang! A thunderous sound resonated across the square. The silver cable, which held Zhou Yi's last hope, collided violently with Wan Chongbei's chest. The anticipated penetration did not occur. The tip of the cable failed to breach the bronze-like skin, akin to striking a colossal bell made of rock. With a mournful cry of defiance, the entire cable exploded upon impact, disintegrating into countless fine particles. Jiaozi. Merely a tickle, Wan Chongbei brushed off the remnants from his chest, his tone as casual as if flicking away a speck of dust. The bronze sheen gradually faded, revealing an unscathed chest beneath. Zhou Yi staggered, as if struck by lightning, his complexion as pale as paper beneath his hood. His final attack, his most powerful strike, was rendered utterly ineffective before the absolute defense known as U. Enough playtime, the game ends now. Wan Chongbei's eyes blazed with murderous intent, locking onto Su Sisu. Eightfold Doguang technique. Wan Chongbei lunged forward with his left leg, shattering the hard ground beneath him, while his right leg kicked out with the ferocity of a siege cannon. The air compressed into a sharp, white conical force, emitting a sound akin to tearing fabric. This kick, imbued with penetrating impact, could slice an armored vehicle in half. Aimed directly at Su Sisu's head, moving with such speed that evasion was impossible. The breath of death tightened around Su Sisu's throat, and he could feel the lethal force bearing down on his neck. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of unwillingness crossed Su Sisu's eyes. It seemed this door was not meant for him today. Without hesitation, his left hand, concealed within his sleeve, crushed an invisible seal. Simultaneously, he silently recited the final trump card he had prepared. Shun Shan. Chapter 27. Closed door, Shun Shan. Instant flash. The ability to instantaneously appear at a designated mark. This incantation was the spoils of Su Sisu's earlier trap laid on the city streets. At that time, a nameless guest inadvertently triggered his deadly horizontal threads, which split his body in two. Su Sisu harvested the character scrolls from him, draining his essence like a spider with its prey, and acquired the Shun Shan incantation. However, this incantation was not tied to his life character. Su Sisu understood well that Shun Shan was a one-time consumable, akin to a candle flame in the wind, extinguished once used. This was his last resort, not to be used lightly unless in dire straits. And at this moment, he was indeed in dire straits. Long before Su Sisu set out, he had already marked a safe spot for the instant flash, ensuring a smooth retreat in case of unforeseen circumstances. This was his safety net. Shun Shan, activate. A barely perceptible ripple of intense spatial distortion enveloped Su Sisu's body in an instant. The distortion was so profound that the scenery at the edges of his form momentarily misaligned and blurred. Whoosh! Wan Chongbei's terrifying kick, infused with destructive power, pierced through the slightly odd afterimage of Su Sisu caused by the spatial distortion. The forceful kick struck nothing but air, crashing into the thick brick wall of the presidential office behind, creating a massive breach as if it were tofu, debris flying like cannonballs amid a cloud of dust. Yet, Su Sisu's figure had vanished without a trace. Only two faint, silvery points of light, akin to fireflies, lingered in the air where he had just stood. These were the remnants of the characters Shun and Shan, ephemeral and transient. Having served their purpose, they flickered briefly before disintegrating into fine stardust, merging into the swirling dust, leaving no trace behind. Shun Shan, this life-saving incantation, along with the two character scrolls that constituted it, vanished from this world after fulfilling its final mission. Ah, Shun Shan. So this incantation still exists. Wan Chongbei slowly retracted his leg, gazing at the dissipating points of light and the empty space ahead. A glimmer of understanding and mockery flashing in his eyes. Perhaps it was the life-saving trinket he had harvested earlier on the road? A one-time consumable that allowed you, little mouse, to scurry back into your hole. Wan Chongbei shook his head, as if merely swatting away a buzzing fly. His tone laced with the playful mockery of a cat catching a mouse. Run, run, feel free to run. It's all right. The 8 gates of confinement will not allow your escape. I await you at the next door. At that moment, the midday sun reached its zenith in the sky. A resonant, indescribable hum, as if emanating from the ancient past, suddenly echoed throughout the city of Nanjing. All surviving distinguished guests, regardless of their location, distinctly sensed the tremor emanating from the rules. Before the main entrance of the presidential palace, the 3 tightly closed arched doors, particularly the massive door frame on the right, distorted the air violently. A grand and enigmatic sigil, composed purely of energy, Qi-En, materialized out of thin air, like a brand, radiating a soft yet undeniable golden glow. This was the sigil of opening the door, slowly rotating until it firmly affixed itself to the right door, signifying that the moment of opening had arrived. The door was officially ajar. With the Qi-En hexagram suspended above, the golden light flowed, revealing a path to life. In the surrounding shadows, countless pairs of observing eyes suddenly ignited with fervor, greed, desire, and madness, spreading like wildfire. The first door, the gateway to survival, lay before them. All gazes were fixated on the figure standing at the entrance, bathed in the golden light of the Qi-En hexagram, WNZH-NGB. By all reasonable accounts, this indisputable victor, who had repelled XSX, should have been the first to step through this threshold of life and escape from this city of death. However, WNZH-NGB's subsequent actions left all hidden observers astounded, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. He slowly turned around, facing the door marked with the Qi-En hexagram. The immensely heavy door of the presidential palace that symbolized the tumultuous history of modern times. There was no joy of impending escape on his face. only a cold indifference that looked down upon all beings and a resolute determination for destruction. Behold, WNZHNGB's voice rang out with arrogance, reverberating through the silent square, penetrating every shadow. This is your path to life. Before his words could fade, he clenched his right fist once more, and the familiar, heart-stirring pale red energy surged forth explosively. The BZHNDUBNGSH. This time, his target was no longer the threads, but the open door of life. His fist, infused with the full might of the BZHNDUBNGSH, descended like a falling meteor, imbued with the will to annihilate all, crashing violently against the door marked with the chi and hexagram. The thunderous roar echoed, under the watchful gaze of countless astonished eyes in the shadows. The right door of the presidential palace, a symbol of the path to life and a vessel of history, shattered under WNGB's iron fist. As if it were mere paper, the sturdy Nanma door panel disintegrated into sawdust, the heavy copper door nails dented like scrap metal, and the massive bluestone frame, centered around the fist imprint, cracked with numerous ghastly spiderweb patterns, ultimately collapsing with a resounding crash. The entire door was obliterated. Everyone was taken aback by WNZHNGB's unhesitating destruction of that door. This action was utterly unexpected and astonishing, catching onlookers off guard. That door represented a precious 1/8 of the path to life, yet it was so casually destroyed by WNZHNGB. The opening of the door, symbolizing the first path of survival in the 8 doors of struggle, along with its history and hope, was ruthlessly annihilated by WNZHNGB in the most brazen manner, reducing it to a shocking ruin. Amidst the swirling dust, WNZHNGB slowly retracted his fist, shaking off the sawdust and debris. He stood before the pile of ruins that symbolized destruction, his cold gaze sweeping over the desolate square and the shadows of the buildings. Though his voice was not loud, it struck the hearts of every observer like a hammer. There are far too many doors. If you continue to hide, I shall await you at the final door of death. Over this expanse of ruin, the dust lingered, refusing to dissipate, as if the entire world were shrouded in a layer of gray mist, instilling a heavy sense of oppression. What should have been a sturdy door had now been utterly transformed, leaving behind only a heap of broken planks and twisted metal frames. The destruction of this door signified more than mere physical damage. It represented the conclusion of the opening, heralding the commencement of a far crueler hunt. WNZHNGB's obliteration of this door bore significance beyond comprehension. It served as a warning to all, a resolute declaration that he would not leave in New Jersey, Ing City easily. He was a determined hunter, silently awaiting the emergence of his prey. From this moment forth, the situation had devolved into a deadlock, devoid of any semblance of hope. This life-and-death struggle had no retreat. Chapter 28. The surface of the lake. The thunderous collapse from the direction of the presidential palace echoed like the tolling of a death knell, signaling the arrival of a deadlock. Across half of New Jersey, Ing City, the muffled sound even reached Zhou Yi Lake. Previously, upon learning of the opening of the 8 doors of struggle, Zhu Yi and his companions pondered extensively. Given the ambiguity of the information, recklessly vying for the opening would leave them at a disadvantage. Thus, they decided to forego the first door, allowing HB to approach the vicinity of the presidential palace for distant observation of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi and the other 2 proceeded to the location of the second door, arriving early at Zhou Yi Lake to scout the area and ascertain the positions of the possible doors. The vast mist rising from Zhou Yi Lake, tinged with a hint of the unique scent of aquatic plants, weighed heavily on the minds of those present. The lake's surface was smooth, resembling a slightly undulating piece of dark glass, reflecting the overcast sky and the sparse branches of the willows along the shore. In the center of the expansive lake, the 4 islands, CZHU, LNGZHU, YNGZHU, and LNGZHU, floated silently like dark jade on an ink plate, adrift in the open waters. Tomorrow at noon, the rest period symbolized by the Shi Men would descend upon one of these 4 islands. ZHUY, LIW New York Ing, and SHNX New York had now reached YNGZHU, hiding behind a dense patch of reeds by the water's edge. Their arrival a day in advance was strategic, aiming to identify all potential door locations at Zhou Yi Lake before the Shi Men opened, thereby gaining a slight advantage for the following day. Suddenly, a profoundly dull sound, akin to the earth's innards being torn asunder, reverberated across the expansive lake, originating from the direction of the presidential palace. It appears that the battle over there is quite intense, Zhui instinctively remarked. Opened her eyes, her complexion somewhat pallid. In that fleeting moment, Xinyu had captured the ripples of from Hebu's thoughts, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "He has destroyed the door." Lei Wanyang furrowed his brow, suggesting, "Let us review this again upon our return tonight." He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his unease. Time was of the essence. We must hasten to find and mark all potential doors. Lei Wanyang swiftly devised a plan. Xinyu, you and Zhou Yi remain on Yingzhou to search, while I will scout on Suizhou. We will maintain constant communication via Xinyu, and after marking the locations, we shall regroup and evacuate. What if we encounter others? Zhou Yi inquired cautiously. Let us convene at a single point. The three of us should be able to manage, Lei Wanyang replied with a hint of confidence. With that, Lei Wanyang transformed into a streak of pale blue lightning, swiftly gliding towards the nearest Suizhou. Zhou Yi glanced towards the direction of the presidential palace before crouching low, navigating the shadows of the shrubs along Yingzhou's water's edge, scanning for potential doors. On Yingzhou Island, structures exhibiting portal characteristics included a waterside hexagonal pavilion and a stone arch bridge spanning a small bay, as well as the doorways of some antiquated courtyards. Each location could potentially herald the arrival of a portal. At that moment, the periphery of Sinyu's perception network suddenly detected an exceedingly subtle ripple, akin to a pair of temperatureless eyes resting upon her. It was cold, focused, and bore a probing scrutiny. Someone is here, swiftly conveyed through. She pivoted abruptly, her gaze directed towards the source of the ripples, which lay deep within Yingzhou, at the edge of a densely branched cherry grove. Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang received the message and turned their eyes in that direction, where indeed a figure stood quietly. It was the silhouette of a frail young girl, her petite form marked by strikingly pale hair, cascading down to her forehead. The white-haired girl was eerily silent, seemingly merging with the grayish tree trunks. Had it not been for Sinyu's warning, they would have scarcely noticed her presence. The girl tilted her head slightly, displaying no signs of alarm at being exposed, and appeared to emit a fleeting sigh. Slowly, she raised a similarly pale and slender hand, pointing towards the smooth, mirror-like expanse of the lake. Mirror spell, a dry, hoarse voice, as though it had not spoken in ages, emerged softly from her lips. Instantly, an invisible, chilling wave emanated from the tip of her finger, spreading across the water's surface of Yingzhou. In an instant, the lake, which had originally reflected the sky, tree shadows, and its form, eerily froze. The surface ceased to ripple, becoming rigid, smooth, and cold, resembling a mercurial mirror embedded in the ground. Mirror spell, crafting a curse through the mirror, shaping shadows into form. It allows one to cast spells through the reflections of individuals in the mirror, replicating them in exact detail. In the realm of Xuanwu Lake, the entire lake surface serves as her mirror. This is why she came to Xuanwu Lake. It is the most suitable venue for her incantations. From the moment Zhou Yi and his companions stepped onto Xuanwu Lake, their figures had been vividly imprinted upon this mirror, every detail meticulously captured. With the utterance of this incantation, reflection in the tranquil water stirred, as if breaking free from some invisible restraint. It emerged from the solidified mirror with a chill in its essence. An identical stepped forth, her face devoid of emotion, her gaze hollow, akin to the most intricate puppet, fixating intently on the true on the shore. Xinyu, be careful. Zhou Yi's urgent voice echoed immediately. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi activated Yizhan, aligning his 3 fingers like a blade, and thrusting towards the white-haired girl, unleashing a fierce, invisible slash. The strike sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. However, before the attack could reach its target, another figure emerged from the mirrored surface, moving with ghostly swiftness. It mirrored Zhou Yi's posture perfectly, raising 3 fingers in response to the incoming strike, and executed an equally formidable Yizhan. Boom. From another direction, an identical slash countered Zhou Yi's attack head-on. The 2 invisible strikes collided fiercely in midair. The genuine and mirrored Zhou Yi's slashes exhibiting identical power, angles, and speeds. The impact caused a mutual obliteration, leaving only ripples that rapidly expanded outward. Junlei. Lei Wanyang had received the message and transformed from Suizhou into a bolt of swift lightning, accompanied by blinding flashes as he tore through the air towards the white-haired girl, intent on capturing the leader first. Yet, a matching figure obstructed his path. Another Lei Wanyang, wrapped in dazzling arcs of electricity, materialized instantly, breaking through the surface of the water. The mirrored Lei Wanyang, exuding the same ferocity, charged forward, fists enveloped in blinding lightning, unflinchingly meeting the oncoming thunderous assault. The 2 figures collided with a violent clash of raging lightning, the brilliant blue and white serpents of electricity spiraling chaotically, erupting with a resounding boom and flaring sparks. The raw power of lightning clashed and dissipated, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. The current situation was abundantly clear. What lay ahead was a confrontation with their own reflections. Chapter 29, Mirror Shadows. On the shores of Yingzhou, the battle had descended into a state of complete impasse. Zhou Yi's breaths grew increasingly labored, beads of sweat mingling with the splattered mud, tracing murky lines across his cheeks. He suddenly pivoted, unleashing the invisible edge of Yizhan, that tore through the air, striking at the mirrored version of himself. Yet, the figure composed of shimmering water responded with flawless precision, mirroring Zhou Yi's every movement, twisting, raising an arm, and blocking with impeccable synchronization. The trajectory of each maneuver, the angle of force. Even the subtle tremors of muscle were replicated without deviation. Every feint, every attempt to exploit the environment for a slight opening was countered by the opponent with mirror-like accuracy, instantly neutralizing and retaliating. Zhou possesses the ability to discern weaknesses, yet the mirror figure appears devoid of substance. Its vulnerabilities flickering upon its surface like a flame in the wind, rendering them impossible to pinpoint. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Wanyang faces a similar plight. Each of his lightning strikes is met with an equally potent counter from his adversary, nullifying his efforts. Speed, strength, and skill. His opponent mirrors him as though an indistinguishable shadow, even replicating the subtle premonitions and rhythmic changes inherent to his battle instincts with flawless precision. It is as though this adversary is an unshakable shadow, faithfully imitating even the most minute anticipations and shifts in tempo. The Junlei, which should serve as his most formidable spear and shield, has now transformed into a thunderous prison that confines him. Every eruption feels akin to striking an impenetrable mirror, futilely exhausting his strength. While each thunderous roar deepens this maddening stalemate, it is futile. The voice of the silver-haired maiden remains dry and ethereal as she stands at the periphery of the chaotic battlefield, resembling a pale and fragile reed. They are you, and you are them. How can one kill oneself? Beneath the diminutive shadow, her white hair sways as if animated by an unseen force. One cannot slay oneself. This cold assertion strikes like a hammer upon Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang's hearts. They expend every ounce of their strength, yet all they do is wrestle against themselves. Each strike reverberating against an unyielding echo wall, depleting only their precious vitality and time. We should retreat, Lei Wanyang quickly concludes, recognizing that further stalemate will yield no results. Zhou Yi concurs with this notion. Although victory seems unattainable, the mirror figures should not be able to impede their departure. Based on the effects of the blessing, he surmises that as long as they leave the vicinity of Xuanwu Lake, these mirror figures ought to vanish as well. Just then, Shen Xinyu suddenly shakes her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on the silver-haired girl. We cannot leave. I need the incantation. Need the incantation? Lei Wanyang hesitates before saying, but these mirror figures. Shen Xinyu's eyes are steadfast. She no longer regards the two men engaged in fierce battle, her focus unwaveringly locked onto the self that emerges from the water. Drawing ever closer, a damp chill envelopes her. The hollow gaze of the mirror figure is disquieting. Shen Xinyu dismisses the suffocating fear, her consciousness sinking into her mental depths. Accessing the dictionary that hovers in her thoughts, the character, Qing, suddenly radiates a warm glow in her mind, akin to a jade disc cast into still waters. The dictionary stirs without wind, its pages flipping until it halts firmly on the page for the heart character, unlocking the entry for Qing Xi. The character slot glows, the light swirling. The character, Qing, was previously a gift from Hebu, given to Lei Wanyang, and now it proves fortuitous. Qing Xin. Shen Xinyu chants the blessing, her voice clear and resolute. Qing Xin. To purify the spirit and calm the heart. Immunity to all negative mental effects. The moment the incantation activates, an indescribable, crystalline chill bursts forth from her spiritual core, sweeping through her entire being with unstoppable force. All chaotic thoughts are smoothed and erased as if by an invisible yet immensely powerful hand. Her mind becomes unprecedentedly lucid, thoughts flowing like intricately crafted ice crystals. Stripped of all impurities, each notion clear and sharp. At the instant, Qing Xin takes effect, the mirror figure, which had been advancing with cold dampness, suddenly halts in its tracks. Subsequently, in Shen Xinyu's clarified vision, the mirror reflection of herself begins to waver, dissipating like mist under the sun, its edges becoming blurred and trembling. That hollow gaze seems to flicker with an imperceptible ripple. Indeed, Shen Xinyu's mind is clear. This mirror figure is not a true corporeal entity. The essence of Jing Zhao operates as a powerful illusion affecting the mind, utilizing the reflective surface of water as a medium to project and materialize the target's self-perception into a mental replica, endowing it with a false sense of existence and offensive capability through formidable binding forces, thus deceiving the senses into believing they are battling a genuine foe. Qing Xin dismantles all negative mental effects, directly undermining the foundation of this illusion's influence over her. The flickering version of herself before Shen Xinyu bursts like a soap bubble, instantaneously transforming into countless fragmented points of light, vanishing into the air, leaving only a few cold droplets falling to the ground. Success. Qing Xin indeed has the power to dispel Jing Zhao. This further affirms to Shin Sinyu that there exists a certain restraining relationship among various blessing effects. However, even though Shin Sinyu has dispelled her own mirror figure with Qing Xian, the effect does not extend to Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang, who remain entangled with their respective mirror adversaries. The silver-haired maiden quickly realizes that the moment Shin Sinyu activated Qing Xian and the mirror figures began to dissipate, she sensed a shift. A flicker of astonishment crosses her extremely pale eyes. Qing Xian? It seems Jing Zhao has no effect on her. Shin Sinyu gazes at the silver-haired girl, who appears to possess no other combat capabilities apart from this, Jing Zhao. She stands there like an innocent bystander, yet controls the threads of fate. Now that Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang are ensnared by their mirror figures, preoccupied with their own battles, Shin Sinyu must rely solely on herself to confront the enigmatic silver-haired girl before her. The blessings currently at Shin Sinyu's disposal are not combat-related. She lacks the thunderous might of Lei Ting Wanjun or the cutting prowess of Yi Zhan. It is precisely for this reason that she requires the incantation, which has now become crucial. Taking a deep breath, she embraces a sense of resolute clarity. Her battlefield lies not within the realm of thunder and blades, but before the frail and pallid girl. This is the most primal clash, and also the most perilous gamble. Shin Sinyu's gaze fixates on the distant figure. She must obtain that character. On Yingzhou, the wind howls ominously. The emerald waters of the lake undulate restlessly, reflecting the chaotic battle unfolding on the shore. In the distorted ripples of the water's surface, Shin Sinyu resolutely advanced step by step towards the white-haired girl who manipulated the mirror image, patiently awaiting her arrival. Chapter 30, The Curse. Shin Sinyu moved closer to the girl controlling the chaotic battlefield. The damp and cold stone path beneath her feet seemed to lead not just to a person, but to a fate laden with inexplicable significance, where the words most befitting her awaited. The girl remained silent, her silvery strands fluttering gently in the wind, akin to a cluster of frigid water waves. As Shin Sinyu stepped within 3 paces, the girl finally lifted her head. Her large, ethereal eyes, with pupils of an almost transparent gray, bore no hint of fear or panic, only an eerie calmness akin to deathly stillness. Gazing at Shin Sinyu, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. "You seek the cursed word, do you not?" The girl's voice, still dry yet remarkably assured, sounded like a proclamation of a fate already sealed. Shin Sinyu halted, drawing a dagger from her pocket, its tip aimed at the girl's vulnerable neck. "Hand over the word. Break the mirror curse, and let us leave." Her voice was taut, imbued with an undeniable determination. Behind her, the sounds of battle between Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang echoed, each clash sending ripples through her nerves. The girl paused, seemingly oblivious to the carnage behind her, unperturbed by the imminent threat. Her pale gray pupils fixated on Shin Sinyu's eyes, as if piercing through her defenses to glimpse the carefully nurtured corner of her soul. "My name is Zhou and I." The girl spoke suddenly, her voice as ephemeral as a wisp of smoke, the Zhou signifying curse, and I representing girl. She paused, revealing a sorrowful smile, tinged with a self-mocking bitterness. You might wonder how parents could name their daughter with a cursed word. The wind above the lake seemed to still, and Shin Sinyu's fingers tightened unconsciously around the dagger. Zhou Ni's gaze drifted past Shin Sinyu, staring into the misty lake, as if witnessing a distant yet vivid nightmare. "I have 3 elder sisters, and when I was born, I was yet another girl. My father stood at the delivery room door, heard it was a girl, and turned away." Her voice was as calm as if recounting another's tale. "This name, Zhou and I, was chosen by my mother weeping." Zhou means curse. A curse that no more daughters should come into this family. She forced a smile, a look of twisted pride, and what happened? The next was still a girl. Zhou Ni's gaze returned to Shin Sinyu's face, her pale gray eyes finally reflecting Shin Sinyu's form with clarity. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were different." There was a barely perceptible, almost pathological curiosity in Zhou Ni's tone. "You possess a light, the light of being cherished, of being expected to grow. Your name must be beautiful, filled with hope and blessings. Am I correct?" Shin Sinyu furrowed her brow, observing this fragile, pale girl, whose very name was a curse, her throat tightening. "Parents are merely a relationship." Shin Sinyu attempted to speak, her voice betraying a hint of composure. "Do not seek to fulfill their expectations. Such pursuits will only lead to disappointment." "Only disappointment?" Zhou and I interjected with a dry, harsh laugh. "Such words come easily. You have not experienced it. You cannot fathom the feeling of being deemed a mistake, an excess from the moment of your birth. You do not know how a name can be a brand, etched into your very bones, constantly reminding you of your unwelcomeness." Zhou Ni's expression shifted to one of sharp intensity, resembling a wounded creature. "You, of course, cannot understand. Your name is your pride, mine is my original sin." Shin Sinyu silently regarded Zhou and I, the depths of resentment and despair in her eyes rendering all her comforting words feeble and powerless. Zhou and I shook her head. As if drained of strength, the sharpness of her resentment ebbed away, leaving only utter exhaustion and an eerie acceptance. She even relaxed her posture, no longer regarding the dagger in Shun Sinyu's hand. The mirror curse is my only blessing. Zhou Yi's voice regained that dry tranquility. You can break it now. She opened her pale, slender, empty palm for Shun Sinyu to see. I am merely a defenseless little girl. If you wish to kill me and take the cursed word, you may do so at any time. Zhou and I even leaned forward slightly, as if inviting the cold dagger closer. This unusual submission filled Shun Sinyu with doubt. She did not relent but gripped the dagger tighter, her gaze sharp as a hawk, closely watching for any slight change on Zhou Yi's face. Shun Sinyu questioned, "You do not intend to resist?" Zhou and I shook her head. "It matters not. Everything is too tedious. I lack the motivation to struggle. I merely wish to utilize the lake's advantage. Even if I could pass through the portal tomorrow, I know not where death awaits me the day after." Shun Sinyu remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on the girl. "Is it truly that simple? Do you not believe me?" Zhou and I tilted her head, a strand of white hair brushing against her pale forehead. "Well, after all, it is an unjust game. Yet, it is not entirely so simple." A disquieting smile graced her lips. "I have planted a curse within the cursed word. That is my sole defense." "Cursed?" Shun Sinyu's heart sank suddenly. "Indeed." Zhou Yi's voice held a playful nonchalance. "Whoever kills me and takes my cursed word will suffer the repercussions of the curse." She observed Shun Sinyu's astonished expression, as if admiring an intriguing piece of art. "It is a choice. Either coexist peacefully and let me go, or take the word and bear the curse." "What is the curse?" Shun Sinyu's voice grew somber as she inquired. In Zhou Yi's pale gray pupils, a glimmer of vengeful delight finally surfaced. She leaned in closer, her voice lowered to a whisper. "The one who takes the cursed word will be killed by the one they love." "By the one they love?" Shun Sinyu repeated each word with deliberate clarity. Zhou and I gazed upon Shun Sinyu's face, which had turned pale from sudden blood loss, and an unsettling smile crept across her lips. That smile, on her ashen visage, appeared both eerie and distorted. She remarked, "This is the last remnant of malicious amusement I possess after enduring a loveless existence. The name Zhou is a curse of my birth, and those who take it from me must inevitably pay a price. It is quite fair, is it not?" Shun Sinyu looked at Zhou and I in astonishment. This deathly curse pierced her mind like the most venomous of ice picks. Instinctively, she turned her head sharply, her gaze cutting through the chaotic energy storm and splattering water, landing on the figure locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Mirror Man Zhou Yi. At that moment, Zhou Yi sidestepped a cunning strike from the Mirror Man, his hair dampened by sweat clinging to his forehead, a bloodstain from a forceful blow marking his cheek. Yet, his eyes remained fierce and resolute, each block and counterattack infused with reckless determination. He was the one chosen by fate alongside her in that dreary classroom. The one who would hesitate before a sharp blade but would unleash astonishing power in the face of desperation. The one who had promised not to perish. A promise laden with significance. How to choose? To remain unscathed? To release Zhou and I would mean relinquishing the curse, and more importantly, it would expose the three of them to the ongoing threat of the mirror curse, as they contended for the Shuaman tomorrow. This enigmatic girl could again become a lethal stumbling block at any moment. To bear the curse? To exchange a doomed future for an opportunity to break the deadlock? To reclaim the curse? To secure a slender chance for the three of them to survive? Both choices led into the abyss of darkness. Chapter 31. The curse becomes reality. On the shores of Xuanwu Lake, the battle had descended into a despairing stalemate. Zhou Yi's E-slash was unleashed once more, creating a sharp glimmer as it struck the shoulder of the Mirror Man. The Mirror Man mirrored the movement, sidestepping with precision, his cold hand striking Zhou Yi's chest with the force of a blade. The two staggered back and simultaneously retaliated with E-slash, their invisible blades colliding in midair, sending waves of cherry petals and droplets cascading around them, forcing both back several steps. On the other side, Lei Wanyang transformed into a tempest of thunder, the robust purple lightning tearing through the air as it struck at his replica. The Mirror Man raised his hand, meeting the assault with equal ferocity, the thunderous explosion resonating across the lake. Each clash was a chaotic collision of energy, and each evasion was a flawless mimicry of the image. Strength, speed, skill, and even the instinct of combat were meticulously replicated by the watery form before them. Each eruption of Lei Wanyang felt like he was futilely battering against an indestructible mirror, depleting his strength and will in vain. Thunder had become the cage that imprisoned him. They were ensnared in an endless cycle, a gladiatorial contest devoid of victory or defeat. Zhou and I, the calm eye of the storm, stood silently. The lake breeze stirred the silvery strands of hair framing her face, and her eyes held an emptiness akin to an abandoned well, a lingering quiet resignation. She watched Shun Sinyu as if observing a drama with a preordained conclusion. The choice lay in Shun Sinyu's hands. For Zhou and I, Regardless of where the dagger was thrust or how Shin Sinyu decided, the outcome pointed towards the same dark fate. Shin Sinyu withdrew her gaze from Zhou Yi, returning to the pale, serene countenance of Zhou Yi. A fleeting moment of hesitation passed, and in an instant, the tumult of emotions in her eyes was forcibly subdued by a tragic resolve. She gripped the cold dagger tightly, as if having made a profound determination. The damp, cold stone path beneath her feet seemed to lead not to a frail girl, but to the unavoidable shadow cast by destiny. She recalled Zhou Yi's solemn promise made as he lay fallen on the stone, raising his right hand. I will end this unjust game. I will resurrect all of you. She also remembered the words she had spoken while grasping Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang's hands. The three of us will look out for each other from now on. The nebulous curse of the future and the bloodied figure of her companion stood at opposing ends of the scale. Shin Sinyu swiftly made her choice. All emotions faded from her eyes, leaving only a chilling calm, akin to a frozen lake. She stepped forward, her voice exceptionally clear yet light as a whisper. Drifting towards Zhou and I am sorry. In that instant, Zhou Ni's lifeless eyes widened, her pupils slightly dilating as if a grain of dust had disturbed the stillness of the water's surface, creating an almost imperceptible ripple. The anticipated answer finally fell, tinged with the tedium of settled dust. She did not roar, nor did she struggle, not even a hint of tension in her muscles. At the moment Shin Sinyu's words fell, she lunged forward with the dagger, her movements swift and decisive. The right arm, clutching the dagger, became a blur of white, channeling all her strength and the weight of her resolute decision into this fatal thrust. The target was Zhou Ni's slender neck, where beneath the pale skin, the fragile, pulsing blue veins were distinctly visible. Only the blink of an eye was required. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was a faint yet unsettling whisper, abrupt and definitive, carrying an unsettling sense of penetration. Zhou Ni's body stiffened abruptly, as if caught by an invisible string. Her pale gray pupils constricted to pinprick size, only to expand violently, shrouded in a layer of lifelessness. The astonishment in Zhou Ni's eyes receded like a tide, revealing a more complex emotional undercurrent beneath. It was a peculiar blend of profound relief and a deeper, more seething resentment, akin to poisonous vines thriving in the mire. Her lips, stained with her own blood, parted with great difficulty, yet bore a cold power that pierced the soul, leaving an indelible imprint on Shin Sinyu's heart. The curse has come to fruition. In the instant those words were spoken, the last flicker of light in Zhou Ni's eyes extinguished, like a candle snuffed out by the wind. The strength that had sustained her vanished instantly, and her body fell back, lifeless and devoid of spirit, as if all strings tethering her had been severed. At almost the same instant that Zhou Ni collapsed, the mirror figures before Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang suddenly became rigid, as if frozen in time by an unseen chill. They maintained their stances of attack or defense, their shimmering watery forms beginning to twist violently, the surface rippling like inferior imagery on the verge of disintegration. In the next moment, two soft pops sounded, akin to the bursting of bubbles. The two mirror figures disintegrated in an instant, their water-formed bodies breaking free from restraint, exploding into a myriad of minute droplets, cascading down like a sudden icy rain, drenching Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang before vanishing without a trace, leaving only dark water stains and an unsettling chill in their wake. The cacophony and explosions abruptly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. Zhou Yi remained in a defensive posture, his chest heaving violently. He stared vacantly at the empty air before him, where just moments ago the mirror figures had been frantically attacking, now nothing but a void. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his gaze piercing like an arrow towards Shin Sinyu's direction. The lightning that had enveloped Lei Wanyang dissipated completely, faint arcs of electricity reluctantly flickering across his skin before extinguishing. His uncertain gaze, too, penetrated the lingering energy waves and mist, locking firmly onto the slender figure at the water's edge. Shin Sinyu stood still, her right hand lowered, clutching a dagger. Moments later, Zhou Ni's form began to grow translucent and indistinct, ultimately dissipating like grains of sand, leaving behind only two softly glowing pages of a word tablet, inscribed with the characters, and the wind over the lake tousled Shin Sinyu's scattered hair. Unfazed, she crouched down, extending her unblemished left hand, her fingertips trembling imperceptibly as they reached for Zhou Ni's cold word tablet. Upon contact, she inhaled deeply, her focus sharpening, becoming intensely concentrated. Her consciousness delved into the depths of her mind, connecting with the suspended dictionary of injustice, as the pages of the word tablet, and gradually coalesced within her awareness. Her gaze fell upon the ominous character of. Without hesitation, she directed her consciousness to guide that page into her dictionary. The character returned to its rightful place. In the realm of her mind, the dictionary quaked violently, countless pages flipping frantically before coming to a thunderous halt at a blank page. The indentation of that blank page suddenly glowed with a dim light. The character, fitting seamlessly within. The indentation transformed from concave to convex, the ethereal light swirling, and a brand new entry illuminated the dictionary. Shin Sinyu's body trembled slightly, signaling the end. With a soft clank, the bloody dagger was discarded at her feet onto the stone slab. She no longer required such primitive weaponry. Slowly rising, she did not glance at the hastening Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang, her gaze traversing the lake's unnaturally tranquil surface, reaching towards the distant, overcast sky. In the water's reflection, her disheveled black hair and her eyes, swirling with complex undercurrents, appeared vividly. The ripples distorted the reflection. Echoing Zhou Yi's final whisper, "The curse has been cast." The chilling voice silently coiled around her warm heart, leaving an everlasting trace of frost. Chapter 32. The night before Shin Sinyu stood motionless, her gaze fixed upon the eerily calm surface of the lake, as if Zhou Yi's dying curse still reverberated among the waves. "Sinyu." Zhou Yi's voice broke through, laden with the breathlessness of battle and urgency, being the first to reach her side. He scrutinized her with concern, asking, "Are you all right? That girl didn't harm you, did she?" Lei Wanyang followed closely, the lightning around him having fully receded, though a lingering air of intensity still surrounded him. His sharp gaze swept over the spot where Zhou Yi had vanished, then landed on Shin Sinyu's unusually calm profile, his brow subtly furrowing. Shin Sinyu took a deep breath, managing a smile that appeared slightly weary yet sufficiently relaxed. She even raised a hand to smooth her disheveled hair, her movements natural, as if she had merely dealt with a trivial matter. "Of course, I'm fine," she replied, her tone deliberately steady, laced with nonchalance. "I didn't encounter any formidable incantations. It was all thanks to the lake's reflection. Her true form was rather fragile. Once I approached, she had no chance to resist." Shin Sinyu intentionally omitted the details of Zhou Yi's curse, casually adding, "I acquired the character. It went quite smoothly." Zhou Yi visibly relaxed at her words, his tense shoulders sagging. "At last, it was just a false alarm," he said, instinctively patting Shin Sinyu's shoulder. At that moment, as Zhou Yi raised his hand, Shin Sinyu's body stiffened imperceptibly. The chilling words of Zhou Yi, about being killed by the one she loved, flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Quickly regaining her composure, she nodded and said, "Yes. Just a false alarm." Lei Wanyang remained silent nearby, his keen eyes scrutinizing Shin Sinyu like a spotlight. He perceived the fleeting stiffness behind her smile, a sign of something far beyond mere post-battle fatigue. The ease Shin Sinyu described clashed with the resolute determination he had witnessed when she had charged at Zhou Yi. "Sinyu." Lei Wanyang's voice was low yet imbued with penetrating force, interrupting Zhou Yi's continued inquiries. "Are you truly all right?" His gaze bore into Shin Sinyu's eyes, as if seeking to penetrate the calm facade she had meticulously maintained. Was the process of acquiring the character free of complications? Shin Sinyu's heart raced. Yet, she met Lei Wanyang's gaze, her eyes unwavering, infused with a hint of indignation and resolve born of his scrutiny. "Do you doubt my ability to handle a foe devoid of combat prowess, Lei Go?" Shin Sinyu slightly raised her chin, her tone firm. "I assure you, it went smoothly." Moreover, she pivoted the conversation, willingly divulging a piece of information that served both to shift the topic and enhance her persuasiveness. Carrying with it a tone of proclamation, "I have now acquired the character of," and formed a brand new incantation. Shin Sinyu's lips curled into a confident arc. At this moment, her gaze swept over the two individuals, imbued with the sharpness of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. "I can face any opponent with an even chance." "An even chance?" Zhou Yi's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "That's impressive. What effect does it have?" He instinctively felt a surge of curiosity about this newfound ability. "When the time comes, you'll understand." Shin Sinyu artfully evaded a detailed description, maintaining an air of mystery, for now was not the moment for such inquiries. The pressing matter was to ascertain the location of the showman and how to respond tomorrow. This reasoning was impeccable. Although Zhou Yi was curious, he recognized the importance of prioritizing tasks. Lei Wanyang cast a deep glance at Shin Sinyu, choosing not to press further, though the feeling of unease lingered. He opted to suppress it for the moment, as the team needed cohesion and decisive action. "You are right," Lei Wanyang nodded, resuming his stern analytical demeanor. "With the showman about to open, we must thoroughly investigate the entire Xuanwu Lake area." Consequently, the three immediately set forth. Xuanwu Lake was vast, shrouded in mist, with 4 islands, Yingzhou, Liangzhou, Suizhou, and Lingzhou, scattered like pearls. Following the demise of Zhou and the eerie atmosphere enveloping Yingzhou had dissipated significantly. Yet the dangers within the lake region remained. They cautiously radiated their search from Yingzhou. However, they soon uncovered a disheartening reality. At the center of each island, there existed a tangible door. One could imagine that when the showman truly descended, one of these doors would be activated, serving as an escape route. yet it remained uncertain which door it would be. After surveying the general terrain and confirming that no other notable individuals approached the Xuanwu Lake area, they dared not linger. Promptly returning to Shun Sinyu's mansion, which currently served as a relatively secure stronghold, Hibu had already returned ahead of them, his leg injury having healed significantly, allowing him to swiftly complete the round trip with his Jibu incantation. Upon their quiet return to the mansion, as they settled down, Hibu eagerly approached them. "You're back. How did it go? What is the situation at Xuanwu Lake?" His anxious gaze swept over the three, noting the battle scars on Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang, as well as Shin Sinyu's slightly pallid complexion, causing his heart to sink. Had they encountered trouble? "It has been resolved," Lei Wanyang succinctly replied, having acquired crucial information and eliminated a troublesome adversary. Xuanwu Lake has 4 islands, each with a physical door. The showman will randomly descend upon one of them tomorrow. He quickly relayed this vital information to Hibu. Shin Sinyu immediately added, "What about your end? How is the situation at the presidential palace regarding the opening of the door?" This was the intelligence they were most eager to uncover. Hibu took a deep breath and recounted the observations gathered around the perimeter of the presidential palace in detail to Zhou Yi and the others. After hearing this, Zhou Yi furrowed his brows. The Bachong Do incantation is indeed formidable. Despite having been mentally prepared, hearing about the terrifying power of the 3-character incantation, Bachong Do, filled everyone with a chilling sense of dread due to its sheer, overwhelming destructive force. Zhou Yi instinctively clenched his fists, and Lei Wanyang's expression grew as grave as iron. "We are dealing with a completely different caliber," Lei Wanyang murmured, realizing for the first time the disparity in power levels. His strongest single-target attack, Junlei, would likely struggle to even breach defenses against Bachong Do. Moreover, Hibu added, "I also noticed that the bespectacled individual among them is lurking nearby. He is concealed in a distant corner, overseeing the situation like a calm chess master, though we remain unaware of his incantation." The presence of the doctor loomed like a second cloud overhead, complicating the struggle for the 8 doors. A heavy pressure enveloped the entire living room. The absolute might of Wanzhong Ba and the doctor's all-encompassing surveillance formed a deadly combination. "Let us avoid confrontation." Zhou Yi broke the silence first, his voice remarkably calm, infused with a certainty born of analysis. "This is our sole strategy. Engaging directly yields little chance of success." Lei Wanyang nodded and approached the coffee table at the center of the living room, dipping his finger in water. He swiftly sketched a rudimentary outline of Xuanwu Lake and the positions of the 4 islands on the smooth surface. The 4 islands of Xuanwu Lake, Yingzhou, Liangzhou, Cuizhou, and Lingzhou, were marked. His fingertip touched each of the 4 points, asserting that no matter how powerful Wanzhongba might be, he could not guard all 4 islands simultaneously. He would certainly choose the island he deemed most likely for the showman to appear or the one most convenient for him to provide swift support. "We do not know which island the showman will descend upon," Zhou Yi remarked as he scrutinized the map, "but we can exploit his tendency to wait in ambush." "Precisely," Shin Sinyu interjected, her mind racing. "He will most likely select an island with the best visibility, the most convenient routes, or one he believes we are most likely to land on, such as Lingzhou, the closest to the shore, or Liangzhou, the largest and most developed." Regardless of his choice, Lei Wanyang traced his finger over the points of Yingzhou, Cuizhou, and Lingzhou, stating, "We only need to avoid the island he occupies. With 4 islands, if he guards one, 3 remain. The probability of the showman descending on the island he guards is merely 1 in 4, while the odds of it appearing on one of the other 3 islands stands at 3 in 4. This clear analysis of probabilities illuminated some of the gloom. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Exactly. As long as we don't collide with him, we have a substantial chance of seizing the showman. The key lies in the information disparity and speed," Shin Sinyu added. "We must promptly ascertain which island the showman will land on and which island Wanzhongba occupies. Then rush to the island with the showman where Wanzhongba is absent at the fastest pace." "Hibu," Lei Wanyang suddenly turned to the intelligence officer. "If an opportunity arises tomorrow, you should run ahead." "What?" Hibu exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at himself. "Yes, you," Lei Wanyang affirmed clearly. "Your Jibu is a mobility-based incantation, granting you significant advantages in a dispersed situation. We will cover you." "You expect me to yield this door to you?" Hibu said incredulously, spoke slowly, stating that if one could manage to escape Nanjing through showman, he required a particular task to be accomplished. As night deepened, the mansion was brightly lit, with 4 individuals gathered around a map and a makeshift sand table marked by water stains, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead, yet it was ignited by a resolute determination. Tomorrow, at Xuanwu Lake, 4 islands would play host to a game of survival, where every move made would be irrevocable. Chapter 33. Rainy deployment. The following day, showman would open at 10 o'clock in the morning on Xuanwu Lake. Today, an inexplicable drizzle enveloped the area, casting the sky in a dull gray hue. The heavy clouds hung low, making it difficult to breathe. Fine strands of rain fell silently, soaking Xuanwu Lake and cloaking the four islands in a damp, cold mist. Wang Zhongba had arrived early at Xuanwu Lake, claiming the largest of the islands, Yingzhou. He stood in the center of a dilapidated pavilion on Yingzhou, the wet weather aggravating his mood as he wiped his face in irritation, his thick brows furrowing together. The doctor accompanied him, taking position on the adjacent Lingzhou. Abayo and Qin Kong had nearly recovered from their injuries, each occupying Suizhou and Liangzhou, respectively. What a hassle! Wang Zhongba, equipped with a radio salvage from the police station, remarked in a voice that sounded particularly dull against the rain. This wretched place, for islands to guard, it's exhausting. He shook his fist and impatiently suggested, why not just smash all the doors and leave only one? The doctor's calm voice emerged from the radio, analyzing the situation. Do not rush. Destroying the doors before Xiumen arrives may cause it to shift elsewhere. Humph. Wang Zhongba exhaled a puff of white vapor, clearly reluctant. The doctor continued steadily. Moreover, the four of us need a door to leave Nanjing. You lot better not slow me down, Wang Zhongba warned, his tone laced with menace. The doctor resumed his authority. Our strategy is for each of us to guard an island, closely monitoring the entrance on our respective islands. Once Xiumen appears, report your positions immediately. The other three, apart from Wan, are tasked with hindering anyone approaching Xiumen, buying time for Wan's support. Understood? Understood. Suizhou is in position. Abayo's voice brimmed with suppressed excitement, crackling through the static as if one could hear the joints in his fingers crack, eager for an engagement. Liangzhou is ready. Qin Kong followed, her voice cold and succinct, devoid of emotional fluctuation, almost ethereal, with a clear view and no abnormalities detected. Got it. Wang Zhongba growled impatiently, spitting onto the drenched stones below. Compared to waiting for prey, he preferred to take the initiative and crush any obstacles in his path. Unbeknownst to them, the rain intensified. It struck the lake, creating countless tiny ripples that merged into a hazy mist. By 9 in the morning, Zhou Yi and his companions had also arrived at the outskirts of Xuanwu Lake, hiding within a nearby thicket. Shen Xinyu donned a dark waterproof coat. The zipper pulled up to her chin, revealing only her serene eyes, which pierced through the rain curtain towards the vast expanse of Xuanwu Lake. She sensed an unusual emotion hidden within the rainfall. Lei Wanyang's voice cut through the sound of the rain, crisp and clear. As planned, form pairs, maintain distance, and act as flanking points. His gaze traversed the three individuals, ultimately settling on Hebu. Hebu, we are a team. Our target is Lingzhou. Hebu nodded firmly, tightening his waterproof coat, his expression concentrated, reflecting the vigilance unique to a survivor, coupled with a hint of anxiety from the heavy responsibility. Understood. Zhou Yi Xinyu. You two are a team, targeting Liangzhou. Lei Wanyang's eyes shifted to the other pair. Remember, observe first, conceal second. Confirm the location of Xiumen and Wang Zhongba's movements as the primary task. Avoid contact unless absolutely necessary. Understood, Zhou Yi responded in a deep voice, taking a breath of the cold, fishy air, suppressing the flutter in his heart. He glanced at Shen Xinyu, who merely nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed on Liangzhou, the rain dampening a few strands of hair that clung to her smooth skin. Without further ado, the two pairs swiftly separated, akin to two stones cast into a gray curtain, vanishing into the increasingly dense rain. The icy lake water crashed against Liangzhou's stony shore as Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu crouched behind a dense thicket. Through the gaps in the foliage, they could clearly see the central area of the island, where an ancient stone archway stood. The door was tightly shut, exuding a heavy stillness beneath the grim sky. No movement for now, Zhou Yi whispered. Lei and the others should have reached Lingzhou by now. Shen Xinyu did not respond immediately. Her sharp gaze scanned the area surrounding the archway and the distant, blurred island silhouettes across the water. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, her nostrils flaring gently, as if only Xuanwu Lake were experiencing rain in all of Nanjing. What's wrong? Zhou Yi keenly sensed her unease. The rain, Shen Xinyu's voice was soft, tinged with an uncertain gravity. It feels off. Zhou Yi paused, quickly attuning his senses. She reached out to touch the icy mist of the rain. Her soaked clothing clung to her skin, perpetuating a chill. Initially, he thought it was merely the autumnal dampness, but now, upon closer reflection, he realized the cold was intensifying. Moreover, the sound of raindrops striking the leaves and stones seemed to have changed, no longer just a simple patter, but intermingled with a finer, crisper rustling. Just then, a small, nearly transparent white crystal floated down from the sky, gently landing on Zhou Yi's outstretched hand. It was icy and melted instantly. He glanced down. Snow? Soon after, a second, a third, and more white crystals mingled with the dense raindrops, silently descending. The rain was transforming into snow. It's snowing, Zhou Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Such an abrupt change to snow at this time of year defied all logic. Zhou Yi immediately sensed a dramatic plunge in temperature as the damp, frigid air seemed to freeze instantaneously. Each breath felt akin to inhaling shards of ice, piercing his trachea. On the lake's surface, the snowflakes fell densely, no longer melting but accumulating rapidly. More alarmingly, a visible layer of translucent, crystalline ice began to form on the edges, floating on the lake. "It's freezing," Zhou Yi exclaimed, his voice filled with trepidation. The ice layer was visibly spreading from the shore towards the lake's center, producing a faint yet continuous cracking sound, reminiscent of countless fragile glass shards fracturing and growing. The stone archways, barren trees, and stone benches on Liangzhou Island were quickly blanketed with a thick layer of soft, powdery snow. The entire world seemed to plunge from autumn into a frozen winter in mere minutes. "It's not the weather." Shin Sinyu's voice cut through the wind and snow with chilling certainty. "It's a blessing. Someone is invoking a blessing." As her words fell, an even more piercing cold, as if capable of freezing souls, swept through the entire Xuanwu Lake area like an invisible tide of ice. At that moment, on Lingzhou, the doctor stood at the edge of an expansive viewing platform, a layer of white frost rapidly forming on the lenses of his distinctive gold-rimmed glasses. He extended his hand, palm open, as several sharply defined snowflakes spiraled down, landing precisely in his palm. The icy crystals bore an unnatural, bone-chilling cold. The doctor squinted slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He delicately manipulated the unusually hard snowflake between his fingers, sensing the unnatural icy energy it harbored. "Bing Ning," he silently mouthed, articulating the two chilling words. With his understanding of the city's blessing information, he quickly grasped the source of this invocation and recognized the hand behind the frozen lake. "Qi Bing." He uttered the name. The doctor then scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a tall figure atop a pavilion in Liangzhou, holding a long flute and playing it leisurely. It was only at that moment that everyone realized they had overlooked the sound of the flute until now. Chapter 34. Bing Ming, a resounding flute melody erupted, the wind and snow morphing into a living entity with sharp fangs. On Xuanwu Lake, the biting cold felt not merely penetrating, but rather as if it were gnawing. Each snowflake that descended with a howl resembled a blade of ice, scraping against exposed skin. Raindrops landing on shoulders solidified into a thin yet hard shell of ice upon contact, akin to rapidly growing white moss, greedily siphoning away the last remnants of warmth from their bodies. Zhou Yi shivered violently, each breath exhaling a plume of white vapor, as if his lungs were being rasped by icy sandpaper. Something was amiss. This chill was penetrating to the bones. Zhou Yi's voice trembled from the cold as he struggled to lift his gaze towards the depths of the storm, fixating on the spire of the pavilion in Yingzhou. The tall figure of Qi Bing remained there, the flute held poised at his lips, the wind and snow composing his silent symphony. The enchanting flute melody now echoed as a mournful dirge for this frozen purgatory. He had adeptly utilized the elements. Shin Sinyu's voice, sharp with insight, noted how the continuous rain, abundant moisture, and the vast body of Xuanwu Lake amplified his Bing Ning invocation exponentially. Indeed, how fortuitous it was that it rained today. Zhou Yi pondered, wondering if heaven was subtly aiding him. A chill ran through Zhou Yi as he recalled how the white-haired girl, Zhou Yi, had used the lake's surface to invoke the mirror spell yesterday, and now Qi Bing was harnessing the rainwater and lake to execute Bing Ning. Those trapped noble guests were all seeking, or even creating the most advantageous battleground for themselves. They resembled the shrewdest hunters, transforming their environment to their advantage, striving for a fleeting chance of survival in the impending contest of the 8 gates. The subsequent gates, life, injury, do, scene, shock, death, would likely see each noble guest intertwining their blessings with the environment, pushing their abilities to the utmost. At that moment, Zhou Yi realized that the struggle for the entire city of Nanjing had only just begun. This cold, as Shin Sinyu observed the white vapor quickly forming frost on her eyelashes, would accumulate. It was not merely a simple chill, but a force that was freezing them. Zhou Yi distinctly felt the invisible cold seeping through his skin, gradually invading the marrow, as his extremities began to numb and stiffen. At this rate, they would not need to wait for the doors to open. They would first become 2 ice sculptures upon this frozen lake. As the Bing Ning invocation commenced, all individuals on the 4 islands of Xuanwu Lake instantly transformed into a miniature battlefield against the extreme cold, each showcasing their unique talents to prevent being frozen by the harsh chill. On the edge of Cuizhou, a Bao, with his explosive hair now dusted white by snowflakes, stomped his feet in place, each impact resonating with a hum across the ice. "Damn it, I'm freezing to death," he shouted in anger, clenching his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking like popping beans. In the next moment, tiny, fiery sparks sprang to life at his fingertips, leaping like creatures. The sparks quickly spread throughout his body. An intense, volatile energy radiating outward. The surrounding snowflakes sizzled and evaporated into steam before they could even approach him. As the explosive heat generated by Dian Bao expanded a small, searing domain around him. Above Liangzhou, a figure named Qin Kong hovered amidst the wind and snow, expressionless. With her hands cupped in front of her, forming a transparent barrier of air around her. The violent wind and snow collided against the barrier, bending and sliding away as if striking smooth, curved glass. The icy rain and snowflakes could not touch her in the slightest. She appeared as a ghost suspended at the center of the storm, imploring Yukong to sever all external assaults, leaving only absolute cold and silence. On Lingzhou, the doctor stood at the edge of the viewing platform, his gaze, calm and collected, sweeping across the frozen lake and the swirling snow. He had previously acquired intelligence on everyone and was well aware that Qi Bing possessed the ability of Bing Ning, most likely intending to seize the Xiu men at Xuanwu Lake. He pressed his hand against the lining of his heavy coat. A steady and uniform warmth radiating through the fabric, a precaution he had discovered in the equipment storage of the police station. Technology, at times, proves to be more dependable than incantations. He need not squander his energy combating the biting cold. Instead, he patiently awaited, analyzing the frozen circumstances. In another part of Lingzhou, within a dilapidated pavilion, Lei Wanyang leaned against a frigid stone pillar, his complexion ashen. He Bo huddled behind him, his lips turning purple from the cold, his body trembling like leaves in a storm. It was unbearably cold. He could barely endure it. His voice was intermittent. I will. Lei Wanyang replied firmly, inhaling deeply as a cascade of fine, crackling blue electric sparks erupted around him. The power of Jun Lei was not employed for violent assaults, but was instead forcibly restrained and guided by him. The current flowing through his body and skin like a compliant serpent, generating an astonishing amount of heat. Amidst the sizzling electricity, the air around him grew warmer, causing the icy snowflakes to melt upon approach, creating a small circle of warm, misty air within the pavilion. Bo immediately gravitated toward it, his violent shivers finally subsiding somewhat. Meanwhile, in Liangzhou, Zhou Yi and Shun Xinyu were concealed within a thicket, the relentless snowfall infiltrating their refuge, incessantly eroding their warmth. Zhou Yi felt his thoughts freezing, the combat instinct bestowed by Yizhan proving futile in this dire moment. He anxiously glanced at Shun Xinyu, only to find her gaze intensely focused, seemingly shutting out all external coldness and crises. Xinyu? Zhou Yi's voice carried concern. Shun Xinyu did not respond, her eyes gently closed, her lips silently moving as if she were chanting something. A peculiar and subtle wave emanated from her, quietly expanding outward. Suddenly, Shun Xinyu's eyes snapped open, and she exclaimed, Zhou Yu. Before her words faded, she pressed her hands forcefully onto the icy ground beneath her. A low rumble resonated through the earth. Zhou Yi watched in astonishment as the snow-covered ground abruptly cracked and heaved, the thick, hardened yellow-brown soil appearing to be animated by an invisible hand, breaking through the frozen earth and ice crust with a thunderous roar, rapidly rising and stacking. In the blink of an eye, a solid earthen wall nearly 2 meters high and half a meter thick shot up, standing defiantly like an arm extended from the earth, erect between the two of them and the raging snowstorm. The howling cold winds and icy flakes were instantly barred from entry by this suddenly risen barrier. Within the earthen wall, a small yet dry and warm refuge was formed, the cold air swiftly expelled, and the inherent warmth of the soil and rock raised the temperature of this tiny space. This was Lei Shi. Zhou Yi instantly recognized the familiar incantation effect, a manifestation of Shi Lian's ability. He gazed at Shun Xinyu with astonishment. This was not her innate incantation, and using up the word tablet would mean. He abruptly halted, recalling her earlier chant. Zhou Yu? Could it be that your new incantation effect allows for? Zhou Yu can unleash incantation effects through chanting. Even if it is not an innate incantation, once bound through Zhou Yu, it can be reused without consuming the word tablet. Shun Xinyu succinctly explained the effects of Zhou Yu. In other words, could one utilize the incantations of others they had seized? Zhou Yi quickly grasped the concept. Yes, but only one can be bound at a time, Shun Xinyu added. Once you switch to bind another incantation, Lei Shi will also vanish. Under the protection of the earthen wall, they leaned against its warmth, taking gentle breaths to recover their strength. Yet their vigilance remained as they peered through a reserved observation hole, scanning the frozen world outside. On the grandest Yingzhou, Wan Chongba stood imperiously at the center of the island, unfazed by the swirling snow and wind, not even furrowing his brow. Humph, mere trifles, he scoffed, his feet firmly planted on the ice as if rooted. A visible surge of pale red energy, imbued with a ferocious force, erupted from every pore of his body like burning steam. Bajong Dobong. The searing wave of heat exploded outward from him, causing the surrounding snow to evaporate instantly, revealing the damp stone surface beneath. Snowflakes that approached this heated aura were instantly reduced to nothingness. The power of the explosion brought not only strength, but also a scorching inner energy, sufficient to withstand the extreme chill. He stood like a blazing lava fortress, impervious to the storm. Inside the thick earthen wall, the temperature gradually rose, restoring some sensation to Zhou Yi's numbed limbs. Through the observation hole, he gazed at the still raging snowstorm outside, as well as the indistinct figure playing the flute atop the pavilions of Yingzhou. Suddenly, a colossal question pierced his mind like an ice pick. Something was amiss. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with confusion. If his Bing Ning had such a vast range, capable of swiftly trapping everyone, why did he not wait until the Xiao Min was about to open before unleashing it? In such a scenario, most of us could be restrained, and he could then act to seize the Xiao Min with ease. Shin Sinu's gaze flickered. Indeed, by acting now, he not only expends a massive amount of energy, but also exposes himself prematurely. This defied logic. What was his true intent? Zhou Yi listened to the howling wind and snow, pondering deeply. Could it be that his objective was not the Xiao Min? Chapter 35. Unbinding. On the observation deck of Lingzhou, the doctor gazed through the snowstorm at Qi Bing atop the pavilion of Yingzhou. Behind his cold glasses, his mind was meticulously analyzing fragments of information stored in his memory. These were the details he had gathered from the surveillance footage scattered throughout the city by the Public Security Bureau. At that moment, the doctor had also come to realize Qi Bing's unusual behavior. Qi Bing had initiated a large-scale Bing Ning before the opening of the Xiao Min, seemingly with intentions beyond merely seizing it. Suddenly, the doctor's gaze swept toward the direction of Yingzhou, gliding past the distant shoreline, as if searching for something. Ultimately, a slight, knowing smile appeared at the corners of his thin lips. So it was thus. The voice of the doctor was barely audible, a whisper meant only for himself, imbued with a profound understanding. It was not merely one individual, but two. His fingers gently tapped on the frigid railing, as if meticulously crafting a logical chain. The uninterrupted drizzle over Xuanwu, who was anything but a mere happenstance of weather. It was a prelude, a buyu, the incantation of Guoruinyu. The doctor uttered another name with precision. He had previously discerned through surveillance that Qi Bing was accompanied by another, known as Guoruinyu. Their trajectories were perpetually intertwined, their bond far exceeding that of mere acquaintances. One was Buyu, the other Ning Bing, a most exquisite synergy. The doctor's gaze sharpened, yet the passage through the Xiao Min could only be traversed by one. In an instant, he comprehended the motives behind Qi Bing's every action. Should Qi Bing depart through the Xiao Min, Guoruinyu, reliant solely on the Buyu, would possess no combat capability within this entrapment. Destined to perish alone in this confined city. The doctor's attention returned to Qi Bing, whose silhouette, playing the flute amidst the tempest, now held an entirely new significance in his eyes. Thus, Qi Bing was not merely vying for the Xiao Min. The doctor's voice carried a cool admiration, akin to analyzing a masterfully executed game of chess. He intended to leverage the fortuitous elements of Xuanwu to orchestrate a perilous icebound impasse, compelling Lao Wan to reveal himself for negotiations, perhaps even to subdue him directly. The doctor's eyes widened in realization. Remarkable. His objective was to force Lao Wan to dismantle the bomb in Kuindo. The doctor's conclusion struck like an ice pick upon the ground, clear and unyielding. What he sought was not merely a path to survival for one, but a means for both to escape. In this game of existence, not all were solitary players. The doctor's conclusion resonated like a stone cast upon the icy lake, ripples yet to spread as the frozen expanse of Xuanwu, who underwent its final metamorphosis. The wind and snow intensified, turning the icebound Xuanwu into a gray-white mirror, reflecting the solitary figure atop the pavilion. The haunting melody of the flute echoed across the ice fields, narrating a fervent obsession concealed beneath a frigid exterior. The elongated flute notes crescendoed amid the howling storm, only to be abruptly silenced. The ice had solidified. Centered around the pinnacle of Yingzhou Pavilion, visible ice-blue ripples swept across the lake's surface in an instant. The smooth, mirror-like lake vanished, replaced by a jagged, undulating expanse of ice, exuding a hauntingly deep blue hue of death. Qi Bing's ability to wield ice transformed the entirety of Xuanwu into his grandest weapon. At this moment, the four continents of Xuanwu lay enveloped in a desolate winter landscape, devoid of life. On the periphery of Cuizhou, a Bao was completely encased in a layer of relentless ice, his final sparks of struggle firmly frozen. Only a blurred silhouette remained within the ice. Maintaining a posture of fury, the ice layer insulated him from the heat of the explosion, freezing all attempts at resistance, rendering him an angry amber sculpture upon the ice fields. Above Liangzhou Island, the clear sky's altitude remained unchanged. Due to its elevation, it was distanced from the core effects of the ice formation. The domain of Yukong was untouched by the true grip of the freeze. The transparent barrier of air that enveloped it was only covered by an irregular layer of white frost. Qin Kong flicked her fingers in the void. Within the air barrier, an invisible force field vibrated at high frequency, causing the ice shell above to crack like spider webs, subsequently shattering with a resounding crash. Qin Kong's figure re-emerged, still suspended in midair. Below Liang Zhou, the sturdy earthen wall safeguarding Zhou Yi and Shun Xianyu was now encased in a thick layer of solid ice, as if the fortress had donned an icy armor. Within the wall, Shin Xianyu's gaze sharpened. "Laisha release," she exclaimed, pressing her palms against the ground. The rocks and earth constituting the wall instantaneously lost their supportive strength, softening, sinking, and collapsing. The heavy ice layer above came crashing down, sending shards of ice flying. Zhou Yi and Shun Xianyu emerged from the rubble of earth and shattered ice, their feet upon the icy surface. The cold pierced through their garments like countless icy needles. Zhou Yi shivered immediately, yet compared to the unrestrained freezing before, at least now he had a foundation for action. He clenched his fists warily, his gaze darting towards the purple figure of Qin Kong in the air. On the island of Lingzhou, the dilapidated pavilion, along with Lei Wanyang and He Bu within, had transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. The thick, ghostly blue ice had completely engulfed the stone pillars, tiles, and the two figures. Inside the ice sculpture, Lei Wanyang's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, his pupils flickering with the movement of tiny lightning bolts. A suppressed roar erupted from his chest. Blue lightning surged from his palm, like a dragon breaking free from its cage, racing across his and He Bu's bodies, violently tearing the hardened ice apart with blinding cracks. The path of the lightning shattered the ice crystals. The massive block of ice encapsulating the pavilion exploded from within. Lei Wanyang, enshrouded in residual lightning, stepped forth from the ice-dusted ruins. He Bu followed closely, his eyes filled with the thrill of having survived. Almost simultaneously, not far from the observation deck, the thick ice encasing the doctor also emitted a crisp cracking sound. The doctor calmly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The specially designed thermal vest he wore activated at maximum power the moment the ice enveloped him. The embedded micro-heating elements releasing an astonishing amount of heat in a brief span, forcibly melting the ice layer pressed against his body. With composure, he raised his hand and gently nudged, causing the ice shell binding him to shatter and peel away. He brushed off the ice shards on his shoulder, as if merely dusting off some residue, his gaze instantly locking onto Lei Wanyang and He Bu, who had just emerged from the ice explosion. The three pairs of eyes silently converged in the air. The lightning surrounding Lei Wanyang gradually receded, yet his aura remained undiminished, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, coldly directed towards the doctor's position. He Bu clenched his fists anxiously, his breath quickening. The doctor wore an expressionless visage, slightly turning to direct the majority of his attention towards the true eye of the storm, far beyond, at Yingzhou. The brief standoff at Lingzhou was merely a minor interlude at the periphery of the tempest. On the largest island, Yingzhou, lies the very epicenter of the ice-congealing storm, an area utterly frozen. Beneath Wan Chongba's feet, the ice layer within a 10-meter radius was more than twice as thick as elsewhere, presenting a profound, nearly obsidian blue hue. The frigid air, piercingly cold, coiled around him like countless serpents of ice, wildly entwining with the faintly red, steaming warmth surrounding him. Insects, quite a variety. Wan Chongba's voice rumbled like distant thunder, laced with provoked ire. His true anger stemmed not from the layer of ice, but from the audacity of someone daring to oppose him. He felt challenged by these insects. Above, atop the pavilion, Qi Bing slowly lowered the long flute from his lips. He paid no heed to the encased bow, nor to the others escaping from the islands. All his mental focus was upon this colossal adversary before him. Qi Bing abruptly raised both hands, fingers splayed wide, grasping at the vast, empty ice field below. The ice surface surrounding Yingzhou trembled violently, accompanied by a sound that sent chills down the spine, as the ice layer was torn and twisted by immense force, and countless massive, sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground. These spikes did not grow haphazardly. They coalesced and molded under some unseen will, as if animated. In mere moments, a colossal entity formed entirely of profound ice loomed over Yingzhou Island and the ice lake. An ice dragon, sculpted from Su Nbiying. The dragon's shape bore a head adorned with jagged ice spikes, and its hollow eye sockets burned with two orbs of eerie blue ice flames. Its sinuous, robust body stretched dozens of meters long, each scale as sharp as the finest blade. Four enormous ice claws sank deeply into the ice, their tips glinting with chilling light. A terrifying pressure, capable of freezing souls, swept over the entire battlefield of Su Nw Lake, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind. This was the ultimate weapon forged by Qi Bing, utilizing a significant amount of contractual energy along with the power of the frozen Su Nw Lake. Roar! The ice dragon let out a soundless roar, its massive body twisting violently, radiating a terrifying momentum capable of crushing all. As it surged forth with a storm of ice spikes towards the figure of Wan Chongba at the center of Yingzhou. A battle of ice and fire was inevitable. Chapter 36. Confrontation on Lianzhou Island. Zhou Yi's gaze pierced through the snowstorm, fixating on the ice dragon hovering in the distant sky above Yingzhou. No, this is not right. Zhou Yi's voice was low and urgent, cutting through the fog with sharp clarity. He was not aiming to seize the gate. He had activated ice congealing earlier and now appeared directly before Wan Chongba in Yingzhou, which was not the strategy for seizing the gate. Shen Xinyu also focused intently on the solitary figure atop the pavilion in Yingzhou. If not for the purpose of seizing the gate, then what could it be? Zhou Yi's eyes brightened. His goal is Wan Chongba himself. Shen Xinyu quickly grasped the implication. You mean he intends to force Wan Chongba to 8 gates confinement? Zhou Yi affirmed with a nod. Exactly. He aims to leverage the geographical advantage of the frozen Su Nw Lake to subdue Wan Chongba and lift the confinement that trapped all of Nanjing. With such an advantageous position, why would he not seize the opportunity to escape? Shen Xinyu speculated on Qi Bing's motives. Could there be someone he cannot abandon? Regardless of his motives, we must assist him, Zhou Yi declared resolutely, his eyes igniting with the flames of determination. Lifting the confinement signifies that all the famed guests would no longer need to slaughter one another desperately to seize those 8 narrow gates of life and death. This represented an unimagined path. Beyond the 8 gates of confinement, it was a direct opening to the fundamental gate of all beings. However, as Zhou Yi prepared to move towards Yingzhou for support, the air above him suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. An invisible, highly compressed air cannonball crashed into the ice surface half a meter in front of him. The hard ice layer instantly exploded, creating a nearly 1 meter wide deep pit. With countless sharp ice shards scattering like buckshot, Zhou Yi jerked his head up, only to see a figure in violet suspended in the air, obscured beneath a hood. Their expression indiscernible, save for those cold, hollow eyes, gazing down impassively. The slender hands of the figure were held before them. A vortex of highly compressed air rapidly forming in their palm, emitting a disquieting hum. This is troublesome. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth in a low growl. He recalled the last encounter with this adversary. The figure possessed absolute aerial superiority. Yizhan required close proximity to lock onto weaknesses to unleash its power. And this airborne opponent had previously posed a significant challenge. Zhou Yi. Shen Xinyu immediately recognized the dilemma Zhou Yi faced, her calm demeanor unwavering as she instructed, steady yourself. Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Yi grounded himself firmly. Shen Xinyu crouched low, her right hand splayed wide, pressing against the thick ice-covered ground. Her lips moved gently, uttering an incantation, piling stones, rise. As Shen Xinyu's command echoed, the ground beneath her palm trembled violently, and a massive stone pillar, like the furious spine of the earth, suddenly erupted from beneath Zhou Yi's feet. The pillar shot upward rapidly, aiming directly at the violet figure in the air. Now is the moment. Shen Xinyu's voice rang out distinctly amidst the howling wind and snow. Zhou Yi had long been poised for action. At the very instant the stone pillar ascended, he pushed off with great force, his body soaring like an arrow released from a bow, racing upward along the continuously rising surface of the stone pillar. The insight of Yizhan surged forth, locking onto the seemingly impenetrable air barrier before the violet figure. Weak point. At the core of the barrier's energy, a minuscule point, nearly imperceptible, akin to the center of rippling water, suddenly illuminated with blinding white light in Zhou Yi's perception. This was the most fragile weakness appended to Yizhan. Break! Zhou Yi roared, utilizing the last surge of immense force from the stone pillar's apex to leap into the air. His right hand swung forth, executing Yizhan, embodying the invisible sharpness at his fingertips, infused with the resolute will to sever all obstructions, as he precisely aimed for that barely discernible point of white light. A piercing sound akin to the tearing of resilient leather echoed through the air. The transparent barrier before Qin Kong crumbled under the sharp edge of Yizhan, collapsing inward like a balloon punctured by a needle, sending chaotic gusts scattering in all directions. In that fleeting moment of destruction, Zhou Yi caught sight of Qin Kong's eyes. Mere inches away, they remained hollow and indifferent, resembling 2 bottomless, desolate wells. In the depths of Zhou Yi's memory, the last parting words from Qin Kong resurfaced, leave Nanjing. That almost imperceptible, illusory hint of goodwill lingered. In an instant, Zhou Yi's hand, aimed at Qin Kong's heart, instinctively deviated by several inches. The concentrated brilliance of Yizhan diminished abruptly, transforming from a thrust into a push. With a resounding thud, a powerful force struck Qin Kong's slender shoulder. Her body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. She attempted to stabilize herself using the air currents, but the backlash from the shattered barrier coupled with Zhou Yi's forceful shove, left her utterly unbalanced. With a heavy thud, Qin Kong crashed onto the icy surface at the edge of Liangzhou. The moment her body made contact with the ice, the latent power of Bing Ning within the surrounding ice surged forth, swiftly encasing her entire being in frost. Though she managed to form a feeble barrier to shield herself, the rapidly thickening layers of solid ice imprisoned her completely, rendering her immobile. Trapped within the icy spikes on the lake's surface, Zhou Yi landed safely on solid ground, breathing heavily as he glanced at the rapidly freezing Qin Kong. His expression complex, but quickly overtaken by a more pressing resolve. Let's go? Without hesitation, he turned, locking eyes with Shun Xinyu. They paused not a moment longer, their figures darting across the frozen lake like two arrows, racing toward the storm's epicenter at Yingzhou. Meanwhile, in another direction at Lingzhou, the icy dust had yet to settle. Lei Wanyang, crackling with electric energy, locked onto the figure of the doctor standing on the observation platform. Ibu stood nervously beside him, palms slick with cold sweat. The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the icy blue light of the expanse, obscuring his gaze. He appeared unfazed by Lei Wanyang's hostility, not even assuming a defensive stance. Instead, focusing most of his attention on the cataclysmic assault of the ice dragon upon Yingzhou. Yet, this silent disregard was, in itself, a haughty provocation. Lei Wanyang's eyes narrowed, and without warning, his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, pointed toward the observation platform. With a crackling sound, a blue lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb and solidified in form, screeched through the air, hurtling toward the doctor's face with astonishing speed, far beyond the ordinary. This strike served as both a warning and a probe. However, just as the lightning bolt was about to collide with the platform's railing, the doctor finally moved. He did not evade. Rather, he subtly raised his left hand, gently tracing a line in the air with his index finger. His lips parted slightly, uttering two low, clear syllables, Xiejin. An invisible force field, imbued with the chilling essence of metal, suddenly expanded from his center. The framework of the observation platform, forged from thick iron, seemed to come alive, and the iron pipes that formed the railing sprang up like serpents, intertwining before the doctor to form an impenetrable steel shield. The blue lightning bolt collided with the iron shield with a thunderous boom. Blinding sparks erupted, and the violent currents coursed along the metallic framework, dissipating into the solid ground below, leaving only wisps of smoke and the acrid scent of rust lingering in the frigid air. Lei Wanyang furrowed his brow. Xiejin? A spell for manipulating metal. It was clear that the doctor remained on the observation platform because of the abundant metal present. Every action he took was not spontaneous, but rather a calculated maneuver, reflecting his mastery over both his abilities and the environment, each step meticulously planned. As Lei Wanyang approached the observation platform, he recognized that this doctor was far more perilous than the brute strength of Wanchongba. He was akin to a hunter lurking in the shadows, his depths unfathomable. The doctor slowly turned his head, finally directing his gaze at Lei Wanyang. His eyes behind the lenses calm and still, resembling a serene pool, yet evoking a sense of unseen scrutiny in Lei Wanyang. As they stood at the edge of the platform, the two exchanged a tacit understanding, neither uttering a word nor making any further movements. The air crackled with a more chilling intent than Bing Ning, and Lei Wanyang understood that should he rashly rush to supporting Zhou or Liangzhou, he would expose a fatal flaw to this venomous serpent. The doctor, evidently, had no intention of shattering this fragile equilibrium. The decisive battle at Yingzhou was the chessboard he was most concerned with. Above Lingzhou, an oppressive stalemate ensued, invisible threads entangling the two, trapping them both. Chapter 37. Ice Dragon. The island of Yingzhou transformed into an expanse of dark blue ice. The colossal form of the ice dragon loomed overhead, exuding an aura capable of freezing all. Its breath, imbued with absolute zero, surged forth like a torrent toward Wanchongba, who stood resolute like a mountain at the center of the ice field. Upon the pavilion's peak, Qi Bing stood alone, lips pursed as he played a haunting melody on his flute, the chilling essence of the spell enveloping the entire ice field, stirring the ice dragon above into a state of eager anticipation. Wanchongba remained steadfast, shrouded in a veil of warm, crimson steam, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Faced with the breath that could freeze souls, he showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly, the melody sharpened, and the ice dragon charged down toward the center of the ice field as if unleashed, freezing the air in its wake with white frost. Bajong Do's collapse. Wanchongba crouched low, muscles rippling with inhuman strength, his clenched fist no longer merely striking but rising like a battering ram, defiantly meeting the oncoming deluge of lethal frost with a thunderous blow. Boom. It was not a dull collision, but rather the ultimate annihilation of ice and fire. Force and cold. The eerie blue breath of frost clashed violently with the blazing red force of heat, one half embodying the chilling stillness that freezes all. The other half representing the ferocious crimson that incinerates the world. The impact unleashed a shockwave that swept across the remnants of the ruins on Zhou Island, leveling them to the ground. The ice layers further afield shattered like fragile cookies, and the entire Xuanwu Lake trembled violently. WNZHNGB stood firm, his fist clenched, noticeably quickening his breath. This technique had drained significant energy. The head of the ice dragon, composed of mysterious ice, cracked under the immense power and heat of WNZHNGB's fist, creating a vast fissure at the point of impact, rendering the dragon's head a fractured mess. Yet, the shattered ice crystals did not dissipate. Instead, they were drawn together by an unseen force, rapidly converging from all directions. New layers of mysterious ice surged upward from the lake's surface, and in mere moments, the dragon's shattered head began to reform at a visibly accelerated rate, even larger than before, with eerie blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. Moreover, WNZHNGB, panting heavily, emerged from the swirling mist, ready to unleash the BZHNGDUGU technique. His hands merged, palms thrusting forward like a sharp blade, emanating a powerful aura. A forceful penetrating energy shot forth from his fingertips, piercing directly through the ice dragon's abdomen. A palm, solidified like a crimson drill, forcefully penetrated the blue icy torrent, ripping apart the breath exhaled by the dragon. However, the haunting melody continued, and the surrounding mysterious ice swiftly reformed the dragon's abdomen, restoring its full body as if imbued with an unending vitality. WNZHNGB quickly realized that this frozen Xuanwu Lake was an inexhaustible source of power for QBing. The BY provided abundant moisture, while Ing created the icy battlefield. These two incantations complemented each other, and the power unleashed in this specific environment subtly counterbalanced his three-character incantation. BZHNGDU. Objectively speaking, while the level of QBing's Ing two-character incantation, combined with Gu RNY's supportive BY, might approach that of a three-character incantation in terms of quantity, there remained a qualitative disparity. Nevertheless, the fortuitous timing and location of Xuanwu Lake magnified this power several-fold, effectively erasing the qualitative gap and resulting in a terrifying war of attrition. Endless. WNZHNGB. Impatient, tossed his braid behind him and swiftly executed the BZHNGDUL technique, preparing to swiftly dismantle the ice dragon with a rapid assault. His form became a fleeting shadow, swiftly and sharply piercing through the ice dragon, delivering a flurry of lightning-fast strikes that created numerous holes throughout its body. However, as the haunting melody persisted, the surrounding mysterious ice continuously replenished the dragon's form, rendering all of WNGB's attacks as ineffective as footprints in fresh snow. Little bug, only hiding in the sky. WNZHNGB shot a fierce glare at QBing atop the pavilion, then turned his attention back to the ice dragon, which had once again coalesced, now brimming with even greater power. He unleashed successive bursts of BINGSH, GU-NSH, and LSH in a fierce confrontation with the ice dragon, draining his stamina significantly, causing waves of pain and numbness to surge through his arms. At that moment, the doctor's voice suddenly crackled through the radio. Old WN. Just defend and do not attack. The doctor's light-hearted words instantly brought WNZHNGB back to his senses. QBing's formidable effect stemmed from the advantageous conditions of Xuanwu Lake. Once they left this place, QBing would not be able to unleash such a massive force of ice. There was no need for WNZHNGB to engage in futile attacks. He simply needed to wait until the competition for the gates concluded, and upon leaving Xuanwu Lake, victory would naturally be his without conflict. WNZHNGB regained clarity, calming his breath as his once volatile aura abruptly receded. He ceased his attacks, his feet firmly anchored as if forged from iron, arms crossed protectively over his chest, adopting the most unadorned defensive posture. The BZHNGDUY technique. An aura, dense as a mountain and heavy as a peak, instantly radiated from within him, smoothing the shattered ice beneath his feet with an invisible force. Standing there, he transformed from a volcano ready to erupt into an ancient, indomitable bronze cauldron. QBing furrowed his brow, glancing momentarily at the doctor before quickly returning his gaze to WNHNGB. He sensed an intensely concentrated will of defense, one that belonged to the might of a three-character incantation. However, QBing needed to break through WNZHNGB's defenses to compel him to abandon the 8 gates of struggle. Should they leave Xuanwu Lake, his chances of victory would be even slimmer. He had to secure WNZHNGB's defeat here. A resolute determination flickered in QBing's eyes, and the haunting melody suddenly transformed into a piercing, high-pitched wail, reminiscent of a cuckoo's lament. The final note, imbued with all his combat strength, rang out, shattering the heavens. With a sharp cry accompanying the melody, the blue flames in the ice dragon's eye sockets surged, and the mysterious ice composing its body emitted a shrill hum. Ice blue runes rapidly spread across the dragon's form, as if the ice dragon had been infused with a final surge of divine fury, exuding an aura so terrifying it could freeze souls. The immense body of the ice dragon suddenly shrank in midair, then, like a fallen spear of a celestial being, it gathered all its power at the jagged dragon head and hurtled downwards towards WNHNGB, who stood like a bronze cauldron, with a terrifying velocity. At the center of Yingzhou Island, the very space seemed to twist and collapse beneath this ultimate strike. Yet, WNZHNGB maintained his absolute defensive stance, a layer of bronze light swirling around him, forming a flawless shield. From a distance, it appeared as though he were enveloped in an impenetrable golden bell. The ice dragon launched its final, devastating assault, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against rocks. Though its might was overwhelming, the rocks remained steadfast. WNZHNGB's defense was unyielding. Following this powerful impact, the ice dragon relentlessly slammed against the golden barrier, surrounding them with scattered ice mist, visibly wearing down the dragon's massive form, which seemed on the verge of being completely exhausted. Suddenly, QB's melody faltered, revealing a distinct ripple in the sound. This concentrated strike had failed to breach WNZHNGB's defenses. Stood with considerable effort, even with the advantageous terrain of Xuanwu Lake. Bing Ning was unable to breach the defenses of Ba Chengdo Yushi. He began to sense that Qi Bing was gradually becoming a spent force, finding it increasingly difficult to launch extensive attacks. At this decisive moment of battle, two figures tore through the snowstorm like meteors, traversing the shattered ice field, finally reaching the edge of Yingzhou Island. It was Zhou Yi and Shenxianyu. Zhou Yi quickly discerned the situation. Wanchong Ba assumed an absolute defensive stance as the ice dragon initiated its ultimate assault, yet it failed to penetrate Wanchong Ba's defenses. Opportunity, fleeting as it was, presented itself. To break through the defense, Yizhan represented an unequivocal conceptual incantation for breaching defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi did not even slow down. His perception of Yizhan operated at its peak, instantly piercing through the turbulent ice mist of the ice dragon, firmly locking onto Wanchong Ba in his Yushi state. The ancient bronze sheen shimmered incessantly, appearing flawless. However, under the absolute insight of Yizhan, a minuscule point, nearly imperceptible, emerged. At the inner side of Wanchong Ba's crossed arms, directly in front of his heart, a white point suddenly illuminated. This was the weakness of the Yushi, the absolute vulnerability attached to Yizhan. All things are easy to cut, all things can be severed. Zhou Yi extended 4 fingers of his right hand, channeling all his strength, along with the resolute will born from his relentless charge, into the tip of his right index and middle fingers. He needed no words. All his spirit, will, and power converged into a thunderous proclamation that shattered the wind and snow. Yizhan. Chapter 38. Breaching the defense. Zhou Yi's figure resembled a meteor drawn to flame, unhesitatingly colliding with the bronze giant of Wanchong Ba amidst the swirling ice mist stirred by the ice dragon's final violent impact. The perception of Yizhan reached its zenith, with only that wildly flickering white point, located at the intersection of Wanchong Ba's crossed arms. Directly in front of his heart, in Zhou Yi's view, an absolute weakness on a conceptual level. Yizhan. A shout erupted like the crack of thunder. Zhou Yi's right index and middle fingers converged, compressing all the power surging through him, the will to sever all things granted by Yizhan into a single point. There was no dazzling brilliance, only a penetrating sharpness that sent chills down the spine. A faint yet palpably real tearing sound echoed, reminiscent of a lethal crack spreading across perfect porcelain. The ancient bronze glimmering Yushi barrier of Wanchong Ba, upon contact with the converged fingertips at the white point, collapsed inwardly like a burst soap bubble. The solid defensive field, as immovable as a mountain, was ruthlessly torn asunder by the conceptual breaching effect of Yizhan, creating a critical gap. Zhou Yi's fingertips, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, followed the breach and struck the chest of Wanchong Ba. A gaping wound, half a foot long, opened instantly, trailing a glaring line of blood in the frigid air. A low growl escaped Wanchong Ba, his bell-like eyes widening in disbelief, filled with rage and a hint of an unfamiliar terror. His defense had been breached? By someone he considered an insect? This was the first time Wanchong Ba had bled. Ba Chong Doshan Shi. With a furious roar, Wanchong Ba left a blurred afterimage in his wake as he retreated at a speed far surpassing his previous advance, quickly increasing the distance between himself and Zhou Yi. He gazed down at the gruesome wound on his chest, hot blood gushing forth, staining the ice beneath him. The pain stimulated his nerves. But what infuriated him more was the humiliation of being bitten by an ant. This was not merely a physical injury. It was a trampling of his absolute belief in power, a collapse of the dignity he claimed as the hunter of Nanjing City. Zhou Yi retracted his cutting stance, slightly staggering upon landing, as the previous concentrated strike had taken a tremendous toll. He turned to the heights, locking eyes with Qi Bing atop the pavilion. Qi Bing's pale face bore astonishment, but more so, a glimmer of hope. Zhou Yi's, Yizhan, was the perfect weapon to counter Wan Chongba's Yushur. The two exchanged a tacit nod, understanding each other's intentions, silently forming a defensive alliance in an instant. Shen Xianyu was also poised to act, hands pressed against the ice surface, ready to unleash Lei Shi at any moment. The trio had formed an alliance. Zhou Yi's, Yizhan, Qi Bing's, Bing Ning, and Shen Xianyu's, Lei Shi, working in unison to resist Wan Chongba's, Ba Chongdo. Insect. Scum. Wan Chongba's raspy voice twisted with pure rage. The pale red steam rising around him once more, infused with chaotic, murderous intent. I will tear you apart, leaving none behind. His blood-red eyes scanned the three before him, resembling a beast poised to devour. Ben sure. Wan Chongba's form became a blur as Ba Chongdo activated, targeting Zhou Yi, who had just steadied himself. His speed beyond immediate comprehension. Simultaneously, his right fist clenched tightly, crimson energy coalescing and compressing, a formidable guanshi, thrusting fiercely towards Zhou Yi's heart. Twin assaults unleashed, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The swift advance of Ben Shur was ghostly, and the ferocious guanshi punch was devastating, instilling a terrifying pressure that rendered Zhou Yi momentarily breathless. His pupils contracted, and instinctively, he crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest. Yet he knew full well that it would not suffice. It could not withstand the explosive force of the three-character incantation. Boom. Just as the lethal fist collided with Zhou Yi's crossed arms, a robust, earthy stone wall erupted like a shield of the earth, crashing into place before him. It was Shen Xianyu's, Lei Shi. Bang. The guanshi punch struck the stone wall with tremendous force, the solid rock crumbling as if struck by a giant hammer, disintegrating into countless shards that scattered like cannonballs. Though Zhou Yi managed to absorb some of the impact behind the stone wall, the residual terrifying force still surged through the shattered barrier, violently crashing against his crossed arms, sending him stumbling back several meters. Ugh! Zhou Yi groaned softly, tingling sensations coursing through his arms, nearly robbing him of sensation. This is the absolute power of the three-character incantation. Had it not been for Shen Sinyu's timely stone wall barrier, this punch would have punctured his chest. Zhou Yi's heart quaked as he personally experienced the qualitative difference between the incantations. He must adopt an offensive stance as a defense. Yizhan. Zhou Yi gritted through the excruciating pain, raising 3 fingers as white light flashed in his eyes, instantly locking onto the bleeding wound that remained a weakness on Wan Zhongba's chest. However, having learned from a previous mishap, Wan Zhongba did not afford Zhou Yi any opportunities. The Ba Zhongdo flash. Wan Zhongba's figure suddenly vanished, leaving behind a phantom, effortlessly evading the weak point Zhou Yi had targeted. The speed of the flash was too rapid. The marked weakness pursued the movement. Yet Zhou Yi's dynamic vision and physical reflexes could not keep pace with the ghostly displacement of the flash. The sharpness concentrated at his fingertips merely pierced the air in vain. Insect, your tricks are futile. Wan Zhongba sneered, darting around Zhou Yi at high speed, leaving trails of afterimages as he sought the next opportunity for a lethal strike. As Zhou Yi found himself in a dire predicament, Qi Bing atop the pavilion flashed a resolute determination in his eyes. He took a deep breath, expending his final reserve of incantation power, and blew sharply into the long flute. This time, the sound of the flute was no longer prolonged but sharp and piercing, akin to the final lament of a dying ice bird. Bing Ning, 10 miles of ice sealed, coalesce within me. The entire residual chill of Yingzhou Island, along with the untapped Bing Ning incantation power within the ice lake, responded to a supreme command, abandoning all forms as it surged wildly towards Wan Zhongba's feet. This time, it was not the shaping of an ice dragon, but rather the purest and most extreme freezing. The ice surface beneath Wan Zhongba's feet instantly transformed into an abyssal dark blue ice, a terrifying chill disregarding the thermal steam of Beng Shi, entwining around his ankles like countless ice serpents, relentlessly creeping upwards to freeze him. The extreme cold even caused the air to crystallize into white frost flowers. Wan Zhongba's high-speed movement suddenly faltered. He looked down in shock to find that both his feet and calves had been thoroughly encased in a layer of half a foot thick, incredibly hard dark ice, firmly cementing him atop the icy expanse like 2 heavy ice sculptures. What? Wan Zhongba roared, attempting to exert force to shatter the ice layer. But the dark ice contained Qi Bing's final source of incantation power, proving exceptionally resilient. 10 minutes. Qi Bing's voice pierced through the wind and snow. This was the binding ice field formed at the cost of Qi Bing's remaining incantation power. Even if Wan Zhongba continued to unleash Beng Shi, the encasing ice layer could withstand him for at least 10 minutes. After those 10 minutes, the entire Xuanwu Lake would suddenly thaw. Only 10 minutes. Qi Bing gazed at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi abruptly lifted his head, an astonishing light igniting in his eyes. He wiped the blood from his mouth, struggling to stand upright. As the inside of Yizhan once again fixed upon Wan Zhongba, this time, the white dot representing the weakness no longer moved rapidly, but was clearly branded upon the wound on Wan Zhongba's chest. A stationary target, an opportunity, the singular, fleeting chance. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, disregarding the intense pain in his arms, and once more aligned his index and middle fingers. As the sharp brilliance of Yizhan coalesced at his fingertips, he was like the most focused hunter, with nothing in his sight but that fatal weakness. 10 minutes. He must bring down this bound beast within that time frame. Chapter 39. Rest Gate on Lingzhou Island. The air was stagnant and silent, with only the distant sounds of battle from Yingzhou faintly audible. Lei Wanyang and the doctor faced the frozen lake, silently confronting one another. Both resembled crouched leopards, fixated on the decisive battle occurring on Yingzhou. The doctor's gaze, hidden behind his glasses, flickered slightly as he peered past Lei Wanyang towards the mist-laden battlefield on Yingzhou. Even though Wan Zhongba was frozen in place by the dark ice, his calm, unyielding expression revealed no signs of disturbance. It was as if all of this was merely a move on a grand chessboard he had long anticipated. This composure unnerved Lei Wanyang more than any threat. He had an unsettling intuition that this doctor was the true mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes. It seems even a mountain can stumble, Lei Wanyang said, his voice low, testing the waters. The doctor replied with an unperturbed tone, "A cornered beast still fights." Then he turned to Lei Wanyang. "Inspector Lei, is your patience running thin?" In the moment of their verbal exchange, a profound and ineffable presence suddenly descended, as if the entire space of Xuanwu Lake trembled gently in response. The time struck exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. From the direction of Cuizhou, an ancient and vast phantom materialized, as if inked from a traditional Chinese painting. It was a colossal symbol formed of enigmatic light, the hexagram. It silently descended, precisely imprinting itself upon the moon gate of an ancient-style garden on Cuizhou. The moon gate was instantly enveloped by a shimmering, flowing aura, the scenery within becoming hazy and distorted, exuding the essence of a new path. The Rest Gate has arrived, representing rest and recuperation. The Rest Gate provided a safe passage beyond the 8 gates of struggle, now opened upon Cuizhou. However, on Lingzhou, Lei Wanyang and the doctor were mutually restrained, unable to break free to seize the gate. Meanwhile, on Yingzhou, Zhou Yi faced a life-and-death battle against a 10-minute countdown, with Shun Xinyu providing full support and Qi Bing utterly exhausted, leaving no one available to intervene. The conflict over the gate at Xuanwu Lake had originally been a contest. Yet with the arrival of the Rest Gate, all were too preoccupied to seize the opportunity. Lei Wanyang's gaze darted like a swift arrow toward He Bai behind him. Without a word, a glance conveyed a clear intent. He Bai instantly understood, as the waves of the Rest Gate's arrival resonated within him, and the decisiveness and trust reflected in Lei Wanyang's eyes made it clear what was to come. This gate could only be seized by him. Quickly, He Bai commanded without hesitation. His leg muscles tensed and exploded with power, a thin cloud of dust rising beneath his feet as he transformed into a blurred afterimage. Racing towards Cuizhou, each step upon the ice left only faint white marks. On Yingzhou Island, the countdown read, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. The pale crimson steam of Wan Zhongba surged violently against the azure ice that bound his legs. Ice shards cascaded down, and cracks spread across the surface of the ice. Yet the core remained unyielding. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes of life remained. His blood-red eyes, like copper bells, fixated intently on Zhou Yi. As his arms swung, the piercing qi cut through the air, striking from afar and forcing Zhou Yi to evade continuously, unable to approach and unleash Yizhan. Shin Sinu's Lei Shi rose from the ice, either obstructing the punches or attempting to disrupt Wan Zhongba's line of sight. Though the stone walls crumbled like paper before the piercing force, they still afforded Zhou Yi a fleeting moment to breathe. Zhou Yi's gaze was as sharp as a blade. His perception of Yizhan locked onto the flickering white point on Wan Zhongba's chest. That was his sole chance of victory. He awaited the moment when Wan Zhongba's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, or when Shen Xinyu succeeded in her distraction. On the island of Cuizhou, at the moon gate of the antiquated garden, He Bu's figure arrived like the wind, halting abruptly before the shimmering portal. Hope for survival lay right before him. However, just as he steadied his breath, a sudden explosion erupted nearby. With a deafening roar, a chunk of ice sculpture that had been frozen within the thick ice suddenly detonated, sending shards like cannonballs flying in all directions, smoke, and ice mist enveloping the area. A wild figure with an explosive hairstyle staggered out from the icy fog. It was a Bao, soaked to the skin. Yet his eyes burned with a near-manic excitement and a desire for destruction. Qi Bing had nearly drained the entire ice-congealing power of the Xuanwu Lake region to bind Wanzhongba, causing the ice that had originally sealed a Bao to significantly weaken. Wet and bothersome, a Bao grimaced, then immediately spotted the closely positioned portal and He Bu standing before it. The madness on his face was instantly replaced by greed. No way would he let that slip away. Without a moment's hesitation, a Bao pointed his ice-water-soaked finger at He Bu's feet. Boom. The bluestone ground beneath He Bu exploded without warning. Debris and soil mingled with ice fragments soaring skyward. The shockwave crashing into He Bu, swift steps. He Bu reacted with utmost speed, his figure darting sideways like a specter just moments before the explosive shockwave reached him, narrowly avoiding the core of the blast. However, the periphery of the explosion still brushed against his calf, a searing pain erupting as his pant leg tore apart. You won't escape. A Bao grinned maliciously, his fingers shooting out like pistols, requiring no precise aim, only seeking widespread devastation. Boom, 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 boom. The exquisite garden of Cui Zhou was instantly transformed into a battlefield of explosions. Rockery shattered, pavilion columns collapsed, corridors disintegrated, and the ground was relentlessly torn open into charred craters. The flames of the explosions and the billowing dust surged alternately, dense shockwaves striking like invisible hammers. He Bu pushed, swift steps, to its limits, weaving through the gaps of explosions. Each footfall had to be completed before the next explosion, every direction change fraught with peril. Shards of stone, gusts of air, and flames continuously grazed his body, the heat palpable against his skin. Too fast, too dense. Swift steps bestowed upon He Bu unparalleled speed. Yet a Bao's frequency and coverage of point blast were equally terrifying. He Bu felt as though he were a leaf caught in a tempest. At any moment, he could be torn apart. Passive evasion was not a sustainable strategy. His stamina dwindled rapidly under the strain of high-speed movement, while a Bao's frenzy seemed boundless. If this continued, he would inevitably be consumed by the explosions. The portal lay just ahead. It was Lei Wanyang's trust, the only hope for escaping this cage. A bold, nearly suicidal thought formed instantaneously in He Bu's buzzing mind. No longer merely evading, He Bu seized a fleeting opportunity to roll and snatch a stone slab, concealing it behind him. He then abruptly changed direction, not charging towards the portal, but instead confronting a Bao directly. Seeking death, a Bao cackled, unhesitatingly pointing towards He Bu's path. Point blast. Now's the moment. He Bu's eyes ignited with a resolute light. He did not attempt to evade the explosion. Instead, he drew the stone slab from behind his back to shield his chest and faced the explosive shockwave head-on. Simultaneously, he exerted force in the opposite direction, the explosive power of swift steps being maximized at that instant. The blast detonated directly ahead, and in that moment of being propelled by the tremendous force, he harnessed the destructive shock to propel himself backward with the last remnants of swift steps. His body soared like a cannonball flung from a trebuchet, tracing a blood-streaked arc, hurtling with unparalleled speed towards the shimmering portal. This was his route to escape. He Bu, leveraging the shockwave, surged directly into the portal. What? A Bao's wild laughter froze instantly, and he instinctively pointed toward He Bu's flying figure. The words, point blast, barely escaping his lips before He Bu vanished into the shimmering radiance. The portal's glow pulsed violently for a moment, akin to a stone cast into a lake, before returning to calm. The distorted scene within the portal became momentarily clear, revealing a barren yet liberated expanse, which then, along with the entire Qinghua symbol, dissipated like a mirage in the air. He Bu had passed through the portal. Chapter 40. The strong crossbow on the island of Yingzhou. The countdown stood at 6 minutes. The sight of He Bu disappearing into the portal ignited the morale of the battlefield like a fiery spark ignited in a frozen lake. He Bu had succeeded. Shen Sinyu's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Zhou Yi nodded. They had successfully breached one of the 8 gates of entrapment, and this battle was not yet a deadlock. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the wound on Wanzhongba's chest. Next, they needed to completely vanquish this bound beast within 6 minutes, forcing him to release 8 gates of entanglement, thereby granting freedom to all trapped within this prison. He nodded emphatically in the direction of Shen Sinyu. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Trust and ambition intertwined flawlessly. Wanzhongba was truly incompetent, having allowed an escape. His furious roar was filled with the wrath of being scorned by mere ants. He felt He Bu's escape like an invisible slap, striking at his self-proclaimed dignity of control. Eightfold battle style. Wanzhongba, now irritated and ashamed, concentrated his crimson energy once more, compressing it into his fists, unleashing a devastating force akin to cannon fire. relentlessly bombarding Zhou Yi from afar. Stonewall. Shin Sinyu's hands pressed firmly upon the ice, like ancient trees rooted in the earth, summoning a robust yellow stone wall that erupted from the ground, accurately intercepting the path of the energy blasts. The terrifying power of the attack collided with the stone wall, shattering the hard rock like a brittle biscuit, sending debris flying like shrapnel amidst a cloud of dust. Zhou Yi's figure, concealed by the chaos of shattered stones and swirling dust, darted through with the swiftness of lightning, fixated solely on his immobile target. Again, battle style. Wan Chongba bellowed repeatedly, alternating his punches. Streams of crimson beams, like a dense barrage of bullets, sealed off Zhou Yi's path forward. Stone wall rise. Shin Sinyu's voice was calm and steady as walls of stone erupted to assist Zhou Yi, absorbing much of the attack's force. Shin Sinyu's stone wall served as Zhou Yi's armor, a defensive front for his relentless assault. Together, they epitomized the perfect balance of offense and defense on the frozen Yingzhou Island. Zhou Yi entrusted his defense entirely to Shin Sinyu, his focus unwavering as he concentrated on charging and locking onto his target. Meanwhile, Shin Sinyu operated like a finely tuned instrument, calculating the trajectory of each energy blast, anticipating Zhou Yi's movements, and raising stone walls to carve a path through the chaos. Between them, a profound synergy developed, transcending verbal communication, forged in the crucible of blood and fire. As debris flew and explosions echoed, Zhou Yi navigated through the gaps between stone fragments and crimson energy, moving with the determination of a fish swimming upstream in a storm. Each stone wall that rose granted him crucial fractions of a second, while each impact of shattered stone served as leverage. The distance between him and Wan Chongba closed inch by inch, waiting for the moment to strike. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Finally, Zhou Yi breached the final barrier of crimson energy, swiftly lowering his stance like a poised cheetah, landing firmly before Wan Chongba. The searing heat enveloped him, mingled with the scent of blood and Wan Chongba's ferocious intent. Those blood-red eyes, like brass bells, were now mere inches away, vividly reflecting Zhou Yi's bloodied visage and his eyes alight with battle fervor. Zhou Yi bent his knees and sank his center of gravity, compressing his entire strength to its utmost limit, channeling the remaining energy into his right arm. His index and middle fingers aligned like a sword, the insight of Yizhan operating at its peak, pinpointing the bleeding wound on Wan Chongba's chest, a white that representing an absolute weakness, shimmering like a morning star in the night. Opportunity. The only opportunity. At this moment, 3 fingers coalesced with the will to sever all, tearing through the air with unyielding momentum, striking fiercely at that fatal white point. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with fierce brilliance, and he roared like thunder. Yizhan. On the other side, on Lingzhou Island, beneath the crumbling eaves of a water pavilion, the icy wind swept through, carrying shards of ice. The confrontation between Lei Wanyang and the doctor had not concluded due to the battle on Yingzhou or He Bu's departure. Rather, it had deepened into a tension marked by a clash of words. Jin Qixia. Lei Wanyang suddenly spoke a name, his voice low yet as cold as iron, striking heavily in the frozen air between them. The doctor's gesture of adjusting his glasses paused imperceptibly. The eyes behind the lenses, once filled with a sense of control, now bore a flicker of genuine turmoil. Oh, the doctor's voice remained calm. It seems Prosecutor Lei has done his homework. He did not deny the name. 3 years ago, there was a financial fraud case. Lei Wanyang's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if piercing through the barrier of the gold-rimmed glasses to reach the depths of the opponent's soul. The amount involved was 31,750,000, with over 30 elderly victims. Their pensions were siphoned away by a meticulously crafted high-return retirement scheme. Some had jumped from buildings, while others fell gravely ill. Lei Wanyang's voice, though not loud, carried a chilling clarity, imbued with the prosecutor's characteristic coldness in revealing the truth. It felt as if he were perusing a dusty file, each number laden with significance. The mastermind behind that case was Jin Qixia. Lei Wanyang took a step forward, an intangible pressure enveloping him like a tangible force. It must be you. Jin Qixia listened quietly, a faint, almost self-mocking smile playing on his lips. Very perceptive. He softly applauded, the sound echoing painfully in the stillness of Lingzhou, truly worthy of Prosecutor Lei, remembering even the details of an old case. He adjusted his glasses, and the gaze behind the lenses grew profound, no longer indifferent, but rather imbued with a complex light tinged with nostalgia. Those old fools. Jin Qixia's voice carried a near-cruel calmness. They were foolish, greedy, and afraid. Afraid of being abandoned in old age, afraid of being cast aside by the times. I offered them a dream, a seemingly wonderful guarantee. They willingly handed over their money, even expressing gratitude to me. How could that be called deception? It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Jin Qixia tilted his head slightly, gazing at the overcast sky as if reminiscing about the past. the only regret I have." His voice suddenly turned cold, laced with profound unwillingness, is underestimating the speed of the net closing in, failing to vanish with that 30 million in time. "I was so close, just a hair's breadth away from basking in the sun on a Pacific island." He abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze once again upon Lei Wanyang. "But you see, fate has granted me a recompense. This game of the Unjust Dictionary is an opportunity to start anew. The rules of the old world, the order, those damned laws and moral shackles, have all been shattered." Jin Shixia spread his arms wide, as if to embrace this chaotic yet opportunity-laden new world, a grotesque confidence radiating from his face. "This time, I shall not falter. I will triumph, seize all, and become the ultimate possessor." Lei Wanyang silently observed him, recognizing the pure, ruthless madness in Jin Shixia's eyes, a blind confidence rooted in his control of information. Jin Shixia's gaze then shifted past Lei Wanyang, towards the smoke-filled battlefield of Yingzhou, a determined smirk gracing his lips. "This farce will soon come to an end." There. Zhou Yi's 3 fingers, imbued with the concentrated brilliance of Yizhan, were mere inches from the flickering white vulnerability at Wan Chongba's chest. The countdown for Yingzhou had only 1 minute remaining. Chapter 41. Rebound. Zhou Yi closed in on Wan Chongba, crouching to gather strength for a close-range execution of Yizhan. He raised 3 fingers on his right hand, embodying the will to sever all things, tearing through the frigid air. Now only inches from that fatal white point at Wan Chongba's chest, the absolute weakness at the conceptual level. The dawn of victory seemed within reach, while Shun Sinyu's hands, pressing against the ground, trembled slightly from the immense consumption of contract force, yet her gaze remained fixated on Zhou Yi's silhouette, taut as the most resilient bowstring. In that critical moment, Zhou Yi's heightened perception detected a chilling detail. On Wan Chongba's seemingly enraged and contorted face, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint yet bone-chilling smile. It was not the despair of a defeated foe, nor the madness of a cornered beast, but rather the sinister glee of a hunter watching their prey step into a trap, the thrill of a successful hunt imminent. An instinct honed on the brink of life and death pierced through Zhou Yi's nerves like an icy dagger. Was the white point a trap? Thought raced ahead of action. In a flash, Zhou Yi, with all his might gathered for the strike, retracted a fraction of his strength just before his fingertips grazed the skin of the white point. It was this slightest withdrawal that saved his life. Eightfold rebound. Wan Chongba's voice rumbled with satisfaction. A peculiar, visibly faint golden aura erupted from the white point at his chest, enveloping his entire upper body in a shield reminiscent of a bronze mirror. Zhou Yi's fingertips, sharpened like a sword and still bearing the unmatched power of Yizhan, struck fiercely against this golden surface. There was no sound of flesh tearing, nor the sharp crack of broken defenses, only a dull, eerie resonance akin to metal clashing. Zhou Yi's blow seemed to strike a mirror. In the next instant, he felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge back along his fingertips and arms, like a violent current. The nature of this power was all too familiar. It was the very brilliance of Yizhan he had just unleashed. The eightfold rebound technique could entirely reflect an opponent's attack, a move Wan Chongba had kept hidden until now. Beneath his seemingly brutish exterior lay a cautious hunter. Zhou Yi had no time to mount any defensive action. He was struck head-on by an invisible, colossal force, directly severing his outstretched right hand. He distinctly heard the sound of his right arm fracturing. A formless yet finely honed cutting force, like the sharpest guillotine, flashed past his shoulder joint. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Zhou Yi's body was hurled backward like a broken doll, a striking arc of blood trailing in the air. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing and shattered bone fragments falling helplessly onto the cold ice. "Zhou Yi!" Shin Sinyu cried out, for the first time losing her absolute composure. Her reaction was instantaneous. As Zhou Yi was propelled by the backlash, her contract force erupted like a dam breaking, her hand striking the ice with force. Rock hand. With a thunderous roar, the ice trembled violently, as a massive, solid yellow hand, forged from hard rock, emerged from the depths like the arm of a giant awakened from slumber, precisely catching Zhou Yi's flying body and cushioning the terrifying impact. Simultaneously, another smaller, yet more agile stone hand darted forth like the swiftest of catchers, deftly intercepting Zhou Yi's severed arm just before it struck the ground. The stone hand carefully cradled the bloodied limb and swiftly retracted back to Shin Sinyu's side. Zhou Yi landed heavily in the palm of the rock giant, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. A searing agony radiated from his right shoulder, an overwhelming sense of emptiness accompanied by a dizzying rush from the loss of blood. Darkness encroached upon his vision. He clenched his teeth, fighting to remain conscious amid the excruciating pain. He glanced at his vacant right shoulder, then at the severed arm cradled by the stone hand. A wave of near-death panic washed over him. Just a moment more, and it would have been different, had it not been for that instinctive withdrawal. Had the full force of Zhou rebounded back, it would not have been merely an arm severed. Cough, cough. Wan Chongba grunted. The injury on his chest reopening from the recoil, yet the malevolent grin on his face only deepened. He glanced at the slowly dissipating mirror-like aura on his chest, and then at the gravely wounded Zhou Yi, his eyes brimming with cruel satisfaction. At that moment, the long, chilling notes of the flute from the pavilion nearby suddenly ceased. The long flute in Qi Bing's hand hung silently. As the 10-minute limit of ice condensation had reached its conclusion, and his blessing of strength was now nearly exhausted, the entire expanse of Xuanwu Lake began to thaw. With the outermost edges of the frozen lake reverting to water, the power of ice condensation buried deep within rapidly dissipating like a receding tide. Wan Zhongba let out a ferocious roar, his feet exerting tremendous force, and a crimson steam erupted explosively from him. A thunderous sound, reminiscent of a glacier cracking, emanated from beneath Wan Zhongba's feet, as the ethereal blue ice that had bound him for nearly 10 minutes instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. With a powerful thrust, Wan Zhongba easily extracted his feet from the ice field, having fully regained his mobility. A triumphant smile played on his lips as he flexed his limbs, glaring ominously at the three individuals before him, declaring, "It is time to conclude this." The wound on his chest, inflicted by Zhou, bled profusely, staining a large portion of his clothing, yet this only intensified his menacing aura, making him appear even more ferocious and wild. His blood-red eyes immediately locked onto the ailing Zhou Yi, who was bereft of his right arm, the enemy he most desired to crush. "Let it begin with you." Wan Zhongba shattered the ice surface beneath him, charging forth like a frenzied rhinoceros, intent on obliterating this ant that had brought him disgrace. Shen Xinyu immediately unleashed her stone barriers, summoning stone hands from the ground in an attempt to thwart Wan Zhongba's assault. However, these rock hands melted away and crumbled like a snowman under the scorching sun when faced with the terrifying impact of Wan Zhongba's assault. Shen Xinyu sought to raise another stone wall for defense, but the hastily conjured barrier was crushed to dust by the ferocious onslaught. Wan Zhongba's figure bore down upon the nearly immobile Zhou Yi, exuding an overwhelming sense of destruction. On Lingzhou Island, the frozen lake reflected the grim scene of the Sakura Island battlefield. Lei Wanyang's brows furrowed, taut like a drawn bowstring. As the image of Zhou Yi's severed arm flying through the air came to mind, Wan Zhongba proved to be even more formidable than they had anticipated, prompting him to instinctively rush to assist. A light, disdainful chuckle, akin to a chilling thread, ensnared Lei Wanyang's steps. Jin Shixia adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, a knowing smile gracing his lips. A spectacular counterattack, is it not, Prosecutor Lei? Lei Wanyang glanced at Jin Shixia, sensing that everything was unfolding as he had predicted. An invisible pressure, cold as iron, locked onto Lei Wanyang. Jin Shixia's fingers twitched slightly, and a faint metallic hum resonated in the air, heralding the imminent discharge of his blessing of machinery. Lei Wanyang raised his right hand. Arcs of electricity from Jun Lei crackled in his palm. The devastation of Sakura Island burned like a searing flame in his heart, yet he was acutely aware that at this moment, he must restrain the more dangerous mind before him. The confrontation on Lingzhou became increasingly perilous due to the upheaval on Sakura Island, resembling a wire stretched to its breaking point. Wan Zhongba's massive fist, ablaze with crimson energy, descended like a meteor, carrying an oppressive air of death as it aimed for Zhou Yi's head. In that critical moment of life and death, a slender yet resolute figure, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, suddenly interposed herself between Zhou Yi and the devastating blow. It was Shen Xinyu. No longer positioned behind to manipulate defensive stone walls, she stood defiantly before Zhou Yi, her frail body acting as a shield. In her eyes, there was no fear. Ignoring the terrifying force that could pierce her through, she formed an intricate and profound hand seal before her chest, her clear voice cutting through the shadows of death, resonating with a determination to sever all, as she chanted, Lianxin's spell. Chapter 42, Lianxin's Xinyu, no? Get away. Zhou Yi shouted hoarsely, enduring searing pain. The agony from his severed shoulder consumed him, each heartbeat sending waves of fiery torment through him. He struggled to push aside the delicate figure before him, yet he lacked the strength to even lift his left arm. Shen Xinyu did not retreat. Her slender silhouette resolutely stood between Zhou Yi and the torrent of destruction. Wan Zhongba's sinister laughter echoed like a hellish refrain. Annoying woman, then I shall crush you first. Wan Zhongba cared not for who stood before him. His right fist clenched tightly, the crimson energy of destruction coalescing and intensifying. The blinding brilliance of his strike aimed directly at Shen Xinyu's heart. This punch could easily pierce her petite form. Rather than evade, Shen Xinyu faced the cataclysmic force of the fist, her hands coming together before her chest, her fingers intertwining in a swift and esoteric dance, forming an extraordinarily complex seal. As her fingertips sliced through the air, a cold voice rang out. Lianxin's spell. A wave of formless yet potent binding energy surged outward from Shen Xinyu, centered on her. Her heart seemed to illuminate with a faint red thread connecting to a certain principle. This thread disregarded space and defenses, and at the moment Wan Zhongba's fist was about to make contact with her body, it struck true, piercing through to the wildly beating heart of Wan Zhongba. Lianxin's spell bound hearts, sharing fortunes and misfortunes. It establishes connections with those around, intertwining their fates and sharing all advantages and disadvantages. What? Wan Zhongba's ferocious momentum abruptly faltered. A chilling and lethal sensation binding his heart, as if it were ensnared by the strongest of chains. This was not mere physical pain, but a profound, soul-deep declaration of causation. His fate was forcibly intertwined with that of the woman before him. An instinctual, overwhelming fear of death surged within him. If he were to kill this woman, he too would perish. Damn it! What kind of curse is this? Wan Zhongba's pupils constricted as he emitted a furious roar. The terrifying force of his punch, gathered with immense power, was diverted by his fighting instincts and primal desire for survival at the last possible moment. Boom! The crimson projectile grazed Shen Xinyu's left shoulder. Although its trajectory deviated from a vital point, the force still struck her, sending her several meters backward. Shen Xinyu, as if struck by a heavy blow, flew backward like a kite with a cut string, her body crashing heavily against a massive rock face behind her. The impact against the hard stone caused her vision to darken, and a searing pain radiated through her back. Almost simultaneously, Wan Zhongba's body jolted violently. He distinctly sensed an invisible hammer striking his back, a surge of excruciating pain and shock akin to Shen Xinyu's, manifesting unexpectedly upon him. While this pain did not inflict an open wound like Yijan, it was palpable and accompanied by a strange, chilling binding force. Lianx and Zhu? Zhou Yi gazed at Shen Xinyu, then turned in astonishment to the equally pained Wan Zhongba, unconsciously repeating the three words. The immense shock even overshadowed the agony from his severed arm. He instantly comprehended that this was the trump card Shen Xinyu had previously mentioned, one that could lead to a 50-50 outcome. It was a combination of the characters obtained from killing Shilian, the curse from Zhou Yi, and Shen Xinyu's own innate character, forming a three-character life blessing. BNGD Li NXN, ZHUD NFHU. Shen Xinyu could establish a fateful connection with any target, sharing all beneficial or detrimental effects. Attacking her equated to self-harm. Killing her was tantamount to suicide. This was a definitive conceptual blessing. Wan Zhongba, touching his subtly aching back, felt the pain acutely real despite the absence of a wound. For the first time, a strong sense of wariness appeared in his eyes. Intelligence. The doctor's reports contained no information regarding this woman possessing Li NX and Zhu. This unfolded in a surveillance blind spot, an unforeseen variable. Damn woman. Wan Zhongba let out a suffocated roar of anger, attempting once more to condense a projectile or initiate a charge. But with each surge of power and every crystallization of murderous intent, he distinctly felt the tightening of that icy chain upon his heart. Shen Xinyu leaned against the stone wall, standing resolutely in front of Zhou Yi, her gaze cold and resolute as she stared at Wan Zhongba. His fists clenched tightly. Yet he felt like a wild horse restrained by a bridle, unable to vent his fury. This seemingly frail woman had become an insurmountable chasm for him. He resembled a tiger facing a hedgehog, possessing the strength to tear everything apart, yet finding no way to strike. The situation had descended into a bizarre stalemate. Zhou Yi was gravely injured and unable to fight. Qi Bing's, BNGNing, blessing's power was nearly depleted. And while Shen Xinyu had Li NX and Zhu for self-preservation, she could not defeat Wan Zhongba with it alone, remaining passively engaged in a standoff. The ice layer on Xuanwu Lake was melting at an accelerated pace, the surface of the water expanding continuously. Prolonging this deadlock would yield no benefits for anyone. Amidst this suffocating stalemate, Qi Bing atop the pavilion whistled, as if signaling a previously arranged cue. Shortly thereafter, a clear voice resonated from afar, enveloping the entirety of Xuanwu Lake, WY. It was Guoruinyu, invoking the blessing, BY. Qi Bing's whistle was the agreed-upon signal for retreat. Suddenly, the overcast sky released a fine drizzle without warning, and in the blink of an eye, the cold rain spread rapidly, mingling with the rising mist from the lake's surface to create a dense, milky white fog. This thick fog rapidly enveloped the entire Yingzhou Island and spread across the lake's surface. Everyone's visibility was instantly stripped away. Mere meters ahead lay a vast expanse of white mist, figures indistinct, and sounds muffled and distant. On the side of Lingzhou Water Pavilion, the fog continuously spread from Yingzhou. Lei Wanyang observed the thickening rain fog around him, and his taut nerves finally relaxed. He quickly realized that this fog and the earlier rainfall were undoubtedly the result of the same blessing's power. He then naturally understood that this rain fog served as the retreat signal agreed upon by Qi Bing and her partner. through the rising mist. Lei Wanyang turned one last time to Jin Shixia, cautiously inquiring, "What is the objective behind launching such a large-scale 8-doors encirclement?" Jin Shixia paused slightly, then adjusted his glasses, replying, "Hunting the famous guest. Isn't that motive obvious?" Lei Wanyang shook his head, saying, "Years of experience tell me you and Wan Zhongba are different. You have other motives." Jin Shixia smiled lightly, raising both hands in a gesture of compliance. "Are you going to arrest me, Prosecutor Lei? We will meet again." With that, Lei Wanyang left a resolute remark before vanishing into the thick fog. Jin Shixia's smile remained, yet a cold shadow flickered deep within his eyes. Shin Sinyu's Li Nx Nzhu was indeed a significant, uncontrollable variable. He cast a glance towards Lei Wanyang's position, where the latter's figure had silently faded into the mist. He quietly adjusted his glasses, reflecting, the game is becoming increasingly intriguing. On the main battlefield of Yingzhou, the surrounding rain fog was particularly dense, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Where did this fog come from? Wan Zhongba's furious roar echoed in the thick mist, filled with a sense of being toyed with. He swung his arms, the crimson aura stirring the fog. Yet it was as if he were a cow sinking into the sea, only causing the mist to churn even more violently, utterly incapable of dispersing the enveloping vaporous barrier. Clear skies. Wan Zhongba howled at the heavens. In the direction of Lingzhou, the recently liberated Qin Kong hovered in midair. Upon hearing Wan Zhongba's voice, her vacant gaze flickered slightly, then her hands slowly spread apart, invisible currents gathering and swirling around her. YKing Suddenly, a fierce gale materialized out of nowhere, akin to an invisible giant hand, sweeping across the sky above Xuanwu Lake, tearing through the dense rain fog and dispersing it swiftly. The surrounding visibility was restored to clarity. However, at this moment on Yingzhou Island, only the shattered ice surface, collapsed pavilions, charred explosion craters, scattered blood-stained debris, and a solitary severed stone hand silently narrate the brutality of the recent battle. Zhou Yi and his companions, seizing the cover of the previous rain and mist, have stealthily withdrawn. Chapter 43, Serendipity. The thick, milky white rain and fog act like a vast curtain, isolating Xuanwu Lake. Zhou Yi's consciousness wavers between excruciating pain and the dizziness of blood loss, with his only remaining sensation being his left arm firmly supported by Shin Sinyu and the friction of his body dragging across the cold, slippery ground. Each jolt sends a sharp pang through the severed right shoulder, and all he perceives is a swirling expanse of white, accompanied by Shin Sinyu's hurried breaths and his own labored inhalation. Time is indiscernible until the chilling rain and fog dissipate, and they seem to have exited the lake area, finding themselves on solid concrete. This way, a familiar and steady voice pierces the mist. It is Lei Wanyang. Shin Sinyu's spirit lifts as she adjusts her direction toward the sound. Soon, a tall and imposing figure materializes through the dense fog. Without hesitation, Lei Wanyang lifts Zhou Yi's other arm, and together they swiftly transport him into a roadside shop. Qi Bing, who escaped with them, also takes refuge inside. The interior of the shop is relatively dry, with shelves toppled and debris strewn about, exuding an air of neglect. Shin Sinyu carefully places Zhou Yi on a relatively intact wooden table, allowing him to lean against the wall. The severed right shoulder is temporarily bound with torn clothing, yet blood continues to seep through, forming a small, glaring dark red patch. "Hold on." Lei Wanyang's voice is low as he quickly assesses Zhou Yi's injuries. His brow furrows. The entire right arm has been severed. At that moment, a somewhat anxious voice calls from the doorway. Do you need help?" The three instantly become alert, and Lei Wanyang abruptly turns, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Yi and Shin Sinyu. With arcs of Jun Lei, electricity silently flickering between his fingers, Shin Sinyu halts her actions, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at the entrance. A young man stands at the threshold, his face radiating a harmless gentleness reminiscent of a gentle golden retriever. He appears to be in his early 20s, clad in a clean jacket, his posture upright and light, with a sunlit, handsome visage. At this moment, genuine concern graces his features as he holds a first aid kit prominently marked with a red cross. "Guo Ruinyu." Before the young man can respond, Qi Bing, standing behind him, calls out first. Seeing Guo Ruinyu, his tense demeanor visibly relaxes, and a faint smile flits across his lips. "Ice brother." Guo Ruinyu immediately approaches, scrutinizing Qi Bing with evident worry. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Shin Sinyu quickly realizes that this young man is Qi Bing's partner, Guo Ruinyu. It is clear that Guo Ruinyu has come to assist Qi Bing. Shin Sinyu promptly takes the first aid kit and begins to address Zhou Yi's wounds with swift efficiency. Her movements are brisk, and her focus is terrifyingly intense, as if she has blocked out all external distractions. She tears away Zhou Yi's shoulder clothing, revealing the gruesome, severed end. From the first aid kit, She retrieves disinfectant and clean bandages, her technique both professional and rapid as she disinfects and rebandages the injury. Each contact causes Zhou Yi's body to convulse violently, yet he grits his teeth, suppressing any groans. The bleeding halts temporarily, but it is imperative to find professional medical assistance promptly. Or Shen Sinyu's voice carries a barely perceptible huskiness as she glances at Zhou Yi's severed arm, or perhaps some sort of benediction. She does not finish her thought, yet the three understand that hope in this situation is exceedingly slim. Qi Bing gently shakes his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yi and the others, pausing momentarily at Zhou Yi's bloodied shoulder, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He then turns to Guo Ruinyu, his voice tinged with a hint of unnoticeable guilt. I'm sorry, Ruinyu, I couldn't subdue him and take you out. Guo Ruinyu, however, shakes his head dismissively. His smile is pure as a sky cleared by rain. Why say that? If you had gone through the exit door, you would have made it out easily. You're far more capable than I am. We are partners. Qi Bing's voice is low yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable weight. I will never leave you behind in this city. His gaze meets Guo Ruinyu's directly, and that heavy promise needs no further elaboration. Guo Ruinyu's smile deepens, nodding emphatically, yes, yes. Observing this pair of harmoniously coordinated and deeply bonded partners, Lei Wanyang's taut nerves relax slightly. Zhou Yi, too, struggles to raise his eyes, feeling a strange stirring within. Where are you headed next? Lei Wanyang inquires of Qi Bing. Shall we join forces? It would be prudent to look out for one another. His invitation stems from both respect for Qi Bing's abilities and the consideration of their temporary alliance against Chongba. Qi Bing shows no hesitation, shaking his head firmly, his tone reverting to its previous detachment and calmness. No need. We are accustomed to operating as a duo. His gaze lingers on the gravely injured Zhou Yi. This collaboration is merely due to a temporary alignment of goals and does not imply we are comrades. In the future, when vying for other positions or when our goals conflict, he pauses, his voice calm and steady. Let us avoid any lethal measures. Having spoken, he does not linger, signaling to Guo Ruinyu. Ruinyu, let us go. All right. Guo Ruinyu responds, glancing back at Zhou Yi, his sunny face bearing a hint of sincere sympathy. Take care. He then swiftly follows Qi Bing, the pair vanishing into the still pervasive mist outside. The shop falls silent once more, leaving only Zhou Yi's labored breaths echoing in the stillness. Lei Wanyang gazes at the doorway, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Shen Sinyu continues to focus, using a clean cloth soaked in water to gently wipe the cold sweat from Zhou Yi's face. We must find a place, Lei Wanyang begins. But before he can finish, the sound of footsteps echoes again at the doorway. This time, the footsteps seem particularly abrupt and deliberate. The trio instantly reverted to a heightened state of alertness. Lei Wanyang stepped forward, positioning himself at the entrance, while Shen Sinyu ceased her movements, her body tensing slightly. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the door, clad in a pristine white lab coat, his hands raised high above his head, exuding an aura of harmlessness even more exaggerated than that of Guo Ruinyu moments prior. The newcomer appeared to be a man in his 30s, his hair somewhat disheveled, with a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose, behind which his eyes conveyed a mix of nervousness and a gentle eagerness. Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm, he hastily proclaimed, his voice tinged with an urgent politeness. Lei Wanyang's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Who are you? What do you want? His eyes fell upon the white lab coat, a myriad of doubts stirring within him. Could he be a doctor, fortuitously arriving at such a moment? I'm Luo Qi, the man stammered, quickly rummaging through the pockets of his coat to produce a crumpled business card, cautiously extending it towards Lei Wanyang. Luo Qi, attending neurosurgeon, he added with a slight grimace. Well, I used to be. Lei Wanyang cast a fleeting glance at the card, maintaining a cold, unwavering stare on him. Shen Sinyu's eyes, sharp as a scalpel, were also fixed on him, brimming with skepticism. Noticing that no one accepted the card, Luo Qi awkwardly withdrew his hand. He adjusted his glasses, but his gaze inadvertently darted towards Zhou Yi's severely bandaged shoulder. He swallowed hard, his voice laced with a barely perceptible hint of probing. I saw him. His arm. I can heal it. What? Lei Wanyang's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. You can heal it? A severed arm? He pointed at Zhou Yi's injury, incredulous. For such an affliction could scarcely be remedied even in a top-tier hospital equipped with the finest facilities. Shen Sinyu's voice was equally frosty. What do you intend to do? Really trust me? Luo Qi insisted, taking a small step forward before halting abruptly, his hands raised once more in a gesture of peace. Then, as if making a momentous decision, he gritted his teeth and, from another pocket of his lab coat, withdrew a small folding knife, its blade glinting ominously. This action caused both Lei Wanyang and Shen Sinyu's pupils to constrict in shock. Lei Wanyang's palm crackled with arcs of electricity, while Shen Sinyu prepared to unleash Lei Shi. Do not misunderstand. Look at this. Luo Qi quickly clarified, swiftly unfolding the knife. In the astonished gaze of the three, he extended his left pinky finger and, without hesitation, decisively brought the sharp blade down upon the base of the digit. A sickening sound echoed softly as a small segment of his finger, complete with a nail, fell to the dust-laden floor, blood immediately gushing from the severed end. Lei Wanyang's expression was a tempest of anger and shock. Convinced that this man had lost his mind, Zhou Yi stared in disbelief at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. However, Luo Qi's countenance bore no hint of pain. Instead, it was illuminated by a fervent anticipation as he fixated on the blood-soaked stump of his left pinky. "Qiyu," Luo Qi softly intoned. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, sending shivers down the spines of the three. The severed finger, still oozing blood, began to visibly twitch and grow, flesh and bone moving at an observable rate. Delicate new tissues sprouted like living entities, while tiny blood vessels and nerves intertwined and extended like tendrils, reshaping his finger. Within mere breaths, an intact pinky, identical to its former self, emerged. Luo Qi flexed his newly regrown pinky, a smile of relief tinged with pride gracing his features as he looked at the three, who were left utterly speechless. "Now do you believe me?" Chapter 44. Pro bono. Luo Qi's newly grown pinky moved slightly under the dim light, indistinguishable from its previous form. The miraculous process of regeneration was etched in the minds of Zhou Yi and the others, shattering their understanding of injuries. The tense atmosphere in the shop was abruptly replaced by a profound shock and a glimmer of hope for survival. It truly is possible. Zhou Yi felt a surge of desperate yearning for life. The hope of reattaching his severed arm lay before him. Shin Sinyu's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Her gaze toward Luo Qi less piercing, though still scrutinizing. She silently stepped back, yielding the position for treatment. The arcs of electricity in Lei Wanyang's palm gradually dimmed. Yet he remained a steadfast barrier before Zhou Yi, his hawk-like gaze locked onto Luo Qi, showing no signs of easing. A heavy cloud of doubt loomed over him. "You can heal him. I witnessed it." Lei Wanyang's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable pressure. "But I have two questions. First, why are you here at this precise moment? Second, if you assist us, what do you seek in return?" His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he intended to dissect Luo Qi's seemingly benign demeanor to uncover the motives hidden within. In this precarious environment, where each word bore the weight of blood, a stranger with healing capabilities appeared at the exact moment of need, voluntarily offering to help. The very notion was fraught with strangeness. Luo Qi felt a shiver under Lei Wanyang's scrutinizing gaze, hastily waving his hands, a rueful smile on his face. "Please, do not look at me like that. I truly bear no ill will." He swallowed hard before continuing. "As for why I am here." Luo Qi adjusted his glasses, embodying the plight of a small figure struggling for survival in chaotic times, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Once the 8 gates of chaos opened, I knew I was doomed. My Qiyu is excellent for healing and saving lives, but fighting? I couldn't even take down a chicken. Storming the gates? That would be akin to courting death." He sighed, his tone shifting to one of practicality. "So I pondered, while I cannot storm the gates, surely there will be injuries at the stormed location, right? And severe injuries. My abilities could be of service there." I lingered around the entrance, particularly near the areas with significant commotion, hoping that if a severely injured powerhouse appeared, I could heal him, and surely he would remember me kindly. Perhaps even take me along. A hopeful glimmer sparkled in his eyes. "So you were around Xuanwu Lake all this time?" Shin Sinyu astutely seized upon the critical detail. "Exactly." Nodded quickly, a hint of fear visible on his face. "I was far away, hiding in a dilapidated building, watching. The scene was terrifying. Ice, fire, explosions. And that creature with braids." He shivered, recalling the dread. "Later, I saw you all fighting. That young man," he pointed at Zhou Yi, had his arm severed. Seeing him so gravely injured, I realized there was a chance. Then came that strange mist, and when you retreated, I hurried to follow." Paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals, finally resting on Lei Wanyang's face, carrying an almost humble plea mixed with desperate courage. "I saw your incredibly swift friend burst into the Xiumen. You are the only ones capable of confronting those madmen, a team that still possesses a semblance of humanity." He emphasized the phrase humanity, his eyes filled with anticipation and trepidation. Lei Wanyang understood, looking at and asking, "So? Thus, my intentions are quite simple." Took a deep breath and straightened his posture, as if rallying himself. "I am willing to heal him without compensation, provided that in the future, if an opportunity arises, you can assist me in securing a door. Let me also escape this wretched place." He gestured towards Zhou Yi's severed arm, indicating that this was the price he sought for his healing. Lei Wanyang frowned, his voice laced with deeper scrutiny. "To heal a severed arm, the cost is merely a potential opportunity in the future? Doctor, isn't your fee rather trivial?" He took a half step closer, the unspoken pressure causing beads of sweat to form on's forehead. In Lei Wanyang's world, an equivalent exchange was an ironclad principle, and such an imbalanced transaction reeked of peculiarity. Offered a bitter smile, his gaze honest and sincere, even tinged with a hint of naivety. Otherwise, do I have any other options? He glanced again at Zhou Yi's wound. And you, do you have other options? Lei Wanyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, aside from accepting goodwill, they had no other choices. As for securing a door, S voice lowered, laden with resignation and self-awareness. I know how precious the 8 doors are and how difficult it is to seize them. The prison guards watch with keen eyes, and there are formidable guests whose whereabouts are unknown. You may not even manage to escape entirely. How could I dare to hope that you would definitely secure one for me? He shook his head in self-mockery. I merely harbor a glimmer of hope, a request. It is akin to a parched man in the desert, spotting the shadow of an oasis ahead, even knowing it may be a mirage. He would still desperately call for help. He looked at Lei Wanyang, then at Shin Xinyu and Zhou Yi, his gaze filled with a nearly pure yearning for survival and the innate commitment of a healer. Whether I can heal him or not, I will do my utmost. Whether you assist me depends on your goodwill and fortune. A brief silence enveloped the shop. Lei Wanyang's piercing gaze scrutinized face, searching for any trace of deceit. Yet all he discerned was an almost naive kindness, a shrewdness born from survival amidst chaos, and a clear awareness of one's limitations. This honesty significantly alleviated his doubts. Finally, Lei Wanyang spoke slowly, his tone still firm, yet the pressure had lessened considerably. We have heard your request. The competition for the 8 doors is fraught with uncertainty. No one can guarantee the outcome. I can only say that if the opportunity arises, and it does not contradict our core objectives, we will endeavor to provide you with a chance to leave. He emphasized consideration and opportunity without offering any guarantees. But this was already an unexpected delight. A broad, relieved smile instantly illuminated his face as he bowed repeatedly. That is sufficient. Thank you. All right, Doctor. Lei Wanyang stepped aside, nodding towards Zhou Yi. I entrust this to you. Leave it to me. Immediately retracted his smile, his expression transforming into one of utmost focus and professionalism. He quickly approached Zhou Yi, carefully unwrapping the bandages that Shin Xinyu had hastily applied, revealing the gruesome, severed edge. Do not worry, it won't hurt. Reassured him, then took a deep breath, placing his hands gently over Zhou Yi's shoulder and the wound on his arm. A gentle yet powerful surge of life energy flowed from his palms, enveloping Zhou Yi's wounds and severed arm instantly. A peculiar radiance illuminated the wound. Zhou Yi felt an intense itch at the sight of the severance, as if countless tiny ants were burrowing through flesh, accompanied by a sensation of renewal. Under the breathless gaze of the 3, the mangled wound began an astonishing process of healing, reminiscent of earlier regrowth of his severed finger. The torn blood vessels, seemingly animated, instinctively extended, sought connection, and aligned perfectly at the severed edge. New bone material visibly fused together at an incredible pace, while the skin began to heal from the edges towards the center. The entire process unfolded at an unimaginable speed, yet radiated the sacred essence of life's regeneration. No trace of bloodshed lingered, only a vibrant, awe-inspiring vitality surged forth. In a matter of mere minutes, the light receded. Zhou Yi's right arm was restored to his shoulder, flawless and unblemished. The skin was smooth, muscles well-defined, joints moved freely, and not a single scar remained, as if the grievous injury had never occurred. It's done. Give it a try. Withdrew his hands, wiping the sweat from his brow, wearing a satisfied smile typical of a surgeon who has just completed a challenging operation. Zhou Yi incredulously raised his right hand, fingers spreading and curling. Feeling the strength and sensation of his own limb, he bent his elbow and waved his arm, the movements fluid and natural, devoid of any hesitation or anomaly. Incredible. Truly. It's completely healed. Zhou Yi's voice trembled. A mixture of excitement at regaining his limb and a profound shock at the deeper understanding of the unjust rules of this world. In this moment, Zhou Yi grasped the truth. As long as he possessed the corresponding characters and composed the relevant incantation, in this world, nothing was truly impossible. Regrowth of severed limbs, resurrection, perhaps even the reversal of time itself. These events are entirely feasible, and the thought surged through Zhou Yi's mind like a bolt of lightning, instilling within him an unprecedented reverence for the path ahead and the very essence of injustice itself. Thank you, Dr. Luo. Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude earnestly to Luo Qi. It was nothing at all. Luo Qi replied with a hearty smile and a wave of his hand. Now, we should not linger here, Lei Wanyang intoned gravely, casting a glance outside. Though the rain and mist had not completely dissipated, they had certainly thinned considerably. Let us hasten back to the mansion for some respite. Shin Xinyu nodded in agreement, swiftly gathering the emergency supplies. Zhou Yi flexed his newly restored arm, relishing the sensation of strength returning to him. While Luo Qi appeared somewhat awkward, yet immediately followed suit. The four of them swiftly departed from their temporary refuge, their silhouettes blending into the lingering mist of the rain as they stealthily made their way toward their temporary stronghold, Shunjiagongguan, located in the heart of the city. Chapter 45. Outside the door on the outskirts of Nanjing, beside a desolate wasteland at the northern boundary of the city, the space seemed to ripple like water as Hebu stumbled forth, collapsing heavily onto the cold, damp ground. He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. The extreme exertion left his legs feeling as heavy as lead, and his left shoulder throbbed where the shockwave from an explosion had struck. He abruptly raised his head, surveying his surroundings, only to find that he was no longer amidst the familiar sights of Nanjing. Before him lay a bleak expanse, devoid of towering buildings and acrid smoke, with sparse, withered grass swaying in the cold wind and rolling hills of wild vegetation in the distance, the air thick with the scent of earth. Here, beyond the northern boundary of Nanjing, he had successfully escaped the confines of Bamen Kuendo. Heaving a sigh of relief, Hebu propped himself up on his knees. A mixture of gratitude for surviving and confusion etched on his face. Free? But what now? Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and retrieved his phone, turning it on swiftly. The screen illuminated, and though the signal was faint, it was sufficient for use. A text notification flashed at the top of the screen, sent by Lei Wanyang. His heart raced as he quickly opened the message. The dim glow of the screen reflected in his eyes, and he soon absorbed the contents of the text. Drawing a deep breath, his fingers hovered over the reply button. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed it. Rest assured, leave it to me. He turned off the screen and tucked the phone deep into his pocket, glancing back one last time at the invisible cage that confined Nanjing. Then he crouched down, tightened his shoelaces, and, like a lone wolf merging with the wilderness, he charged unhesitatingly toward the unknown to the east. Back at Shunjiagongguan, the heavy, ornate iron door closed silently, sealing off the lingering rain and mist outside. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier dispelled the gloom of the hall, illuminating the weary yet tense faces of the four. Zhou Yi sank heavily into the velvet sofa, instinctively moving his newly restored right arm, savoring the sensation of wholeness regained. Though the weight on his heart remained unrelieved, the newly arrived Luo Qi appeared particularly uneasy, nervously rubbing his hands as he cautiously perched on the edge of the sofa. His gaze filled with curiosity and awe as he surveyed their refuge. Today, we faced them. Zhou Yi broke the silence, his voice somewhat hoarse. What shall we do tomorrow? Shin Sinyu's eyes reflected the light. Based on today's events, the disparity in power is still overwhelming. Qi Bing S. Bing Ning, combined with Guoruan Yu S. Buyu, leveraged the environmental advantage to its utmost. Even with my Lei Shi and your Pafang Zizhan, we only managed to injure Wan Chongba slightly. Without shaking his foundation, her analysis was cold and objective, reminiscent of a post-mortem examination of a failed experiment. The three-character incantation overwhelmed the two-character one purely by numerical superiority. Lei Wanyang turned, his voice low and grave. Wan Chongba S. Ba, Chongdo integrates offense and defense, with explosive power, speed, and resilience, leaving him with almost no weaknesses. Had it not been for Sinyu's final Lian Xi and Zhou, the consequences would have been dire. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting both frustration and a clear understanding. They could only avoid direct confrontation and seek alternative paths. A strategic maneuver? Shin Sinyu nodded, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the table. Utilize the environment, divide the enemy, or find stronger incantations. Wan Chongba is a blatant tiger. Lei Wanyang paced to the fireplace, where the fire had long since extinguished, leaving only the cold hearth. Yet, more perilous was the hidden viper lurking in the shadows. Jin Qixia. His tone grew particularly somber upon mentioning this name. The individual possessed profound cunning and control over the overarching intelligence. Wan Chongba's ferocity, to some extent, served as his cover. Today at Lingzhou, that penetrating gaze of his, perhaps more lethal than Wan Chongba himself. Zhou Yi added, moreover, we overlooked one critical point today, the presence of other renowned guests. He recalled Qi Bing and Guoruan Yu from earlier, aware that powerful incantation bearers like them were lurking in the shadows. Tomorrow, the arrival of the Life Gate at Zhongshanling, with its unique environment, would undoubtedly attract a slew of incantation bearers aligned with it. These elements introduced uncertainty. Shin Sinyu interjected, such individuals are both foes and allies. While they may assist us against Wan Chongba, they will become our most direct competitors in the contest for the Life Gate, complicating the situation further. Lei Wanyang approached a mahogany desk, unfurling a crumpled map of Nanjing. His finger precisely pointed to the southern foothills of Zijin Mountain, Zhongshanling, the location of the Life Gate's arrival. He circled that small icon with his fingertip. Here, there was but one entrance, unlike the dispersed four islands of Xuanwu Lake. making the target clear and singular. In other words, Zhou Yi's eyes darkened suddenly. The Life Gate's arrival point is solely at the mountaintop Lingmen. Wansheng Ba and his cohorts only need to guard that one entrance. They need not divide their forces. Lei Wanyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, seizing the entrance will be even more challenging. Zhou Yi suddenly raised his head, a spark of insight igniting in his eyes. Then their stronghold, the municipal police station, must be vulnerable. His finger quickly glided across the map, pointing to the location of the police station in the city center. The police station. Shen Xinyu instantaneously grasped his intentions, her cool tone now tinged with a ripple of emotion. There lies the most comprehensive security surveillance system in the city, particularly recording the historical footage prior to the occurrence of the incident. Jin Shixia is capable of obtaining intelligence on all the notable figures within the city, with the essence residing in that surveillance data. Indeed, intelligence. Zhou Yi emphatically struck the table, producing a muffled sound that startled Luo Qi. Their advantage lies in the disparity of information. If we could also access those surveillance images and analyze the identities, capabilities, and trajectories of other notable figures, we could transform passivity into initiative, even uncover the necessary clues. Intelligence is power, especially in a game where the rules are merciless, and the enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light. Possessing intelligence signifies a profound understanding of both oneself and the adversary. Seizing the Public Security Bureau and capturing the surveillance database is imperative. Lei Wanyang stated decisively, his thoughts crystallizing, while their main force is engaged at Zhongshanling. We will strike directly at their stronghold. The three exchanged glances, reaching a consensus on the operation to infiltrate the Public Security Bureau. However, it was unnecessary for all to participate. Lei Wanyang said gravely, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu, with 6 doors remaining from the original 8. We must not recklessly abandon the escape route, but rather wait for the opportune moment to seize it, lest the remaining doors dwindle further. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Yes, we shall divide our forces. At the Public Security Bureau, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lei Wanyang's eyes. I am familiar with the architectural structure and security layout there and know the location of the core database. I can go to the Public Security Bureau alone. Zhou Yi immediately replied. Then the 3 of us will head to Zhongshanling. The escape route, there is the focal battlefield, and we shall see if we can seize the door. Remember, do not launch a reckless assault. Prioritizing self-preservation is paramount, Lei Wanyang reminded, turning to the anxious Luo Qi, reassuring him that your abilities are crucial on the battlefield. Luo Qi nodded hastily. Though filled with trepidation about the battlefield, he understood this was the only path to survival. After a thorough discussion, they finalized their deployment for the following day. Lei Wanyang's Junlei endowed him with formidable mobility and breakthrough capabilities, making him the ideal candidate for a solo raid on the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's, Yizhan, and Shen Xinyu's, Leisure, coupled with Lianqin's spell, would exert a restraining effect on the chaotic frontline, supported by Luo Qi's, Jiu, as a safeguard, allowing the 3 to proceed to Zhongshanling to await an opportunity to seize the door. The night was deep, and the rain and mist had yet to dissipate. Nanjing City lay ensnared in the cage of Beiman Kundu, waiting for the next, more brutal struggle. Chapter 46, Reunion. On the 3rd day of Beiman Kundu, the silent city of Nanjing awakened under a suffocating atmosphere, as the invisible cage seemed to tighten yet another circle. 6 doors, 6 strands of hope, hung above the survivors. In front of the Shen family mansion, the 4 briefly convened before embarking on their separate missions. Act separately, Lei Wanyang's voice was low and clear. Proceed according to plan and maintain, Xinyu, communications. He cast a final glance at Zhou Yi's newly healed right arm and Shen Xinyu's composed eyes, his gaze lingering for a moment on Luo Qi's anxious face. Surviving is the only requirement. Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu nodded in agreement, while Luo Qi awkwardly assented. Lei Wanyang's figure transformed into a flicker of lightning, vanishing into the remnants of the path leading towards the city. His destination was the Public Security Bureau, a relative calm amidst the storm, yet potentially fraught with lethal traps. Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to Shen Xinyu. Let us proceed. The trio opted not to take the main road to Zhongshanling, as that stone staircase path was too well known and conspicuous. Shen Xinyu led the way, guiding Zhou Yi and the apprehensive Luo Qi silently into a narrow, nearly abandoned pathway, half concealed by vines and shrubs. This secret passage was discovered by Shen Xinyu's father during an early excursion into the mountains with her. The path wound and twisted, leading directly to the mountainside, away from the main road's visibility. The trail was slippery and rugged, and the 3 moved like stealthy leopards, agile and careful to minimize any noise. Though Luo Qi was not skilled in combat, his survival instincts compelled him to follow closely, each step taken with utmost caution. Approximately 30 minutes later, through the increasingly dense foliage ahead, The iconic blue glazed tiles of Zhongshan Ling and the long stone steps resembling a heavenly ladder became visible. Shen Xinyu gestured, and the trio immediately crouched down, merging into the shadows, silently slipping into a dense thicket on the left side of the stone steps. The thick branches and leaves provided excellent cover, allowing them to clearly overlook the plaza below and the lengthy stone steps. The time pointed to 9:15 in the morning. The atmosphere in the plaza was tense. 3 figures stood like immovable boulders in the center of the open square, facing the vast closed mausoleum door, which would be the location for the emergence of the escape route at 10 o'clock. In the middle stood Wan Chongba, his arms crossed over his chest, braids cascading down his back. The wound across his chest, torn by Ijan, had scabbed over but remained ghastly and prominent. His eyes, filled with a fierce determination, scanned the empty stone steps and the surrounding silent forest as if awaiting prey to walk into the trap. To his left stood Dr. Jin Shixia. His metallic glasses reflected a cold light, obscuring the thoughts beneath. With his hands in his pockets, he appeared relaxed and leisurely, as if admiring the scenery. Yet, his indifferent demeanor, coupled with the faint curve of his lips, exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. On his right stood a Bao. His explosive hair appeared particularly striking in the morning light, and he seemed somewhat restless, his feet tapping incessantly on the ground, hands buried in the pockets of his jacket. His gaze scanning the surrounding woods like a radar, seemingly eager to create an explosion to shatter the silence. The clear skies were absent. Shen Xinyu whispered, her voice low. Zhou Yi's eyes quickly swept over the 3 figures. Yesterday at Xuanwu Lake, it seemed that Ijan had injured her. She is likely guarding the stronghold. Shen Xinyu's gaze drifted toward the city below. Over there with Lei Ge, he may encounter her. Luo Qi swallowed nervously, watching the 3 figures exuding a terrifying aura below, feeling as though breathing had become a challenge. The Public Security Bureau stood like a silent steel behemoth in the heart of the desolate urban landscape. Once a symbol of order and safety, the blue and white sign now stands in stark contrast against the shattered glass and charred walls, evoking a palpable sense of decay. Lei Wanyang emerged from the shadows of a blind spot behind the building, raising his gaze to the surveillance cameras diligently monitoring the exterior. He retained a memory of the architectural layout of this place. Extending his right index finger, a faint, flickering arc of electricity, akin to a serpentine spirit, erupted from his fingertip. The arc of Junlei flowed with precision, targeting the concealed wiring nodes linked to the cameras, and an instantaneous pulse of electricity surged forth. The indicator lights on the surveillance cameras flickered erratically before extinguishing entirely, releasing a barely perceptible wisp of blue smoke. In an instant, the surveillance network in this small area near the building's entrance was rendered inoperable, like a shadow melding into the wall. Lei Wanyang silently pushed open a damaged logistics passage door and swiftly slipped inside. The interior of the building was in disarray, with emergency lights casting an eerie green glow, barely illuminating the scattered documents and overturned furniture. Lei Wanyang's objective was clear. He avoided the main corridor, aiming directly for the core data center. As he approached his target, the air seemed to thicken, enveloping him in a sensation of being observed by an unseen force. His footsteps faltered for a moment. The power of Junlei flowing silently within him, his perception radiating like a radar. Just as he was about to push open the door leading to the data room, a sudden wave of pressure enveloped him, as if the air ahead had solidified into an impenetrable wall, exuding a heavy repulsion. Lei Wanyang's pupils constricted, his body instinctively leaning back as a fine electric arc shield flared before him, countering the invisible force. A slender figure hovered half a foot above the ground, her long hair moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze, her hollow gaze resembling 2 deep wells, indifferently scrutinizing the intruder. It was Qin Kong. Indeed. It is you who remains here, unharmed. Lei Wanyang's voice remained calm, betraying no hint of surprise. He did not adopt an aggressive stance, but instead stood still, his gaze profoundly fixed on the girl suspended in the air. The emptiness of Qin Kong's eyes seemed to waver, her voice devoid of emotion. Flat as if stating an unrelated fact. Prosecutor Lei, you remember me. This was not a question. Originally, it was merely a sense of familiarity. Lei Wanyang took a slow step forward, the invisible air barrier seemingly failing to impede him, merely causing the air around him to distort slightly. After our last meeting, I recalled, he continued, 3 years ago, a hit-and-run incident involving a girl just 16 years of age. His voice was low yet clear, imbued with the unique, penetrating quality of a prosecutor. A runaway car, in the depths of night, struck down a pedestrian returning home from a late shift. The scene was pristine. The girl trembled in the driver's seat, confessing to having taken her father's car without permission and accidentally hitting someone. Qin Kong's hovering form appeared to stiffen imperceptibly. Deep within her hollow gaze, something seemed to fracture. The case was straightforward, the evidence abundant. And the girl had confessed without hesitation. By protocol, it would soon be concluded. Lei Wanyang continued, stepping closer to Qin Kong, but as I reviewed the case files, I discovered an inconsistency. The shoe prints on the brake and accelerator pedals in the driver's seat were clearly not the size of the girl's feet, but rather that of an adult male. He fixed his gaze on her. I requested a thorough investigation. I retrieved the blurred surveillance footage along the route and interviewed potential witnesses, eventually uncovering the truth. That night, her father, having consumed alcohol, insisted on driving. He lost control of the vehicle and killed someone. The man panicked. He had a criminal record, and another conviction would spell doom. He coerced his terrified daughter in the passenger seat to take the fall for him, assuring her that as a minor, her sentence would be light. Thus, the 16-year-old girl stepped forward, publicly shouldering a burden of guilt and shame that was not hers. Lei Wanyang's voice bore a weighty oppression. I unearthed the truth and made it public in court. I believed I had saved her, extricating her from the lies of that selfish father. However, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Kong. Before the final verdict, I visited her. She looked at me, her expression reminiscent of yours now, vacant. She said, Prosecutor Lei, why did you save me? Qin Kong's floating form trembled slightly. The emptiness within her eyes finally revealed a crack, as if forcibly tearing open a scabbed wound. She said, Lei Wanyang's voice lowered, imbued with a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. Why not let me abandon myself under the pretense of a valid reason for my father's guilt? I relished that sense of having tried, yet still facing an inescapable conclusion. This way, I could justify my own liberation. The underground space fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the low hum of the backup generator. Qin Kong hovered in the air, her hollow gaze fixed on an indistinct point in the void, seemingly reliving that afternoon outside the courtroom, where the sun shone blindingly, and her world had already crumbled. Lei Wanyang observed her, slowly advancing another step, now less than 5 meters apart. Jin Qixie and Wan Zhongba, his voice like a cold iron spear, pierced through Qin Kong's final defenses. They have abandoned you. 8 doors have opened. With the exit in sight, the remaining doors are dwindling. Today, they have emerged in droves to seize the exit. Yet they have left you here to guard this forsaken stronghold. Why? Because in their eyes, you have lost your value. The door that belonged to you has vanished. What you guard is merely an empty shell they can discard at will, and your yearning for liberation is simply the endgame of a discarded pawn on their chessboard. Qin Kong's expression remained one of indifference, as if she comprehended the situation, yet cared not at all. Her lips moved slightly, as if attempting to articulate something. But ultimately it dissolved into a silent sigh, dissipating into the air. She continued to hover there, like a puppet suspended by invisible strings, her hollow gaze devoid of desire. She lifted her hand and slowly formed a sphere of energy, declaring, If you wish to save me, then you must kill me. Chapter 47. The steps atop the summit of Zijing Mountain. The morning mist was thin, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the Lingmen Square. As the clock edged closer to 10 o'clock, the countdown to the arrival of the Shengmen resonated like an invisible drumbeat, echoing in the hearts of every distinguished guest present. In the thicket, Zhou Yi, Shen Xinyu, and Luo Qi stood still like frozen statues, their breaths held to a minimum. Their gazes pierced through the gaps in the branches, firmly locking onto the 3 figures before the Lingmen below. Wan Chongba, akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike, paced restlessly, each step seemingly capable of shattering the stone slabs beneath him. Jin Qixie remained silent, standing aside, his gaze behind his glasses cold and probing as he scanned the silent mountain forest and the lengthy stone steps, attempting to capture any sign of movement. A Bao appeared even more agitated, his fingers twitching nervously as if prepared to hurl the explosives from his pocket at any moment. The oppressive silence hung like a taut bowstring, ready to snap and unleash a deadly conflict the moment the clock struck 10. Amidst this suffocating stillness, an innocent voice suddenly called out, Hey, uncles, are you bored waiting? A clear voice, imbued with the unique nonchalance of youth, unexpectedly resonated from above. The sound, though not loud, reverberated across the expansive square like thunder. Wan Chongba and the others abruptly looked up to see a youth perched atop the towering blue-glazed roof of the Zhongshanling. He appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, clad in a faded tracksuit, with disheveled hair and traces of youthful chubbiness adorning his face. The boy swung his legs leisurely, one hand propping up his chin while the other rested casually on his knee, as if he were simply enjoying the view from his rooftop rather than being at the heart of an impending life-or-death struggle. Who is that? Wan Chongba roared, his violent murderous intent surging instantly. How dare someone appear so brazenly beneath his very nose? Jin Qixie remained silent, yet his finger paused momentarily while adjusting his glasses. Swiftly scanning the boy, he recalled a surveillance record of a youth named Gongzhe, known for possessing a blessing called maze. The boy's movements were enigmatic. However, he had never deemed him a threat, let alone anticipated his audacity to appear here. Unfazed by the killing intent emanating from below, the boy grinned, revealing a set of white teeth tinged with mischief. Don't be so tense, uncles. Waiting is so dull. Why not play a game with me? A game? Wan Chongba laughed in anger, his body radiating a crimson steam as he replied, how about using your head as a sandbag for this game? With a sudden burst of power, Wan Chongba lunged forward like a cannonball, determined to crush everything in his path as he charged toward the top of the Lingmen. Oh. Being so impatient is not suitable for playing games, the boy sighed, then clapped his hands gently in front of his chest, uttering two distinct words. Maze. Buzz. A wave of intense spatial distortion radiated from the boy at its center, instantly enveloping the entire Lingmen square, particularly the hundreds of steps leading to the Lingmen. As Wan Chongba's foot was about to step onto the first step, an unexpected change occurred beneath him. The ground seemed to come alive. The solid granite steps, which should have remained motionless, suddenly slid backward like a moving conveyor belt the moment his foot made contact. Wan Chongba felt as though his accumulated explosive power was met with a soft cushion, akin to stepping onto an upstream conveyor belt. Though he was rushing forward, his body bizarrely remained in place. The steps beneath him moved in perfect opposition to his forward momentum, maintaining the distance between him and the Lingmen unchanged. What on earth is this? Wan Chongba was both astonished and furious, and disregarding any superstition, he gathered his strength once more, activating his eightfold Dobin style with a sudden surge in speed. However, an even stranger scene unfolded. The speed of the steps beneath him surged in tandem, and no matter how fast he accelerated, the distance to the Lingmen remained unchanged. He was like a hamster running madly, yet perpetually unable to reach the finish line. Trapped in place. The name of the game is Infinite Steps. The boy sat atop the gate, swinging his legs, watching Wan Chongba, who seemed stuck in a quagmire. With a cheerful smile. The rules were simple. As long as you could step onto the last step before the Lingmen and touch the door before 10 o'clock, you win. Otherwise, he shrugged, this Xingmen will belong to me. Damn it. Wan Chongba was utterly enraged, and the explosive steam mixed with his furious roar shot into the sky. He clenched his fists, gathering crimson energy, and slammed down onto the steps beneath him. Boom. The terrifying force shattered several steps into fragments, debris flying and dust swirling. However, as the dust cleared, Wan Chongba still stood in place, those destroyed steps instantly replaced by flowing stone, returning to their original state. He remained firmly trapped several meters away from the Lingmen, unable to move an inch. Physical destruction is ineffective? Jin Qixia's deep voice resonated, tinged with gravity and surprise. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on the seemingly animated steps. The spatial distortion, was this the effect of maze? He recognized the blessing and continued to analyze, noting that the effect appeared to cover the entire stone pathway, maintaining a constant relative distance between the target and the endpoint, regardless of the target's speed. Jin Qixia immediately understood why the boy had chosen Zhongshan Ling as the battleground. This lengthy, singular stone pathway was the perfect vessel for the infinite steps maze. He had laid the groundwork in advance, transforming the entire passage into his domain. Old Jin, if you know how to deal with this thing, then hurry up and think of a solution. Wan Chongba was trapped in place, feeling as frustrated as an enraged frog, shouting at Jin Qixia. Jin Qixia ignored Wan Chongba's roar. His mind raced, calculating rapidly. The effects of the maze type blessing were peculiar, yet they typically had range or core node limitations. However, the intelligence is insufficient. He only knows that the youth possesses MLing, yet remains utterly ignorant of its specific effects and weaknesses. This is a significant oversight of the intelligence network. JNQ-11 attempts to take a step forward. Indeed, the stone steps beneath him immediately slide backward, immobilizing him in place. This labyrinth has a unidirectional entrance. Once one steps inside, escape is impossible without breaking the riddle. ABO, skeptical of his fate, activates DNBO, attempting to blast open the sidewall. However, the explosive energy dissipates into the air, leaving only faint ripples before vanishing, while the stone steps continue their relentless motion. Save your strength, Uncle BOTU. The youth yawns, stating that he had already set this trap 3 days in advance. This game consumed a considerable amount of my contract power. It won't be so easily broken. From the thickets, Zhui and his companions are left astonished, cold sweat trickling down their backs. MLing is an infinite staircase. Zhui mutters, observing the trio below, ensnared as if in a quagmire, a chill rising from his feet. This seemingly harmless youth has managed to create such unfathomable rules and traps. It appears to be a spatial rule-type curse. SHNX New York's voice is grave as her mind races to analyze. The effect is relative motion cancellation, covering the entire stone stairway. The steps reverse their motion at an equal speed, keeping the target perpetually trapped. What shall we do? Lu Q's face pales, his voice trembling. If we attempt to seize the door, wouldn't we also have to step onto those steps? Wouldn't that mean? Liu Q's words remain unfinished. Yet their meaning is clear. Stepping onto the steps implies falling into the infinite staircase labyrinth, just as WNZHNGB is trapped in place until the game concludes. SHNX New York's brow furrows tightly. The youth S.M.L.ing not only ensnares WNZHNGB, but also becomes an absolute barrier to their path to L&MN. The competition for life and death has become shrouded in ambiguity due to the intervention of this mysterious youth. Time passes, second by second, drawing ever closer to 10 o'clock. At the pinnacle of L&MN, the youth swings his legs, watching with keen interest as the three below struggle futilely like trapped beasts, glancing momentarily towards the forest. He knows that the audience hidden in the woods must be growing anxious. Chapter 48. Self-Descent within the Municipal Police Station. The eerie green emergency lights cast a glow as dust slowly drifts in the stagnant air. An invisible pressure surges like a tide, compressing the space around Liwnying. Q-Ing hovers half a foot above the ground. Her long hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, her hollow gaze fixated on her target. Her slender fingers rise slightly. Ing Zhou. A sharp sound of air being torn apart erupts suddenly, as the air less than half a meter in front of Liwnying is instantaneously compressed, coalescing into nearly transparent, sharp long cones that hurtle towards him with a piercing shriek, akin to a torrential downpour. Liwnying's pupils constrict, yet he remains unfazed. Just as the air cones are about to make contact, his form vanishes, transforming into a flickering, ethereal blue lightning. JNLI flashes away. Liwnying reappears 3 meters away, leaving only the muffled sound of the air cones embedding into the ground. Q-Ing's expression remains impassive, her vacant gaze following the streak of lightning, her hands moving like a conductor. YKingZHNB. As Liwnying lands, the space around him seems instantly drawn into a vacuum, then violently compressed, an omnidirectional shockwave striking him like an invisible hammer. Liwnying's form again becomes a flicker of lightning, slipping through the gaps in the shockwave and landing behind a pile of scattered file boxes. The shockwave crashes into the file boxes, instantly tearing them apart, sending countless sheets of paper swirling like snowflakes in the confined space. The office is in disarray. The emergency lights flicker erratically amidst the tumultuous fight, casting distorted shadows on the walls, resembling phantoms in a chaotic dance. However, at the center of this storm, Liwnying's gaze remains unnaturally calm. He navigates through the tumult like a fish swimming through turbulent waters. Each evasion of JNLI, precise and efficient, effortlessly maneuvering within the limited space. He refrains from initiating any attacks, continuously evading Q-Ing's onslaught. He can distinctly sense that her strength is waning. There is a wound on her left shoulder, and the power and speed of her air cannon are no longer as formidable as when they first clashed. The barriers and impacts created by YK-ing now exhibit diminished potency. In this confined underground space, she cannot ascend to create distance, losing her greatest advantage. Akin to a bird trapped in a cage. After several exchanges, Q-Ing's next air cone is noticeably slower and less dense. An opportunity. Just as Q-Ing once more raises her hand to condense the air cannon, her movement shows a momentary hesitation. Liwnying transforms into a blinding bolt of lightning, no longer evading, but surging forward like an arrow released from its bow, tearing through the swirling papers and chaotic airflow, advancing to less than a meter before Q-Ing. His right hand rises high, fingers spread wide. Within his palm, a ball of highly compressed, crackling electric arcs emits a chilling hum. The sense of lethal threat causes Q-Ing's vacant pupils to narrow suddenly. YKBL. A nearly solid air barrier instantaneously forms before her, resembling a resilient, transparent shield. The thunderball slams into the air barrier. A blinding blue light clashing violently with the invisible force field, the barrier shattering under the close-range assault. Liwnying's figure appears to teleport, utilizing the utmost speed of lightning to ghost past Q-Ing's side. His right hand, no longer forming the thunderball, now extends like a knife, entwined with fine, crackling electric arcs, piercing swiftly towards the unguarded nape of Q-Ing's neck. This strike, executed from a cunning angle, exceeds her current reaction limits. Q-Ing's body stiffens abruptly. She can feel the electric-laden fingertips, with a slight static sting, already grazing the skin at her neck. A cold despair envelopes her in an instant, reminiscent of that afternoon 3 years ago outside the courthouse. She surrenders. In her hollow gaze, there is no fear, only a sense of resignation and liberation. She tilted her head slightly, exposing her fragile neck and the back of her skull entirely to those lethal fingers, awaiting the arrival of her demise. It was over. Let it end like this. A justifiable reason to perish at the hands of the prosecutor pursuing the truth could be considered a form of liberation. She closed her eyes. Yet, the anticipated searing pain did not come. The finger, crackling with arcs of electricity strong enough to penetrate steel, suddenly retracted its force the moment it touched her scalp. The delicate arcs at the fingertips danced, not as an attack, but as a subtle probe. Is this the place? Lei Wanyang's deep voice resonated with an insight that pierced through all, whispering in her ear. His finger did not pierce, but rather rested steadily over a particularly concealed spot beneath her occipital bone. Qing Kong abruptly opened her eyes, disbelief swirling within her vacant gaze. Lightning possesses a unique sensitivity and guidance towards metal. Lei Wanyang's voice remained calm, akin to a forensic report. During our brief encounter, when you employed Yukong, I sensed something unusual here, a faint metallic resonance embedded deeply beneath your skull, in a region dense with nerves. The subtle electric arc at Lei Wanyang's fingertip acted like the most precise probe, stimulating that point. Qing Kong's body trembled uncontrollably, not from pain, but from the sensation of being utterly exposed. It is Jin Shixia, isn't it? Lei Wanyang's voice bore a chilling finality, akin to a pronouncement. His Xiejin incantation allows him to manipulate metal. He implanted a specially crafted metallic needle deep within your skull, did he not? With a mere thought. That needle could instantly shatter your brain, severing the nexus of your life. Qing Kong's lips trembled violently as she opened her mouth, but could utter no sound. Lei Wanyang's words sliced through her deepest scars with the precision of a cold scalpel, revealing the puppet-like truth within. Is this how he controls you? A hint of unnoticeable weight lingered in Lei Wanyang's voice as he exploited her despair, providing her a rationale for being controlled. Qing Kong smiled hollowly. Prosecutor Lei. As meticulous as ever. Lightning can also guide metal. Lei Wanyang's voice dipped, infused with an undeniable resolve. Don't move. Relax your mind. I can attempt to use microcurrents to guide it and extract it completely. Once it is removed, you will be free. Free? Those two syllables struck like a hammer. Free. And then what? She had long grown accustomed to a puppet-esque life, tethered by strings, numbing herself to avoid thought through her bondage. Freedom, to her, was more terrifying than death, signifying a confrontation with the ruins of herself and the world anew. The microcurrents at Lei Wanyang's fingertips began to cautiously probe, akin to the most delicate neurosurgery, attempting to capture and guide the deeply embedded metallic needle. Prosecutor Lei, just like before, Qing Kong's voice suddenly blurred. As I have all but forsaken myself. Lei Wanyang sensed her body shaking violently. The needle resisted stubbornly. Rather than being saved, I would rather be remembered. Within the depths of Qing Kong's hollow gaze surged an unprecedented resolve. Prosecutor Lei, allow me to gift you a character. Lei Wanyang felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing the peril, Qing Kong, don't do anything foolish. Yet, it was already too late. Qing Kong took one last glance at Lei Wanyang. The remnants of her, Yukong, power no longer coalescing for defense, but instead erupting in a self-destructive explosion. Yukong repel. A force far beyond direction surged from her center. Erupting like an explosion, Lei Wanyang was swiftly propelled away, and the deeply embedded metallic needle in her skull instantly lost all constraints, rapidly piercing through her cranium. Qing Kong's suspended body fell like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the cold concrete floor. Her slender form convulsed violently. Akin to a fish on the brink of death, with her last ounce of strength, she struggled to raise her finger, pointing towards Lei Wanyang. The character, Kong, should be of use to you. I gift it to you, and I want you to remember my name forever. As her words faded, her raised arm fell limply, the last flicker of life extinguished from her vacant gaze. 3 tablets inscribed with faint white light slowly emerged from her gradually cooling body, silently hovering above the pool of blood. Lei Wanyang stood frozen, as if a massive stone had lodged in his chest, rendering him breathless. He gazed at the hovering character, Kong, her final words echoing in his ears. I believe I will remember. Chapter 49. The labyrinth time seemed almost suspended atop Zijin Mountain. In Lingmen Square, silence replaced the oppressive atmosphere, leaving behind an absurd and stifling futility. Cheng Ba, like a frenzied beast trapped on an invisible treadmill, found each explosive sprint only propelled the stone steps beneath him to flow in reverse, pinning him firmly in place. Eternally just a few cursed steps away from the base of the looming tomb gate, Abao had long ceased his futile attempts at explosions. Anxiously tugging at his unkempt hair, his eyes filled with confusion and a barely perceptible hint of fear. This invisible, intangible prison was far more despairing than any physical assault. Only Jin Qixia maintained an outward calm. He adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, surveying the shifting stone steps before raising his gaze to the boy leisurely swinging his legs atop the gate. Gongzhe, The name swiftly resurfaced in his memory. Fragments of information from the public security database flickered. A middle school student, 14 years old, first place in the city math competition, exceptional logical reasoning, outstanding spatial imagination. A survivor of the transformation, possessing the tablets, Gong, Zhou, and having acquired the incantation, Labyrinth, after a murder. Due to the ambiguous correlation between the name and the incantation, the actual effects of the incantation were difficult to ascertain. It was initially assessed as having no significant offensive capability, deemed low threat. Low threat, TSK. Jin Shixia chuckled bitterly to himself. The cost of intelligence failure was this moment of absolute passivity. He underestimated this mathematical genius, who could unleash the maze to terrifying levels under specific circumstances. Spatial contract, he murmured, grasping the essence of the incantation. It was not mere illusion, but a forceful alignment or distortion of the spatial rules of this area, creating an absolute domain. The core of the effect lay in the cancellation of relative motion. The forward movement of the target was countered by a vector assigned by the spatial rules, equal in magnitude but opposite in direction, resulting in zero displacement. His gaze swept towards the summit of the Ling Min, where Gongja stood. The boy's confident smile no longer appeared as ignorance or fearlessness in Jin Shijia's eyes, but rather as absolute control following meticulous calculation. Gongja had laid out his plan 3 days in advance, transforming the entire stone steps of Zhongshan Ling into his chessboard, establishing his unilateral game rules. As long as there was a maze, an exit must exist. Jin Shijia forced himself to remain calm, akin to solving a complex geometric puzzle. The rules were bidirectional. He set the condition of touching the endpoint as a criterion for victory, meaning there must be a path leading to this goal. However, this path had been cleverly folded or concealed by him using the rules. The key to breaking the deadlock lay in finding that permitted vector direction. In the bushes, Zhou Yi and his companions were equally stunned, having been observing the developments at Lingmen. Maze, spatial contract, Shin Sinyu analyzed softly, an absolute domain of rules. Cancellation of relative motion. Her mind raced with calculations, indicating that any attempt to approach the endpoint by altering one's position would be automatically nullified by the rules. The conventional concept of advancement had been utterly negated within this domain. Luo Qi's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Then, are we utterly powerless? Just stepping onto the stairs would be like them. No, there must be a way. Zhou Yi's gaze remained fixed on Gong Zhou at the top of the Lingmen, his mind racing. The key to breaking the impasse might lie with the one who established the rules. To pass through the Xingmen, Gongja must cross the Lingmen after 10 o'clock. Zhou Yi's voice carried a hint of conviction, yet he was high above, perched atop the gate, his feet not touching the steps. If he stepped onto the stairs, would he also become trapped? Shin Sinyu and Luo Qi were momentarily taken aback. Exactly. Luo Qi's eyes brightened. If he were also trapped, how could he access the gate? Thus, Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with increasing clarity, like a searchlight piercing through the fog. He must have left himself a backdoor, a path to Lingmen unaffected by the infinite steps rule. This path was the exit of the maze. Exit. Shin Sinyu quickly followed Zhou Yi's line of thought, but the exit must adhere to the logical rules he established. Otherwise, the integrity of the domain could not be maintained. The key lay in what differentiated him from us. Or rather, what special conditions his exclusive path required. Zhou Yi's mind replayed the image of Gong Zha, relaxed and seemingly detached. He sat atop the gate like a player surveying his chessboard. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him like lightning. I understand. Zhou Yi exclaimed, his eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. What? Shin Sinyu and Luo Qi looked on in confusion. Zhou Yi did not immediately explain. His gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the flowing stone steps below, which resembled a living entity. Taking a deep breath, amidst the astonished stares of Shin Sinyu and Luo Qi, he abruptly stood upright from the bushes. Zhou Yi, what are you doing? Shin Sinyu urgently whispered, reaching out to grasp him. It's too dangerous. Luo Qi gasped in alarm. Yet Zhou Yi paid no heed. His expression resolute, he stepped boldly out from his hiding place in the bushes, firmly positioning himself at the edge of the stone steps. His gaze was not directed at the trapped Wan Chongba and the others, nor at Gongzhu above, but was steadfastly locked onto the foot he was about to place down. Above, in the square, Wan Chongba, Jin Shijia, a bow, and even Gongzhu atop the gate all swiftly noticed this sudden intruder. Wan Chongba's eyes widened in fury and malice. Jin Shijia's gaze behind his glasses filled with scrutiny and a hint of surprise, while a bow wore a look of amused interest. Gongzhu's leg-shaking motion paused slightly, the playful smile on his lips seeming to freeze, a trace of subtle inquiry flickering in his eyes. Under the mixed reactions of shock, mockery, and intrigue, Zhou Yi raised his right foot and resolutely stepped onto the first flowing stone step. However, the anticipated slip did not occur. Zhou Yi's foot landed firmly on the surface of the moving steps. His body was neither swayed by the movement of the steps nor stalled in place. He distinctly felt the solid granite beneath his foot. Tentatively, he took a second step forward. The stone steps felt like the most ordinary of stairs, bearing his weight without the slightest movement. A third step, a fourth step. Zhou Yi advanced like an ordinary climber, step by step, along the tranquil stone steps, steadily ascending towards the Lingmen. He raised his head, his gaze traversing the layers of stone steps, each solid step diminishing the distance to the Lingmen. He had found the exit of the infinite steps maze. Chapter 50, Breaking the Code. Zhou Yi's footsteps echoed like drums on the silent square, each step upon the flowing stone steps, yet as steadfast as rock. He climbed higher, genuinely closing the distance to the Lingmen. Wan Chongba's copper bell-like eyes bulged, nearly bursting with rage. Impossible. Bastard, how can you? He could not fathom why his violent strength had vanished into thin air, while this insignificant creature he viewed as an ant could traverse the accursed steps with ease. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi rapidly replayed in his mind. Gongzhe's maze incantation was a spatial domain-type incantation that could establish a contract with a certain area of space, matching the entrance and exit within the domain through specific conditions. Since Gongzhe also needed to pass through the Lingmen, he would undoubtedly not trap himself. The existence of the exit is inextricably linked to his behavioral patterns. What sets him apart from us? Age? Stature? Habits? It is his pace. His diminutive stature naturally results in shorter strides. He has established his customary gait as the white list for the labyrinth. Only by emulating his small, steady steps can one avoid being classified by the rules as a forward vector and triggering a reverse cancellation. Indeed, this is the case. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with heightened clarity. He maintained a small stride and a stable rhythm, each step firmly planted along the baseline set by Gongzhe, as if traversing an invisible track, steadily ascending. The distance to the Lingmen grew ever shorter. He could even discern the vanished smile and suddenly tense posture of Gongzhe atop the door. Big brother. Gongzhe's voice was stripped of its earlier light-hearted sarcasm, now tinged with a hint of surprise at having his secret unveiled. He abruptly rose from the top of the door, looking down at Zhou Yi, who was steadily climbing upwards, and remarked, "Impressive, you have indeed seen through me." He curled his lip, revealing a youthful expression of reluctant acceptance mixed with resignation. "All right. In this game, you win. I shall no longer participate." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he turned without hesitation, nimbly leaping over the glazed roof tiles of the Lingmen, vanishing into the dense woods beyond like a nimble monkey, leaving no trace of reluctance. In truth, after the infinite stairs, the labyrinth, had been unraveled, he found himself devoid of any further means to maintain the faade, and the exit was virtually unattainable for him. Lingering any longer held no purpose. Xinu, Luo Qi, small strides, steady pace. Zhou Yi immediately conveyed the crucial information he had deciphered through Xinu to the two concealed in the bushes. Shun Xinu responded with remarkable swiftness, stepping out from the thicket onto the stone steps without hesitation, replicating Zhou Yi's earlier posture, reducing her stride, lowering her center of gravity, and moving steadily and swiftly upwards. Although Luo Qi was nervous, his palms slick with sweat, he gritted his teeth and followed suit, clumsily mimicking the small steps, surprisingly managing not to become trapped. Zhou Yi quickly approached the vicinity of the Lingmen, where not far ahead stood the immobile Wan Chongba. "Little mongrel," Wan Chongba revealed a sinister grin. "Have your arms healed? It seems yesterday's break wasn't thorough enough." Zhou Yi shot a sideways glance at the incapacitated Wan Chongba, a thought flickering through his mind. Now that they were immobilized, it was an opportune moment to eliminate them. However, breaking Wan Chongba's defense required the use of Izhan, which could rebound the damage, and acting recklessly could lead to a repeat of yesterday's predicament. Moreover, although he had deciphered the labyrinth's steps, his own speed had inevitably slowed due to the stride limitations, rendering Izhan considerably less effective. What to do? Should he rush for the exit, or seize the opportunity to deal with them here? Jin Qixie's gaze behind his glasses was like a probing needle, intensely fixed on Zhou Yi's feet. He gradually discerned that it was not a special power fluctuation, but merely a specific walking posture. The stride was short, the step frequency stable, and each footfall was remarkably precise, with a lowered center of gravity. This posture exuded a sense of deliberate imitation, reminiscent of a young child walking. In a flash, all the clues coalesced in Jin Qixie's mind. Gongzhe, youthful physique, spatial rules. So that is it. Jin Qixie murmured to himself, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The loophole in the rules, or rather the exit of the labyrinth, was not a unique path in space, but an exemption in behavioral patterns. When establishing the rules, he had set his customary stride and frequency as the baseline vector. Only movements that aligned with this vector would not be negated by the rules. Jin Qixie immediately grasped the method of resolution. This required acute observation and mimetic ability. But for him, who controlled the overarching intelligence. Zhou Yi's actions served as the finest example. Old Jin, quickly tell me how to break this cursed thing. Wan Chongba clutched at straws. Jin Xie did not look at him, his gaze still fixed on Zhou Yi, his voice low and rapid. Mimic his steps. Shorten your stride. Walk like a child, reducing each step by 1/3. Lower your center of gravity, and maintain a steady pace. What? You want me to walk like a child? Wan Chongba, upon hearing Jin Xie's instructions, was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a surge of rage at being mocked. To walk like a stumbling toddler? This was utterly humiliating. You scoundrel! Wan Chongba roared. But the instinct for survival and his animosity towards Zhou Yi overwhelmed all else. He awkwardly attempted to diminish his traditionally thunderous steps, lowering his center of gravity as he took the first step, though his movements were stiff and comical, resembling a giant forced into small shoes. The stone steps beneath him ceased their backward slide. He could move. He could move. A bow, unburdened by psychological constraints, immediately began to mimic the small steps, albeit with a similarly awkward posture. Yet he was considerably faster than Wan Chongba. The instant he regained mobility, Wan Chongba's pent-up fury erupted like a volcano. He suddenly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Zhou Yi in the distance. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. This time, I will tear you to shreds. He bellowed, preparing to launch himself towards Zhou Yi. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, he was once again ensnared by the infinite stairs, the rolling steps halting him in place and nearly causing him to stumble. Wan Chongba had yet to adapt to the stairway's pacing rules, rendering him incapable of swift movement on the infinite steps. He readjusted his stride, clumsily and hastily adopting the small step posture, resembling an enraged giant shackled by a toddler's constraints. Although his speed was greatly diminished due to the stride limitations, his fury was undeniably more menacing. Zhou Yi instinctively clenched his fists, the power of Yizhan coalescing at his fingertips. An opportunity. This was an exceptional chance to severely wound or even eliminate Wan Chongba. He was trapped in small steps, his speed drastically reduced, and vulnerabilities abounded. If only he could seize upon that weakness. Zhou Yi retreat. Shin Sinyu's cold voice penetrated Zhou Yi's ears. Her gaze was sharp and urgent. Do not engage. Hurry and flee. She perceived clearly that although Wan Chongba's movements were comical, the overwhelming force of his energy fluctuations remained undiminished. Should he close the distance, the consequences would be dire. Luo Qi echoed her sentiment. Zhou, listen to Miss Shun, quickly depart. Zhou Yi stared at the imposing, ancient gates of the Lingmen, filled with intense reluctance. The opportunity to vanquish a formidable foe lay within reach. Was he truly to retreat in disgrace once more, as he had the previous day? In this moment of peril, as Zhou Yi wrestled with his inner turmoil, a profound resonance reverberated through the atmosphere, as if an ancient essence had descended. The time struck 10 o'clock precisely. Above the massive, closed gates of Zhongshan Ling, a colossal symbol formed of pure energy materialized, the Jin hexagram. This archaic and majestic radiance, exuding boundless vitality and stability, enveloped the gates entirely. The scene within became obscured, and a unique, calming yet tantalizing aura began to permeate the air. The Shengmen had arrived. Chapter 51, Shengmen. The brilliance of the Jin hexagram resembled smooth amber, encasing the massive gates. The Shengmen swung open, revealing a realm of shifting light and shadow that emanated a tranquil, yet dangerously alluring atmosphere. The path to escape this prison of death lay before them. However, the deadly aura in front of the stone steps was tenfold more potent than the life force. You little bastard. Wan Chongba's roar shattered the temporary tranquility brought by the Shengmen. His bloodshot eyes, like copper bells, were fixated on Zhou Yi. To him, the Shengmen was insignificant compared to crushing this insignificant ant before him. Wan Chongba struggled to adapt to the humiliating small strides. His spine arched like a ferocious beast forcibly confined within an iron cage. Though his speed was severely curtailed, his murderous intent surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating the serenity of the Shengmen. He cared not for the gates. His singular focus was Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, retreat. Now. Shin Sinyu's icy and urgent voice echoed directly in Zhou Yi's mind. She could see that Wan Chongba's muscles were coiling with power, the ripples of force visibly shaking his body. Reason dictated that a direct confrontation would lead to disaster. Luo Qi's face went pale. His lips trembled as he attempted to cry out, but could only fix Zhou Yi with a desperate gaze. Zhou Yi's breaths grew heavy. The radiance of the Shengmen was tantalizingly close, beckoning with the warmth of freedom, while the chilling shadow of Wan Chongba loomed ever closer. The agonizing memories of his severed arm resurfaced, intertwining with the predatory glare of Wan Chongba. Reluctance coiled around his heart like a poisonous vine. The opportunity lay before him. Yet he was to retreat in disgrace once more? Jin Xixia adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses calm and devoid of emotion. His eyes, akin to the most precise probes, darted swiftly between Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu before briefly locking onto a bow. That glance was a command, a signal, a premeditated move in their strategic game. A Bao's eyes, hidden beneath his disheveled hair, ignited with fervent excitement. With a wild cry, he crouched low, resembling a lit firecracker. And with his more agile strides, he dashed towards the amber glow of the Shengmen. A Bao's objective was clear. He surged forward, racing towards the Shengmen. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted as he comprehended Jin Qixia's intent. While Wan Chongba attracted all of the attention, they intended for a Bao to seize the Shengmen. The remaining opportunities were dwindling, and they could not allow this to happen. However, everyone on the steps was hindered by their restricted movements. Relying solely on ranged attacks to create obstacles, Zhou Yi swiftly raised his right hand, instinctively summoning the brilliance of Yizhan to target a stone step on a Bao's path. Almost simultaneously with a Bao's charge, Jin Qixia sprang into action, extending his arms outward and murmuring, "Xiejin." The metal components scattered along the railings of the stone path, including a few rusted iron rivets and a broken copper ornament, were suddenly animated by an invisible force, accelerating towards Zhou Yi with a piercing whistle. Zhou Yi had no choice but to defend himself, utilizing the razor-sharp energy of Yizhan to deflect the incoming iron nails. Shen Xinyu's expression hardened in a flash. She pressed her hands to the ground and invoked Lei Shi, causing the stone steps beneath her to rise sharply, forming a solid stone shield. The remaining metal fragments collided violently against the shield, successfully thwarting this treacherous ambush. However, this left both of them restrained by Jin Qixia's actions, and no one remained to impede a Bao's advance. "It's here!" A Bao's ecstatic shout echoed. Seizing the momentary chaos created by Jin Qixia, he darted towards the shimmering edge of the Shengmen's amber glow, like a distorted shadow. A Bao glanced back at Jin Qixia, seemingly seeking a final affirmation. Jin Qixia nodded at him. "Go, retrieve that character." With a powerful leap, a Bao plunged into the swirling light and shadow. A hum resonated as the Shengmen's glow fluctuated violently, akin to ripples in a lake after a stone is cast. A Bao's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint scent of sulfur in the air. The third individual to pass through the Shengmen was born. After a Bao's passage, Wan Chongba became even more unrestrained. His attacks relentless. Though he could not move swiftly, his convergent style could compress the air waves, generating formidable ranged assaults. He joined his hands to form the initiation of the convergence, targeting Zhou Yi's heart directly. Wan Chongba continued to gather power. Feeling distinctly that this strike had amassed a significant portion of his contract force, the destructive waves nearly compressing the surrounding air to the point of explosion. Zhou Yi clenched his jaw tightly, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. There was no escaping. The territory of Wan Chongba is vast, and his movements are limited. Preventing him from evading swiftly, he must confront the impending attack head-on. Shen Xinyu's expression is grave as she presses her hands firmly against the ground, preparing to invoke Lei Shi in an attempt to mitigate the impact of the impending force. Yet, an ominous feeling gnaws at her. They have previously witnessed the power of the oncoming force, and this prolonged buildup of energy is such that even the combined blessings of Yizhan and Lei Shi may not suffice to withstand it. At this critical moment, a resounding voice echoes from above. Yankong, the source of the sound, high in the sky, carries a sharpness that cleaves through the air, instantly drowning out the din below. A blinding silver lightning bolt, akin to a spear of judgment tearing through the heavens, descends with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, plunging straight down from the clouds above Zijing Mountain towards Lingmen Square. Within the lightning, a tall and imposing figure can be discerned, entwined with flickering serpentine bolts of electricity, exuding a ferocity and authority. Jin Qixia abruptly looks up, his pupils contracting violently behind his golden-rimmed glasses, the calm facade on his face collapsing into incredulity. Yakong? No, that is incorrect. It is Yankong. This is the character for Sky. Jin Qixia instantly comprehends that Qingkong has perished. Her name has fallen into the hands of another. And that person is now wielding thunder from above. Lei Wanyang, without a doubt. The descending Lei Wanyang plunges down like a precision-guided missile, instantly slicing through the meager 3-meter gap between Zhou Yi and Wan Chongba. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder reverberates across the square, the silver lightning crashing against Wan Chongba's body, which is brimming with the force of the oncoming attack. Wan Chongba is compelled to alter his trajectory, raising his hand to redirect the force vertically upwards to counter the descending impact. The ferocious power of the thunder collides with the sheer strength of the oncoming force, blinding light instantly engulfing the area, as a terrifying shockwave radiates outward in a circular pattern. Utilizing the force of gravity, Lei Wanyang barely dissipates Wan Chongba's attack. As the lightning begins to recede, Lei Wanyang's iron-like countenance is revealed. He hovers several meters above the ground, surrounded by crackling energy, his gaze sharp as a hawk, sweeping over the scene below. With the escape route now sealed, the four of them find themselves without the opportunity to defeat Wanzhongba. And continuing to expend energy here serves no purpose. Without a moment's hesitation, he capitalizes on the residual force of the thunderous strike, executing a nimble maneuver in midair, akin to a hunting falcon diving down, targeting the unsteady Zhou Yi, who has been rattled by the shockwave. Grab. Lei Wanyang's voice is short and commanding, leaving no room for dissent. A hand, steady and powerful, entwined with subtle arcs of electricity, precisely seizes Zhou Yi's outstretched wrist. Zhou Yi feels his body lighten, his feet lifting off the ground in an instant. Xiaoyu Luoqi. Lei Wanyang's command resounds once more. Shen Xinyu, quick as lightning, seizes the arm of the dazed Luoqi beside her at the moment Lei Wanyang grasps Zhou Yi. With his other hand, Lei Wanyang reaches out. Invisible currents akin to chains instantly ensnaring the two. We leave. In the blink of an eye, Lei Wanyang forcefully swings his arm, propelling Zhou Yi, Shen Xinyu, and Luoqi into a silver streak that tears through the air, soaring upward, swiftly escaping the despairing labyrinth of stone steps. Chapter 52. The transaction as the lightning dissipates. The familiar rooftop terrace of the mansion appears beneath their feet. Lei Wanyang safely lands with the three, the fine electric arcs surrounding him fading into the air. The thrill of survival has not completely worn off, but a more pressing sense of crisis now entwines itself around each person's heart like a chilling vine. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere is so tense it feels as though one could wring water from it. Zhou Yi leans against the cold wall as Luoqi hastily tends to his wounds. The effects of Qiu are remarkable, leaving no trace of scars, yet the suffocating sensation of being targeted by Wanzhongba's overwhelming force lingers upon his skin. The three-character incantation, Wanzhongba's Bakhong Do, exhibits an overwhelming power, like an insurmountable mountain standing before them, relying solely on Izhan. The gap in strength and speed has compressed their chances to the utmost limit. We must enhance the blessings. Zhou Yi's voice breaks the silence, imbued with an undeniable resolve. He looks toward Shen Xinyu and Lei Wanyang, asserting that with their current blessings alone, confronting Wanzhongba would yield little hope for victory. Agreed. Shen Xinyu sits at a redwood desk, her fingertips gliding over the smooth surface, her gaze tranquil as a deep pool, succinctly affirming his statement. Lei Wanyang stands by the window, his back turned to the others. He remains silent, merely retrieving a silver-gray metallic disc from his pocket and gently placing it on the desk before Shen Xinyu. It is the trophy he brought back from the city's Public Security Bureau's monitoring center. Wasting no time, he promptly connects the disc to the notebook computer Shen Xinyu has prepared. A password-protected folder appears on the screen, and Lei Wanyang inputs a complex key, successfully unlocking the files. Instantly, a torrent of surveillance footage, data streams, and analytical reports cascade forth. The time span encompasses everything from shortly after the arrival of the horizontal forces to the moment Lei Wanyang ambushed the monitoring center. The footage covers major streets in Nanjing, transportation hubs, and even the peripheries of significant buildings, with countless figures of guests flitting across the screen, engaged in battles and met with death. Lei Wanyang's fingers glide rapidly across the touchpad, extracting key information. This chronicles the earliest activities of Wanzhongba's quartet, their analyses of other guests' blessing capabilities, and assessments of threat levels. His voice is deep and rapid, akin to the most precise instruments reporting data. Shen Xinyu's sharp gaze scans the screen as her mind operates like a high-speed processor, swiftly classifying, integrating, and analyzing the myriad of information. She is particularly attentive to intelligence regarding unidentified guests that may pose significant threats to their side. Suddenly, Shen Xinyu inquires, "Does this contain information about Zhou Yi and me?" Zhui approached with a furrowed brow. "I recall there were surveillance cameras at the intersection when we left school. It is highly likely we were captured on tape." LIW New Yorking shook his head. "I did not see either of you in the footage." SHNX New York inquired once more for confirmation. "There are no recordings of us. At least in the footage I reviewed, there are none," LIW New Yorking stated with precision. SHNX New York hurried to the computer, pulling up the surveillance records from that day. The cameras along the route from the university to the SHN family villa had indeed captured several crucial intersections. Yet they failed to clearly record the faces of her and Zhui. SHNX New York let out a silent sigh of relief. It seemed the cameras had not caught them. LIW New York Ing, perplexed, asked, "Is this significant? Even if we were not recorded then, our actions have become transparent to them now." SHNX New York forced a stiff smile. "I merely wished to confirm." LIW New Yorking scrutinized her closely, then glanced at Zhui, his keen intuition suggesting that these two were concealing something from him. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Qiu, who had been huddled in the corner fiddling with another tablet, suddenly exclaimed softly, capturing everyone's attention. It appeared there was some new activity on the public forum. Lu Qiu, slightly anxious, raised his head and handed over the tablet. The screen displayed the homepage of the public forum, where a subsection had been pinned and highlighted with the title, ZTIGOIQ, Calligraphy Trading Zone. Upon entering, it revealed not mere chatter, but structured posts, GOIT, Hu ZTI, exchanging Guing or Ming ZTI, location YNGZHU, GOIT, F Ing ZTI, exchanging GN or RN ZTI, location HNGZHU, GOIT, YOZTI, exchanging D or ZH NZTI, location SHNGHI. Within the public forum, a new order was quietly emerging amidst the chaos of slaughter. The surviving mink realized that not all acquired calligraphy was suitable for them, nor did every desired piece necessitate bloodshed for acquisition. Thus, a form of trading had arisen within the public forum. Individuals were using their surplus characters as bargaining chips to exchange for more useful ones. ZHUI, SHNX New York, and LIW New Yorking exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned mutual interest. They were indeed burdened with a plethora of useless calligraphy. ZHUI promptly assessed his collection. ZHU, Fate, Y, Fate, ZHN, Fate, Ying, L, XN, SH. And the characters Ying, L, XN held little value for him, as they could neither form effective combinations with his core characters nor unlock any formidable incantations on their own. SH and X New York possessed even more. SHN, Fate, XN, Fate, Y, Fate, ZHU, N, Jing, LI, SH, Lien, Y, Qing, and while SH had been bound to HUI, the utility of Lien, Y, and N remained unclear. LIW New Yorking held. LI, Fate, WN, Fate, Ying, Fate, JN, Sing, Qing, King, with the character Ying forming, Ying King, while Qing and Sing were temporarily idle. The potential for trading was evident. SHNX New York calmly analyzed the situation, contemplating the exchange of idle resources for strategic reinforcement, though the risks were considerable. She quickly pointed out the core dilemma. The 8 gates had sealed off in New Jersey Ying, and trading could only occur within the city. The remaining mink within the city were either extremely perilous hunters or deeply concealed lone wolves. Indeed, trust was a rare luxury. LIW New Yorking added, casting his gaze over the trading posts, asserting that the credibility of these so-called trades was dubious, more likely traps. ZHOI's fingers swiftly glided across the tablet, perusing the various trading information. Since they were trapped within New Jersey Ying, he could only pay attention to posts regarding exchanges within the city. Although the majority of these posts were vague and filled with caution, ZHUI indeed required a crucial character to reinforce his combat framework. His gaze searched through the sea of characters, his mind racing as he combined the inherent traits of YZHN to exploit weaknesses and execute precise strikes. Suddenly, a post caught his eye. The character was immensely significant to him, and the trading location was right in New Jersey Ying. ZHOI's heart raced. This character was vital. Securing it could vastly compensate for his mobility shortcomings, serving as a potential breakthrough against formidable foes like ZHNB. This character, ZHUI pointed at the screen, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. I need it. SHNX New York and LIW New York Inc. immediately turned their attention to that post. The poster was a developing ZHGN, and no other personal information was provided. The risks were considerable. LIW New York Inc. quickly doused the excitement with a dose of realism, cautioning that the identity and motives of the other party were unclear, and it was more likely a trap. Moreover, the characters HUI sought would likely be desired by the other party in return, making a reckless trade dangerous. I understand. ZHUI took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Yet the opportunity was rare, and that character was the key piece to enhancing his power. ZHUI fixed his sharp gaze on it, saying, I will leave a message to probe, indicating our assets and sincerity. But I will not reveal our specific identities or locations. He quickly typed into the private message interface on the tablet. I can offer either Ying, L, or XN, selecting any two for exchange. The method and location of the trade are negotiable, ensuring the safety of both parties. Awaiting your response. The message was sent under the username BCHF and key to TDU, potato that does not eat tomatoes. After sending, it felt as though the message sank into a vast ocean. The forum interface remained eerily silent, with only the cursor blinking. Let us wait. ZHUI set the tablet down, suppressing his urgency. Trading required patience, especially within this blood-soaked prison rife with suspicion. Chapter 53, The Wounded Gate. SH2CHing. This ancient stronghold built against the mountains exuded the dry scent of dust under the midday sun. The crumbling walls, jagged stones, abandoned fortresses, and watchtowers resembled the skeletal remains of a colossal beast scattered among the undulating hills. The weathered basalt and granite laid bare their coarse textures, silently narrating tales of millennia's hardships and resilience. Here lies the kingdom of stone, a direct revelation of the earth's very sinews. The Gate of Wounds stands ajar, truly living up to its name. Zhou Yi stands atop a towering cliff, gazing down at the remnants of the city gates, which lie like the skeleton of a colossal beast. This marks the coordinates for the arrival of the Gate of Wounds. His gaze sweeps across this battlefield composed of innumerable towering stones, finally resting on Shun Xinyu beside him. Xinyu, this is your stage. Shun Xinyu nods slightly, her cold eyes surveying the jagged stone shadows around her. Her fingertips brush against a rough rock face, feeling the profound yet silent pulse emanating from deep within the earth. Here, every stone feels like an extension of her own limbs. Lish, the incantation she binds, shall gain unparalleled advantage in this stony forest. Lei Wanyang stands atop another massive rock, his stature as straight as a pine tree, his keen eyes scanning the direction of the city gates, missing no slightest movement. Through the gaps in the stone forest, two figures stand like boulders beneath the ruined archway of the city gate. Wan Chengba's signature braid hangs down his back, emanating an oppressive aura that sends chills down the spine. Beside him, Jin Qixie appears competent and reserved, his golden glasses reflecting a cold light. Resembling a snake lurking in the shadows, they stand guard at the gate. Anyone wishing to pass through the Gate of Wounds must confront them head-on. They have arrived just past noon, Lei Wanyang states. The strategy remains unchanged. Zhou Yi's voice is resolute. The four of us will work together to create an opportunity for Xinyu to seize the Gate of Wounds. He looks at Shin Xinyu. You are the absolute core. This is the door you are most likely to seize. Understood, Shin Xinyu replies succinctly. Let us proceed. With a low shout, Lei Wanyang initiates the assault. Lightning erupts around him, the power of Ying propelling him skyward like an arrow shot from a bow, soaring over the layered stone forest, directly targeting the air above the city gate. Almost simultaneously with Lei Wanyang's ascent, Shin Xinyu also moves, her hands thrusting outward to the sides. Lish, rise. A massive stone hand emerges from the ground, pulling Zhou Yi and the others along as it swiftly advances toward the city gate. At that moment, the entire stone city seems to come alive. On either side of the gate, two colossal stones, resembling small hills, emit a deafening roar, breaking free from their centuries-old restraints and charging toward Wan Chengba beneath the archway with the force to crush all in their path. The earth shatters, and a tempest of dust and debris rises, signaling the official commencement of the battle for the Gate of Wounds. A mere trick, Wan Chengba clenches his fists, stepping forward to face the impending collision of stones capable of flattening a tank. His muscles tauten, and a ferocious power coalesces in his fists. Bzh ing dub ing shn. Both fists strike simultaneously, unadorned yet powerful, against the converging boulders. A thunderous explosion echoes as shockwaves radiate outward, the two boulders exploding upon contact with his fists as if detonated from within by tons of explosives. Countless fragments fly in all directions, striking the surrounding walls and leaving behind a myriad of deep craters. Yet, Shin Xinyu's assault has only just begun. As the dust from the shattering boulders fills the air, the ground beneath Wan Chengba suddenly collapses, sharp stone spikes erupting like the fangs of hell, stabbing upward fiercely. Simultaneously, above him, several broken stone beams descend like divine punishment, creating a pincer movement from above and below. Humph. A glimmer of disdain flashes in Wan Chengba's eyes as he shifts slightly. Sh. His form leaves a blurry afterimage behind, slipping through the gaps between the stone spikes like a specter, his speed surpassing imagination. Guan Sh. In a moment of evasion from the dual assault, Wan Chengba's eyes blaze with ferocity as he locks onto Shin Xinyu perched atop the towering rock. He stomps down hard, the solid ground shattering like tofu, propelling him forward like a streak of black light, the power of Guan Sh coalescing at his fingertips, aimed directly at Shin Xinyu's heart. Lian Xnzho. Shin Xinyu's voice rings out, calm and unhurried. She does not move an inch, swiftly entering a state of fate binding with Wan Chengba. What? Having already witnessed the effects of the Lian Xnzho, Wan Chengba has no choice but to retract his assault, halting like a rhinoceros that suddenly stops. Faced with the same three-character incantation, this fate-binding mechanism leaves him helpless. JNLI. From high above, Lei Wanyang's roar follows with ferocity. A violent silver lightning bolt cleaves through the heavens, carrying the essence of destruction and judgment, striking precisely at Wan Chengba's head. YSH. Wan Chengba's combat instincts are remarkable. He snaps back to reality in an instant, crossing his arms above his head as a solid energy shield forms, resembling an ancient bronze bell. The lightning crashes, the wild currents swirling like a multitude of silver serpents, frantically gnawing at the YSH shield, yet failing to breach Wan Chongba's defenses. Now is the moment. YZHN. Zhou Yi's figure bursts forth like a leopard from the shadow of a boulder. The edge of YZHN converges into a barely perceptible cold light at his fingertips, targeting the weakest and most unstable point on the YSH shield. A sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter resonates as the seemingly indestructible bronze shield shatters upon the precise impact of YZHN. The backlash from the shattered shield allows residual lightning to surge in, and Wan Chongba emits a pained roar, his arms charred black, staggering backward from the overwhelming force. LISH. Shin Sinyu seizes the opportunity, her hands clapping together. The ground around Wan Chongba churns violently as massive stone chains erupt from the earth like giant serpents, wrapping around his legs with a heavy, whistling sound, emanating a power of confinement. Being SHN. Get away from me. Wan Chongba's eyes widen in fury, a surge of power erupting from within him, causing the stone chains to tremble violently, producing a grating sound as fragments of stone fall away. QY. Luo Qi concealed himself behind a massive, secure boulder, pressing his hands against the ground. A soft, pale green radiance emanated from him, expanding outward to form a healing domain with a radius of over 10 meters. Within this sanctuary, Zhou Yi's abrasions quickly healed, while Shun Xinyu's expended contract power from her continuous use of LISH gradually replenished. Even Lei Wanyang's stamina, diminished from his aerial efforts, began to recover slowly. This persistent group healing acted like a wellspring of life on the battlefield, sustaining the entire team. The four members coordinated seamlessly, their synergy impeccable. Shun Xinu commanded the earth, creating area attacks and restraints. Li NX NZHU disrupted lethal damage and hindered formidable foes. Lei Wanyang exerted high-altitude pressure, striking down with furious thunder. Zhou Yi waited for the opportune moment, ready to exploit weaknesses with YZHN. Luo Qi steadfastly provided a continuous stream of healing support from the rear. On this battleground of stone, they remarkably held their ground against Wan Chongba's BCH Ingdu, even managing to force him into a disadvantageous position. Scoundrels, mere ants. Wan Chongba roared in furious wrath, akin to a provoked beast. Yet, confronted with the interconnected assaults of the four, particularly the strategic advantage of LISH within the stone city, Wan Chongba appeared significantly hampered. Jin Qixia stood a short distance away, his gaze icy as he observed the unfolding chaos, adjusting his glasses as if calculating something. However, high above, Lei Wanyang remained vigilant, his attention divided and limiting his actions. If this continued, they might genuinely have a chance to seize this opening to escape. The clock struck 2 in the afternoon. A profound rumble resonated, akin to a heartbeat from the very core of the earth, enveloping the entire stone city with a soul-stirring tremor. Above the ancient, weathered gates of the city, a gigantic symbol materialized from pure energy, trembling violently as it manifested the Ish Ngu. It radiated a dark purple light, imbued with an aura of endless desolation, immediately enveloping the entire gate. The interior of the gate distorted and blurred, as if connected to countless battlefields filled with anguished cries. A malevolent energy surged forth, resonating with the city's inherent desolation. The Gate of Wounds has descended. Chapter 54. Return. The dark purple radiance of the Ish Ngu imprinted itself upon the crumbling gate of the stone city like a wound. The Gate of Wounds swung open, revealing a distorted light that emanated an enticing temptation for the soul. The path to escape this deathly prison was tantalizingly close. Now, Zhou Yi's voice rose above the aftermath of the gate's arrival, seizing the fleeting opportunity to breach the gate. Without further ado, the four formed the most cohesive alliance, unleashing their strongest contract powers in an instant. LISH Stone Guard. Shun Xinu forcefully pressed her hands downward, and countless crumbling stones on either side of the gate coalesced into 2 colossal stone hands, blocking out the sun, with an overwhelming momentum capable of crushing mountains. The giant hands descended upon Wan Chongba, one from the left and one from the right. This was the absolute advantage granted to her by the stone city, representing her most powerful strike. JNLI Thunderstrike. In the sky, Lei Wanyang's body crackled with surging lightning, his hands forming a grip as a furious pillar of silvery thunder coalesced into a spear aimed directly at Wan Chongba's head. YZHN. Zhou Yi swiftly approached, channeling all his intent and power into his fingertips, unleashing a nearly transparent arc of blade light that silently sliced through the air, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at Wan Chongba's body. 3 distinct yet perfectly synchronized forces converged upon Wan Chongba in that singular moment. The colossal stone hands closed in like a collapsing mountain, completely engulfing his imposing figure. The pure white thunderbolt crashed into the center of the debris. Erupting in a blinding flash and a deafening roar, Zhou Yi's slicing strike yanked Wanchongba from the rubble, sending both him and the stones crashing against the left wall, forcibly driving him away from the gate. Dust and debris mixed with dancing arcs of electricity shot skyward, leaving a massive crater in the left wall, the shockwave causing the remaining stone walls to tremble and crumble. We did it. Zhou Yi, Lei Wanyang, and Shun Xinu exchanged glances, a silent consensus forming in an instant. Xinu, go now, Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang shouted in unison, their bodies advancing rather than retreating, serving as two barriers, standing firm against the dissipating dust and the gate of wounds. Luo Qi exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the healing domain, the green light enveloping the path ahead, providing Shun Xinu with her final safe passage. Seizing the moment, Shun Xinu dashed toward the gate of wounds, the debris parting beneath her feet as if the very earth was yielding to her. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. She raced toward the gate, the distorted radiance almost within reach, the hope of life right before her. None shall escape. A voice, seemingly from the depths of hell, erupted from the heart of the dissipating dust storm, infused with boundless fury. Like thunder on a clear day, it shook the entire stone city. Amidst the swirling dust, Wanchongba rose from the crater, his hair disheveled, his face smeared with blood and dirt. Yet his eyes burned with a mad intensity more ferocious than lava. With a surge of power, he transformed into a streak of dark light, hurtling toward Shun Xinu, who stood before the gate of wounds. His speed was greater than before, his ferocity intensified. An enraged beast was the most lethal of all. Lei Wanyang and Zhou Yi reacted swiftly, stepping forward to intercept Wanchongba, creating an opening for Shun Xinu to breach the gate. Lei Wanyang instantly converted the power of JNLI into a defensive stance, enveloping himself in a thick shield of lightning. Crossing his arms in a protective block, bracing to withstand the impending assault. YZHN. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, the blade-like energy once again flashing at his fingertips, seeking a weakness in Wanchongba's desperate strike. However, with Shun Xinu having left the battlefield to seize the gate, they lost the advantage of LISH and the supportive damage of Li NXNZHU, leaving Zhou Yi and Lei Wanyang to bear the brunt of Wanchongba's onslaught. Crush him. S right fist, infused with the power to shatter mountains, struck fiercely against Lei Wanyang's crossed arms. A resounding crack echoed through the air, the sound of shattering reminiscent of glass. The lightning shield enveloping Lei Wanyang's form fractured, his arms bending at an unnatural angle as he was sent hurtling into a pile of rubble, as if struck by a high-speed train. The essence of slaughter was upon them, a deadly intent emanating from Wanchongba's left fist, transformed into a claw-like shape. Its 5 fingers poised to grasp Zhou Yi's head with a swift, predatory motion, dark, destructive energy swirling at his fingertips. Just as Zhou Yi's Yizhan blade met Wanchongba's arm, it was violently dispersed by the overwhelming wave of murderous intent, casting a shadow of death that left no room for response. In that critical moment, a faint green aura enveloped Zhou Yi, the power of Qiyu rapidly mending the injuries inflicted by the onslaught of lethal intent. Instinctively, Zhou Yi retreated with great urgency. In a brief encounter, deprived of Shun Xinyu's support, both he and Lei Wanyang found themselves at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the healing effects of Qiyu, they would have suffered grievous injuries by now. The once solid triangle of their alliance had become vulnerable in the absence of one crucial member. The disparity in the words exchanged was starkly evident. Shun Xinyu stood at the edge of the shimmering purple light of the injury gate. A mere step forward would allow her to escape this besieged city. Yet, she hesitated. Behind her stood the faltering Zhou Yi, the recently repelled Lei Wanyang, and the weary Luo Qi, who was desperately maintaining the healing domain. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. She recalled the incident at Xuanwu Lake, where Qi Bing wielded ice, having the opportunity to cross the gate alone, but choosing to stay and fight beside Guoruanyu against Wanchongba. At this moment, she felt a profound kinship with that experience. She faced a similar dilemma. If she crossed the injury gate alone, Zhou Yi, Lei Wanyang, and even Luo Qi would fall into utter despair before the frenzied Wanchongba and the treacherous Jin Shixia. They had created a chance for her, yet she would abandon them to their fates? The resolve crystallized in a flash. The last vestige of doubt vanished from Shun Xinyu's eyes, replaced by an unwavering determination. She pivoted abruptly, turning her back on the alluring purple light of the injury gate, resolutely returning to the heart of the battlefield. Rational calculations raced through her mind. If the three of them united, utilizing the advantageous terrain of Shirtu City with LISH, in conjunction with Yizhan and Junlei, they could potentially counter or even suppress Wanchongba. The fleeting victory they had just experienced was proof of this. If she remained, their collaboration might yield an opportunity to decisively defeat Wan Zhongba, forcing him to lift Ba Min Kuando. This was the true path to survival. A way for all three of them to live. Luo Qi. Shen Sinyu's clear voice pierced through the battlefield's chaos, reaching the ears of the physician who was maintaining the healing. Luo Qi looked up in confusion, only to see Shen Sinyu brush past him, returning to the main battleground. She patted Luo Qi's shoulder, saying, "This injury gate is your fee for treatment. You should go." Fee for treatment? Luo Qi's mind momentarily went blank, soon engulfed by a wave of joy and disbelief. They truly remembered him. They were genuinely offering him this precious chance for escape. He turned back abruptly, his gaze drawn to the alluring purple light of the injury gate, his heart racing with the prospect of survival within reach. Shen Sinyu had moved like a steadfast rock, positioning herself beside the wavering Zhou Yi. Lei Wanyang emerged from the rubble, silently landing above them. Together, the three formed a solid triangle, standing against the returning demonic force of Wan Zhongba. "Sinyu, you should not have returned," Zhou Yi exclaimed, a hint of surprise lacing his reproach. "That was one of our few opportunities." Lei Wanyang stared at Shen Sinyu. "My lady, this is not the time for recklessness." In response to their admonitions, a resolute smile graced Shen Sinyu's face, reminiscent of a last stand. Ignoring their concerns, her gaze was fixed upon Wan Zhongba, who momentarily faltered at her return. "If we defeat him," she declared, her voice low yet resonating with undeniable strength, "we shall all be able to leave." Wan Zhongba, observing Shen Sinyu's return and the reformation of the trio, broke into a grotesque grin. "Good, good, good. Stay, and I shall tear you all apart and feed you to the stones." The furious energy of Ba Chongdo surged anew, heralding the onset of an even more brutal clash. Meanwhile, at the threshold of the injury gate, Luo Qi had already placed one foot upon the edge of the glowing aura. In an instant, he felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell, his body rooted in place. Slowly, he turned his head back. The earlier elation faded, replaced by an ineffable sense of disorientation. His gaze traversed the swirling dust, landing upon Zhou Yi, Shen Sinyu, and Lei Wanyang, who stood resolutely prepared. How could the doctor leave first? His lips parted slightly, as if to voice something. Yet, the foot that had crossed into the glow of the injury gate felt burdened with the weight of the world, unable to advance even an inch. The purple light of the injury gate flowed silently behind him, casting a stark silhouette of his rigid form, exuding an overwhelming sense of solitude. Chapter 55. The doctor. The purple light of the injury gate flowed silently behind him, its allure akin to a serpent's tongue, tantalizing Luo Qi's senses. Just one more step, and he could escape this blood-soaked city of Nanjing. Yet, Luo Qi's steps felt as though they were rooted, firmly anchored at the edge of the luminescent aura. He turned his head stiffly, his eyes locking onto the three figures that had reformed into a battle array. Suddenly, an indescribable bitterness surged through Luo Qi's nostrils, conjuring memories sealed deep within his mind, accompanied by the scent of antiseptic and the cold glare of surgical lights. He recalled vividly the moment when chaos erupted. Above him loomed the blinding surgical lights, as he lay upon the cold operating table. His body lay anesthetized, yet his consciousness remained curiously alert as he awaited surgery. Indeed, Luo Qi was not a physician. He was merely a patient on the operating table, the unfortunate recipient of fate's cruel jest, having been diagnosed with terminal liver cirrhosis. He had suffered greatly from his affliction, and the probability of success for this operation was a mere 30%. The lead surgeon, Han Yu, was one of the few in this hospital willing to undertake such a precarious procedure, and he was also the most likely to perform a miracle. However, just as the surgery commenced, an unexpected twist occurred, and a voice echoed through the world. The unjust game has 3 rules. By the time Luo Qi regained his composure, all the surgical assistants had vanished, leaving only him and Han Yu, the surgeon, as the sole survivors. Deep within his consciousness, Luo Qi sensed the presence of an ominous tome, the Bu Ez Dian, which revealed the rules of the unjust game. Terror washed over him like a frigid tide, engulfing his awakened mind. The rules were stark and unyielding. To kill is to seize the word. The scalpel was poised in Han Yu's hand, with a mere thrust. It could pierce Luo Qi's heart or sever his carotid artery, leading to his immediate demise, thus granting Han Yu the coveted word. The character Yu was already inscribed in Han Yu's name. In the depths of his consciousness, Luo Qi could clearly see the slot for the word Qi Yu. It was evident that this was a blessing capable of healing wounds. What an immense temptation it presented for Han Yu, to extinguish the life of a dying patient and claim his word in exchange for formidable healing powers. Luo Qi's heart plummeted into despair. He felt like a frog pinned to a dissection table, awaiting the removal of its organs. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly and closely. Yet, the anticipated demise did not arrive. The scalpel continued to move with precision, excising the surrounding adhesions, and rather than taking his life, Han Yu persisted with the operation. The surgery, already fraught with low odds of success, now faced an exponential increase in difficulty with the absence of all assisting personnel, plunging them deeper into the abyss of despair. Luoqi could sense a barely perceptible tremor in Han Yu's hands, and the sound of sweat dripping resonated starkly within the silent operating room. The failure of the surgery seemed inevitable. The cold grip of death once again tightened around Luoqi's throat. At that moment, Han Yu halted his movements, and an eerie silence enveloped the operating room. A sigh, laden with exhaustion and self-mockery, escaped Han Yu's lips, deep and hoarse yet unmistakably clear. Just now, he seemed to be muttering to himself, or perhaps confiding in Luoqi. For a fleeting moment, I wished for the surgery to fail. Luoqi's heart seized with dread. Should he fail, Luoqi would perish. It would not be Han Yu's doing. Rather, it would be the failure of the surgery, the illness, the will of fate, allowing him to claim Luoqi's word without remorse. Han Yu's voice was rife with anguish and struggle. This way, I could live on, survive within this damned rule. Luoqi's heart sank lower still. Was this the essence of humanity? This was indeed the unjust game. Yet, suddenly, Han Yu's voice rose, filled with a near-roaring resolve. How frustrating. Damn the obligations of a doctor. I am the one who swore the Hippocratic Oath, and yet I cannot. I cannot allow a patient on the operating table to meet his end without intervention. I cannot bring myself to end a life for my own survival. Luoqi was taken aback. A torrent of indescribable warmth mixed with absurdity surged through his nearly hopeless consciousness. This game, known as the unjust game, is it? Han Yu's voice suddenly calmed, imbued with a sense of clarity and an unusual determination. It was only a hair's breadth away, just a moment more, and I would have truly succumbed to injustice. He paused, and it seemed the scalpel had withdrawn from Luoqi's body. Then, I shall wield the righteousness of a doctor to counter this accursed game. Luoqi perceived Han Yu's movements. He grasped the scalpel. Yet its cold blade did not point towards Luoqi. A sharp sound pierced the silence as the blade met flesh. Following this, a heavy body collapsed onto Luoqi. I despise such rules. Take Miu character. Han Yu's voice weakened, laden with labored breaths and pain, yet it remained remarkably clear. By forming Qiyu, you can heal yourself. In doing so, it will still be me who has healed you. With a triumphant smile, Han Yu declared, in this unjust game, I have triumphed. His voice fell silent. Luoqi's consciousness felt as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer, an overwhelming shock engulfing him. He sensed a warm energy, imbued with an extraordinary vitality, emanating from the fallen Han Yu, transforming into 2 pages of characters. Upon touching the character Yu, the character merged with the depths of his consciousness, forming the blessing of Qiyu. Qiyu, capable of healing all physical wounds. An immense healing power surged through him, rapidly closing the surgical incision, while the affliction that had plagued him for so long melted away like snow, restoring strength to his body. Luoqi sprang upright from the operating table, gazing into the empty operating room, the surgical lights casting a cold glow, with Han Yu's nameplate lying on the ground. Doctor? Luoqi choked, clutching the nameplate as if grasping a heavy burden he must bear. He shed his blood-stained hospital gown and donned a nearby white coat, rummaging through Han Yu's belongings to find a blank physician's business card, trembling as he inscribed his name upon it. Luoqi, doctor. He vowed to survive, to live by the name of Qiyu that Han Yu had bestowed upon him through sacrifice, to exist as a physician. This was the justice he must uphold. His means of engaging in this unjust game. The memories of the moment of transformation dissipated like a receding tide, leaving only the sharp ache in his heart and the sting in his eyes. Amidst the ruins of Shiduching, the scene before him grew clear once more. Doctor, Luoqi murmured, his voice raspy as if it were the sound of sandpaper scraping against wood. Doctor, how can one retreat first? How can one betray the justice that is defined by life itself? The violet light emanating from the wound gate swirled behind Luoqi like an ethereal apparition, stripping away all temptation. He abruptly turned, resolute and unhesitating. A figure, imbued with a fierce determination, surged into the perilous heart of the battlefield, standing resolutely behind Zhou Yi and his companions. With arms outstretched, he summoned all his contract power and struck his palms forcefully against the blood-soaked earth. Qiyu Life Spring. Centered around Luoqi's palms, a rich emerald aura burst forth like a gushing spring, instantly enveloping the area beneath Zhou Yi and his companions. Wherever the aura reached, it rapidly healed their bodily injuries and continuously replenished their surging vitality. Luoqi, Zhou Yi exclaimed, turning in shock. Luoqi lifted his head, a look of relief and determination gracing his features, his voice resonating clearly within the light of the life spring. Medical assistance is in place. Chapter 56. Changing characters above the ruins of Shirtu City, the emerald light of the life spring bloomed like a flower of vitality, defiantly spreading within the pervasive smoke of battle. The conflict between the two factions had devolved into a fierce struggle, one side wielding the ferocious three-character incantation and the other a meticulously coordinated four-member team fortified by the continuous support of the life spring, rendering it difficult to determine a victor. At this critical juncture, a cold and precise killing intent, slithering like a venomous serpent, permeated the air. Jin Xie had also joined the fray. He had circled the periphery like a patient hunter, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Now, witnessing the four-person team seemingly gaining the upper hand with the life spring's assistance, he could no longer hold back. Xie Jin Thousand Needles. Adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes devoid of emotion, Jin Xie's fingers danced rhythmically as if playing a piano, activating the scattered metallic shards, broken rivets, and twisted copper bars across the battlefield with an imperceptible force. Like magnetized bullets aimed directly at the defenseless Luo Qi, sustaining the life spring's domain. Be careful. Lei Wanyang was the first to sense the danger, forcing himself to divert his attention as several bolts of thunder surged forth like a barrier against the metallic storm aimed at Luo Qi. Shen Sinyu's expression shifted as she swiftly conjured several stone shields to coalesce before Luo Qi. The cacophony of metallic collisions ensued as the shards were thwarted by Lei Wanyang's thunder and Shen Sinyu's shields, although no fatal injuries were inflicted. This sudden ambush disrupted the rhythm of the four-person team. With Jin Xie's involvement, the battle intensified, leaving all 6 participants stretched thin and unable to attend to the already open wound gate. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, beside the swirling dark violet hue of the wound gate, a somewhat youthful voice, laced with jest and surprise, rang out, cutting through the deafening cacophony of combat. What a lively fight. I initially thought there was no chance of victory, yet it seems I might just seize an opportunity. The actions of all paused. Perched atop the crumbled archway of the city gate, a boy sat cross-legged, his legs swinging, a sly and relieved smile adorning his face. None other than Gong Zhe, the boy from Migong, encountered the previous day at Zhongshanling. He patted the glazed tiles beneath him, grinning as he remarked, "Time is of the essence. This, Migong, is a bit hastily arranged. Just managing to connect the stone forest space with the city gate. I couldn't create the infinite steps like yesterday." But he raised his chin with pride. "It suffices for me to arrive at this gate instantly." Gong Zhe's Migong is a spatial domain-type incantation that establishes a contract with a specific range of space, allowing the matching of entrances and exits based on set conditions. Due to time constraints after the failure at Zhongshanling, he only had 1 day to set the conditions, resulting in a rudimentary entrance and exit connecting a location within the stone forest to the city gate, enabling direct access from the stone forest to the city gate. Had he arrived at the city gate without intervention, he would have been swiftly eliminated by Wan Chongba. But now, amidst the mutual struggle, the fisherman benefits. And with everyone stretched thin, Gong Zhe easily approached the unguarded city gate. His gaze swept over the astonished crowd below before landing on the alluring violet light of the wound gate entrance. With a single step, he could successfully escape the entrapment of Nanjing. Turning around, he called out to Zhou Yi, who was fiercely battling Wan Chongba. "Hey, that formidable big brother." Zhou Yi, desperately evading Wan Chongba's lethal strikes while also contending with the interference from Jin Xie's metallic shards, barely lifted his head, his eyes narrowing as they scanned the city gate's apex. Gong Zhe, with a playful tone, addressed him. "Yesterday you breached my life gate, leaving me to toil in vain. Today, consider this wound gate your repayment. Let us consider this matter settled." Zhou Yi frowned, lacking the time to engage in this child's bargaining. Wan Chongba's fist, reeking of blood, was already upon him. He could only grit his teeth and sidestep, unleashing Yizhan to counter that devastating force, his arm resonating with numbing shock. Lei Shi Stone Gate. Shen Sinyu lowered one hand and abruptly conjured a stone door in front of the city gate, firmly blocking the entrance to the wound gate. Although the wound gate had been opened, even if Shen Sinyu and the others did not pass through for the moment, they could not allow a third party to gain the advantage unchallenged. Diverting a portion of her contract power, Shen Sinyu sealed the city gate with solid rock, preventing Gong Zhe from passing through the wound gate. Gong Zhe touched the stone door before him, showing no signs of urgency. Instead, he leisurely turned around, his voice rising with confident delight as he called out to Zhou Yi. "I have another offer for you, big brother." He deliberately elongated his tone, clearly stating, "You are the potato that does not eat tomatoes, right?" Zhou Yi's heart tightened sharply. That was indeed his anonymous identity in the public forum's trading zone. How could Gong Zhe know? Could it be? Gong Zhe, as if reading Zhou Yi's thoughts, swung his legs and continued speaking. "You left a message on the forum, offering to exchange for Yang, Li, and Xian characters. That character, he intentionally kept it a secret, right here with me." He pointed to his own nose, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I wasn't sure who it was at first, But the auspicious phrase you called out, Ijan, right? It indicates you possess the character, which indeed complements that character perfectly. I guess it must be you. Zhou Yi's heart instinctively raced. Gongzhe is the traitor from the forum. And the character he desperately desires is the crucial piece that will completely enhance his own auspicious system, which astonishingly is in Gongzhe's hands. And he has brought it up willingly. Gongzhe continued, how about exchanging this door for that character? The immense temptation clashed violently with the lethal crisis on the battlefield. And Zhou Yi clearly fell into hesitation. He was extremely concerned about the situation at the city gate, and his evasive actions became somewhat sluggish, ultimately failing to dodge the heavy blow from Wan Chongba, being forcefully knocked back against the stone wall. The deal is done. Shen Sinyu's cold voice rang out, imbued with undeniable resolution. She perceived Zhou Yi's hesitation and instantly discerned his deep desire for that character, as well as the immense value the transaction held for the subsequent battle. Shen Sinyu made the decision for Zhou Yi. Shen Sinyu declared, Leisure is yours. Boom. The ground beneath Zhou Yi surged violently. A massive rock shot up like an elevator, accompanied by a howling wind, swiftly propelling Zhou Yi towards the city gate where Gongzhe stood, moving as fast as a launched cannonball. Jin Shixia furrowed his brows and shot out several metallic fragments in an attempt to obstruct them, but they were precisely struck down by Lei Wanyang's desperate, thunderous blasts. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi was securely delivered to the city gate by the colossal rock hand, mere inches away from Gongzhe. Gongzhe flipped his palm, revealing an ancient character tablet radiating faint spatial waves and shimmering golden light, inscribed with a positional character. Almost simultaneously, Shen Sinyu deactivated the Leisure stone door. The stone door blocking the city gate abruptly descended, swiftly retreating into the ground, revealing the alluring purple light of the injury door once more. This positional character is now yours. Gongzhe cheerfully tossed the character tablet to Zhou Yi. His motion as casual as tossing a piece of candy. Zhou Yi grasped it, feeling a coolness in his hand, as a peculiar wave surged through his arm and into his body, manifesting within his dictionary space. The transaction was complete, and Zhou Yi recorded the positional character. Just as Zhou Yi obtained the positional character tablet and felt a strong resonance from the character in his dictionary, the unjust dictionary within the depths of his consciousness radiated brilliantly, with two ancient characters perfectly interlocking in the word slot. Wei. Chapter 57. Wei at the city gate of Shirtu City. Gongzhe gazed at the injury door swirling with purple light behind him and gently waved his hand. I wish you good fortune. Gongzhe's figure vanished like a stone thrown into water, instantly disappearing into the swirling dark purple halo of the injury door. The hexagram symbol above the city gate glowed brightly, then rapidly dimmed and shrank like burnt embers, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The fourth positional door, the injury door, has closed. Zhou Yi successfully traded for the positional character, forming the auspicious phrase, Wei. However, the brief silence was violently shattered by a ferocious killing intent. In the fleeting moments after Zhou Yi left the front lines and completed the transaction, the situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn. Due to Zhou Yi's absence, Wan Chongba relentlessly suppressed Shen Sinyu and Lei Wanyang, their frantic attacks swiftly forcing the two into a disadvantage. Jin Shixia seized the lethal gap left by Zhou Yi's absence. He adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze precisely locking onto the rear of the battlefield as he pressed his hands against the ground, exerting all his effort to maintain the Qiyu healing spring domain. Luo Qi is the medical assurance of the four-member team, the cornerstone enabling them to stand firm against Wan Chongba's frenzied assaults, yet also the weakest link in their defense. Qiyu can swiftly heal damage, but if struck fatally, instantly destroying the brain or heart, no amount of healing can save them. Jin Shixia was evidently well aware of this, patiently waiting for the opportunity to strike. Xiejin bone-piercing. Jin Shixia uttered a low command, his right hand's index and middle fingers aligned, the tips surrounded by a concentrated metallic gleam. A needle, thin as a cow's hair yet shimmering with deadly golden light, shot towards Luo Qi's unguarded nape at a speed surpassing visual perception, targeting the brain center. Seeking a single lethal strike, Shen Sinyu was currently wielding Leisure to fend off Wan Chongba's Bengshi heavy punches, catching a glimpse of that golden light in her peripheral vision. Her pupils constricting, Luo Qi. Shen Sinyu wanted to rescue him, but Wan Chongba's fists, imbued with destructive power, struck again, leaving her no opportunity to withdraw. Lei Wanyang had just exchanged blows with Wan Chongba's Lucier claw strike and was being forced to retreat repeatedly by Benshir's advance. Seeing the golden light shooting towards Luo Qi, he attempted to intercept with thunder, but a cunning metallic fragment shot directly at his face, forcing him to divert his attention for defense. Shen Sinyu and Lei Wanyang were both unable to spare a moment. Luo Qi pressed his hands firmly against the ground, pouring all his thoughts and strength into the Qiyu domain. maintaining the lifeline for the three in front battling fiercely. He sensed the chilling aura of death approaching from behind his head. He wanted to defend himself, but his body, rendered stiff and slow from the immense output of power, was incapable of any combat response, leaving him in despair as he awaited the golden needle to pierce his skull. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The fatal golden needle was less than 3 inches from Luo Qi's nape. Wei, a voice, calm to the extreme, thundered in Luo Qi's ear. It was Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi activated Wei, having no time to fully comprehend the intricacies of the new auspicious phrase. His intent instinctively locked onto Luo Qi's spatial coordinates. And the power of Wei instantly surged forth. Buzz. Luo Qi felt the scenery before him abruptly blur, as if space itself were being forcefully twisted and folded. An irresistible force enveloping his entire being. The next moment, he found himself safely distanced from the suffocating shadow of death, landing steadily in a relatively secure area near the city gate. In the very location he occupied, Zhou Yi's figure appeared like a phantom, instantly exchanging positions with his opponent. The moment Zhou Yi manifested, the deadly golden needle was nearly within reach, yet he was well prepared. His right hand, fingers poised like a sword, coalesced the brilliance of Yizhan at his fingertips, a glimmer of light that struck with unparalleled precision, severing the needle as fine as a cow's hair. With a sharp sound, the lethal golden needle, forged from the incantation of Jin Qi Xie Jin, was expertly cleaved in two under the insightful advantage granted by Yizhan. The severed pieces of the needle fell to the ground, devoid of power, clattering like mundane iron. Zhou Yi exhaled softly, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. It was his first real combat use of Wei Yi, and the tremendous mental strain of forcibly distorting space and exchanging coordinates far exceeded his expectations, as if a significant portion of his spirit had been abruptly drained. Zhou Yi quickly realized the terrifying burden on his mental energy that such incantations involving spatial rules imposed. He could at most activate it 3 times within a short span, lest his mental faculties risk total collapse. Luo Qi, still shaken, promptly placed his hands on the ground, invoking Qi Yu to summon a spring of healing energy. A faint green halo radiated steadily, resiliently, sustaining the battlefield. Jin Qi Xian narrowed his eyes. His previously assured ambush had been foiled by Zhou Yi in such an unpredictable manner, causing his brows to furrow deeply for the first time. Adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflected an icy glint as he let out a barely perceptible sigh. Wei Yi, spatial exchange, truly a troublesome ability. Zhou Yi's incantation received critical reinforcement, complicating the situation further. Lei Wanyang, invigorated, seized the moment when Wan Chongba was momentarily stalled by Zhou Yi's sudden appearance and the thwarted ambush. The power of Jun Lei surged forth, and several robust lightning serpents lashed out like frenzied silver whips towards Wan Chongba. Lei Shi erupted. Shen Xinyu also seized the opportunity, as the ground erupted with sharp stone spikes, blocking Wan Chongba's avenues for evasion. Zhou Yi rejoined the fray, employing Yizhan with the stealth of a phantom-like assassin, launching precise strikes from Wan Chongba's blind spots. The trio coordinated seamlessly, and under the continual nurturing of Luo Qi's Qi Yu, they truly forced Wan Chongba back into a precarious position once more. The power of Bajongdo remained formidable. Yet with the intricate teamwork of the four and the advantageous terrain of the Stone City, Wan Chongba resembled a beast ensnared in a quagmire, with wounds inflicted by Yizhan multiplying upon him. Old Jin Qi Xie's voice resonated with keen analysis. The trap had been sprung, and their incantation combinations were becoming increasingly troublesome. Continuing this fight was futile. We must retreat. Nonsense. Wan Chongba's roar was filled with suppressed resentment and fury. His eyes burned crimson, fixating on Zhou Yi, the source of his humiliation, the shame searing his reason like a toxic fire. I will tear him apart and avenge my disgrace. Drawing a deep breath, his chest swelled like a bellows. The power of Bajongdo surged ferociously into his right arm, causing his muscles to swell dramatically as a destructive aura coalesced, seemingly piercing through the heavens. Bajongdo Guanyin. This was the ultimate sublimation of Guanshi, amalgamating the force of Beng, the intent to kill of Lu, the velocity of Ben, and the resilience of Yu. Wan Chongba's right arm transformed into an indomitable spear of annihilation, imbued with the will to pierce through all, locking onto Zhou Yi ahead. He intended to erase all his humiliation and rage with this single blow. However, in the face of this world-ending strike, Zhou Yi exhibited not fear, but a serene composure and sharp focus. He bellowed towards Lei Wanyang in the air and Shen Xinyu beside him. Attack me. Both Lei Wanyang and Shen Xinyu momentarily froze, almost convinced they had misheard. With Wan Chongba's concentrated strike bearing down, Zhou Yi was asking them to attack him? Trust me, attack me. Zhou Yi's voice rang with undeniable resolve, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wan Chongba, who approached like a meteor of destruction. In the blink of an eye, there was no time for hesitation. Lei Wanyang grasped Zhou Yi's intent, his eyes flashing with determination as he brought his hands together. Jun Lei Jaime, a deep purple pillar of annihilation, exuding the essence of obliteration, crashed down upon Zhou Yi, delivering the most powerful strike he could muster at that moment. Shin Sinew gritted her teeth, her hands thrusting downwards as if to press into the ground beneath Zhou Yi. Lei Shi erupted. A flurry of earth-toned stone spikes erupted from the ground, akin to a thorny jungle from hell, surging upwards with overwhelming force towards Zhou Yi. Simultaneously, Wan Chongba's spear of Guanyin, infused with his lifelong intent to kill and strength, was now less than 3 feet from Zhou Yi's heart. In the face of these 3 simultaneous attacks, Zhou Yi found himself ensnared in a seemingly inescapable predicament. Wei. Zhou Yi's consciousness was taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit, instantly locking onto Wan Chongba as the target. Chapter 58, The Fall of the Braid. Zhou Yi invoked the incantation of Wei Yi, and the space around him twisted and folded violently, causing his figure to vanish, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. In contrast, the force of Guanyin, hurtling towards him, could not resist the overwhelming spatial power that enveloped him in an instant. In a fleeting moment, Wan Chongba perceived the surroundings spinning wildly. Above him loomed the ferocious, deep purple lightning column, while below him lay the deadly stone spikes erupting with fervor. The power of Guanyin, once concentrated on his shoulder, lost its target due to the spatial exchange, resulting in a chaotic release of energy. What? Wan Chongba emitted a roar filled with rage and astonishment. Boom. The deafening explosion mingled with the dull sound of rocks being pierced. The deep purple lightning and earth-toned stone energy collided violently against Wan Chongba, pinning him in place. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's figure reappeared like a phantom at the terminus of Wan Chongba's original charge path, without a moment's pause, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. The brilliance of Yizhan coalesced in the right hand, embodying an unwavering will to pierce through all vulnerabilities, akin to a blade unsheathed, silently yet swiftly striking towards Wan Chongba's unguarded nape. With a roar, Wan Chongba's combat instincts, remarkably acute, enabled him to rely on the ultimate essence of Shanshi in the direst moment, propelling himself forward in a sudden dive while desperately twisting his head. With a sharp sound, the edge of Yizhan narrowly grazed the back of his skull. Although this strike did not sever his head, it precisely sheared off the long, dark braid at the back of Wan Chongba's head. A segment of the severed braid, tinged with strands of blood, floated gently in the air. Wan Chongba's hair fell in disarray, strands clinging to his dirt-streaked face, as an unprecedented sensation of humiliation surged through him, having been stripped of his dignity in public. He struggled to raise his head, gazing at the falling braid, then turning to see Zhou Yi standing behind him, a hand blade poised, his gaze icy. In those crimson eyes, alongside his fury, there flickered a hint of incredulous terror, a fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. Wan Chongba's chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding together. He fixed a furious glare on Zhou Yi, wishing he could consume him whole. Enough, Lao Wan, it is time to withdraw. Jin Shixia's cold voice echoed, carrying an undeniable command. He clearly observed that Zhou Yi, combined with Yizhan, was exceedingly peculiar. Shin Sinew's, Lei Shi, controlled the terrain. Lei Wanyang's, Jun Lei, wielded formidable power, and with Luo Qi's annoying Qiu, continuing to entangle in battle would not only prevent them from eliminating the adversary, but could also lead to Wan Chongba's downfall. Moreover, the injury gate had already closed, and Shitu Cheng was a battlefield favorable to the enemy. Persisting in fruitless consumption was meaningless. Wan Chongba abruptly turned, his blood-red eyes glaring at Jin Shixia. Lao Jin, what do you mean? The injury gate has been lost. Entanglement is futile. Jin Shixia adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over Wan Chongba. He coldly stated, "This is not a discussion." Humph. Wan Chongba let out a heavy snort, akin to the growl of a wounded beast. He cast one last glance at Zhou Yi, filled with unending resentment, as if to engrave his image into his very bones. Jin Shixia, without hesitation, retrieved a police-grade flashbang from his pocket, swiftly pulling the pin and hurling it between the four-man group and Wan Chongba. A hum, an excruciatingly bright white light, accompanied by a deafening explosion, instantly engulfed the entire space. The intense flash and sonic shockwave rendered all present momentarily blinded, with only a sharp, buzzing ringing in their ears. Wan Chongba abruptly turned, dragging his heavy steps, as he moved step by step towards the outskirts of Shitu Cheng, under the faint glow of Yushi Jin light. Each step kicking up fragments of stone, leaving behind deep crimson footprints. Jin Qixia cast a deep glance at the four who were on high alert, particularly focusing on Zhou Yi. He said nothing further, his figure silently merging into the shadows of the stone forest, vanishing from sight. When the blinding light and noise dissipated, and visibility was restored, the ruins of Shitu Cheng revealed only devastation and the fallen braid. The figures of Wan Zhongba and Jin Qixia had quietly disappeared. Zhou Yi's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, unable to sustain themselves any longer. His body swayed, and he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Shitu Cheng returned to its eerie silence, the only sound being the wind whispering through the stone crevices, mingled with the lingering scent of blood and charred remnants of slaughter. In this battle, the injury gate ultimately fell, and they had failed to compel Wan Zhongba to dismantle the 8 gates' entrapment. What lay ahead were merely 4 remaining gates. And the final confrontation in the Nanjing predicament was now imminent. Outside Shitu Cheng, in a concealed shadow of a mountain hollow, Jin Qixia supported the disheveled Wan Zhongba as they halted. Wan Zhongba forcefully shrugged off Jin Qixia's hand, leaning against the cold mountainside, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze with humiliation and resentment. Why retreat? Jin Qixia's voice regained its usual calm. The remaining gates cannot continue like this. He surveyed Wan Zhongba's disheveled state, his gaze behind the lenses deepening, from the opening gate to the resting gate, then to the life gate, and now to this injury gate. Your Bakhongdo advantage is gradually being diluted. He calmly analyzed. At first, you could easily crush Su Sishu's Jiaoxi before the resting gate. Qi Bing and Guoruan Yu could only barely restrain you, and at the life gate, Zhou Yi and his companions were also no match for you. Yet today he paused, pointing towards Shitu Cheng. They 4 could even force you into a disadvantage, severing your braid, merely due to the advantage of this broken stone. Wan Zhongba retorted defiantly, slamming a fist against the mountainside, stones cascading down. Not just the terrain. Jin Qixia shook his head. The intelligence of the 8-fold battle was gradually being deciphered by them, and they were continuously reinforcing their strategies. Your 3-character technique is no longer an insurmountable advantage. Continuing to rely on brute force to seize the gates will only plunge you deeper into a quagmire. It was merely a momentary lapse. Wan Zhongba roared, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with fury. The next gate, the Du Gate, and the Jing Gate, I will certainly make them pay the price, and let them see. He absolutely refused to acknowledge that his advantage was fading. Jin Qixia silently observed him, offering no rebuttal, merely adjusting his glasses. He stepped behind Wan Zhongba, gazing at the disheveled ends of his hair, severed by Yijan. Look at you. Your braid is all undone. Jin Qixia's voice revealed no emotion as he extended his right index finger, a nearly invisible metallic thread coiling around its tip. Allow me to assist you in tidying it up. Wan Zhongba, immersed in rage and humiliation, merely huffed irritably at the remark, disregarding it. Jin Qixia's finger glided through Wan Zhongba's greasy, disordered hair. The thread, as fine as a spider's silk yet remarkably resilient, under his meticulous control, moved silently among the strands. Soon, a braid bound by the metallic thread, seemingly indistinguishable from before, once again hung at the back of Wan Zhongba's head. Done. Jin Qixia withdrew his hand, the metallic glint at his fingertip quietly dissipating. Wan Zhongba irritably shook his head, feeling that the newly braided hair seemed a tad tighter than usual, accompanied by a barely perceptible chill, yet he did not delve deeper into it. He glared fiercely towards the direction of Shitu Cheng, as if he intended to consume everything within. Just wait and see. Wan Zhongba's voice resonated like the growl of a wounded beast, brimming with a thirst for blood. I still have one last move left. Tomorrow, I will instill fear in everyone once again. In the ominous stone forest, a foreboding shadow silently spread. Chapter 59. The raven Zhou Yi and his 3 companions traversed the desolate veins of the city, returning from Shitu Cheng to their temporary stronghold at the Shun family mansion. The heavy, intricately carved iron door closed behind them, sealing off the oppressive atmosphere of the city, granting them a sense of safety in their familiar surroundings. Zhou Yi sank onto the sofa, his rapid breaths echoing clearly in the silence. The consumption of Wei Yi against the Qi force exceeded all expectations. Each spatial shift felt akin to suffocating breathlessness, making the use of spatial blessings exceedingly demanding. Lei Wanyang stood in the shadows by the window, his posture still as erect as a javelin, yet his brow bore an inescapable weight, suggesting that the current circumstances were fraught with deep urgency. Luo Qi silently rummaged through the corner refrigerator, retrieving several bottles of mineral water to distribute among them, his movements imbued with the steady demeanor of a healer. But the depths of his eyes revealed an inescapable confusion and heaviness. He had forsaken the path of survival, choosing instead to remain, and the burden of that choice became increasingly palpable with the passage of time. There are still 4 doors remaining. Xun Yi's voice shattered the silence, his gaze sweeping over his companions. We are already 4. Lei Wanyang turned, the moonlight outlining the stark contours of his hardened profile. For doors, we four. Each door is our only path to survival. His voice was not loud, yet it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. The brutal arithmetic was cold and unforgiving. The number of surviving noble guests in Nanjing City remained unknown, yet it could not be few. 4 paths to survival could not possibly accommodate all. This implied that if they wished to escape, they must seize all remaining doors, leaving no opportunity for anyone else. Otherwise, someone would inevitably be left behind, becoming the final sacrifice in the 8 doors confinement, buried alongside this dead city. The air seemed to congeal. Luo Qi's hand, poised to offer water, froze midair. What if we force Wan Chongba to lift the confinement? Luo Qi's voice carried a faint glimmer of hope, breaking the heavy silence. It is difficult. There has been no success since the showman. Shen Xinyu spoke, her voice as cold as ice beads falling to the ground. The Ba Chong Do is a tri-character incantation, integrating both offense and defense, with almost no weaknesses. Shen Yi nodded. Ensure Tu Chong. With the combined power of the 4 of us, leveraging the geographical advantage in our newly acquired Wei Yi, we merely severed his braid without inflicting any real damage to his essence. Lei Wanyang analyzed further. His Yu Shi defense is astonishing. Shan Shi is incredibly agile. Ben Shi has explosive speed, and Guan Shi and Beng Shi possess immense destructive power. To completely subdue him and force him to lift the 8 doors confinement, our strength alone is insufficient. Luo Qi lowered his head, gazing at his outstretched hands, capable of healing severed limbs yet powerless against the despair of their predicament. He murmured, "Is there truly no other way?" The weight of helplessness hung heavily in his words. The hall descended into a deeper silence. Dust floated silently beneath the pale moonlight, akin to the powdered remnants of time. A sense of powerlessness, like creeping vines, quietly ensnared each heart. It was destined that someone must sacrifice. This was an unsolvable paradox, a cage meticulously crafted for them by the 8 doors confinement. Just as this suffocating silence threatened to crush them, a sudden caw rang out, sharply piercing the stillness of the mansion. The 4 instantly became alert, their nerves taut, their gazes darting towards the source of the sound. Outside a shattered high window, a raven, as black as coal, perched steadily on the windowsill. It tilted its head, blood-red irises glinting with an eerie sheen under the moonlight, assessing the 4 within the hall without a trace of fear. A bird? Lei Wanyang furrowed his brow, his right hand instinctively raising slightly. A flicker of electricity dancing between his fingers. It is a raven. Shen Yi's pupils constricted, fixating on the creature. The raven cocked its head, blinking its eyes with an uncanny agility. It was evident at a glance that this was no ordinary bird. Those eyes bore an air of scrutiny and intent. It must be an incantation. Someone is controlling it, Shen Yi asserted confidently. Shen Xinyu silently gripped the armrest of the sofa, her mental energy highly concentrated. Ready to activate, Lei Shi. Luo Qi instinctively took a half-step back, his breathing quickening. In a world where rules had descended, any anomaly signified danger. Yet, the raven seemed devoid of malice. It flapped its wings lightly, soaring from the windowsill, gracefully circling the vast hall, its movements almost eerily elegant. Eventually, it flew directly towards the open Nanjing City map on the table, landing squarely in the center, on the blue section representing Xuanwu Lake. The 4 held their breath, their attention fixated on this unexpected guest. No, it should be called an unexpected bird. The raven lowered its head, gently pecking at the location of Xuanwu Lake with its hard beak, producing a soft tapping sound. Then, it lifted its small head, its blood-red irises sweeping across the 4, as if confirming their comprehension. Subsequently, it abruptly lowered its head again, its beak moving swiftly, pointing towards an open area adjacent to Xuanwu Lake marked as Pingy Square. Having completed this, the raven raised its head once more, blinking its eyes with a deftness that seemed to carry a hint of urgency. It is guiding us. Luo Qi's voice trembled with incredulity. Xuanwu Lake, Pingy Square? Shen Yi fixed his gaze on the spot on the map that had been pecked, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. Xuanwu Lake was the location of the Xiumen, which had been traversed previously, and now the Xiumen was closed. This raven, controlled by an incantation, was directing them to a location near a closed portal. What could this mean? A trap? Or perhaps a turning point? The crow appeared somewhat impatient, emitting a brief call before taking flight, circling above the 4 individuals, and then heading directly towards the broken window on the other side of the mansion, leading towards Xuanwu Lake. The crow hovered outside the shattered window, glancing back at them, its blood-red eyes shimmering in the darkness, silently conveying a clear message. Follow me. Has this bird become sentient? Rocky exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Yi stood up, moving to the window to stand alongside Lei Wanyang, their gazes piercing through the darkness towards the direction indicated by the crow. The city, shrouded in night, resembled a dormant behemoth, with the crows serving as the only flickering, enigmatic flame in the obscurity. Let us take a look. Zhou Yi's voice resonated with determination, his eyes unusually sharp. He turned to Shinsinyu and Rocky, asserting that the situation could hardly worsen than it already was. The crow represented an unpredictable variable amidst their dire straits. Regardless of whether it led to an abyss or a path to salvation, it was worth investigating. Remaining passive would only lead to demise. With a disdainful snort, Lei Wanyang stepped forward without hesitation. He pushed open the creaking broken window, allowing the night breeze, infused with the essence of the city, to rush in. Lead the way. He called out to the crow outside, his figure agilely leaping through the window and landing steadily on the cold stone steps. Shinsinyu swiftly followed in Lei Wanyang's footsteps, merging into the nocturnal shadows beyond the window. Rocky took a deep breath, suppressing his fears and confusion, and hurried after them. The entirely black crow emitted a satisfied low caw, flapping its wings and soaring ahead, like a silent, ghostly guide, leading them to the shores of Xuanwu Lake, towards an unknown place named Hepping Square. The night was as dark as ink, the path ahead uncertain, with only the faint sound of the crow's wings parting the air, striking the taut nerves in the desolate city. Chapter 60. The assembly. Zhou Yi and his companions followed the crow to a location near Xuanwu Lake. The night enveloped the contours of the lakeside in an inky darkness. The deserted city appeared profoundly silent, save for the crunching of their footsteps and the rustling of the crow's wings cutting through the night wind ahead. Before long, a vast open square came into view, laid bare under dim lighting. More striking were the scattered figures within the square. Clearly, they were not the only ones summoned by the crow. Since the onset of the upheaval, it was the first time Zhou Yi had encountered so many people. They leaned against broken Roman columns, stood at the edges of a dried-up fountain, or simply occupied the central open space. Distanced from one another by several meters, they resembled isolated islands. Their presence marked by silence, vigilance, and a stifled atmosphere permeating the air. Zhou Yi's gaze swept across the assembly like a probing needle. When it passed over two figures near the lakeshore, his pupils constricted slightly. It was Qi Bing and Guo Ruinyu. The memory of their collaboration against the formidable Zhang Ba during the battle at Hushimen was vivid in his mind. Guo Ruinyu spotted Zhou Yi, turning to him with a warm smile that radiated youthful exuberance, waving from afar. Beside him, Qi Bing maintained her characteristic frosty demeanor, her cool gaze briefly resting on Zhou Yi and his companions, offering a barely perceptible nod as a greeting. The four of them instinctively positioned themselves at a relatively open area on the edge of the square, maintaining a subtle distance from the others. Lei Wanyang crossed his arms, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd like a hawk, assessing every potential ally or threat's capabilities and intentions. Shinsinyu stood quietly half a step behind Zhou Yi, her cold eyes fixed on the center of the square, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding tension. Rocky appeared somewhat anxious, subconsciously inching closer to Zhou Yi. Following them, two more individuals entered the square from different directions, their movements cautious as they integrated into the islands of darkness. Including the four of them, the square now housed a total of 11 guests. 11 taut strings, under the countdown to death, were forcibly brought together by a flock of crows. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon arose in the center of the square, in the most open area. A group of crows, which had been circling low, responded to an invisible summons, emitting a low, chaotic cacophony as they surged together. They flapped their wings, jostling against one another, and in an instant, formed a black platform, suspended about half a meter above the ground, constantly shifting and pulsating. A figure gracefully descended onto this bizarre pedestal made of living birds. It was a young girl clad in a fitted black leather outfit, accentuating her elongated, powerful silhouette. With a neat head of deep purple hair gently swaying in the night breeze, her face bore an air of coldness and control that transcended her age. Her gaze sharp as a blade. As she surveyed each guest in the square, her expression conveyed a sense of superiority. Casually, she seated herself upon the throne upheld by the crows, her legs crossed, exuding an air of ease, as if the living beings beneath her were not creatures, but the most obedient of servants. The bird hunter. Shinsinyu whispered in Zhou Yi's ear like an icy droplet falling onto jade. This is my tribute. The bird hunter raised a slender hand, and a crow promptly alighted on her fingertip, affectionately nudging her skin with its beak. As you can see, I can command these eyes of the sky. With a light flick of her finger, the crow took flight, rejoining the dark avian assembly. Over these days, my gaze has swept across all of you. Perhaps you have not noticed, but the flock circling above has never been absent. Everything that has transpired in Nanjing City has been under their watch. She paused, her tone suddenly turning frigid. The Zhunbaji group possesses the surveillance of public security, but I have the eyes of the flock. Zhou Yi, only then realizing, recalled that during the recent struggle for the four gates, the presence of the crows had indeed been evident everywhere. though he had previously dismissed it. A few suppressed voices of caution echoed within the square. Zhou Yi's heart tightened as he belatedly remembered the omnipresence of the crows throughout the struggle for the four gates. In the ruins of the presidential palace, amidst the misty waves of Xuanwu Lake, and within the dense forests of Zhongshanling, the swirling black dots among the jagged stones of Shitucheng, he once believed to be mere ordinary birds. He never imagined that they were, in fact, pairs of cold, watchful eyes. Thus, the voice of the bird hunter maiden jolted everyone's thoughts back to the harsh reality. Since you all willingly followed my envoy here, you must be acutely aware of the dire predicament we face. Her gaze was like an ice pick, piercing through each individual. 8 gates of peril, for have been breached. The remaining gates, Du Min, Jing Min, and Si Min, leave us with but 4 paths to survival. Within the crowd, the suppressed murmurs resembled a boiling quagmire, as fear, despair, resentment, and suspicion intertwined in the darkness. Although this was a truth known to all, when articulated so starkly, laden with judgment, an icy sense of despair surged into every heart. For paths, 11 individuals, and even more esteemed guests remain unaccounted for in Nanjing. The bird hunter maiden's voice suddenly escalated, infused with a fervent urgency. To rush the gates would surely result in catastrophic casualties. The tumult in the square was stifled by this piercing conclusion, leaving only heavy breaths and an eerie silence, as if the air were laden with lead. Rather than engage in mutual slaughter, where death would be certain, the bird hunter maiden's tone softened, yet resonated with greater strength, clearly reaching every ear. It is far better to unite our forces, to twist together as one, and to break the neck of Wanchongba, compelling him to dissolve this accursed 8 gates of peril. This is our only path to survival. Her gaze was sharp as lightning as she turned toward Qi Bing and Guo Ruinyu. Then to Zhou Yi and the others. During the battle at Xiumen by Xuanwu Lake, you worked in concert to restrain him. At the battle at Shimen and Shitucheng, the 4 of you combined your strength to even sever his braid. She surveyed the assembly, her voice resolute. The 3-character incantation Ba Chong Do is indeed formidable, yet not invincible. As long as we unite our efforts and each fulfill our roles, we stand a chance of victory. She gazed at the ground beneath her feet, pointing towards the tranquil Xuanwu Lake enveloped in night. I chose this place to gather everyone because it was here that we first united to confront that monster. I now implore you all to join forces once more. A low murmur arose again, but this time, amidst the fear, a faint yet genuine glimmer of hope began to flicker. In truth, when Zhou Yi first beheld the square, he surmised that this assembly was convened with the intention of collaboratively defeating Wanchongba. The individuals willing to come here likely agreed with this strategy. The bird hunter maiden deftly struck at everyone's soft underbelly, leaving them with no choice but to fight together. She elegantly extended her right hand, upon which a raven alighted, and with assuredness, she inquired, "What say you all?" Chapter 61. Conspiracy. Qi Bing was the first to respond. There is no need for pleasantries. We are here because we are prepared for this. Splendid. The bird hunter applauded, then cut straight to the heart of the matter, to counter Wanchongba's Ba Chong Do. With its 8 forms revolving in a seamless blend of offense and defense, we must first dismantle his 8 techniques: Bong, Guan, Lu, Bong, Yu, Dan, Ben, and Shan. If we can divide and conquer, striking him down one by one, we will force him into a corner. Her gaze initially fell upon Qi Bing and Guo Ruinyu. The Shan and Ben forms are the core of his agility and explosive speed. Who can suppress them? Qi Bing stepped forward, the chilling air seemingly crystallizing around him. He did not meet the bird hunter's gaze, but stared ahead into the void. His voice like shattering ice. Leave it to us. Guo Ruinyu, standing beside Qi Bing, nodded emphatically, his eyes resolute. Bu Yu will restrict his movements, and Bing Ning will freeze his path. Even without the advantage of Xuanwu Lake, stalling him for 5 minutes should pose no issue. This is the experience and understanding gained from the battle at Xiumen. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the bird hunter's eyes. Splendid. Bong, Guan Lu, and Bong. These 4 forms represent his most ferocious frontal assault techniques and require robust defenses to withstand them. Shen Xinyu stepped forward without hesitation, her cool silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. She did not glance at the reactions of those around her, but spoke with calm assurance. Defense is my responsibility. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with a steadfastness akin to rock. As she spoke, 3 others emerged from different directions: a burly man, a composed middle-aged woman, and a somewhat timid young man whose eyes shone with determination. Their incantations evidently leaned toward defense. Shen Xinyu's gaze swept over her 3 temporary allies before returning to the bird hunter maiden. We will employ defensive incantations to the best of our abilities to stall his assault. Luo Qi then raised his hand. I shall take on the healing. Excellent. The bird hunter maiden nodded, her pace quickening. Thus, only the Yu and Dan forms remain. His absolute defense and damage rebound. Zhou Yi took a deep breath. Stepping forward to meet the bird hunter maiden's gaze. You sure will be my charge. His voice was steady, imbued with the confidence forged in the battle at Sherman. My incantation is naturally effective against defensive spells. Yijan has a natural counter to defensive incantations, as evidenced by the decisive cut that severed the braid in Shi Tu Cheng. However, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed as he continued. Yet his Dan Shi can reflect all directional attack damage. I cannot contend with this. A forced assault would only harm myself. The square fell into an instant hush. The Dan Shi, capable of converting the attacker's own power into lethal backlash, is one of Wan Chongba's most feared trump cards. Who can unravel this nearly unscrupulous defensive rebound? How does one strike him without striking oneself? Just as the crowd descended into a moment of silence, the atmosphere once again thickening, a voice, cold and slippery, emerged unexpectedly from the deepest shadows at the edge of the square. I shall handle the Dan Shi. All eyes were drawn instantly to the source. The shadow seemed to writhe as if alive, and a figure slowly emerged. He was not tall, his frame slight, clad in a dusty gray tracksuit, his face bearing a cautious, somber expression. It was Su Sushu. Zhou Yi's pupils dilated suddenly, an immediate surge of anger coursing through his spine. It is you. The voice of Zhou Yi resonated like the friction of cold iron, his right hand instinctively clenched. In an instant, Zhou Yi recognized him as the individual who had set the horizontal silk trap during his departure from school, the nearly lethal, invisible steel net that had almost ensnared both Zhou Yi and Shun Xinyu surged back to his mind. Su Sishu appeared oblivious to Zhou Yi's gaze, not even glancing in his direction. Instead, he strolled leisurely to a spot where the moonlight could barely reach, wearing an unsettlingly artificial smile as his eyes swept over the bird hunters and others present. My offering, strangling silk, he said, opening his palm to reveal strands of metallic wire, finer than hair and nearly transparent, shimmering with a deadly glow. Strangulation lacks direct offensive power. He deliberately emphasized the phrase offensive power, stating that his attack resembled a form of confinement, a tightening cage. The force acted upon the silk itself rather than the intended target. He smiled darkly, casting a glance at the bird-hunting girl. His elastic type could rebound targeted attacks. However, my strangling silk constricts, forming an encirclement. It is akin to using a fishing net to catch fish. The net's tightening comes from all directions. Such a perilous object cannot be carelessly placed on the road. Zhou Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm, stepping forward with a gaze sharp as a blade, aimed squarely at that treacherous figure. The atmosphere in the square grew tense and charged. Lei Wanyang sneered softly, arcs of electricity flickering around him. Shun Xinyu's expression turned icy, her focus fixed on Su Sishu. Old grievances and new animosities were about to erupt. Su Sishu finally directed his gaze at Zhou Yi, his eyes devoid of remorse or fear, only a chilling indifference and mockery. He smirked, his voice dripping with a sense of entitlement. Settle scores? Ha, he scoffed, surveying everyone present. This has always been an unjust game. The rules are to kill and seize the words, to survive. Setting traps to kill you is no different from your current intent to eliminate Wan Chongba. It is all for survival. However, killing him now is beneficial for everyone. He shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor trivializing the enmity. A raven flew between Zhou Yi and Su Sishu, prompting the bird hunter to speak. Inviting everyone here is not for the purpose of fighting. I care not for your grievances. After we resolve the 8 gates entrapment tomorrow, each will go their separate ways. Su Sishu cast a triumphant glance at Zhou Yi, falling silent as he retreated back into the shadows at the edge of the crowd. Like a lurking viper, the raven returned to the bird hunter, who continued, let old grudges rest for now. Our target tomorrow is Wan Chongba, and strangling silk will be responsible for countering elastic type. The bird hunter inhaled deeply, suppressing the undercurrents swirling in the square, casting her gaze over every face, whether resolute, hesitant, or sullen. The target is Dumenjima Ridge. Tomorrow, there, we shall unite to compel Wan Chongba to unravel the 8 gates entrapment. The night deepened. The waters of Xuanwu Lake mirrored the dim stars and moon, resembling a vast, silent black eye observing the 11 figures poised to pounce upon their ultimate prey. An alliance had formed, each with their own motives yet united in purpose. Tomorrow at Jima Ridge will be the final roar of the cornered beast or the meticulously arranged slaughterhouse of the hunters. The air was thick with the scent of rust and gunpowder, heralding the impending clash. Chapter 62. The Battle Royale on the 5th day of the 8 Gates entrapment. Duman would arrive at 4 in the afternoon. The midday sun was swallowed by heavy, leaden clouds, casting a suffocating pallor across the land. The air was stifling, devoid of even the slightest breeze, thick as congealed grease. Jima Ridge, this primordial forest in the eastern suburbs of Nanjing, was eerily silent. Towering ancient trees stood like silent giants, their dense branches obscuring much of the daylight, casting mottled shadows of darkness upon the forest floor. The thick layer of fallen leaves groaned beneath their feet, each step akin to treading on the edge of an unseen trap. Zhou Yi and his companions traversed the woods like phantoms. 11 figures maintained tactical spacing, silently advancing towards the scenic gate atop the mountain, where Duman was destined to descend. The air was saturated with an unseen gunpowder scent, more pungent than the damp, decaying odor of the forest. Every nerve was taut, eyes scanning every inch of shadow around them. The bird hunter's raven had long since dispersed, leaving a deathly silence as the prelude to battle. At the summit, beneath the weathered archway of the scenic gate, a tall and robust figure stood like an ancient monolith. Wan Chongba faced away from the group, gazing down at the sprawling sea of trees below. His dark hair, bound once more by metallic wire, cascaded down his back. Bare-chested, his bronze skin was marred with a tapestry of old and new scars, resembling a menacing centipede. The humiliation of his severed braid had seemingly not defeated him. Instead, it ignited a more ferocious flame within him. Jin Shixia lingered a short distance behind, leaning against a sturdy camphor tree, pushing up his golden-rimmed glasses. His gaze calm and unfathomable, like two bottomless pools of cold water. His presence was minimal, akin to a silent specter. As Zhou Yi and his companions reached the last relatively open patch of forest at the mountaintop, Wan Chongba slowly turned around. There was no roar as anticipated. Wan Chongba grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth, a smile devoid of warmth, only pure exhilaration. His gaze swept over the 11 poised figures, like a beast surveying intruders in its territory. You all came? Wan Chongba's deep voice echoed across the quiet mountaintop. Good. Saves me the trouble of searching for each of you. He rolled his neck, his crimson eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Come, let us engage together. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him trembled violently. Without hesitation or preamble, Wan Chongba instantly activated eightfold combat. A tempest of power erupting around him like flames, a low hum resonating in the air. Collapse. He clenched his right fist, striking forward with unadorned force. A palpable, hammer-like aura of terror surged forth, sweeping towards the densest part of the crowd with an overwhelming force that could devastate all in its path. As it passed, the fallen leaves on the ground were violently lifted by the ferocious gust, creating a murky shockwave. Lish. Shin Sinew barked, her hands forcefully pressing against the ground, unleashing a torrent of energy. With a hum, a massive stone wall rose instantaneously from the earth, standing defiantly before the oncoming force of the Being Chuan. Meanwhile, two other defensive experts activated their incantations, conjuring a semi-transparent energy shield and a distorted barrier of light behind the stone wall. Boom. The force of the Being Chuan collided fiercely against the stone wall erected by Lish. Debris flew, dust enveloped the area, and the wall trembled violently, its surface rapidly cracking like spider webs, while the two layers of defensive shields flickered brightly, barely absorbing the residual shockwave. Shin Sinew's complexion paled slightly as she took a half-step back, evidently bearing immense pressure. We held it. Someone gasped, their voice tinged with disbelief and exhilaration. Yet, Wan Zhongba's assault was akin to a raging tsunami, one wave crashing after another. Guan Sh. He moved like lightning, transforming into a blurred golden afterimage as the energy from the Being Chuan dissipated, unleashing a barrage of strikes. His left fist concentrated a piercing light aimed directly at the vulnerable point of the stone wall, while his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, swept menacingly towards the two defenders beside him. Block it, roared a sturdy man, crossing his arms as a massive metallic tower shield materialized before him, while a middle-aged woman beside him formed seals with her hands, conjuring a spinning shield of turtle shell patterns in front of her. Sizzle. The piercing light of the Guan Sh effortlessly penetrated the crumbling stone wall's weak point, continuing its momentum to crash against the metallic shield, creating a harsh screech and sending sparks flying. Immediately following, the slashing force of the Lish struck the spinning turtle shell shield, causing it to distort violently. The woman let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Now, Zhou Yi's eyes glinted sharply as he and Lei Wanyang launched their attacks almost simultaneously. YZHN. JNLI. Zhou Yi's right hand formed a blade-like gesture, an intangible yet penetrating light locking onto Wan Zhongba's ribs, while Lei Wanyang leapt high, his clenched fist summoning a deep purple bolt of chaotic lightning that tore through the air, descending like a spear of divine retribution upon Wan Zhongba's head. SH. Wan Zhongba's feet shimmered with golden light, his speed so swift that he left a clear afterimage behind as both attacks whizzed past him. Just as the onlookers gasped at Wan Zhongba's terrifying speed and reflexes, an unexpected change unfolded. A melodious and haunting flute melody, imbued with an inexplicable chill, resonated through the forest, cutting through the cacophony of battle. Suddenly, the previously somber sky unleashed a torrent of rain, with large droplets falling unexpectedly, drenching everyone in an instant. By ending being, Guo Yu appeared atop a large tree branch, arms outstretched, commanding the rain to become denser and colder. Qi Bing stood on the opposite side, pressing his hands outward, a visible chill emanating like countless icy serpents that rapidly spread towards the momentarily stabilized Wan Zhongba. "It's you again," Wan Zhongba roared, instantly recognizing the techniques from the shores of Xuanwu Lake. His feet glimmered once more as he attempted to activate BNSH to escape the encroaching cold. But it was too late. The frigid raindrops, mixed with Qi Bing's Inning Biying, clung to his ankles like blood-sucking leeches, the chill rapidly creeping up his legs. Translucent ice spread visibly, swiftly freezing his feet to the ground, while the icy layer continued to ascend, striving to encase his legs. "Now," Shin Sinyu commanded, her hands pressing against the ground again. The stone wall of Lish instantaneously repaired and thickened. The two other defenders gritted their teeth, straining to enhance their incantations, compressing Wan Zhongba from all sides. Roaring in a mix of fury and desperation, Wan Zhongba unleashed his Bizich Ingdiyu, his body radiating a brilliant golden light as he attempted to shatter the ice. He twisted on the spot, both fists thrusting outward in a BNSH. Two even fiercer waves of Bing Chu In erupted forth, resembling two roaring dragons, each crashing towards the advancing defenders from either side. Boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions, the stone wall once again fractured, the energy shields flickering wildly as the defenders were forced to retreat, their vitality surging, yet they ultimately withstood the furious counterattack. Seizing the moment while the defenders braced against the Bing Chu In, others swiftly closed in, figures emerging from the woods, their eyes glinting with resolute intent. Surrounding the temporarily frozen Wan Zhongba, the encirclement tightened, transforming into a concerted assault. Chapter 63. The siege atop the peak of Ximeling, a barrage of strikes, slashing forces, thunder spears, binding threads, and energy shocks, poured down like a torrential rain, converging upon Wan Zhongba. A flicker of savagery crossed his eyes as he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling. YSH. A solid, ancient bronze-like golden energy shield enveloped him entirely in an instant. Etched with archaic runes, it exuded an indomitable aura. The surrounding attacks collided against the golden bell, erupting in deafening roars and blinding sparks, yet they could only cause the bell to tremble violently, failing to shatter it. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Only he could breach this defense. He dashed forward like lightning, positioning himself before the golden bell shield, his right hand forming a blade-like gesture. The essence of YZH and concentrating at his fingertips, ready to pierce through all. His mental energy heightened, akin to a scanning device. He swiftly identified the weakest point in the energy flow of the golden bell shield. YZHN, Zhou Yi shouted, his fingertip infused with razor-sharp brilliance, precisely striking that vulnerable point. Sizzle. A piercing sound of ripping echoed sharply. The seemingly impenetrable JNZH ing protective shield, at the moment of contact with YZHN's brilliance, collapsed inward like a punctured balloon, golden energy scattering like shattered glass. YSH, breached. Excellent. The crowd's spirit soared. ZHUY aimed to continue his assault, with WNHNGB's chest within his reach. ZHUY concentrated, YZHN, and swung a decisive strike towards the chest. However, before the elation of breaking through the defense could rise, a lethal chill enveloped everyone in an instant. The shards of the JNZH ing had yet to touch the ground when WNHNGB's grotesque face revealed a cruel grin. A rebound. A surge infused with a retaliatory will spread rapidly, and ZHUY, having learned from past experiences, halted his full-force attack, aware that it would rebound back upon him in the next moment. His assault abruptly ceased, and all others similarly restrained their efforts, forcibly retracting their power. The scene fell into a tense stalemate. Although they had breached the defense, no one dared to step forward for a finishing blow. WNZH-NGB guffawed, his lower half encased in ice thrumming violently under the impact of his chaotic energy, fissures spreading. He was on the verge of breaking free. "It is my turn." A chilling, slick voice emerged from the shadows behind the crowd. It was XSX. He had been waiting for this opportunity, stealthily maneuvering into the perfect position. With a sudden flourish, he spread his hands, fingers moving rapidly as if playing an invisible stringed instrument. Strangle threads, countless strands, finer than hair, nearly transparent yet extraordinarily resilient, erupted from beneath WNZH-NGB's feet as if sprouting from the void. They were silent and swift as lightning, akin to venomous serpents, immediately coiling around WNZH-NGB's newly freed legs, waist, and arms. WNZH-NGB struggled, but those threads were more tenacious than he could have imagined. tightening with every attempt to break free. The cold metal threads bit deeply into flesh, instantly carving fine lines of blood. Ice binding. QBNGL commanded. A surge of frost emanating from his hands. The shattered ice crystals reformed instantly, spreading upwards along XSX's strangle threads. Freezing WNZHNGB's constrained lower body along with the threads once more. This time, the ice was thicker and the binding more thorough. Stone barrier. SHNX New York resolutely clasped her hands together. The ground quaked violently as sturdy walls of stone erupted from the earth, forming a prison that completely ensnared WNZHNGB, who was thrashing and roaring amidst the ice and threads. The stone walls converged at the top, leaving only a narrow opening that exposed WNZHNGB's furious head. Threads, ice, stone walls, a trifold seal. Layer upon layer confined this once mighty BHAU wielder within a deathly cage constructed by united efforts. The mountaintop fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by WNZHNGB's labored breaths and the faint cracks of ice, signaling the success of their encirclement. Zhui stepped forward, standing before the stone prison, gazing down at the furious head within, his voice clear and frigid. The 8 gates of captivity. Will you release yourself, or shall we assist you? All eyes fixed on the imprisoned head, breath held in anticipation. The fate of this confrontation hinged on this moment. Within the cage, WNZHNGB's eyes locked onto Zhui, devoid of fear or submission, embodying the calm before a storm. He bared his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth resonating. A low, suppressed growl akin to a wounded beast emanating from his throat. The sound crescendoed, transforming into a derisive guffaw. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed like the mournful cry of a night owl, reverberating madly across the silent mountaintop, sending shivers through the ears of those present. A swarm of ants dares to challenge the king of beasts? WNZHNGB's voice seeped through the cracks of the stone prison, laced with an icy disdain. He abruptly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixed on the narrow gap at the top of the cage, as if intent on piercing through the solid stone to confront the oppressive gray sky above. An indescribable, frenzied energy erupted from his being like a volcanic eruption. The entire stone prison, no, the very peak of ZHMLing began to tremble violently. The ice layer on the prison's surface fractured under the strain, and the entwined metallic threads reached their breaking point, emitting a haunting wail. The surrounding ancient trees swayed madly, leaves cascading like a torrential downpour. A potent aura filled the air, and the rain was evaporated into mist the moment it approached the stone prison, causing the surrounding light to warp and dim. JNQ11, who had been hidden in the shadows, stirred slightly, adjusting his glasses. The gaze behind the lenses was no longer cold and composed but flickered with an eager glimmer, as if he had been anticipating this moment. Ah ha ha ha. WNZHNGB's deep laughter rolled forth from his throat, akin to the grinding of gravel, a swarm of overreaching insects. Emperor, he murmured, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable fervor. I am destined to be the emperor. He clenched his fist abruptly, the knuckles cracking like popping beans. You think you can make the emperor bow? A more refined golden energy, like the molten lava of a volcano suppressed to its limits, erupted violently from every pore of his body. No longer a destructive outward force, it collapsed inward in a frenzy, coalescing around him. Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate form of BZHNGDU. The shockwave of annihilation, akin to a dark red tide of death, surged forth in all directions, indiscriminately sweeping everything away. ZHMLing, the 5th day, at 3:17 in the afternoon. The prison of the trapped beast became the epicenter of destruction. Chapter 64, Eruption. This is bad. ZHOI's complexion changed dramatically, an unprecedented sense of crisis ensnaring his heart. This power surpassed any previous technique. Stop him quickly. The sharp voice of SHUNI Oz pierced through the air, laden with astonishment. However, it was already too late. The ultimate form of Ba Yao Do, the Beng Shi, served as the final trump card of Wanzhong Ba. The Beng Shi could concentrate all the contract power into a fierce burst, significantly enhancing the potency of the remaining 7 forms in a brief moment. But once the eruption concluded, the body would succumb to total exhaustion. Within the stone prison, Wanzhong Ba's maniacal laughter echoed as he violently tossed his head, the long, dark braid hanging behind him swinging fiercely to the front. The game had only just begun. Accompanied by this roar, Wanzhong Ba's head tilted back with all the remaining strength he could muster. A torrent of energy, filled with the will of destruction, surged forth violently from his 7 orifices, from every pore of his body, even erupting from the root of that braid. The stone prison shattered as if made of paper, utterly obliterated by this frenzied energy. The shockwave of annihilation surged forth like a dark red tsunami, carrying the intent to incinerate all in its path, sweeping across the mountaintop. Time seemed to stretch at that moment. Zhou Yi, standing closest, could only hastily cross his arms to shield himself. The contract power of Wei Yi instinctively sought to activate. But the speed and pressure of that destructive torrent far exceeded his imagination. He felt an overwhelming force crash against him, akin to being struck head-on by a speeding train, sending him flying like a severed kite. In the instant the shockwave struck, Lei Wanyang instinctively activated Yang Kong, his body darting backward like a hawk, narrowly evading the ferocious onslaught. Shun Xianyu and the other two defenders swiftly manifested their defenses, standing firm in front of him. The torrent of destruction collided against the invisible barrier of spell power, producing a deep, resounding boom, the tremendous impact scattering them, shields and all. Qi Bing and Guo Runyu, perched at the edge of the shockwave, were engulfed by the frigid air and rain, which were instantaneously vaporized and torn apart. Both were struck heavily, flying backward in unison. The flock of crows summoned by the huntress scattered in terror at the moment of the destructive surge, while she herself was lifted by the force and crashed against the remnants of an archway, letting out a cry of pain. Su Si, ever cautious, had retreated into the shadows at the onset of Wan Zhongba's transformation, but the indiscriminate torrent of destruction uprooted the very tree that concealed him. He rolled desperately to evade, covered in dirt and debris, his eyes filled with horror. Smoke, dust, shattered stones, broken branches, and a rising white mist mingled with the pungent scent of blood, enveloping the mountaintop. The 11 guests, once encircling, were now sprawled in disarray, all injured, their groans filling the air. The threefold sealed stone prison had been reduced to powder, leaving behind only a charred, sulphurous pit. At the center of the pit, a figure slowly straightened up. Wan Zhongba. His bare torso was marred with intricate blood traces from being shredded by twisted strands, blood mingling with rainwater and mud. Yet he seemed impervious to pain. After the eruption, that destructive dark red energy dissipated, replaced by a more subdued yet profoundly unsettling sense of oppressive terror. It was as though a primordial behemoth, long dormant within him, had been thoroughly awakened. You are quite capable, Wan Zhongba's voice dripped with cruel mockery. Managing to force me to this extent. He stepped forward, resembling a demon emerging from blood and fire, his crimson eyes locking onto Zhou Yi, who had just struggled to slide down from the tree trunk. Wan Zhongba's voice resonated like a death knell. I will first take you as a sacrifice. As long as the concept of Yizhan does not breach my defenses, my Yushur golden bell shall serve as an absolute barrier. The rest are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Ben Shur, Lu Shur, in the state of Bong, the remaining 7 forms were elevated to an unprecedented and terrifying height. The speed granted by Ben Shur resembled teleportation, creating a deep crater in the ground beneath his feet, his figure transforming into a golden blur that tore through the curtain of rain. The killing intent condensed by Lu Shur glimmered like bloodied blades, coiling around his tightly clenched right fist, the air tearing apart with a piercing shriek. Target, Zhou Yi. A strike to end all. Lian Xian Zhou. Although Shun Xianyu's complexion was pale, her gaze remained remarkably composed. She stood in front of Zhou Yi, her hands swiftly forming an intricate and enigmatic seal before her chest, her contract power surging forth like a flood breaking its dam. An invisible and intangible bond, infused with absolute regulatory power, defied the constraints of space, wrapping with precision around Wan Zhongba's fist as he swung, the other end firmly tethered to Shun Xianyu's heart. The contract established, they would share fortune and calamity, life and death intertwined. Not this again. Wan Zhongba's sinister grin abruptly froze on his face as he let out an irritated click of his tongue. His fist, imbued with the killing intent of Lu Shur, came to an abrupt halt less than a foot from Shun Xianyu's chest. A sweetness flooded Shun Xianyu's throat. Binding the bung state of Wan Zhongba placed a tremendous burden on her contract power. Yet she keenly sensed that through the connection of Lian Xian Zhou, the power within Wan Zhongba, akin to boiling lava, was dissipating at an astonishing rate. Like a balloon that had been punctured, the frenzied energy was gushing forth uncontrollably. His bung state could not endure for long. Time was on their side. As long as they could prolong it, he would revert from a demon to a mere mortal, perhaps even weaker than an ordinary person. Everyone. Shun Xianyu's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, piercing through the minds of Zhou Yi, Lei Wanyang, and the huntress, Qi Bing, Guo Runyu, and others who still had the ability to move. This was Xianyu's communication. Defend without attack, wear him down, exhaust him. His explosive state cannot last long. What they needed to do next was to defend with all their might. As long as they could withstand the eruption period of the Bang state, Wan Zhongba would grow increasingly weakened. The huntress was the first to react. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she emitted a sharp whistle. The dispersed flock of crows reassembled, resembling a black storm, recklessly charging toward Wan Zhongba, attempting to disrupt his vision and movements. Qi Bing and Guo Runyu exchanged glances, once more forcing the last remnants of their contract power. The rain of Buyu became more viscous and frigid, while the chill of Ning Bing ceased to pursue freezing, instead transforming into a chilling mist that spread, seeking to hinder Wan Zhongba's actions. Was surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity. With YNGKing activated, he occupied the advantageous position of aerial defense, continuously employing JNLI for precise long-range harassment attacks, compelling WNZH-NGB to fortify his defenses. Boom. A horde of crows, densely flocking, was struck head-on by the explosive force of a punch, instantly transforming into a rain of blood and shattered feathers. Hiss. A sharp ray of Gu NSH pierced through the curtain of rain, shattering the hastily conjured water shield of Gu R New York and sending him flying once more. Buzz. The YSH golden bell reappeared, withstanding the multiple strikes of purple lightning unleashed by. The bell trembled violently. Clearly, WNZH-NGB had sensed the intentions of the others. The Li NXNZHU, like a malicious shackle, restrained him from launching a full-scale assault on SH, NX New York, and ZHUY. Meanwhile, the incessant disturbances and delays surrounding him drained his rapidly dwindling strength and already scant patience. SHNX New York steadfastly stood in front of ZHUY, her gaze cold and focused, her mental energy akin to the most precise instrument, tightly maintaining the deadly bond of the Li NX and ZHU, while perceiving the ebbing power of her adversary. WNZH-NGB took a deep breath. A swift resolution was imperative. Steadying his mind, he employed a defensive barrier, ignoring the surrounding distractions, and began to concentrate his energy, preparing to unleash a wide-ranging final assault, indiscriminately targeting all present. Just at that moment of taut stalemate, a voice, heavy with breath and evidently lacking in stamina, yet imbued with a sense of incongruous nonchalance, suddenly emerged from the stone steps leading to the mountaintop. Why must it be on this desolate mountaintop? The voice, though low, pierced through the atmosphere of tension and cacophony like a needle. Every action paused involuntarily. Even WNZH-NGB, who was charging up, instinctively glanced towards the source of the voice. At the end of the stone steps stood a figure, leaning on his knee, bent over, gasping for breath. He wore a wrinkled, mud-stained gray jacket, his hair plastered to his forehead by rainwater, his face flushed from exertion and visibly fatigued. He appeared fragile, his breath erratic, devoid of any indication of conjured energy, resembling an ordinary survivor who had miraculously made it to the mountaintop after a harrowing ordeal. He steadied his breath, straightened up, wiped the sweat and rain from his face, and his gaze wandered vacantly over the battlefield, resembling a charnel ground ravaged by a tempest, with charred pits, broken trees, and an atmosphere thick with blood and gunpowder, surrounded by menacing figures. In his eyes, there was no fear, only a near-dull confusion and evident grievance. Climbing up here has truly exhausted me, he mumbled, his voice soft yet resonant in everyone's ears. ZHUY's gaze froze at the sight of that face. It was him, the pedestrian who, in a moment of panic while leaving the campus, had been struck by his car, yet curiously emerged unscathed. Chapter 65, Prelude to Defense. It seems I have arrived not too late. The grave atmosphere atop the mountain was shattered by the unexpected intruder. His voice, though not loud, clearly penetrated the curtain of rain, carrying an incongruously calm demeanor. This ordinary man, leaning on his knee and panting, as though on the verge of collapse, suddenly extended a finger carelessly towards the poised WNZH-NGB. It is this fellow who has trapped everyone here, isn't it? His eyes were devoid of fear, filled instead with a near-blank confusion, even a hint of detached ease. This nonchalant accusation was akin to tossing a small stone into an impending volcanic eruption. WNZH-NGB, like an offended beast, instantly locked onto him. From this pedestrian, WNZH-NGB sensed no trace of energy, yet he dared to be so audacious. WNZH-NGB could not even be bothered to ponder how this worthless individual had ascended. He merely raised his left hand, casually flicking his index finger towards CHX, Gu NSH. Hiss. A lightning-fast golden ray shot forth with a piercing shriek, akin to the nail of death, instantly traversing dozens of meters with pinpoint accuracy towards CHX's chest. Watch out. ZHUY attempted to warn him, but the distance was too great for him to reach in time. Thud. A dull thump echoed as the lethal ray struck CHX's chest with unyielding force. CHX's body was propelled backward as if hit by a speeding vehicle, crashing violently against a large ornamental stone, which fractured like a spider's web, debris cascading down. Ugh. CHX let out a short, muffled grunt, his body sliding down the stone face, collapsing in a heap on the muddy ground, his head hanging limply. Is he dead? A thought raced through everyone's minds. WNZHNGB displayed a cruel smile, as if he had crushed an ant, nonchalantly redirecting his focus back to his true prey. The energy within him coiling like a volcano on the brink of eruption. However, cough. CHX, now sitting on the ground, suddenly coughed. He clutched his chest and slowly raised his head. There was no pain, no fear on his face, only a profound sorrow that seemed to engulf him entirely. This sorrow was so intense it felt as if he had lost the most vital thing in his life, dimming his gaze, his brow furrowing tightly, and his lips drooping. I feel so sad, he murmured softly, his voice thick with emotion, as if he might cry at any moment. It truly hurts. He braced himself against the ground, shakily standing up. His movements were somewhat unsteady, yet his body remained unscathed. The spot where the GUNSH had struck was merely a hole in his clothing, revealing unblemished skin beneath, without even a hint of a bruise. How could this be possible? The female hunter exclaimed in disbelief. Hu Biying and Gu New York were also filled with incredulity. Furrowed his brow, fixated on CHX. In the mind of Zhou Yi, a strange scene flickered through. Previously, he had been struck by a vehicle and emerged unscathed. Indeed, it was this peculiar ability that manifested. The action of Wan Chongba's explosive force exhibited a distinct pause for the first time. His molten, crimson gaze fixated intently on the rising Chu Su, a hint of doubt mingling with his rage for the first time. His guanxue had proven ineffective? Chu Su patted the torn hole in his garment, wiping his mud-streaked hands across his face, erasing some of the profound sorrow etched upon it, though the melancholy in his eyes remained thick and unyielding. He regarded the uncertain Wan Chongba with a demeanor as calm as discussing the weather. Strictly speaking, he paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. I do not require that door. He gestured towards the entrance of the scenic area atop the mountain. My sorrow can withstand everything. He hesitated again, his vacant gaze drifting towards the leaden sky, his voice as soft as a sigh, including death. The invocation of the emotional shield. All physical damage is transformed into the burden of negative emotions. As long as the mind can bear the emotions, one will not suffer any tangible harm. Shen Xinyu attempted to connect with Chu Su using the Lianxin spell, but the connection was newly established, and an overwhelming wave of nauseating discomfort surged through her. Her spirit was instantly inundated with immense negative emotions, akin to continuously swallowing putrid sludge. Shen Xinyu promptly severed the connection, rapidly grasping the essence of Chu Su's invocation. It could convert all physical harm into pure negative emotional endurance. As long as his psyche could withstand that grief, his body would remain invulnerable. You are but a charlatan. Wan Chongba's skepticism was swiftly replaced by a more ferocious rage, feeling that his imperial dignity had been irreparably desecrated. The molten energy within him reached its zenith, ready to erupt. Let them all perish. With a roar that rent the heavens, Wan Chongba propelled his power to its utmost limit. His fists clenched tightly, his muscular arms bulging as if forged from red-hot iron. He abandoned all finesse, unleashing the raw and unrestrained might of his contract forward in the most primal manner. Collapse of the final mountain. A catastrophic shockwave, akin to a mountain crumbling, engulfed much of the mountaintop. A golden torrent of energy, intertwined with a devastating force, surged forward indiscriminately like a tsunami. This was Wan Chongba's ultimate strike in his explosive state, vowing to erase every bothersome insect in his sight. Along with this obtrusive mount from existence, the tide of destruction swiftly consumed all in its path. At the forefront stood Chu Su, facing this cataclysmic blow head-on. Get away! Zhou Yi screamed in desperation. Yet, Chu Su did not flinch. If I defeat him, we shall no longer bear the sorrow of death. He even took a small step forward, arms slightly outstretched, as if to embrace the wave of annihilation. His face, marked by numbing melancholy, revealed no trace of fear, only a serene acceptance of fate. Boom! The cataclysmic energy wave struck Chu Su's diminutive form with unrelenting force, blinding golden light, enveloping him entirely. The terrifying impact hurled him backward, his body akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily against a battered scenic stone, which shattered upon impact. The ground upheaving as if plowed by an invisible force, momentarily dimming the world around him. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a figure slowly rose amidst the rubble. It was Chu Su. He coughed lightly, his form caked in mud and dust, his clothing in tatters. Yet, the most striking feature was his face. Tears streamed down his countenance, devoid of emotion. He lifted a hand to touch his damp cheek, bewildered as his fingertips met the warmth of his tears, his actions imbued with a sluggish confusion. He uttered a soft syllable, seemingly surprised by his own weeping. He lowered his hand, observing the moisture upon his fingertips, his gaze remaining hollow and numb. Is this all there is to it? He murmured, his voice thick with nasal tones yet laced with a chilling indifference. It is neither painful nor bothersome. He raised his head, his eyes piercing through the swirling dust towards Wan Chongba, whose breath was labored and whose molten glow rapidly dimmed. In his gaze, there was no trace of hatred or anger, only a profound numbness. It was the exhaustion and apathy of an office worker facing endless reports and interminable meetings. The emotional shield was the most fitting invocation for him. His heart had long since been devoid of joy or sorrow. He could endure any emotion, even the grief of death. Chapter 66. Betrayal Puff. Wan Chongba could no longer suppress the backlash, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. The power of his explosive force ebbed away like receding tides, leaving behind an intense emptiness and a tearing agony within him. He was at his limit. Fear, an unprecedented dread washed over him like icy water, extinguishing all his fury in an instant. His final, all-out attack, capable of shattering mountains, had been withstood by this seemingly frail individual through sheer sorrow. Retreat. We must leave at once, he commanded, aware that once his strength waned completely, his demise would follow. Usher, a resonant, golden shadow of a colossal bell enveloped him, thicker and more solid than ever before, his only remaining bastion of absolute defense. Simultaneously, a light shone beneath his feet, although far slower than before. He had to escape the battlefield immediately. Zhou Yi, Shen Xinyu, enduring her injuries, called out urgently. Through the Lianxin spell, she had gleaned a clear understanding. Wan Chongba's power was plummeting precipitously. This was the best opportunity to breach Wan Chongba's defenses. He must not be allowed to flee. Although the devastating mountain collapse had primarily been absorbed by Chu Su, the residual shock had still injured all the onlookers to varying degrees. Even with Wan Chongba at his last gasp, they possessed little residual contract strength to conclude the encounter. Zhou Yi rose from the mire, his left arm ablaze with excruciating pain, yet his eyes burned with a resolute flame. He beheld the lava-like radiance of Wan Chongba, which was nearly extinguished, while the brilliance of the Yusher Jin Zhong remained blinding, albeit with the flowing runes betraying a hint of sluggishness. This was the singular opportunity. Qiyu Shenquan. Luo Qi invoked the incantation of Qiyu, channeling the last vestiges of contract power into Zhou Yi, instantly healing the injuries he had sustained in battle. Zhou Yi cast a grateful glance at Luo Qi, nodding slightly before fixing his gaze upon Wan Chongba. No escape. With a fierce roar, Zhou Yi extended his unscathed right hand, fingers poised like a blade, the concept of Izhan, piercing through all weaknesses coalescing at his fingertips to an exquisite peak. This time, he distinctly perceived the core, the most fatal structural weakness of the Jin Zhong's protective shield, a pulsating energy node reminiscent of a heart, yet riddled with cracks. Izhan. Zhou Yi summoned every ounce of strength, thrusting the piercing brilliance from his fingertips, an intangible, formless glimmer, imbued with the chilling intent to sever all defenses, tore through the air, aimed directly at the weakness of the Jin Zhong. A flicker of horror crossed Wan Chongba's eyes, swiftly morphing into a malicious grin. He had awaited this moment. Zhou Yi's Izhan was the sole incantation capable of threatening his Yusher, as long as Zhou Yi was incapacitated. Bang! At the precise moment when Izhan was about to reach the Jin Zhong, a surge of rebounding intent enveloped the surface of the Jin Zhong, its brilliance swirling, prepared to reflect this lethal radiance back upon the caster. Die, you little wretch! Wan Chongba bellowed internally. Yet, a knowing smile crept upon Zhou Yi's lips. Now, Wei, buzz. The space around him twisted violently, Zhou Yi's figure vanishing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Wan Chongba felt an irresistible force of spatial transference enveloping him. The scenery before him spinning chaotically. A dull thud echoed, akin to a blade piercing flesh, accompanied by an unimaginable agony emanating from his own chest. Wan Chongba looked down to witness the Jin Zhong, which he had exerted all his strength to maintain, vanish like a fragile soap bubble. A gaping wound, deep enough to reveal bone and glimmering with the unique annihilating brilliance of Izhan, appeared upon his sturdy chest. He abruptly raised his head, glaring venomously at Zhou Yi, who had positioned himself behind where he once stood. It was spatial transference, that damned Wei exchange. The rebound of Izhan had struck him once more due to the Wei shift. The wound oozed a strange, ominous crimson. More critically, the remnants of contract power within him, which had already been dissipating like a torrent, seemed to have found an outlet, surging violently from the wound. Ugh! Wan Chongba let out a piercing wail. He staggered backward, akin to a colossal balloon that had been punctured, strength, momentum, arrogance, all dissipating rapidly with the escaping energy. Pain and extreme weakness engulfing him. He felt as if he had plummeted from the heavens into a quagmire. Standing became an arduous task. The chilling thought of inevitable defeat invaded Wan Chongba's mind, instilling an unprecedented terror. No, he could not perish here. He still aspired to be emperor, commanded by heaven. with the phrase Jiao Shou Yong Chong. As long as he gathered these 8 characters, the Dictionary of Injustice could fulfill his desires, and he would ascend as emperor. Wan Zhongba shook his head frantically. No, I cannot fall here. Run. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his chest and the rapid loss of power, turning to flee down the mountain. However, upon turning, he beheld the figure of Jin Qixia, who had lingered at the battlefield's edge like a specter. Jin Qixia stood quietly, leaning against a stout camphor tree, raindrops cascading down his hair, tracing the cold lenses of his golden spectacles. Lao Jin, Wan Zhongba's voice, distorted by pain and terror, resonated with desperate plea. Quickly, save me. Let us leave this place. He reached out toward Jin Qixia, akin to a drowning man grasping at the last straw. Jin Qixia observed the stumbling Wan Zhongba, akin to a lost dog, noting the wound from which energy gushed forth, and the raw, unmasked fear and supplication reflected in his eyes. Jin Qixia's face bore no trace of urgency, nor any intent to assist. He adjusted his golden spectacles, his gaze behind the lenses appraising Wan Zhongba, as if he were a worthless scrap. His thin lips parted, uttering words colder than the winds atop Ximeling, more lethal than the piercing, Yijan. Lao Wan, you can go no further. Wan Zhongba's bloodshot eyes were filled with horror and confusion. He opened his mouth, intending to question something, but his throat only emitted a hoarse rasp. Unbeknownst to him, something had begun to coil around his neck. Jin Qixia's right hand, resting at his side, subtly curled his index and middle fingers upwards. Jin, an invisible, precisely controlled force of metal surged forth. The dark braid, seemingly unaltered, which had been bound by resilient metallic threads, now transformed into the most deadly noose. The cold, unyielding metal sprang to life like a venomous serpent, instantly coiling around his thick neck with the skill of the most merciless executioner, then tightening abruptly. Crack! The sound of metal constricting flesh and compressing bone reverberated. Ugh! Wan Zhongba's eyes bulged with blood, the immense pressure and sensation of asphyxiation causing them to protrude alarmingly. His hands instinctively clawed at the metallic noose encircling his neck, leaving trails of blood on both the cold metal and his own flesh. In disbelief, he fixed his gaze upon the indifferent figure a few steps away. It was that moment, in the Stone City. Wan Zhongba was suddenly reminded of the moment outside Shirtu City after the fierce struggle at the Sherman. It was then that Jin Qixia had actively helped him tie up his braids, planting the metallic threads. Had he prepared for this at that time? Yet, why did Wan Zhongba's eyes reflect the anguish of betrayal, with anger gradually transforming into a void of despair? My Majesty. Jin Qixia's voice dripped with a nearly reverent cold mockery, akin to reciting a eulogy. May you journey well. With a graceful flick of his fingertips, a faint yet chilling sound echoed. Crack! Wan Zhongba's massive form stiffened abruptly, collapsing forward like a sack stripped of all its bones. His eyes, filled with unending resentment and confusion, remained fixed on Jin Qixia until his last breath. Chapter 67, Deadlock atop Jima Ridge. Only the sound of rain striking the scorched earth remained, accompanied by the heavy, oppressive breaths of the crowd. The intense scent of blood mingled with the acrid, damp atmosphere, evoking a sense of nausea. 12 pairs of eyes, frozen in shock, were glued to the fallen colossal body and the man standing beside it. They could scarcely comprehend that Jin Qixia had indeed slain Wan Zhongba. But why? A power struggle? Or had Jin Qixia suddenly experienced a pang of conscience? Perhaps he intended to eliminate Wan Zhongba, who was already in decline, as a declaration of allegiance? Jin Qixia stood expressionless by Wan Zhongba's corpse, gently leaning down. The body, like snow under the sun, began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into beams of various colors that ultimately coalesced into ancient character tablets, hovering above the ground. Wanzhong, Zhong, Ba, Men, Kuan, Do. The core tablets of the incantation, Ba Men Kuan Do, had fallen entirely into Jin Qixia's hands. Zhou Yi gazed at Jin Qixia in confusion. Although he was unaware of his intentions, the most pressing matter was to obtain the tablets of Ba Men Kuan Do and immediately dismantle the incantation binding Nanjing. Jin Qixia disregarded the others, as if merely picking up an inconsequential object. He plucked the tablet inscribed with the character Kuan, and then produced another tablet, seemingly prepared in advance, bearing the character Tu. This, too, character had been acquired by a Bao during the slaying of Chen Shikuan, who had handed it over to Jin Qixia. Now possessing both Tu and Kuan, he was poised to reformulate the incantation Tu Kuan. What was his plan? Lei Wanyang, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to rise, a foreboding alarm ringing in his mind, engulfed by an ominous premonition. With both Kuan and Tu characters in hand, Jin Qixia murmured the true name of the incantation, Tu Kuan. A dull but palpable wave of contract power emanated, causing the muddy ground beneath his feet to tremble slightly, as a small mound of earth rose from nowhere, resembling a diminutive grave. After completing this, Jin Qixia casually rubbed his hands together, and the 2 character tablets of Tu Kuan dissipated into the air. This is bad. Lei Wanyang's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief. But Tu Kuan is not his intrinsic incantation. Once used, both the Tu and Kuan characters will vanish. Indeed, Jin Qixia finally raised his eyes, locking onto the furious gaze of Lei Wanyang, revealing a chilling and frenzied smile. His voice cut through the rain. Now, the Kuan character has disappeared. This statement resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present. In an instant, Lei Wanyang comprehended Jin Qixia's seemingly senseless actions and their malicious intent. The activation of Ba-min Kuan Do required the assembly of the 4 core character tablets, with the Kuan character deliberately expended through a non-intrinsic incantation. That tablet was now lost. This signified that the entire incantation of Ba-min Kuan Do could never again be fully assembled by anyone, whether to activate or to dissolve. A madman, yet another lunatic. The huntress's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Why are you doing this? Wanzhongba is dead, and you lack the powerful incantation to continue binding everyone. What benefit does this bring you? Why? Jin Qixia seemed to find the question absurd. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the injured, despairing, and furious faces atop the ridge, finally resting on the leaden gray sky in the distance. Compared to this, you are more concerned about. Jin Qixia pointed toward the entrance of the scenic area, his tone laced with a cruel mockery. This gateway. Before his words had fully departed, he no longer cast a glance at the others, turning to vanish silently down the stone steps like a serpent merging with the shadows, leaving behind a desolate scene of utter silence and a completely ensnared deadlock. The Kuan character was destroyed, and the Ba-min Kuan Do could no longer be undone. Nanjing had become a place of desperation. What remained were merely 4 narrow paths to survival and a more brutal self-inflicted slaughter. Amidst the suffocating silence, a soft azure light suddenly illuminated the battered archway at the center of the ridge. A massive azure symbol, composed purely of energy, gradually materialized, imprinted upon the mottled stone lintel. The door to liberation had arrived. The path to life lies ahead. The air seemed to solidify as a hoarse cry erupted from an unknown source, igniting the powder keg. Despair, panic, and schemes spread like a plague among the remaining guests. The fragile alliance formed to combat Wanzhongba crumbled in an instant before the imminent struggle for survival at the gateway. Trust? Cooperation? In the face of the 4 remaining paths to life and the relentless countdown to death, they became utterly worthless. Su Sishu was the first to react. Being the astute opportunist he was, he had conserved his strength during the preceding battle. A glint of greed erupted in his eyes, disregarding his injuries as he darted toward the alluring azure door with the swiftness of an arrow. Run. Quickly. Charge. Other esteemed guests, as if awakening from a dream, felt the primal instinct for survival surge forth, overwhelming all pain and fear. They struggled to rise, instinctively casting their gazes towards the door, plunging the scene into chaotic contention. At this critical juncture, as everyone was about to recklessly rush towards the doomed men, a melodious and resonant sound of a shout, imbued with a chilling determination, unexpectedly reverberated across the mountaintop. It was Qi Bing, standing alone upon the path that the crowd would inevitably traverse to reach the doomed men. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes were cold and resolute. He raised the verdant jade shout to his lips, channeling his remaining energy as if it were a blazing fire of life, pouring forth with fervor. Ice condensation, centered around Qi Bing, a visible wave of terrifying cold, reminiscent of absolute zero, erupted instantaneously. Following the residual rainwater on the ground, the humid air turned into an icy blue plague, spreading with unparalleled swiftness. Su Sishu, at the forefront, was the first to bear the brunt. His feet were instantaneously frozen to the ground by a thick layer of ice, followed by his legs and waist. He struggled in abject horror, yet the ice advanced at a pace far beyond imagination. The ice spread, freezing and solidifying, in but a breath's time. The entire summit of Ximeling, save for a small area where Guoruanyu stood and the doomed men radiating a soft azure light, was utterly cloaked in a layer of crystal-clear, mysterious ice. Qi Bing, having exhausted all his remaining energy, rendered everyone immobile, as if time itself had been paused. Ruinyu. Qi Bing lowered the jade shao and gazed at Guoruanyu with eyes that conveyed an unyielding warmth within their frigid demeanor. Run, he urged, leave this place. No. Guoruanyu instantly comprehended his intention, shaking her head vehemently. I cannot go. We must leave together. Fear not. Qi Bing attempted to muster a comforting smile. I am formidable. He gestured towards the vibrant doomed men. You go first, and wait for me outside. No, I will not leave. We promise to go together. Guo Ruinyu insisted, about to rush towards Qi Bing. Enough of this. Qi Bing's voice suddenly rose. Hurry, the door is closing. He sensed his remaining energy dwindling like a flickering candle in the wind. This icy confinement would not endure much longer. Without hesitation, Qi Bing summoned his last vestiges of strength and energy, forcefully pressing his hands against the ground. Ice condensation, snowhound. The thick layer of ice beneath him shifted and swelled, coalescing into a massive, lifelike ice hound formed from crystalline ice. Go, Qi Bing commanded sharply. The ice hound, as if possessed of its own spirit, lowered its head to nuzzle Guo Ruinyu's leg with its frigid nose, then swiftly tossed her onto its broad, icy back. With Guo Ruinyu atop, the ice hound glided across the frozen surface as if it were a smooth path, moving with lightning speed, transforming into a streak of icy blue light as it dashed through the softly glowing dew men. At that moment, as Guo Ruinyu vanished within the door, the brilliance of the dew men flared brightly before rapidly dimming and fading away. The enormous Sun hexagram symbol disintegrated silently into the air like a weathered sand sculpture. The dew men was closed. Chapter 68. The dispersing birds. The radiance of the dew men vanished completely from the air, akin to the final spark of hope snuffed out. Qi Bing's taut body suddenly relaxed, as if all supporting bones had been extracted. Unable to maintain his kneeling posture, he leaned forward, collapsing wearily into the cold, damp mud. Intense breaths tore at his chest, his remaining energy having been wholly expended in the final act of freezing and shaping. Yet, a sense of relief graced his visage with a smile. As his energy dwindled, the thick layer of mysterious ice that enveloped the mountaintop, imprisoning all, cracked instantaneously like a mirror deprived of its magical source. With a series of crisp, resonant cracks, the heavy ice shattered into countless crystalline fragments, akin to a brief snowfall. The frozen individuals tumbled to the ground, landing clumsily in the mud and remnants of ice. Damn it, you seek death. Zhou Yi was the first to break free from the icy shackles, his eyes burning with resentment as he fixated on the collapsed, gasping Qi Bing. The dew men was lost, and the path to survival severed. This overwhelming sense of defeat scorched Zhou Yi's reason like venom. You've ruined my plans. Then let your life serve as recompense. Zhou Yi's gaze held no semblance of pity, only raw avarice. He splayed his fingers wide, channeling his energy. Countless resilient, almost transparent threads of metal shot forth like venomous fangs from the void, emerging from the ground, tree trunks, and even the residual icy mist in the air. The singular target, the defenseless, resigned Qi Bing. The lethal web tightened instantaneously, aiming to seize him along with the precious blessing he had wielded, ice condensation. Such a capacity for area control, capable of freezing all, would be an invaluable asset in the ensuing ruthless struggle for the remaining 3 doors. Stop, Zhou Yi bellowed. Having approached Qi Bing, struggling to rise with his weakened body, the brilliance of Yizhan coalescing in his right hand. However, his injury slowed him, failing to halt the encroaching threads of death. As the fatal threads loomed to envelop and shred Qi Bing, a cacophony of cawing erupted. Dozens of pitch-black crows, seemingly materializing from nowhere, or perhaps lurking in the shadows of nearby branches, dove down with fearless abandon as if responding to a silent command. They collided with the deadly transparent threads with precision akin to self-sacrifice. The dull thuds of impact and the sound of feathers tearing filled the air as the resilient threads sliced through the frail bodies of the crows, showering the ground with a rain of crimson and scattered black feathers. One by one, the crows fell, akin to puppets severed by a blade, screeching as they plummeted to the earth. Yet it was precisely the obstruction of these flesh and blood beings that inexorably delayed the contraction of the strangling threads, forming a brief and harrowing barrier of blood and flesh before Qi Bing. Zhou Yi's offensive with the strangling threads faltered. A figure emerged slowly from the edge of the devastated battlefield, stepping forth from the shattered remnants of an archway. It was the huntress. Her complexion was similarly pale, her arm wrapped in blood-soaked strips of cloth, clearly indicative of severe injury. Yet, her spine remained erect, and her gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, imbued with an undeniable authority. She extended one arm, upon which a majestic eagle, its eyes piercing, quietly alighted, its cold gaze locking onto Zhou Yi with a silent warning. Enough. The huntress's voice, though not loud, cut through the cawing of crows and the stench of blood with a weighty clarity. You all gathered here at Jima Ling in response to my summons to collectively break the 8 gates of entanglement. Her eyes swept over the disheveled crowd, and as Zhou Yi made his move, the other esteemed guests seemed to stir with restlessness. Although this attempt at breaking the entrapment had failed, a hint of defeat in her voice was swiftly replaced by a stronger sense of responsibility, asserting that since it was she who had brought everyone here, she would bear the full weight of that responsibility. The eagle on her arm emitted a powerful cry, as if rallying behind its mistress. The huntress's gaze fell upon the fluctuating expression of Zhou Yi, her tone imbued with an undeniable strength. I do not concern myself with any past grievances among you, nor do I wish to meddle. She paused, her voice resolute. But today, upon this Zhima Ling, considering my call for all of you to stand against a formidable foe, it is unacceptable for anyone to take advantage of this crisis. She surveyed the assembly, her eyes exuding an intangible pressure. I implore you, grant me a favor. The mountaintop fell into a brief silence, broken only by the dying cries of crows and the sound of raindrops. Zhou Yi's complexion shifted like a dyer's palette, his gaze filled with resentment as it swept over the huntress. Nearby, Zhou Yi had already raised his right hand, clearly preparing to strike. Zhou Yi's thoughts raced. Although the huntress bore grave injuries, that eagle was evidently formidable, especially since Zhou Yi was readying for an attack. And he himself had expended considerable energy to break Qi Bing's icy confinement and launch his strangling assault. Continuing to entangle with them would not yield any advantage, but rather expose him to others' opportunistic strikes. Humph. He huffed heavily, begrudgingly. This favor will be repaid in the future. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly retreated, retracting the remaining strangling threads into his sleeves. In just a few leaps, he vanished into the thick shadows of the forest, leaving no trace behind. The huntress watched the direction in which Zhou Yi had disappeared, then glanced over the silent assembly, the eagle on her arm retracting its hostility. She spoke no further, nodding slightly to Zhou Yi and the others, acknowledging their presence. Then, she emitted a low whistle, and the few remaining crows struggled to take flight, circling around her. She cast one last deep glance toward the position where Du Men had vanished, her eyes reflecting complex emotions, and then turned. Her steps somewhat faltering, yet resolute like a lone wolf, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. The other surviving esteemed guests exchanged wary glances, then looked towards Zhou Yi's evident small group, along with the faintly breathing Qi Bing, wisely choosing silence and distance. They struggled to rise, bearing their wounds and deeper despair like injured beasts, each selecting a direction, limping away quietly into the shadows of Zhima Ling. Su silently patted his mud-stained jacket, his face still wearing that perennial mask of numb sorrow. He did not look at anyone, as if the recent life-and-death crisis and the current dire situation were entirely unrelated to him. He trudged down the slippery stone steps, step by step, without a trace of longing, heading towards the mountain's base, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate under the dim light, as if merely returning home after work. At the mountaintop, only Zhou Yi and his three companions remained, along with Qi Bing, who still sat on the ground, eyes closed, attempting to recover a semblance of his energy. Luo Qi struggled to approach Qi Bing to assess his injuries, but was gently halted by Shinsinyu. Her cold gaze signaled, let him recover on his own. Time flowed in the oppressive silence. The last rays of the setting sun finally pierced through the heavy clouds, casting a ghastly and tragic golden-red hue upon the mountain's shattered walls, charred pits, and congealed blood. This blood-red sunset mirrored the fate of this desolate city. After a long while, Qi Bing finally slowly opened his eyes. His complexion remained pale, but the sense of weakness in his gaze had faded somewhat, restoring some of his former icy demeanor. He struggled to rise, his body wavering slightly. Zhou Yi stepped forward, intent on offering support. Yet Qi Bing raised his hand to halt him. His cold gaze swept over Zhou Yi, Lei Wanyang, and Shinsinyu, finally resting on Luo Qi. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement of his earlier intentions to provide aid, he uttered not a single word. A faint, icy mist enveloped him. Not dense, but carrying a chilling aura that seemed to sever life itself. The mist quickly enveloped him, rendering his form indistinct. A gust of cold wind swept through. The mist dissipated quietly. In its place, there was no one left, only a patch of crystal-clear, frozen mud, signaling Qi Bing's silent departure. Zhou Yi gazed at the icy remnants, then turned his gaze towards the blood-soaked sunset enveloping the silent, lifeless city of Nanjing below. The leaden clouds loomed overhead like a massive coffin, pressing down upon the city. The door to Du Men was now closed. The 8 gates of entanglement held no prospect for resolution. The paths to escape were reduced to but 3. The encirclement had become an inescapable deadlock. Chapter 69. Review. The bloodshed and despair of Zhima Ling weighed heavily upon Zhou Yi and his companions as they dragged their weary bodies back to the mansion. The heavy, intricately wrought iron door closed behind them, isolating them from the lifeless streets and the leaden sky outside. Yet it could not extinguish the suffocating atmosphere permeating the air. In the hall, Luo Qi strained to maintain his composure as he cautiously activated Qiyu, tending to the wounds of Zhou Yi and the others. Shinsinyu leaned against the sofa to regain her strength. The repercussions of the Lianqing curse, binding her after the mental backlash from the arrival of Zhongba, were far beyond her expectations, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Lei Wanyang stood before a large map of Nanjing spread out on a table, his brow knitted tightly, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the surface, producing a dull thud. Silence enveloped them. The heavy breaths, the rustling of bandages, and the occasional sound from outside, whether it was the wind or the lament of surviving birds, formed the only echoes in the desolate hall. Their minds wandered back to the battle at Jima Ling, with the most shocking betrayal being Jin Qixia's actions, particularly his destruction of the character Kun. The 8 gates of confusion had become an inextricable deadlock, leaving only 3 avenues of escape, akin to the ever-looming sword of Damocles hanging above them. In retrospect, Zhou Yi shattered the stifling silence, revealing that the so-called quartet had, from the very beginning, consisted of but one individual. The linchpin behind them had always been none other than Jin Qixia himself. Let us review the events. Lei Wanyang's finger jabbed forcefully at the marker representing Nanjing Prison, his voice exuding a forced calm, like an undercurrent surging beneath the ice. He picked up a pen, marking several red dots on the map, representing the trajectory of Jin Qixia's movements reconstructed from previously hacked police surveillance footage combined with various intelligence reports. Pointing at Nanjing Prison on the map, Lei Wanyang spoke. The horizontal transformation has commenced. The rules have descended. Jin Qixia, his name inherently carries the auspicious phrase, Xie Jin, possesses the ability to control metal. He is incarcerated in the heavy criminal unit of Nanjing Prison, where the prison bars are metallic, a mere illusion of confinement for him. Thus, he effortlessly tore apart his cage, becoming one of the first free souls within the prison walls. The prison offered him an exceptional opportunity. Zhou Yi's voice, imbued with insight, noted that those within the prison were ensnared, making them prime targets for manipulation and control, as they were already in a state of vulnerability, trapped, fearful, and bewildered. Hence, he successively visited the surrounding prisons, assembling the quartet we now recognize. Lei Wanyang nodded, directing his fingertip towards another prison marker on the map, Nanjing Women's Prison. His first stop, Nanjing Women's Prison, where he exerted control over Qin Kong. Lei Wanyang brought up a segment of surveillance footage on the computer screen. Though the image was blurred, it remained recognizable. Inside the women's prison cell stood a beautiful yet vacant-eyed woman, while outside, a bespectacled man seemed to project a luminous object into the back of her head. Next, Lei Wanyang's fingertip moved to the juvenile prison, the second stop. The juvenile prison, where he subdued a Bao. The footage from the juvenile prison depicted a rebellious youth with an explosive hairstyle, casually detonating a massive hole in the iron door, his face alight with cruel satisfaction. A Bao, combustible and impulsive, craved validation. Jin Qixia played the role of the benevolent elder brother, offering false loyalty and value recognition, providing guidance and power, while Lei Wanyang's gaze sharpened, suggesting he had likely implanted a metal control device to amplify the Stockholm Syndrome. With a combination of rewards and threats, he ensured a Bao's unwavering loyalty, intertwined with fear. Finally, Lei Wanyang pointed to the Lao Huqiao prison, his last stop, Lao Huqiao prison, where he encountered Wan Zhongba. The surveillance footage from Lao Huqiao prison revealed a tall, burly figure, radiating a violent energy, furiously smashing the wall in the exercise yard. As a bespectacled man approached him, engaging in conversation, Wan Zhongba, violent and greedy, harbored unrealistic imperial dreams. Such individuals are the most effective tools, yet also the most perilous bombs. What Jin Qixia sought was to discover how to grasp the handle of the knife. Lei Wanyang paused momentarily. Greed was his fatal weakness. Jin Qixia merely needed to fan the flames of his avarice, painting him a vision of imperial grandeur, supplemented with necessary contingency controls, metal concealed within his braids. Zhou Yi frowned and added, moreover, Wan Zhongba's ferocity serves as a protective guise for Jin Qixia, allowing him to conceal himself behind Wan Zhongba, avoiding early detection. Indeed, that is the case. Lei Wanyang nodded. Zhou Yi surveyed the 4 prisons on the map, stroking his chin as he mused. Thus, he assembled the quartet we have encountered, each one guided solely by Jin Qixia. Indeed, Jin Qixia employs different control strategies for different individuals. Greed, anger, and delusion each necessitate distinct approaches. Lei Wanyang summarized, his voice resembling the calm thud of a gavel, as he precisely identified the core weaknesses of the other 3. Crafting tailored control strategies. He utilized Wan Zhongba's South Greed to drive the 8 gates of confusion, leveraged Qin Kong's delusion for reconnaissance and aerial support, and employed a Bao's anger as the vanguard for destruction. Meanwhile, Jin Qixia remained hidden in the shadows, akin to the dark hand manipulating marionettes. Zhou Yi rapped on the table, causing the markers on the map to quiver slightly, from escaping the prison to assembling the quartet, to initiating the 8 gates of confusion to seal off Nanjing City, and finally depleting Wan Zhongba, culminating in the destruction of Kun. It can be asserted that the chaos Nanjing has experienced from the beginning of the horizontal transformation until now has been orchestrated by Jin Qixia. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. Even Luo Qi's bandaging ceased. A chilling sensation, more piercing than the marble floor of the mansion, spread from each person's spine. They believed they were struggling for survival in a desperate situation, yet remained oblivious to the fact that they had already become insects ensnared in a meticulously woven web. A feeling of manipulation far more suffocating and enraging than facing Wan Zhongba's fury. However, Lei Wanyang's brow tightened further. His eyes filled with profound confusion and an inescapable sense of unease. What could be the purpose behind all of this? He paced back and forth, restless like a caged beast, pondering the immense efforts he had expended to construct such a grand scheme. Was it merely to trap everyone? What advantage did this bring him? Indeed, he has not made any powerful declarations. In the contest for the remaining 3 doors, he faces immense risks as well. This is illogical. He must possess a grander scheme that we have yet to discern. Furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you think? What could he desire?" Shook his head in confusion, his eyes reflecting only exhaustion and fear. Ultimately, S gaze settled upon and leaned back in his chair, his head bowed as he examined his right hand, which was wrapped in bandages, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the fabric. Remained with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon her eyelids as she contemplated calmly. However, at the moment posed his question, S peripheral vision keenly detected a subtle curling of fingers resting on her knees. Lifted his head, his gaze meeting inquisitive eyes. He remained silent, merely shaking his head ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. They were all oblivious to the true intentions behind schemes. Clearing his throat, shattered the stifling silence. After tending Tu's arm, his voice trembled with the frailty of survival. Regardless of what that madman intends, we must now seize the doors. His gaze swept across the 3 remaining unmarked locations on the map, and, with only 3 doors left and 4 of them present, the cold arithmetic of their situation revealed a brutally despairing truth. Taking a deep breath, suppressed his doubts and unease. He approached the map, pressing his finger decisively upon the remaining 3 marked spots, his expression sharpening with newfound resolve, akin to a blade tempered in fire. Whether schemes or plots, these 3 doors were their only constants amidst the chaos. His voice resonated with unyielding authority. Before us, the 8 doors have become a deadlock, unbreakable. Our path to survival lies solely through these 3 doors. His gaze swept over, and, for the forthcoming 3 doors, S' voice rang out like steel clashing. Echoing in the vast hall with a resolute finality, the 4 of us must strive with all our might, regardless of the cost. Outside, the leaden clouds loomed lower, almost within reach. Inside the mansion, the pale emergency lights illuminated 4 faces, grave and weary yet ablaze with an undying spirit. The ominous shadow cast by still lingered overhead. But the counteroffensive of the cornered beasts was just beginning. Chapter 70. On the 6th day of the 8 doors confinement, would open at 6 in the evening. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled like melted gold upon the layered dark tiles of the Confucius temple, infusing the cold bluestone path with a touch of late warmth. The waters of mirrored the gradually illuminating lanterns, flowing slowly and silently. The air was thick with an unusual scent, a blend of old book pages and rain-soaked moss. Remnants of humanity's warmth after the calamity. The current state of the Confucius temple lacked the previous bustle of crowds, revealing a serene composure born of time's passage. The vermilion doors of the stood half open, while they stood in silent dignity, and a few red koi swam beneath the sparse lotus leaves in the pond. At this moment, scattered figures of notable guests lingered in the square, along the corridors, or beside the water's edge, maintaining a subtle distance from one another, as if frozen in time. Following the demise of, the balance of power among the notable guests had shifted considerably, and prior to the arrival of, there was an unspoken agreement to refrain from conflict, and his companions blended into the crowd, savoring a brief respite before the storm. As walked along the street, the ferocity of recent battles had faded from his gaze. Walked beside him, now clad in practical attire, her long hair loosely tied back, with a few strands cascading down her smooth neck, her profile appearing particularly gentle in the evening light. Occasionally, she paused, her eyes drifting over the dusty ancient crafts at a roadside stall or the willow trees swaying by the water's edge, her gaze tranquil as a still lake. "Look at that, doesn't it resemble the sculpture at the east gate of our school?" Pointed to a stall selling sugar paintings, the vendor long gone, leaving only a few solidified sugar phoenixes and a solitary sugar dragon perched on a straw target, outlined by the sunset in golden red hues. His tone was light, imbued with a hint of youthful mischief. Followed his gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as a subtle ripple danced in her eyes. "Yes, that too is a phoenix," she replied softly, like a feather brushing over water's surface, and trailed a few steps behind. had swapped his signature prosecutor's coat for a simple dark gray shirt. The sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing his sturdy physique. He was pointing toward the majestic in the distance, quietly conversing with, his expression unusually relaxed, almost resembling that of a guide. Listened intently, nodding occasionally, his once tense shoulders now easing, akin to an intern gaining knowledge. Look at the intricate carvings on that archway. They are truly exquisite. The craftsmanship of the ancients was remarkable, exclaimed, pointing at the archway with youthful awe. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients, nodded, his gaze sweeping over the complex cloud patterns and auspicious beasts. Alas, in this era, one must rely on strength to make oneself heard. His words carried a hint of self-deprecation, yet they were not heavy, rather reflecting a pragmatic acceptance of reality. As they traversed, the vacant storefronts stood with their doors wide open, revealing overturned tables and dust-covered examination papers scattered within. Picked up a fallen from the ground, weighing it in his hand before tossing it to. Here, a little gift for you. Caught it, her fingertips brushing against the coarse fabric and faded embroidery, remaining silent as she tucked the small talisman into her pocket. A trivial, seemingly useless keepsake, yet it exuded an absurd warmth amidst the uncertainty of their present circumstances. They settled upon the stone railing by the pond, watching the sun gradually sink behind the silhouettes of buildings across the water rippled, distorting the reflections of lanterns and shattering the fleeting tranquility. Retrieved several neatly packaged from an abandoned snack stall, sharing them among the group. The saccharine flavor blossomed on the tip of the tongue, instilling a sense of comfort reminiscent of the mundane aspects of daily life, long forgotten. Once unnoticed, it now evoked a longing for such sweetness to grace each day. Luo Qi took a bite of the cake, mumbling indistinctly while his gaze lingered over the shimmering surface of the water, imbued with a youthful blend of yearning and bewilderment. No need for conflict. Simply to behold the scenery and savor a morsel. Silence enveloped the air momentarily, as if time itself had stagnated. The persistent gloom, akin to the delicate mist rising above the Qinhuai River, descended silently, with the shadow of the 8 gates of entrapment ever looming. The tranquility before them could not disguise the chilling reality. 3 gates, for individuals. Regardless of their light-hearted banter, the outcome had already been inscribed. The most favorable resolution would be for 3 to depart, while 1 remains eternally ensnared in this forsaken city, a sacrificial offering to the dual forces of order and betrayal. This cruel mathematical riddle pierced the facade of their fragile peace like a cold needle. Joy was genuine, akin to pilfered honey. Despair too was real, a venom beneath the sweetness that refused to dissolve. Zhou Yi instinctively glanced at Shun Xianyu, who was delicately nibbling on the top scholar cake, her profile serene, with long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, betraying no emotion. He then shifted his gaze to Lei Wanyang, who was staring intently towards Ming Yuan Lu, his expression profound, unconsciously toying with a half piece of cake between his fingers. Lastly, there was Luo Qi, whose youthful dreams were quickly overshadowed by the weight of reality. His head bowed in silence. Time slipped away quietly within this bittersweet tranquility. The lanterns of Fuzi Miao began to illuminate one by one, their warm glow spreading through the twilight, elongating the shadows of the eaves and brackets, casting them upon the expansive bluestone pavement. The pleasure boats on the Qinhuai River lay silently moored at the bank, resembling massive water beasts run aground. In the square, the silhouettes of distinguished guests within the corridors began to shift and gather silently. That fleeting sense of respite dissipated as swiftly as a receding tide, replaced by an invisible tension that permeated the air. All heads were raised, eyes drawn towards the depths of the scenic area. To the layered porches and pavilions, Ling Xingmen, De Chengmen, De Chengdian, and Zun Jinggu, where one of the doors was destined to open. None knew which it would be. At 5:55 in the afternoon, Zhou Yi and his companions rose from the water's edge, merging into the throng. The earlier ease had vanished, supplanted by a familiar vigilance and gravity. They progressed slowly along the central axis, heading toward De Chengdian, their sharp eyes scanning every potential threshold. The last vestiges of the sun slipped beneath the horizon, engulfing Fuzi Miao in the glow of lanterns and the encroaching night. Time passed deliberately. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, filled only with the suppressed sounds of breaths and heartbeats. At 5:59, everyone held their breath, chi flowing quietly within them, poised for seizing or defense. Their gazes flickered like searchlights, traversing the ancient doors. At that moment, Zhou Yi's eyes inadvertently swept over to the west side of Panxi, near the direction of the Tianxia Wenshu Archway, where a relatively secluded corner of the corridor revealed a solitary figure. He stood there, clad in a well-pressed gray suit, gold-rimmed spectacles reflecting a cold gleam in the lantern light. His posture was upright, hands casually resting in the pockets of his trousers. exuding an air of nonchalance that starkly contrasted with the surrounding atmosphere of tension and oppression. Jin Qixia. He remained there, across the shimmering surface of Panqi, amidst the throng of moving shadows, his gaze seemingly penetrating the space between them, icy and precise, landing squarely upon Zhou Yi. The corners of his mouth seemed to hold a trace of an elusive smile. At that moment, time appeared to freeze. Deep within the scenic area of Fuzi Miao, a symbol representing the scenic gate, the Li Gua, ignited silently upon a threshold, emanating a scorching and alluring crimson glow. The scenic gate has descended. Chapter 71, The Gate of Leap. The scenic gate has descended. That colossal symbol of Li Gua, composed purely of energy, descended slowly like a burning flame imprinted upon the dim sky. Within the Fuzi Miao scenic area, every distinguished guest scattered nearby instantly tightened their nerves. The air seemed to be drained of substance, leaving behind countless fervent, greedy, and resolute gazes, relentlessly pursuing the slowly descending crimson symbol. Qi surged in the undercurrents, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, suppressed beneath an outwardly calm facade. This was the third to last life gate, a beacon of hope, igniting the fuse of bloodshed. In the open square before De Chengdian, an invisible pressure rendered breathing difficult. The symbol of Li Gua descended lower, its landing point quickening the heartbeat of all present. Ling Xingmen, De Chengmen, or Zunjingu, each ancient door seemed to silently scream. Finally, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, that burning symbol of Li Gua, like a returning firebird, accurately imprinted itself upon the two heavy, copper-studded vermilion doors of De Chengdian. Buzz! The crimson glow erupted suddenly, illuminating De Chengmen as if it were a gaping maw blaze. The oppressive silence was instantly shattered by the fervent eruption of Qi, scattering the distinguished guests throughout the scenic area like a disturbed swarm of bees, transforming into blurred phantoms, swept along by a frenzied wind, racing from all directions towards the blazing vermilion door. In that fleeting moment, the crowd surged, Qi boiling. Zhou Yi and his companions stood at the forefront of the steps leading to Dai Chengdian, Lei Wanyang crackling with arcs of electricity, poised for action. Shun Xian Yu's fingertips glimmering with incantation power, Zhou Yi's right arm emanating the brilliance of Yizhan, while Luo Qi clenched his fists with palpable tension. Just as countless figures were about to surge towards that crimson gate, standing a short distance away, Jin Qixia revealed a knowing smile of control. He adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, their lenses reflecting the fiery light of the scenic gate, akin to two flickering will-o'-the-wisps. His right hand, casually resting in his trouser pocket, elegantly turned outward. Metal control, an invisible, exquisitely precise metal manipulation. Qi instantly enveloped De Chengmen. The two imposing, heavy crimson metal doors, embedded within a stone frame, emitted a resounding creak as they were forcefully wrenched from their base by an overwhelming power. The entire door, as if seized by an invisible hand, ascended rapidly into the air, accompanied by the blazing symbols of the Li Gua. All eyes, filled with astonishment and terror, watched as the doorway, a symbol of the path to survival, was lifted to an altitude nearing 100 meters, resembling a fiery red disc suspended above the Fuzi Miao. It was an unreachable distance from the ground. What? Damn it! The door has been sent to the heavens. How do we get up there? The renowned guests below, caught in a moment of chaos, abruptly halted, gazing upwards. The path to survival was tantalizingly close, yet seemingly out of reach. Jin Qixia stood beneath, as a heavy metal sign, detached from a nearby stall, silently soared towards him. He calmly stepped onto the metal board, as if ascending the steps to a throne. The board bore him aloft, steadily and slowly rising into the sky. Jin Qixia reached a height level with Lei Wanyang's line of sight and paused momentarily. Across the several meters of vertical distance, his gaze, like a probe, precisely locked onto Lei Wanyang. His voice was soft yet penetrated the tumult, laced with an unsettling provocation. Inspector Lei, Jin Qixia's voice remained steady as the door now hovers above. Seizing this opportunity provides a distinct advantage. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the other renowned guests below who were attempting various means of ascent, a faint smile gracing his lips. This door. I consider it a wedding garment for you. He gestured towards the fiery red portal overhead, his tone imbued with an air of control. However, if you choose not to advance, I shall take my leave. Lei Wanyang gazed up at the blazing disc, and then at Jin Qixia suspended in midair. His brow furrowed tightly. The advantage of seizing the door in the sky was indeed significant, yet he sensed that Jin Qixia was deliberately offering this opportunity to him, creating an impression of a diversion. What, then, was Jin Qixia's true objective? Meanwhile, the renowned guests below had regained composure amidst the initial chaos. The instinct for survival prevailed, leading them to employ their unique abilities to navigate the situation. Su Cixue smirked coldly, his fingers moving rapidly as countless resilient, Transparent strands shot forth from his sleeves, weaving through the plaza, the nearby stone pillars, and even the chaotic crowd below. In an instant, a vast and highly elastic transparent net formed silently amidst the turmoil. He sprang into the center of the net and forcefully pressed down. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The immense potential energy was unleashed, propelling Zhou Yi like a stone shot from a powerful slingshot, transforming him into a blurred shadow racing toward the crimson disk high above. Caw! A sharp cry of an eagle pierced the air as the huntress sounded an urgent whistle. A fierce black eagle, with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, swooped down from the eaves of the Fuzi Miao. The huntress leapt, deftly grasping the eagle's powerful talons. The black eagle emitted a long call, vigorously flapping its wings as it soared skyward with her like an arrow released from a bow. Up! A tall renowned guest pressed his hands to the ground, shouting. Several sturdy ginkgo trees at the edge of the plaza began to shake violently as countless resilient vines burst forth from the earth, entwining around him and swiftly lifting him upward, akin to ascending a green elevator. Furthermore, a muscular man, rooted in place, unleashed a surge of earthy energy around him, akin to a coiled spring. With a fierce roar, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground. Boom! The earth erupted, creating a small crater as he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, charging toward the heavens with unwavering momentum. The sky instantaneously transformed into a new battlefield, where various figures, each employing their distinct methods, surged toward the singular path of survival. As Zhou Yi's propelled form neared halfway, the huntress riding the black eagle closely followed. While the vine-supported and leaping contenders had already ascended several dozen meters, time was growing increasingly precious. A warm hand landed heavily on Lei Wanyang's tense shoulder. It was Zhou Yi. He looked up, his gaze sharply scanning the heights for Jin Shixia before returning to Lei Wanyang's face. His expression imbued with unprecedented solemnity and assurance. Brother Lei, you should go first. His voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable force. Rest assured, I will take care of Xiao Yu. I promise to ensure her safety. Shen Xinyu remained silent, merely nodding in response to Lei Wanyang's gaze, a subtle, yet firm affirmation. Luo Qi also nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with trust. The 3 pairs of eyes, akin to steadfast anchors, steadied the tumultuous waves within Lei Wanyang's heart. The weight of promises, the trust of companions, and the harsh reality of only 3 remaining doors pressed upon him. Lei Wanyang's gaze rapidly swept across Zhou Yi, Shen Xinyu, and Luo Qi, before glancing once more at the approaching figures in the sky and the composed Jin Shixia. Ultimately, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. Yang Kong. Lei Wanyang uttered 2 words, his voice deep and grave, like the clash of steel. In the next instant, deep purple arcs of electricity surged around him, igniting his ascent. Boom! Lei Wanyang's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a blinding trail of purple lightning and a wave of dispersing shockwaves. He shot towards the crimson disk in the sky with a terrifying velocity that surpassed all other renowned guests, as swift as a thunderbolt tearing through the night. Zhou Yi's springing figure had just crossed 2/3 of the height, while the hunting girl's black eagle was still striving to ascend. The vine bearer and the barbaric jumper lagged far behind, only to feel a violent purple lightning bolt surge past from below, exuding an unmatched momentum, charging straight towards Jingmen. Lei Wanyang's silhouette resembled a bolt of purple lightning, precisely plunging into the heart of the blazing Li Gua rune. Buzz! The crimson light abruptly brightened, then quickly dimmed, contracting until it was utterly extinguished, along with the suspended metallic gate, dissipating like a phantom in the 100-meter-high sky. Jingmen closed. Zhou Yi's spring force was depleted, and as he descended from a height of over 20 meters from the original gate, he let out a roar of unwillingness. The hunting girl's black eagle emitted a mournful cry, spiraling downwards. The vine bearer fell to the ground in despair, while the barbaric jumper crashed down like a meteor, kicking up a cloud of dust. The instigator, Jin Shixia, stood on a metallic plate that had long ceased to rise. He hovered in midair, his face betraying no disappointment or anger at Lei Wanyang's successful departure. On the contrary, he wore a satisfied smile, his gaze from behind the lenses resembling the most precise sniper scope, firmly locking onto Zhou Yi. That look seemed to have finally cleared the obstacles, eagerly anticipating the confrontation with his prey. Chapter 72. Temple Fate: The 8 Gates of Entanglement, Day 7. The Jingmen will descend upon Jiming Temple at 8 o'clock tonight. The last vestiges of warmth from dusk were wholly engulfed by the thick, inky darkness of night, the air imbued with a sense of impending storm. Even the chirping of insects had fallen silent. Nanjing, this cursed city shrouded in death, held its last flicker of life like a candle flickering in the wind. Confined between 2 yet unopened gates, Jiming Temple, an ancient edifice of 1,000 years, rested quietly at the foot of Jilong Mountain by Xuanwu Lake. The mountain path in the night twisted like a serpent, flanked by ancient trees that cast looming shadows beneath the dim twilight. The bluestone steps leading to the temple were slick and cold, still bearing the dew from the day's rain. Ascending the steps, passing through the mottled mountain gate, the Yaowang Hall, Guanyin Hall, and Huoming Tower, each ancient structure, weathered by time, stood silently, their flying eaves and brackets appearing particularly jagged against the deep blue sky. There was no incense, no chanting, only the mountain wind whispering through the empty halls and the copper bells at the eaves, producing a low wail, akin to the silent sighs of the ancient temple. The air was thick with the musty scent of aged timber, ash, and moss, solemn yet exuding a desolate emptiness. The Yaoshi Buddha Tower, 7 levels and 8 faces, topped with glazed tiles, loomed in the night like a silent giant, overlooking the turbulent undercurrents below. At this moment, the relatively open square beneath the Yaoshi Buddha Tower became the center of the storm. The remaining notable figures in Nanjing, like hyenas catching the scent of blood, almost surged forth. They emerged silently from the shadows of the mountain path, the corridors of the halls, and the branches of ancient trees, converging here. Heavy breaths, suppressed murmurs, and the restless stirring of qi within their bodies disrupted the originally serene night. Pairs of eyes glimmered in the darkness, filled with greed, desperation, and ferocity, fixated on the empty space beneath the Buddha Tower, awaiting the arrival of the Jingmen. The air was taut like a bowstring, each breath carrying the scent of gunpowder. Zhou Yi, Shin Xinyu, and Luo Qi concealed themselves in the shadows of Huoming Tower. Zhou Yi's expression appeared remarkably calm in the night, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle, scanning the throng of figures below. Su Sushu clung to a pillar behind Guanyin Hall like a ghost, while the hunting girl stood silently upon the eaves of the Daxiong Hall, several crows circling around her. Various other notable figures, some wounded, some weary, occupied advantageous positions, akin to lurking hunters. The oppressive intent to kill grew wildly in the tranquility of the ancient temple. Time flowed agonizingly, second by second. When the moonlight struggled to pierce through the dense clouds, casting the first cold silver ray upon the glazed top of the Yaoshi Buddha Tower, a figure emerged as if sprouting from the shadow of the tower, silently appearing at the top of the bluestone steps leading to the main hall. It was a young monk, clad in a gray robe that had faded to a pale hue. He was slender and had a fair face, even bearing a trace of youthful innocence. However, beneath his lowered eyelids lay a tranquility and compassion that was incongruous with his age. The monk, with his long and clean fingers pressed together, stood quietly as though he had merged with the ancient temple and the night itself. Esteemed benefactors, your journey from afar deserves a warm welcome. His appearance instantly captivated the attention of all lurking figures. The sudden tranquility felt jarringly out of place amidst the murderous atmosphere of the square, even somewhat eerie. The young monk slowly lifted his eyelids. His gaze was clear, akin to a mountain spring, calmly sweeping over the faces hidden in darkness, filled with hostility. There was no fear, no disgust, only a profound understanding, as if he had comprehended all suffering. Amitba. His clear and serene voice resonated in the silent night, like a stone cast into still waters, spreading clearly across the square. The monk's name is Huiyuan. He stepped forward, standing at the edge of the steps, completely blocking the path to the main hall behind him. Moonlight fell upon his smooth head, as if cloaking him in a faint halo of Buddhist light. I do not enter hell. Who will? Huiyuan's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Esteemed benefactors, why must you struggle in vain? Who let this bald donkey in? A coarse shout shattered the brief silence as a burly man pushed through the crowd. Zhou Yi recognized him. He was the man who attempted to seize Jingmen at Fuzimio through a charged jump, clearly enhanced in strength. The man appeared particularly formidable under the moonlight. Get the hell out of the way. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet the Buddha early. Exactly. Stop pretending. Get lost. Don't delay the door. The chorus of curses erupted instantly. The crowd began to stir, and the qi fluctuations grew even more violent. The desire to survive overwhelmed all else. No one had the patience to listen to a monk's reasoning. Confronted by the surging malevolence and lethal intent, Huiyuan's countenance bore neither sorrow nor joy, neither anger nor irritation. Beneath his lowered eyelids, his clear eyes seemed to harbor fleeting golden Sanskrit characters. Amitba. He softly recited the sacred mantra once more. His voice, though subdued, remarkably transcended all tumult. He gradually raised his hands in prayer, the movement imbued with a peculiar rhythmic grace, akin to the act of picking a flower. All beings suffer, and it is due to their attachments. Compassionately, he gazed upon the restless crowd, his voice resonating like the morning bell of an ancient temple, imbued with a penetrating force. To strive is to fall into the abyss. Those who do not contend shall find liberation and glimpse the other shore. At the moment his words fell, Huiyuan seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, his hands forming a mudra at his chest, reminiscent of a meditating Buddha. He closed his eyes, softly murmuring the true name, Fuyuan. Zhou Yi instantly sensed a wave of auspicious energy ripple forth, filling the entire temple like a blossoming lotus. An indescribable, grand, and solemn wave of energy radiated outward from Huiyuan, expanding suddenly like ripples on water. This energy was not violent, yet it bore an oppressive weight akin to a mountain, emanating an aura of sanctity that demanded reverence. Crack, crack, crack. As the energy spread around the Yaoshi Buddha Tower, the 18 brass Arhat statues that had merely stood as lifeless forms on either side of the plaza suddenly emitted a sound of metal grinding. The millennia-old patina of copper that had accumulated upon the statues began to flake away, revealing the dark yet resilient metallic sheen beneath. 18 pairs of tightly shut brass eyes abruptly opened, and within the hollow sockets blazed 2 fiery orbs of gold and crimson, resembling molten lava. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy copper feet struck the bluestone pavement, producing a muffled thud as the 18 statues awakened from their ancient slumber like guardian deities, moving with a heavy yet resolute gait. The copper figures aligned themselves in a mysterious formation, flanking Huiyuan on all sides, steadfastly protecting the seated young monk at the center. Some held staffs, others wielded whips, some raised bowls, while others joined their hands in prayer. Each of the 18 brass figures assumed a unique stance, yet all exuded a chilling, lethal, and indomitable metallic will. The dark golden radiance of the Buddha illuminated the copper figures, intertwining with Huiyuan's emanating energy, creating an impenetrable barrier, an array of 18 copper figures. The chilling aura of death intertwined with the solemn light of the Buddha, forming a disquieting pressure that enveloped the entire plaza, stunning the restless guests, halting their advance as they gazed in astonishment at the seemingly sentient metallic barrier. What is this monstrous entity? The copper figures have come to life? Whispers of shock spread through the crowd. In this moment of stalemate, behind the Yaoshi Buddha Tower, a distortion appeared above the tightly shut main door of the temple. A colossal hexagram of pure energy, resembling liquid mercury, slowly materialized, emanating a soft and mysterious white light, illuminating the door in a brilliant glow. The Jingmen has descended. The Jingmen stood behind Huiyuan, steadfastly guarded by the array of 18 copper figures. The path to life lay before them, yet it was obstructed by a wall of awakened metallic Buddhas. All eyes of the guests swiftly shifted from the radiance of the Jingmen back to the young monk, seated in meditation with closed eyes, and the 18 imposing brass giants radiating an overwhelming aura of death before him. The air thickened, leaving only the heavy sounds of the copper joints moving and Huiyuan's barely audible yet soul-cleansing chant. To pass through the Jingmen and tread upon the singular path of life, one must first breach this copper array. Chapter 73. The copper array. The 18 copper figures awakened. Their dark brass bodies, illuminated by the gentle and mysterious white light of the Jingmen hexagram, glimmered with a cold, heavy metallic sheen. The fiery gold and crimson flames burning in their hollow eye sockets scanned the restless crowd ahead with an icy gaze from the depths of an ancient abyss. The 18 copper figures moved with heavy steps, their metallic friction creating a heart-stopping resonance, synchronizing in perfect unity, safeguarding the meditative Huiyuan and the door to life behind them. The chilling authority of the Buddhist realm mingled with the coldness of metal, forming a solid barrier that pressed upon the hearts of every guest. The brief silence was instantaneously shattered by the primal urge to survive. Let us all charge and break this wretched copper array. Forward, the door lies just behind. A voice erupted from the crowd, igniting the remaining guests like a barrel of gunpowder. With flames of desperation igniting in their eyes, they unleashed their energy, rushing towards the cold metallic barrier like moths drawn to a flame. Su's threads twisted like venomous serpents, cunningly wrapping around the joints of the copper figures. The huntress commanded her black eagle to dive and peck at the statue's eye sockets. A burly man roared as he swung his flaming fist towards the chest of a copper figure. Another figure darted like the wind, attempting to slip between the legs of the statues, and yet others summoned spikes from the ground, seeking to topple the copper figures. In an instant, the plaza before the Jiming Temple transformed into a battlefield, with the clashing sounds of metal erupting, the sharp crack of severed threads, the dull thud of flames striking copper, and the screeching of eagle claws against metal all merging into a cacophony. However, after a surge of attacks, the 18 copper figures remained as immovable as mountains. Their coordination was flawless, as if they shared a singular will. Their defenses were impregnable, not allowing a single drop to leak through. A copper mace fell, repelling the fiery brute's frontal assault. A copper whip swept in from the side, precisely striking a nimble guest attempting to slip through. A copper figure at the rear thrust its palms forward, sending an invisible shockwave that caused the huntress's black eagle to wail and tumble. And as the ground began to shift, a heavy copper foot stomped down, pulverizing the emerging spikes into dust. The attacks of the 18 copper figures were not aimed at slaughter, but purely to repel. Each copper fist, palm, and weapon bore overwhelming force. Yet they adeptly avoided fatal strikes. One by one, the esteemed guests were knocked back, their retreat filled with disarray, yet none could advance a step beyond the thunder pool. In contrast, Huiyuan at the heart of the formation remained seated in serene meditation, eyes closed, hands clasped, murmuring incomprehensible scriptures. His tranquility was starkly at odds with the fierce battle raging around him. He did not seize the opportunity to pass through the nearby gate of surprise. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted as he focused intently on the impenetrable copper formation, despair gnawing at him. This was the final two gates. And a relentless thought echoed in his mind, his promise to Lei Wanyan. He must ensure Shinsinyu's escape. Stay put. Zhou Yi commanded Shinsinyu beside him, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. He inhaled sharply, raised 3 fingers of his right hand, and dashed into the copper array, exclaiming, Yijan. In an instant, the concept of piercing through the weaknesses of all things coalesced at his fingertips. Like lightning, he honed in on a minuscule gap exposed when a copper figure swung its fist to repel another. He transformed into a swift arrow, aiming directly at the joint where the copper figure's arm met its body. With a sharp sound, he struck the newly revealed weakness with precision, causing the copper figure's movement to falter, its arm's speed reduced by a fraction. A surge of hope surged within Zhou Yi. However, just as the old force waned and the new had yet to arise, 2 other copper figures seemingly anticipated his move. One shifted half a step, its colossal shield sealing off Zhou Yi's path, while the other executed a silent, sweeping kick aimed at his lower body. The offense and defense were flawlessly synchronized, presenting no openings. Zhou Yi's pupils dilated, his fists unable to withstand the 4 hands of the copper figures. Although Yijan could breach individual defenses, it was futile against the cohesive formation. He swiftly pivoted, narrowly evading the forceful sweep, but the punch from the copper figure on his right followed suit. Zhou Yi crossed his arms defensively over his chest, bracing for the blow, yet he was propelled out of the formation by the force. This will not do. Charging headfirst was a gamble with no odds in his favor. The copper formation seemed more than mere objects. It operated under a higher order of rules. Zhou Yi glanced up at Huiyuan, still engrossed in his chanting before the gate of surprise, and then turned back to the silently observing Shinsinyu. A bold idea quietly took shape in his mind. No more waiting. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his gaze. Wei, he bellowed, unleashing his contract power with unprecedented fervor. The space around him distorted violently, and his figure abruptly vanished from his original spot. In the next moment, he materialized at Huiyuan's previous location, the gentle white light of the gate of surprise almost within reach. Huiyuan, however, remained in a meditative posture at Zhou Yi's former spot, as if he had never moved. Sinyu, stand still. Zhou Yi appeared before the gate, scarcely able to catch his breath, and immediately shouted toward Shinsinyu in the distance. Wei! Zhou Yi activated Wei Yi once more, instantly swapping positions with Shinsinyu, having used the technique consecutively to place her before the gate of surprise. Yet, just as Zhou Yi's shout faded, an indescribable, profound emptiness surged from the depths of his soul, clenching his heart with an overwhelming intensity. The monumental consumption of contract power from 2 intense activations of Wei Yi, especially over a long distance, left him nearly drained. Zhou Yi's vision darkened as his body swayed. On the verge of collapse, Zhou Yi, Luo Qi exclaimed, rushing forward as his tense demeanor broke. He pressed his hands against Zhou Yi's back, and the soothing white light of Qi Yu surged into him, stabilizing his faltering form. However, at the same moment on the other side of the gate of surprise, the 18 copper figures reacted almost in sync with Zhou Yi's spatial swap. The closest copper figures, their eyes ablaze with golden red flames, ignored the nearly collapsed Zhou Yi and turned their attention to Shinsinyu, who had just been swapped and had yet to regain her footing. One copper figure pressed its palms together, projecting a gentle yet irresistible force akin to a wall toward Shinsinyu, while another tilted its copper bowl, emanating an invisible force that seemed to absorb all. Shinsinyu's complexion paled, astonishment flickering in her eyes. Instinctively, she attempted to activate Lei Shi, but the overwhelming force from the Buddhist realm was not an attack. It was purely a rejection, undeniable and absolute. With a resounding thud, Shinsinyu felt herself enveloped by an irresistible force, her body uncontrollably propelled backward. She landed lightly at the edge of the plaza, staggering a few steps before regaining her balance, remarkably unscathed, though pushed back once more. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, nearly collapsed in Luo Qi's embrace, was disregarded by the copper figures, which resumed their formation, blocking other esteemed guests attempting to break through. Even after 2 instantaneous swaps, the 18 copper figures swiftly adapted, as if they were entirely unaffected by the spatial exchange. Their protective focus did not seem to be fixed on a location, but rather a certain state. Strange. It was exceedingly peculiar. Zhou Yi fought against his exhaustion, his gaze fixed on the reactivating copper formation. He barely managed to rise and quickly ran toward the array, intent on reaching Shinsenyu. However, a copper figure nearby did not hinder his passage. The copper figure wielding a heavy mace had its hollow eye sockets flickering with golden red flames, and its massive head tilted slightly toward Zhou Yi. The arm that was about to strike down on a guest attempting to breach the formation hesitated ever so slightly in the air, then it ignored Zhou Yi altogether. The heavy copper foot stepped sideways, creating a narrow gap in its massive form for Zhou Yi to pass through. It was not a wide path, but enough for him to slip through. Zhou Yi stepped forward in confusion, feeling as though he was walking through an empty wilderness. The bronze figures continued their relentless movements, skillfully blocking and repelling the frenzied assaults of notable guests. Yet all these harrowing offensives and defenses deftly skirted around Zhou Yi. He appeared as a silent ripple, parting the tumultuous sea of slaughter. What was happening? Suddenly, a lightning-like thought flashed through Zhou Yi's mind, reminiscent of the initial words spoken by Hui Yuan, which he had once deemed an elaborate riddle. If I do not enter hell, who will? This absurd yet singular notion, akin to sunlight breaking through dark clouds, suddenly illuminated his consciousness. Chapter 74, The Gate of Astonishment. If I do not enter hell, who will? Hui Yuan's softly chanted Buddhist verse echoed like a murmur in a secluded valley, resurfacing in the depths of Zhou Yi's mind. Only those who do not wish to leave, Zhou Yi murmured, his voice trembling with insight, can depart. Zhou Yi abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked towards Hui Yuan, who remained seated nearby in meditation. As if sensing his enlightenment, Hui Yuan unfolded his hands from the prayer position and slowly opened his eyes. In those clear eyes, there was no astonishment, no approval, only a profound and understanding compassion. Meeting Zhou Yi's intense gaze, he rejoined his hands in prayer, his voice calm like a sacred chant, clearly resonating in Zhou Yi's ears. Amitabha, benefactor, you possess considerable wisdom and have already attained understanding. Hui Yuan gently nodded, affirming Zhou Yi's conjecture. Beneath the blessing of the Dharma, this array was not for killing but for refining the heart. Greed, hatred, delusion, arrogance, and doubt. When these 5 poisons burn fiercely, the obsession with survival intensifies, leading to deeper Buddhist obstructions and further distancing from the gate. His gaze swept over the surrounding notable guests, still unwilling to yield, their frantic assaults repeatedly thwarted. With a sigh, he spoke. Only by relinquishing one's ego, by selflessly aiding others, and fearlessly confronting hell, can one witness the lotus bloom on the other shore. Hui Yuan's gaze returned to Zhou Yi, imbued with a guiding softness. Benefactor, if you are willing to relinquish the gate of astonishment to others at this moment, with a heart free of burdens, sacrificing yourself for others, the Buddhist obstruction will dissipate. You may pass through this gate. Hui Yuan extended his hand towards the gate of astonishment, and indeed, the 18 bronze figures ceased their attacks on Zhou Yi. The gentle white light of the gate flowed just before him, enticing the hope of survival. The eyes of the surrounding notable guests were now fixed upon Zhou Yi. Su Sishu narrowed his eyes with a sinister glint. The huntress displayed a complex expression, while the others exhibited confusion and jealousy. Zhou Yi lowered his gaze, glancing back at the still healing Lo Qi, then abruptly turned to look at Shinsenyu at the edge of the square. Zhou Yi shook his head and smiled. Those who do not wish to leave can indeed depart. The Buddhist teachings are truly adept at manipulating people. Enough. Zhou Yi waved his hand. With unfulfilled promises and unresolved heartaches, how could he leave Shinsenyu alone in this slowly dying hell? He had made a vow to Lei Wanyang and to himself. My path to survival does not lie here. A flicker of faint astonishment crossed Hui Yuan's eyes, which soon transformed into deeper tranquility. He nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and closed his eyes once more. Zhou Yi's gaze became resolutely steadfast, though his body still swayed. His spine remained straight. He turned away from the accessible gate of astonishment, his final gaze resting on Lo Qi. Lo Qi, the silent one who had always quietly contributed. The doctor who chose to remain behind at Jima Ling to heal the masses rather than seize the opportunity for escape. This gate, Zhou Yi's voice, though somewhat weak, carried an undeniable strength, resonating clearly across the square. Lo Doctor, this is your due. Zhou Yi watched as Lo Qi's face registered shock, his eyes reflecting the unwavering, pure brilliance of a healer. At Jima Ling, you forsook the path of escape and chose to remain. Zhou Yi articulated each word as if proclaiming a coronation. Now, this is what you deserve. You are the one who has never entered hell. Go. I believe these bronze figures will not impede you. Zhou Yi offered a resolute smile. The surrounding notable guests instantaneously realized, as if struck by enlightenment, that the monk's recitation of "If I do not enter hell, who will?" indeed implied that only those who do not wish to leave can depart. Amidst the crowd, a burly guest shouted, "I do not want to leave. Let me through." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he charged into the ranks of bronze figures, striving towards the gate of astonishment. The 18 bronze figures swiftly reacted, with one delivering a rapid punch while another executed a ruthless block, their seamless cooperation forcefully repelling the man. Other notable guests, unwilling to relent, followed suit, shouting their own declarations of not wanting to leave as they surged into the fray. "I do not wish to leave. Do not stop me. I do not want to go. Let me pass. I did not come to seize the gate. I came to visit the temple. Do not obstruct me." Yet, such desperate cries fell on deaf ears. The 18 bronze figures continued their ruthless onslaught, casting all into the outer realm as if sweeping away autumn leaves, rendering the scene somewhat comical. Only Zhou Yi stood frozen in place, bewilderedly gazing at the softly glowing gate of astonishment. During this time, he had quietly occupied the background, fulfilling his role as a healer, never truly considering that a gate might be left open for him. In truth, Zhou Yi had long accepted the outcome of death. His blessings were not aggressive and lacked the capacity to seize the gate. By the time Zhima Ling turned back, he had already prepared himself for the grim fate in Nanjing. Even Zhou Yi had envisioned that when the final killing array descended, he would use Qi Yu to alleviate the pain of those facing death. "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Zhou Yi was the true embodiment of this statement. "Go, this is your gate." Zhou Yi patted Zhou Yi's shoulder, filled with encouragement. "Then the two of you only have one gate left." Zhou Yi hesitated and shook his head. "Do not worry. I have one final trump card." Zhou Yi confidently straightened his chest. "Just wait for me outside." Under the scrutiny of the surrounding notable guests, Zhou Yi took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a decision. He cast a glance at Zhou Yi, then at the distant Hui Yuan, who slightly nodded, and finally swept his gaze over the renowned guests still struggling in vain. Zhou Yi adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, a consequence of his treatment, and took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhou Yi approached the cold, forbidding formation of the 18 bronze men that kept everyone at bay. As he stepped into the array, the bronze figures turned in unison, their fiery golden-red gazes fixated upon him, yet they showed no intent to attack. An astonishing scene unfolded. As Zhou Yi drew nearer, the once menacing bronze figures not only refrained from attacking, but gradually parted to reveal a pathway leading directly to the Jing men. The 18 bronze men even slightly bowed their heads, their clasped bronze hands emitting a deep hum, as if paying the highest respect and blessings to this true non-combatant. There were no obstacles, no battles. Thus, Zhou Yi, amidst the incredulous, envious, or bewildered gazes of all, steadily walked toward the soft white light of the Jing men. Just a step away, he could escape this city. Yet, Zhou Yi halted, turned around, and cast a complex look at Zhou Yi. He fell silent for a moment, as if making a difficult decision. Slowly, he took from his bosom a piece of calligraphy bearing the character "You," radiating a gentle life force. He lifted the calligraphy, extending it to the staggering Zhou Yi, his voice imbued with the characteristic gentleness and firmness of a healer, urging him to make use of it, assuring him to survive. Zhou Yi did not refuse, tightly grasping the warm calligraphy, embracing the weighty promise. "Wait for me outside." Zhou Yi took one last look at this land filled with slaughter and despair, glanced at Zhou Yi and the distant Shun Xianyu, and resolutely turned. Stepping into the gentle white light, the hum intensified. The white light surged forth, then swiftly receded like a receding tide. The Jing men closed. Amitabha. Hui Yuan clasped his hands together, reciting a sincere prayer, his voice calm like a sacred chant. In front of Ji Ming Temple, an eerie silence fell. The Jing men had closed, leaving only the desperate gasps in the square, the last shadow, known as the Death Gate, weighing heavily upon every heart. Zhou Yi tightly clutched the warm character, feeling the faint life force emanating from it. He gradually exhaled, with only one last gate remaining. Chapter 75. The end approaches on the 8th day of the 8 Gates entrapment. The morning light failed to dispel the gloom over Nanjing. Rather, it resembled a damp gray cloth, heavily weighing upon the ruins of the city. The air was thick and suffocating, suffused with despair and the stench of blood. Today marked the final day, the last gate, the ultimate slaughter. The Death Gate was set to descend at 6 o'clock in the afternoon at Yong'an Tomb, a place where life and death intertwined. Now transformed into a coliseum of despair and hope. The slanted tombstones resembled the desiccated fingers of the deceased reaching out from the earth, silently narrating ominous tales. Withered vines entwined the broken wings of stone angels, and the wind whistled through the bare branches, emitting a sound akin to a mournful wail. Time crawled towards dusk, second by second, in the oppressive silence. At the municipal police headquarters, in the command center, the cold metallic light illuminated Jin Qixia's impassive face. The surveillance screens displayed countless fragmented images, most depicting stagnant scenes of ruins, with a few blurred figures moving in their own ways towards Yong'an Cemetery. Jin Qixia adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses coldly scrutinizing, as if assessing a game nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the silence. A figure staggered through the disheveled corridor, appearing at the doorway. It was a Bao. During the struggle for Jima Ling, a Bao had successfully traversed the Du-Min, making his escape from Nanjing. Yet now, he had returned to this besieged city. Standing before the command room, his wild hair seemed even more frantically upright. His face alight with the exhilaration of having accomplished his task. He grinned broadly, revealing white teeth, and strode up to Jin Qixia, extending both hands. In a Bao's palms lay a piece of calligraphy. It glowed faintly, inscribed with the character Ti, exuding a heavy, contained sense of power. It appeared that a Bao had returned solely to deliver this character. With the reverence of presenting a treasure, he offered the calligraphy to Jin Qixia, his actions imbued with a sincerity that seemed at odds with his usual demeanor. Teacher Jin, it's done. A Bao's voice was hoarse with triumph. That guy was hiding in a bomb shelter in Chuzhou. Almost didn't he strike a deal. I nearly wanted to blow him to the sky. But as you said, I exchanged for it using the Qi character. In truth, a Bao's departure from Nanjing had been orchestrated by Jin Qixia. In the public forums trading section, Jin Qixia had connected with the exchanger of the character who was located in Chuzhou, near Nanjing. A Bao left to facilitate the exchange of the calligraphy. Throughout the days of his absence, he had tirelessly journeyed to Chuzhou, trading the character obtained from slaying Qin Shikuan, and successfully acquired the character, which he now brought back to Jin Qixia. Finally, Jin Qixia's gaze shifted from the screen to the calligraphy. He extended his finger, delicately picking up the piece, as if it were merely an ordinary note rather than an artifact capable of inciting chaos and bloodshed. Well done, a Bao. Jin Qixia's voice was steady, devoid of excessive emotion, as if stating a predetermined fact. You are indeed a good child. A Bao's pride swelled even further. He relished such praise, especially when it emanated from Jin Qixia. It made him feel that he was not merely a madman capable of explosions, but a valuable and recognized individual. Jin Qixia closed his eyes, opening the dictionary of unjust words in his consciousness. The newly acquired calligraphy settled onto a blank page, merging silently into the paper like a droplet of water sinking into a sponge, revealing a clear ink mark. The powerful character gleamed prominently. Jin Qixia successfully incorporated the character. As he opened his eyes, an intangible yet formidable aura surged within him, causing the metallic dust suspended in the air to momentarily still. He adjusted his glasses slightly, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the monitoring screen. Rising to his feet, Jin Qixia emanated an air of complete control, for he too possessed a three-character incantation. He then extended his right hand, and in an instant, a layer of solid metal enveloped his arm. With a powerful swipe, a sharp gust of energy swept through the entire command room. Jin Qixia spoke with a detached tone. This place is no longer useful. Clear all surveillance data. A Bao immediately understood, raising a finger towards the monitoring station, activating the detonation command, obliterating the entire surveillance room in an instant. Let us depart. Jin Qixia turned away from the explosion, walking towards the exit, his voice indifferent yet laden with finality, for the time of reaping had come. A Bao, his excitement palpable, licked his lips, his eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light as he hurried to catch up. Simultaneously, esteemed guests throughout the city were poised for action. Zhou Yi leaned against a broken wall, gazing at the impending sunset, feeling the weight of an approaching storm. Shun Xinyu handed him a bottle of open mineral water, her gaze calm, yet concealing a hint of concern. The Death Gate, Yong'an Tomb. Zhou Yi took a sip, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. He certainly knew how to choose his locations. Shun Xinyu looked at him. Are you ready? Zhou Yi nodded, his gaze sharp. No issues. All the necessary characters are now complete. He looked at Shun Xinyu with conviction. Do not worry. According to my plan, we shall all survive. Elsewhere, on the rooftop of a tall building, Qi Bing watched the distant, gray horizon, his fingers brushing over the long flute in his hand, exhaling a chilling breath. Ruin you. Wait for me. With that, he sheathed the flute and resolutely made his way towards the cemetery. In the shadow of a dilapidated commercial street, Su Sishue's fingertips danced around nearly invisible, sharp threads, weaving a web of death like a venomous spider. His cold gaze swept over several other guests lurking in the shadows, their intentions unclear. He was the hunter in the dark, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, for the chance to seize the final escape. The huntress stood atop the remnants of a church spire, her hair billowing in the wind. With closed eyes, countless avian perspectives intertwined in her mind, sketching the flow of the city converging upon the cemetery. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly opened her eyes, filled with resolute light. The final gate must be seized. Chu Su sat alone in a shattered storefront, expressionless, as if the chaos of the outside world bore no relevance to him. The emotional shield rendered him nearly immune to all physical harm. This three-character incantation would allow him to endure even the ultimate slaughter of the 8 gates. He remained quietly seated, awaiting the arrival of the final moment, regardless of what it might signify. At that very instant, all of Nanjing resembled a pot of congee simmering slowly over gentle heat, with a tumult of negative emotions, murderous desires, and desperate struggles fermenting within. Awaiting the unveiling at 6 o'clock, the silent earth of Yong'an Cemetery was poised to become the final stage of this desperate struggle. Blood and ambition would ultimately nurture the solitary survivor under the watchful gaze of the deceased. The finale was about to commence. Chapter 76. Massacre on the 8th day of the 8 Gates' desperate struggle. Dusk had arrived. Yong'an Cemetery lay quietly in the northeastern corner of Nanjing, like a forgotten, massive, and decaying scar. The silence here was unlike the deathly stillness elsewhere. It was heavy and viscous, laden with the chilling remnants of countless departed souls and the impending bloodshed. Most of the towering cypress trees had withered, their twisted black branches reaching towards the gray-yellow sky like the desperate arms of prisoners stretching towards iron bars. Surrounding tombstones stood in disarray, many leaning precariously, their inscriptions eroded by the elements and time, fading into ghostly whispers. The air was thick with the scent of earth, moss, and a barely discernible hint of rust. It was the odor of decay, having seeped into every inch of this land. Zhou Yi and Sun Xinyu silently navigated the shadows of the tombstones. The closer they approached the cemetery's center, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. As if countless eyes were watching from behind the gravestones and deep within the earth, scrutinizing every living intruder. At the heart of the cemetery was a relatively open square paved with white marble, its surface riddled with cracks and stains. At the far end of the square stood a massive, ancient-style tomb gate made of blue stone, its eaves and brackets exuding a solemn grandeur. This gate was the sole entrance to the area, standing silently as a threshold to another world. The death gate would surely descend here. Zhou Yi's gaze swept across the square's perimeter. Shadowy figures had already occupied advantageous positions, both visible and hidden, the air taut with murderous intent. Zhou Yi was the first to spot Qibing. The composed man stood alone beneath a withered old locust tree, holding a jade flute. His fingers lightly resting on the sound holes, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on the towering tomb gate, an aura of chill surrounding him. Qibing noticed him as well, giving a slight nod. In this final moment of life and death, such acknowledgement was a rare bond. From above came the hoarse cawing of crows. The huntress hovered in the air, surrounded by a restless swarm of crows below, their crimson eyes scanning the ground, providing her with an all-encompassing view. She resembled a cold, impartial judge, awaiting the commencement of the sacrificial rites. In a corner, shadows writhed, almost merging with the environment. Yet Zhou Yi could sense a familiar and chilling presence, Su Xixue. He lay in wait like a venomous spider concealed in its web, anticipating the arrival of prey. There were many other familiar faces. The vast majority of esteemed guests present had crossed paths during previous territorial disputes. Each pair of eyes burned with the same fervor, the primal desire for survival, coupled with the madness to obliterate everything in its path. Herein lies nearly all the renowned guests remaining in the city of Nanjing, and the Yong'an appears to be the final flesh and blood grinding stone, where the sole survivor will be decided. However, Zhou Yi's brow furrows increasingly tighter, sensing something amiss. He lowers his voice and speaks to Sun Xinyu beside him. Sun Xinyu's gaze remains cold, and she slightly nods, understanding Zhou Yi's implication. Indeed, Jin Qixia has not arrived. Zhou Yi acknowledges this with a nod. The person most expected to be present, the one who orchestrated the 8 gates of entanglement and possesses the most intelligence, remains elusive. This absence breeds a more unsettling tension than his mere presence would evoke. It is akin to a venomous snake, while one knows it lurks nearby. The absence of visible scales fosters an even colder fear stemming from the unknown. Sun Xinyu scans the surroundings once more. Chu Su has also not arrived. Zhou Yi swiftly comprehends. His incantation consists of a 3-character phrase, potent enough to withstand the fatal reckoning of the 8 gates of entanglement after 8 days. Thus he need not take this risk. Chu Su wields the emotional shield incantation, capable of converting physical damage into negative emotions, allowing him to endure even the most grievous harm as mere sorrow. This exemplifies the disparity in the foundational strength of incantations. Even the addition of a single character signifies a qualitative leap in mechanics and values. As the sun gradually tilts westward, only 10 minutes remain until 6 in the afternoon, the hour when the gate of death will open. The dying rays of the setting sun struggle to pierce the heavy clouds, casting a morbid, yellowish hue upon the world. The light slants across the cold gravestones and the grand tomb gate, creating elongated, twisted shadows that resemble clawing phantoms. An absolute silence envelopes the square. Even the crows have ceased their cawing. Only the wind, as it weaves through the withered branches and crevices of the gravestones, produces a sound akin to a sigh or a whimper. Each second stretches out like an eternity. Every individual can hear the frantic pounding of their heart within their chest, the roar of blood coursing through their eardrums. An invisible countdown reverberates through the nerves of all survivors. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing caw of a crow slices through the silence. A slender line darts through the air, piercing the body of a crow. Like a signal, now is the moment. From the shadows in the corner, Zhou Yi's face bursts into a smile that melds madness, triumph, and intense yearning. This is the opportune moment. Zhou Yi's fingers flicker rapidly, moving so swiftly that they leave behind afterimages. Rise, he chants in a high-pitched voice, summoning his power, entangling threads. The ground trembles slightly, not from below, but as countless nearly transparent, metallic glinting threads suddenly spring forth from the soil at the square's edge. These threads have been cleverly buried underground, and now, activated in an instant by Zhou Yi's power, they unfold like a deadly flower, weaving into a colossal, three-dimensional net that envelopes nearly half the square. These threads are exceptionally resilient and razor-sharp, instantly severing the midsection of a renowned guest who stood too far out and reacted slowly. A scream barely escapes before it is silenced, and the remnants of flesh splatter onto the withered grass and gravestones, an overwhelming stench of blood erupting forth. Following the defeat at the president's mansion, Zhou Yi resolved to seize a door. He set his sights on this final gate of death. After 7 days of conflict, the powerful guests with formidable incantations would likely be the first to escape through the doors, leaving those remaining at the last gate of death as the least formidable opponents. Zhou Yi has placed all his bets on this last door. For the past 7 nights, he has stealthily infiltrated the Yong'an-mu, silently laying threads into the ground, continuously arranging and filling his entangling trap, all for this climactic moment. Zhou Yi's covert preparations have now come to fruition. Yet, this is not the entirety of his strategy. Zhou Yi understands well that relying solely on the entangling threads trap is insufficient to guarantee his emergence victorious in the ensuing chaos as he rushes to the door. He requires a more formidable force, one capable of overwhelming everything in an instant. Without hesitation, he chants again, his voice slightly distorted with excitement, reciting another incantation: strengthen muscles. Strengthen muscles is not Zhou Yi's primary incantation. Following yesterday's battle at the Chicken Cry Temple, many renowned guests retreated, and Zhou Yi lay in ambush along the path of an injured guest's retreat, stealthily strangling him with the entangling threads, acquiring this strengthened muscles as a trophy. Zhou Yi immediately realizes that this strengthened muscles originates from a burly guest at the Chicken Cry Temple who did not appear today, and his fate is now evident. Strengthen muscles is a body-enhancing incantation that significantly amplifies the user's entire muscle strength, unleashing physical power far beyond the ordinary. However, as it is not Zhou Yi's primary incantation, its use will consume 2 character scrolls, and its effects will dissipate thereafter. Nevertheless, its capabilities are sufficient. Strengthen muscles can sustain Zhou Yi's enhanced state for 10 minutes, and with less than 10 minutes remaining until the gate of death opens, as long as it allows him to reach the gate in the final moments. This incantation will have served its purpose. With a low growl of release, Zhou Yi exudes a formidable presence, his arms, waist, and legs swelling with visibly enhanced muscle, straining his clothing to its limits, while his bones crack ominously. A surge of ferocious power courses through his limbs, sharpening his gaze with a newfound aggressiveness. The muscle enhancement is complete. The entangling trap is activated. Zhou Yi's feet push off the ground fiercely, the amplified strength erupting instantaneously, shattering the jade-like tiles beneath him. He stretches out his bulging arms, fingers linked with the transparent threads, forcefully pulling them through the air. Those threads, sharp enough to sever gold and jade, under Zhou Yi's enhanced body and precise control, rise like a torrential current, swiftly enveloping the entire Yong'an-mu square. The silver threads shimmered with a deathly light under the dim glow, as Zhou Yi's muscles tensed, unstoppable, seemingly destined to breach the gates of death. Chapter 77, A Flock of Crows. The slanting rays of the setting sun enveloped the somber Yong'an cemetery, as if heralding the arrival of the Grim Reaper. After activating strong muscle, Zhou Yi's muscle fibers swelled violently, accentuating his form with a sharp outline, each inch of skin brimming with explosive power. This force not only enhanced his physique, but also catalyzed his control over countless twisted threads to an unprecedented level of acuity. His fingers danced frantically, akin to performing a macabre symphony, channeling his energy with unmatched intensity and precision. "This is your grave," he declared, his voice laced with an inhuman exhilaration. The ground trembled violently once more intensely and robustly than before, as the silver threads, gleaming with lethal chill, erupted from every corner of the square like a living metal serpent, soaring skyward. Countless twisted threads instantly interwove into a colossal, rapidly constricting death cage, enveloping the core area of Yongin Cemetery Square entirely. The silver web reflected a cold light in the dim ambience, slicing through the air with a chilling hiss that sent shivers down the spine. The twisted thread massacre was fully initiated. Suddenly, screams erupted from the periphery. Two unaware guests, unable to mount an effective defense in time, were swiftly ensnared by the rapidly closing edges of the threads. Their protective energy was severed like paper. Limbs, heads, and torsos were instantly dismembered, blood splattering like ink upon the surrounding gravestones, releasing a heavy metallic scent. Despairing wails and terrified cries intertwined. Flee! Quick, escape! This madman! I want out! The terror of death overshadowed their thirst for survival. The outer threads were relatively thin and driven by their instincts for survival. The remaining guests abandoned their struggle for the gates of death, unleashing all their energy in a frantic attempt to evade the moving silver threads. Fleeing towards the periphery of the lethal formation, shadows stumbled, curses and cries echoed incessantly. Zhou Yi's peripheral vision caught sight of those fleeing figures. He remained undistracted by the escaping guests, as his goal was to seize the gates of death first. Those who fled would ultimately be slain by the 8 gates. His gaze was firmly fixed on the 4 individuals who remained steadfast before the massive tomb gate at the center of the formation. Qi Bing, Zhou Yi, Shen Xinyu, and the huntress hovering above the flock of crows. Only these individuals posed a true obstacle, and they were his necessary adversaries to crush with all his might. Combine. Zhou Yi's hands clapped together forcefully, fingers clenched fiercely. As if responding to his will, the enormous silver web shifted direction like a living entity, all threads suddenly converging. Abandoning the pursuit of the fleeing guests and concentrating their full force upon the 4 at the center to strangle them. The myriad threads intertwined, layer upon layer, resembling a colossal white lotus that sought to obliterate everything within its heart. A fierce wind rushed forth, the shrill cry of death piercing the eardrums. Zhou Yi swiftly glanced over, exchanging a knowing look with Qi Bing. The instant understanding required no words. They silently agreed to a brief alliance. Their only option was to vanquish Zhou Yi and dismantle this vexatious web. Shen Xinyu knelt on one knee, pressing her palms firmly against the cold ground. Her eyes, calm as ice, chanted clearly and swiftly, "Layer stone." With a resounding roar, the ground split open, and a massive, incredibly thick stone shield erupted from the earth, standing defiantly before the 3 like a protective arm extending from the earth itself. The surface of the stone shield was rough, adorned with natural defensive patterns. Qi Bing did not hesitate. The jade flute was instantly poised at his lips, the mournful and chilling notes resonating as ice condensation reached its utmost. A visibly icy chill erupted from him, spreading outward with ferocity, instantly coating the ground in a thick layer of frost, as if the very air was freezing. Almost in the moment the stone shield took shape, Qi Bing's extreme cold enveloped it. Crack! Crack! The frigid ice layer spread across the surface of the stone shield at an astonishing speed, swiftly encasing it in a composite barrier of rock and ice. The 2 distinct defensive forces, stone and ice, perfectly complemented each other, merging into a singular entity. Meanwhile, the huntress faced even greater pressure, seated upon the crows. Her body suspended in midair, becoming another focal target for the web's deadly assault. Countless silver threads, like frenzied serpents, shot toward her and the flock beneath her. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. She inhaled deeply, unleashing her energy with unprecedented force. The crows beneath her emitted a cacophony of anguished and frenzied cries, their eyes turning crimson, their feathers seemingly infused with an unseen power, hardening like iron. Quantity equals power. The huntress raised her arms high, as if to embrace the entirety of the twilight sky. A colossal wave of energy surged forth from her like a black tempest. "Huntress," she called, summoning the flock of crows. In an astonishing spectacle, crows from all directions converged, as if every crow in Nanjing had been summoned. Countless crows, in the thousands, surged forth, like a black torrent released from a dam, pouring in from every corner of the city. A massive cloud of black crows blotted out the sun, instantly shrouding the sky above Yongin Cemetery, transforming the already dim twilight into an inky darkness akin to midnight. A true cloud of despair loomed overhead, composed of innumerable frenzied, screeching blackbirds. The fierce determination in the huntress's gaze peaked as she forcefully waved her hand downward. Descend. With a thunderous crash, it felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. A torrent of crows, a dark cascade, unleashed a deafening roar, akin to a tempest of black meteorites or a roaring waterfall of death, plunging toward the silvery strands below, intent on a sacrificial dive. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi, with a malevolent visage, commanded billions of silver threads, resembling a white waterfall surging upward in a frenzied slaughter. The black tide of crows, reminiscent of the unleashed waters of the underworld, descended with a frenzied momentum, aiming to annihilate the converging silvery forest of threads beneath. From above, an endless tide of death surged, while from below, a merciless web of silver ascended. One surged upward, the other downward, one black, the other white. These two diametrically opposed yet equally destructive forces clashed with a savage ferocity above this graveyard of death. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. On the vacant ground before the Yong'an tomb, countless faint yet heart-wrenching sounds of slicing, tearing, and the mournful cries of dying crows mingled, echoing endlessly. Black and white eroded, obliterated, and shattered one another. Crows' feathers, flesh, and shattered bones rained down like a torrential downpour. Fragments of severed silver threads drifted like lifeless fireflies. The boundary between black and white rapidly blurred, ultimately merging into a heart-stopping, swirling crimson mist. It was as though an invisible giant brush, dipped in blood, recklessly painted this expanse of air. This breathtaking confrontation lasted only a mere 10 seconds, as the last few crows were mournfully torn apart by the threads, and the final fragile silver strands fell helplessly. The expression of the huntress in midair grew increasingly pale, her gaze dimming, her body softly descending from the throng of crows. The recent assembly of crows had nearly exhausted her entire reservoir of energy. That swirling vortex of black was her final dance. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, a piercing eagle's cry sliced through the blood mist. An extraordinarily majestic eagle, its gaze sharp as a blade. Dove like a flash of golden lightning, precisely grasping the huntress's limp body, its wings flapping vigorously, transforming her into a shadow that swiftly swept beyond the cemetery. Vanishing into the dim sky, the huntress had exited the fray. Meanwhile, with the end of Zhou Yi's slaughter, the massive ice shield on the ground lay in ruins. Countless sharp silver threads severed fiercely against the ice shield, causing the surface ice to rapidly crack and flake away, with stone debris swirling, leaving deep gashes. With a resounding crack, the shield, having endured too much slicing and impact, finally reached its limit, shattering explosively into a cascade of ice shards and rubble. Zhou Yi, Shen Xinyu, and Qi Bing's figures reemerged, surrounded by the lingering chill and dust, their gazes sharp and unwavering as they stood firm. The square fell into an eerie silence. The many esteemed guests who had once gathered before the Yong'an tomb either fled, perished, or retreated. Before the grand but damaged tomb gate, only 4 figures remained: Zhou Yi, Shen Xinyu, Qi Bing, and the slowly rising Zhou Yi, whose gaze had grown increasingly sinister and frenzied. The smoke of the decisive battle had only just begun to rise. Chapter 78. Entangled threads. The blood mist had yet to dissipate, the air thick with a pungent scent. The shattered threads lay scattered like dying silver serpents on the blood-soaked stone slabs. The once open square before the Yong'an tomb had now transformed into an arena for the remaining 4. Zhou Yi panted lightly, aware that the effects of strengthened muscles could only last for 10 minutes, a feeling of lightness in his energy washing over him. He quickly scanned the situation, assessing Zhou Yi and Shen Xinyu as a united front, while the flawless Qi Bing posed the greatest uncertainty. Suddenly, Zhou Yi flashed a grin, his gaze shifting from Zhou Yi to Qi Bing, his voice dripping with temptation. "Qi Bing, you wouldn't assist them against me, would you?" His words quickened as he attempted to coax Qi Bing, clearly indicating their alliance. "Even if you help them deal with me now, what then? Can you truly defeat the 2 of them alone?" Qi Bing, holding his long flute, remained expressionless, like a frozen lake devoid of any emotion. Zhou Yi licked his cracked lips, casting out a bait. "Why don't we team up first, take them out together, and then it will be just the 2 of us. A fair competition against this deadly threshold. What say you?" Qi Bing's eyelashes flickered imperceptibly, yet his face revealed no sign of emotion. He merely lifted the jade flute once more, positioning it by his lips. This motion could signify an impending attack or merely a defensive stance. Zhou Yi's heart sank sharply, his vigilance directed toward Qi Bing. Although Zhou Yi's words were vicious, they highlighted a harsh reality. There was no foundation of trust between him and Shen Xinyu and Qi Bing. Their temporary alliance had stemmed from external pressure, and should that pressure shift, their coalition would shatter instantaneously. Simultaneously, a heavier shadow loomed over Zhou Yi's heart, for Jin Qixia had yet to reveal himself. This battle must be swift, and they ought to conserve as much energy as possible, especially with position shift, a power that drained energy significantly. It must not be employed lightly before Jin Qixia's appearance, allowing for perhaps only one more chance to use it. "Is that your final word?" Zhou Yi called out sharply, breaking the fragile standoff. He could not afford to let Su Sushu sow further discord or give Qi Bing more time to deliberate. Zhou Yi's right hand formed 3 fingers together, the keen edge of easy slash, once again coalescing with lethal clarity as he darted like lightning into the remnants of the silver web, which Su Sushu barely controlled. Still lingering in the air. Who said it was my final word? Su Sushu's eyes gleamed with malice as his fingers manipulated the surrounding threads, dancing wildly. On the ground of the square and in the air, those severed threads that hung limply seemed infused with a final surge of power, snapping taut and transforming into numerous twisted, flickering silver serpents that lunged at Zhou Yi from impossible angles. Under the residual effects of strengthened muscles, their speed and strength were astonishing. The spectral presence of Zhou Yi became increasingly elusive amidst the frenzied dance of the silver serpents. The brilliance of Yizhan reached its zenith. Each thrust, stroke, and slash did not merely collide head-on, but rather struck with precision at the most fragile and least resilient nodes of the thread's power flow, either deflecting them or gently brushing against them to ensnare them further. Zhou Yi moved like an elusive dragon, darting swiftly through the gaps of mortality, leaving a trail of twisted, shattered, and rendered ineffective silver serpents in his wake. His intentions were unmistakably directed towards Su Shui. No way. Su Shui discerned his purpose and bellowed fiercely, yanking with both hands to summon more threads for defense, attempting to weave a net to obstruct Zhou Yi's advance. At that moment, Shun Xinu, hands firmly planted on the ground, focused her gaze intently. Stone hands arise. With a resounding boom, the ground on either side of Su Shui erupted violently, as 2 colossal hands crafted from solid rock burst forth, each finger as thick as a stone pillar, wielding tremendous force, and came crashing down upon the encroaching swarm of silver serpents. The stones did not target Su Shui directly, but meticulously cleared a path. As the stone hands descended, threads shattered and were driven into the earth. Almost simultaneously, a clear, chilling melody of a flute resounded. Qi Bing, engulfed in a surge of frigid energy, unleashed a torrent of contract power. Yet it did not target Su Shui nor assist Zhou Yi. Instead, a vast dragon made entirely of crystalline ice manifested, coiling protectively around him. The ice dragon roared, sweeping its tail to obliterate the errant threads that sought to exploit the chaos, shattering them into fragments. Qi Bing chose to conserve his strength, refraining from joining the fray between Zhou Yi and Su Shui. Under the aegis of the ice dragon, he observed the battle from a distance, striving to retain his contract energy. Qi Bing, Su Shui exclaimed, a tempest of anger and disbelief surging within him, realizing that his opponent remained utterly unmoved. As Zhou Yi breached the layers of obstruction, drawing near, he was compelled to relinquish most of his thread manipulation, crossing his arms to defend. The final surge of Changji erupted forth, his muscles bulging once more. The impact of Zhou Yi's Yizhan hand strike against Su Shui's reinforced arm produced a thunderous sound akin to a drumbeat. A shockwave radiated from their clash, dispersing the blood and dust on the ground. Zhou Yi successfully closed the distance, and the imminent close-quarters combat was about to ignite. Zhou Yi's Yizhan specialized in targeting weaknesses, with angles that were both cunning and ruthless, each assault aimed at joints, ligaments, and points of diminished strength. Su Shui, on the other hand, relied on the ferocity and speed bestowed by Changji, launching powerful and domineering strikes that forced Zhou Yi to continuously evade and block. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed relentlessly, their movements so swift they dazzled the eye. Su Shui appeared like a frenzied tiger, his punches and kicks accompanied by a howling wind. Zhou Yi, akin to a nimble cat, skillfully evaded while his Yizhan consistently found openings within Su Shui's assaults, leaving trails of blood along his arms and shoulders. Nevertheless, Changji was fundamentally a body-enhancing incantation, granting Su Shui remarkable defense and recovery capabilities, allowing him to withstand Zhou Yi's close-range attacks. For a time, they appeared evenly matched. Shun Xinu's stone hands relentlessly struck at the surrounding threads, attempting to regroup, maintaining a relatively clean environment for Zhou Yi's melee. Qi Bing's ice dragon loomed in a corner, coldly observing the fierce struggle, akin to an unyielding boulder. The three forces found themselves ensnared in a peculiar and perilous equilibrium. Each hoped the other two would mutually annihilate, while each endeavored to preserve their true strength, particularly conserving their contract energy. The air was thick with calculation, vigilance, and an unexpressed killing intent. Amidst this tense, bloody, and suffocating standoff, time quietly slipped to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. A ripple coursed through the air, and the sky seemed to darken. It was not a mere cloud cover, but a deeper, more profound obscurity that descended. A colossal hexagram, composed purely of ethereal light. The Kuan hexagram silently appeared high above the Ling Men, its 3 lines severed, symbolizing the earth, embodying inclusivity, and representing an end. The Kuan hexagram hovered serenely, emanating a morose glow reminiscent of the underworld, as if a massive, indifferent eye observed all struggling beings below. The gate of death had arrived. At the very instant this spectral light ignited, a drop of icy water abruptly fell upon Zhou Yi's heated cheek. Subsequent droplets followed, increasingly numerous and dense. Without warning, rain began to fall from the sky. Initially fine, it quickly transformed into a steady downpour, drenching the shattered square, washing away the blood-soaked ground, and merging into meandering streams of pale red, flowing along the seams of the bluestone slabs. The sound of rain enveloped the battlefield, which had suddenly succumbed to a deathly silence. The four duelists instinctively slowed their movements, glancing up in unison. The ethereal light of the gate of death intertwined with the unexpected, frigid rain, illuminating their faces with expressions of astonishment, bewilderment, yet heightened wariness. Chapter 79. Severed threads. The Kuan hexagram, radiating an ethereal glow, quietly hovered above the Ling Min, resembling an abyss that had opened a cold, indifferent eye. Its light was not blinding, yet it carried an unmistakable, absolute sense of finality, as if silently proclaiming that before them lay the only path to survival. The light cascaded down, illuminating the contorted faces of the three below. All calculations, reservations, and stalemates were shattered in that moment. The path to survival lay bare, with no room for retreat. It is mine. Su Shui let out a near-mad howl, as the effects of Changji were about to wane. The desire for survival extracting the last remnants of his contract energy. He forcefully pulled apart his hands to the sides, and upon the square, all remaining, severed. And even embedded silver threads seemed to respond to an unseen summons, wildly converging towards him. The threads intertwined, entangled, and compressed, emitting a heart-stopping metallic clang. In the blink of an eye, a colossal silver python, entirely woven from countless twisted threads, took form. The giant python, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, displayed distinct scales that reflected the eerie light of the death gate and the chilling rain, exuding an air of menace. Su Sushu stood atop the raised head of the colossal serpent, his face pale, yet his gaze fervent, commanding this final creation of madness as he charged fiercely towards the nearby death gate. As the giant python advanced, the bluestone pavement beneath it was effortlessly crushed and shattered, a display of overwhelming force. Who allows you to proceed? A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as he surged forward without hesitation, daringly positioning himself in the path of the silver behemoth. Compared to the monstrous creature, his figure appeared remarkably diminutive. The python, propelled by immense momentum, twisted violently, its myriad of sharp tendrils springing forth like living entities, striking, ensnaring, transforming into a devastating metallic storm that instantaneously engulfed Zhou Yi's form. Amidst the wind and rain, silver flashes erupted, tearing through the curtain of rain with lethal intent. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply, a surge of contractile power coursing into the 3 fingers of his right arm. The brilliance of Yijan no longer concentrated at his fingertips. Instead, it surged forth, extending into an intangible yet formidable hand blade capable of severing concepts. Yijan had been imbued with weaknesses. He did not need to sever all the tendrils, merely pinpoint the python's vulnerable point. Yijan. With a roar that seemed to rend the very throat, Zhou Yi pressed forward, meeting the deadly metallic storm head-on, his arm descending with fierce determination. The hand blade of light appeared to slice through space, dividing light itself and momentarily severing the relentless rain. There was no deafening explosion, only a piercing sound, sharp enough to penetrate the soul. It resembled the most resilient of strings being cut cleanly in two. The furious advance of the silver python abruptly faltered, a smooth, bright line appearing along its midline. In the next moment, the countless tendrils comprising its body found their internal weak points forcibly penetrated and magnified by the absolute breach of Yijan, leading to a catastrophic chain reaction. Thunderous roars echoed as the massive silver python began to disintegrate from within, its myriad tendrils snapping one by one, losing all power, collapsing like a lifeless serpent stripped of its bones, scattering into a lifeless heap of silver strands. The scene in the square seemed frozen in time. Zhou Yi maintained his stance of having delivered the strike, kneeling in the cold rain, gasping for breath. His garments lay in tatters, revealing numerous precise wounds inflicted by the shattered tendrils, blood seeping rapidly, transforming him into a figure of despair. Su Sushu stood at the edge of the death gate's eerie glow, just a few steps away from the path to salvation. The great python beneath him had vanished, and he gazed at Zhou Yi, half kneeling on the ground, a twitch of triumph crossing his features as he clapped his hands. Well done, truly magnificent. His voice, strained and punctuated by disbelief, carried an eerie admiration. I poured every ounce of Jiaoxi and Changji into that colossal python. Yet you severed it with a single strike. His tone shifted abruptly, laced with cruel delight. However, even though you severed the python, the tendrils unleashed during the clash were sufficient to leave you riddled with wounds, were they not? Can you still move? A victorious smile crept across Zhou Yi's face as he, too, began to feel weakened, turning to stride towards the death gate's ethereal light. This door shall be mine. A clear, disdainful snort echoed from behind him. Zhou Yi's steps halted abruptly as he turned back in astonishment. There, amidst the rain, stood Zhou Yi, who should have been gravely injured, rising slowly and steadily. The multitude of deep wounds that marred his body were visibly writhing, healing at a rapid pace. Fresh tissue burgeoned forth, quickly closing the wounds, while the blood was washed away by the rain, revealing skin that restored itself to its original state. Not only his injuries, but even the fatigue in his eyes, a result of excessive consumption of contractile power, rapidly faded, replaced by a profound vitality. How is this possible? Zhou Yi's pupils constricted, the victorious smile on his face freezing into sheer horror and disbelief. Zhou Yi, initially intending to conserve his strength, shifted his neck with a light crack, a new sense of power coursing through his limbs, which he could no longer hold back. After the battle at Jiming Temple, Luo Qi had bestowed the character Yu upon him, and combined with his original character, Yi, he formed the incantation Yu. This was a restorative incantation designed to rapidly revert things to their original state. It is time to settle the score. Zhou Yi's voice rang out, his figure suddenly vanishing from his original position, erupting forth with a speed akin to teleportation. Yu was not merely for healing injuries. It also reverted his body to its peak condition. Zhou Yi barely perceived a blur before him as the cold rain was parted by Zhou Yi's swift approach, his stern countenance drawing near. Impossible. How can you still possess strength? Zhou Yi screamed in panic, hastily attempting to gather the remnants of the tendrils for defense. But the effects of Changji had completely dissipated, the overwhelming sensation of weakness and despair engulfing him in an instant. Our account. Zhou Yi's voice was as cold as steel, his right hand's 3 fingers aligning as the brilliance of Yizhan once more coalesced, ruthlessly piercing forth. Now it is settled. The blade struck true, piercing Zhou Yi's heart, unleashing a torrent of power that shattered all semblance of vitality. Zhou Yi's body stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed down at the hand embedded in his chest. He felt life slipping away rapidly, the cold rain flooding into his nostrils. No, it cannot be, he murmured, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. I cannot die like this, not again. I should be able to win. My wish is to. His voice dwindled, ultimately fading into silence. The madness, unwillingness, and calculations that once filled his gaze turned to a hollow emptiness, like ashes extinguished. The body fell softly, transforming into 4 shimmering glyphs suspended in the rain before making contact with the ground. Su, Si, Su, Jiao. Zhou Yi exhaled a breath of murky air, extending his hand to incorporate the 4 glyphs into his consciousness lexicon. The rain washed over his recently healed body, cold yet invigorating. However, in a fleeting moment of relaxation, a crisp and chilling sound of a shout pierced through the cacophony of wind and rain. Zhou Yi's body instantly bristled with goosebumps as he turned sharply, witnessing Qi Bing, who had been coiled in self-preservation, playing the long shao at his lips. An unprecedented wave of cold surged around him, and the protective ice dragon let out a silent roar, its form swelling, becoming more solid and menacing. The tranquility and indifference that had once graced Qi Bing's face vanished, replaced by an icy resolve brimming with lethal intent. Unbeknownst to him, the storm on the Yong'an Tomb Square intensified. Chapter 80. The gate of death. The frigid rain fell incessantly, drumming against the shattered tomb, washing away the bloodstains on the stone slabs, blurring vision in the process. Qi Bing slowly raised a hand, allowing the icy raindrops to splash in his palm. He closed his eyes, savoring the pervasive chill that enveloped the world. It was rain. It was Guoruinyu, indeed a Buyu blessing. It was the one who had escaped death, transcending spatial barriers to offer assistance to Qi Bing. Clenching the jade shao in his hand, a knowing yet resolute expression emerged on his face. He would not betray this trust. Guoruinyu awaited him outside. This gate he must pass through. With a sudden motion, Qi Bing placed the long shao to his lips, his chest heaving intensely as all the life force akin to burning vitality surged into this final melody. A sonorous shao resonated, beginning with a clear and melodic tone, only to transform into a sharp and piercing crescendo, filled with a chilling determination to freeze all. Bing Ning, the realm of absolute cold. A visible pale blue cold wave erupted from Qi Bing, akin to a shock wave of absolute zero, wildly expanding outward. The air, saturated with rain and mist, became the perfect catalyst and amplifier for this terrifying incantation. Crash! As the cold wave swept through, everything froze. Raindrops crystallized into ice beads. Crashing to the ground, the soaked bluestone slabs were instantly covered with a thick layer of slippery ice, shattered tombstones, broken stone railings. And even every water molecule suspended in the air were instantaneously stripped of all warmth and vitality. The entire Yongin tomb square transformed into a desolate realm of ice, the temperature plummeting to a horrifying degree. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had just collected the glyphs of Su, and Su when the piercing sound of the Shao and the sudden onset of dreadfully cold air made his heart contract sharply. Not good. Zhou Yi instantly recognized this as Qi Bing's unreserved full-force strike, magnified to unprecedented levels by the bizarre rain. He sought to evade, but it was already too late. The pale blue cold wave surged forth with irresistible speed. In the distance, Shun Xinyu reacted swiftly, pressing her hands to the ground at the moment the Shao sounded. Stone armor. A layer of hard rock rapidly erupted from the ground, enveloping her entirely, forming an impenetrable stone shell. Yet, even so, that insidious cold seeped through instantaneously. The surface of the stone armor quickly cloaked in a thick layer of indestructible dark blue ice. Almost in the very next moment after the armor formed, she was entirely encased within, transformed into a frozen stone sculpture, maintaining her last defensive posture. As for Zhou Yi, he felt his limbs and bones go numb in an instant. The bone-chilling cold aggressively invaded his body, nearly freezing the flow of blood and life force. The ice spread rapidly up his ankles, soon reaching his knees, threatening to transform him entirely into an ice statue. In this life and death moment, a fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes, and without any hesitation, he invoked Wei Yi. The space twisted and folded in an uncanny manner. Just as Zhou Yi was about to be completely encased in ice, his figure vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared at the very core of the cold wave's eruption, where the chill was most intense and the ice most absolute. Qi Bing, meanwhile, found himself displaced to Zhou Yi's previous location, residual power from Bing Ning still coursing around him. With a whoosh, almost simultaneously with the exchange, a thicker layer of dark blue ice engulfed Qi Bing's figure, freezing him instantly. He became the first and closest target of his own most formidable strike. Yet, within the ice, Qi Bing displayed no hint of panic. He had long witnessed the peculiarities of Wei Yi and had anticipated this outcome. The fluctuations of his life force abruptly shifted. The extreme cold that threatened to consume him transformed into a docile servant, swiftly retreating from his surface. His mastery over Bing Ning was profound, and he extricated himself almost instantaneously from the icy grip. As soon as he broke free, a more intense cold light gleamed in Qi Bing's eyes, and he played the Shao once more, the tone sharp and urgent. Crack, crack. Two colossal blocks of ice suddenly surged up from the ice surface on either side of Zhou Yi, rapidly morphing into two ferocious, tooth-bearing ice hounds. The moment the ice hounds formed, they lunged towards Zhou Yi, who had just completed the exchange and was still regaining his footing. Scatter. Zhou Yi's right hand brought 3 fingers together, the brilliance of Yizhan re-emerging as he precisely pointed at the energy core nodes of the 2 ice hounds. The hounds' advance faltered abruptly, their massive crystalline bodies emitting a sound of unbearable strain from within, before they exploded violently, scattering countless shards of ice. Qi Bing's Shao shifted tone once more, and his attacks followed in swift succession, as more ice shards and spikes erupted from the ground, targeting Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's body swayed as he executed the technique, Yizhan, deftly shattering wave after wave of crystalline ice attacks. His footwork shifted dynamically, struggling to evade the pervasive lethal chill of the ice. The 2 combatants engaged in a fierce struggle upon the frozen expanse of the plaza. Ice fragments danced in the air, and droplets froze mid-fall, while the aura of their energies flickered in the ethereal blue world of ice. After several perilous exchanges of offense and defense, both were evenly matched, locked in a relentless stalemate where victory seemed elusive for either side. Amidst this intense confrontation, Zhou Yi abruptly turned his head, gazing at the ice-covered statue of Shun Xinyu, which retained her form. A complex expression of mixed relief, resoluteness, and an undeniable hint of melancholy crossed his face. Zhou Yi shouted hoarsely in that direction, his voice cutting through the cacophony of wind, rain, and shattering ice. Farewell. Xinyu. Qi Bing, poised to unleash a more ferocious assault, was suddenly struck by the gravity of this unexpected farewell. Instinctively, he hesitated and turned to look at the ice sculpture. The statue remained unchanged, standing resolutely. Something felt amiss. Qi Bing quickly recognized the trap, pivoting sharply to unleash a mournful flute sound, directing his attack towards Shun Xinyu's effigy. A colossal ice hound erupted from the ground, crashing violently into the statue that imprisoned Shun Xinyu. The impact shattered the icy figure, scattering ice and stone, yet Shun Xinyu was nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, the base of the statue, where it connected to the ground, displayed minute signs of disturbance in the soil and ice. Almost simultaneously, a fissure quietly appeared in the ice layer on the ground before the ominous light of the Death Gate. Shun Xnu emerged as if from the depths of the earth, silently appearing before the path to survival. The stone armor that enveloped her had already shed. With fragments of ice clinging to her hair and shoulders, her gaze eerily calm. She had not been completely encased in ice. Rather, at the moment of entrapment, she had utilized the power of Lei Shi to sink underground, maneuvering with utmost subtlety until the opportune moment arose for her emergence. Shin Xianyu looked at Zhou Yi, who was embroiled in a fierce battle in the distance, her eyes, typically shrouded in rationality, now brimming with intense concern. Hurry! Zhou Yi deflected a shard of ice and shouted with all his might, his gaze unwavering. Don't worry about me. Trust in my strength. I will escape. Just go. Shun Xianyu's lips quivered slightly, yet before her stood the final barrier of the Death Gate. Ultimately, she forcibly suppressed all emotions, transforming them into a near-cruel resolve. She gazed deeply at Zhou Yi one last time, as if to imprint his current figure in her memory. Then, with resolute determination, Shun Xianyu turned and stepped into the Death Gate, which emanated the faint glow of the Kuan hexagram. In an instant, her silhouette was engulfed by the profound darkness, vanishing from sight. The next moment, the light of the Death Gate flickered violently like a dying flame before completely dimming and dissipating. The massive stone archway of the tomb returned to its ordinary stony form, cold and lifeless, standing amidst the rain. The final pathway to survival had closed. Before the Yong'an tomb, only frost-covered ground remained, engulfed by relentless wind and rain, alongside two men utterly trapped in despair. A deathly silence once again enveloped the Yong'an cemetery.